Chapter 318, Fang Yuan vs. Zhu Kai Bei 2. Two beast phantoms, my eyes did not deceive me, right? Yan Tu's eyes were wide open. What GU is he using to bring out two beast phantoms at the same time? Zhu Kai Bei's expression turned grave as he looked fixed at Fang Yuan. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Come. Fang Yuan's expression was emotionless and his eyes died in a deep miasma. He charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. At the same time, a horse and boar phantom appeared above his head. Boar strength increased the force of his charge while horse strength increased his speed instantaneously, making his charging speed even quicker. With the empowerment of two strengths, Fang Yuan seemed to have turned into a fierce boar charging with the speed of a raging horse. His figure quickly enlarged in Zhu Kai Bei's eyes. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kai Bei jumped along with the cry of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. This time, he dodged of his own accord and brushed past Fang Yuan. Vertical Crash Gu's weakness was exposed. It could only charge in a straight line. The opponent could easily determine the direction and dodge, causing the attack to fail. Zhu Kai Bei has taken the initiative to dodge. He had always been attacking head-on and rarely dodged. Since the battle started, this is the first time he has dodged without tanking the hit. Fang Zheng is able to bring out two beast phantoms at the same time while Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength GU has to accumulate strength again. Dodging is a sensible move. Fang Zheng is still too inexperienced. Although he has high-quality GU worms, his battle experience is far inferior to Zhu Kai Bei. This attack was a wasted attempt. This spectator were still commenting when there was a sudden change in the stage. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kai Bei, he suddenly stopped using all-out effort GU. The two beast phantoms disappeared. His charging force immediately diminished as he smashed into a black stone pillar. As the black stone pillar collapsed, Fang Yuan's momentum stopped. Fang Yuan turned his body and charged horizontally, his two arms attacking straight. Two large phantoms of brown bear and white elephant suddenly rose up. The distance was too close and Zhu Kai Bei was caught unprepared. The attack hit him violently and sent his tall body flying. The person who had just evaluated Fang Yuan as too inexperienced was tongue-tied. Many spectators' eyes brightened. Fang Yuan's attack seemed ordinary, but it involved many factors and was an exceptionally brilliant move. All-out effort GU could unleash formidable offensive power when activated. It could also be revoked. The constant switch between activation and revoking let Fang Yuan move smoothly with great flexibility. At the same time, he used the terrain to stop his momentum. Zhu Kai Bei was struck by Fang Yuan, not because he was not intelligent but because he was used to habitual strength GU and his plentiful experiences instead created a blind spot in his thoughts. Fang Yuan charged again. Zhu Kai Bei rose to resist, but Fang Yuan's two beast phantoms burst out like a crazed lion. The ferocious roar even caused the spectators' hearts to palpitate. Zhu Kai Bei became a sandbag, left with no way to retaliate. He held his breath as he defended desperately. Heavens, Fang Zheng is merely rank 3 peak stage but is actually suppressing Zhu Kai Bei. Such an unimaginable scene is actually happening in front of my eyes. All-out effort GU is after all a legendary GU. It is powerful and has marvelous uses. Even rank 4 habitual strength GU cannot compare to it. Fang Zheng has already perfected the use of all-out effort GU. He might not have plentiful experience, but his innate battle talent is enough to make up for everything else. The spectators were clamoring. Dust rose up. Zhu Kai Bei's tower-like body was like a sack as he smashed through several thick black stone pillars. Cough. He again spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up but Fang Yuan was already upon him and did not give him any chance to take a breather. He stomped on the ground. Horse and green bull beast phantoms appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai Bei rolled on the ground, dodging the attack in a sorry state. Fang Yuan's right leg stamped on the ground fiercely. A dull sound echoed. Soil and stones split and flew. The whole battle stage seemed to be slightly shaking. A clear concave depression appeared immediately below his legs. Fang Yuan charged. Brown bear and white elephant phantoms simultaneously appeared. Damn it! This time, Zhu Kai Bei did not have enough time to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and raise his huge arms to resist. Behind him, 2 dragon elephant phantoms suddenly appeared and rose to the air. Fang Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms immediately paled in comparison. Fang Yuan strongly collided into Zhu Kai Bei. Zhu Kai Bei was only pushed back a little, while Fang Yuan himself was sent flying away. 2 beast phantoms could suppress 1 dragon elephant strength. However, Fang Yuan would lose against 2 Dragon Elephant strength. Finally, 2 Dragon Elephant strength came out. Zhu Kai Bei let out a breath of turbid air. He was shocked by Fang Yuan's violent strength. Only when 2 Dragon Elephant strength burst out, did he reclaim his footing. Habitual strength GU might be rank 4, but it was indeed inferior to all-out effort GU. Zhu Kai Bei had to continuously accumulate and increase his strength by activating habitual strength GU, then summon the Beast Phantom. However, even he did not know when it would appear. If he attacked, and 1 Dragon Elephant strength appeared, he would have to accumulate strength all over again, which caused his battle strength to temporarily fall. Zhu Kai Bei's strength was like a water jar and his habitual strength GU was like a bucket. He needed to draw the water from it every time. In contrast, all-out effort GU was a stream and could be used anytime, able to be unleashed whenever Fang Yuan willed. In fact, if Fang Yuan did not want to use it, he could even turn it off. With such a flexible use, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat, he could use to attack or move away quickly. If I was the one with all-out effort GU, sigh. Unfortunately, even if I win, Shang Yanfei would not allow me to claim it. Zhu Kai Bei felt regret. He had complete freedom when he was a demonic GU master and could do whatever he wanted. By submitting to the righteous path, he gained safety and stability, had enough resources, but he felt his hands and legs bound when doing things. If I choose the all-out effort GU disregarding his orders, what would happen? This thought was immediately dispelled the moment it appeared. If he really did that, it was no doubt offending Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was not only a rank 5 expert, he also controlled Shang clan. If Zhu Kai Bei disobeyed him, even if he escaped, his future would never be peaceful. Wait a moment, what am I thinking about? The crucial thing now is to defeat Fang Zheng. Zhu Kai Bei's gaze concentrated, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps GU and attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood from the attack, his iron-like arm bones were fractured. The intense pain struck him, but Fang Yuan instead grinned and laughed. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull, 3 phantoms burst out together. Even Zhu Kai Bei could not help but stare with wide eyes, revealing a stupefied expression. What had just happened to Fang Yuan happened to himself immediately after. Zhu Kai Bei had thought of taking the chance to attack quickly and had taken the initiative to attack, but he was instead sent flying. There was a huge hole in the thick and solid ivory armor on his chest. He spurted out a huge amount of blood and smashed through the black stone pillars before collapsing on the ground, as a dust cloud appeared. Zhu Kai Bei clenched his teeth as he hurriedly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were stupefied. The scene was extremely clear. Fang Yuan struck with 3 beast phantoms. How did he do it? Many spectators looked at each other. He had just attacked with 2 beast phantoms, but now there's 3, many were speechless. But even more people already had guesses. Could it be? Zhu Kai Bei stared at Fang Yuan fixedly as he squeezed out a name from his teeth, Bitter Strength GU. That's right, it was Bitter Strength GU. Bitter Strength GU was a rank 4 GU and was the perfect companion for Strength Path GU masters. The more injuries the GU master suffered, the greater the pain he felt, the more strength they could bring out. Naturally, there was a limit to the strength the GU master could display, and it depended on the GU master's foundation. Fang Yuan possessed 8 beast strength phantoms. The strength he contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort GU was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at will and could continually draw water from the vat. Right now, as Fang Yuan suffered injuries and used bitter strength GU, it was as if many holes appeared on the water vat. All-out effort GU added in bamboo pipes to all these holes and allowed Fang Yuan to use them as he wished. Just with all-out effort GU, Fang Yuan only had a single bamboo pipe to draw the water and thus could only use 1 beast phantom. But now, under the effects of his injuries and the bitter strength GU, it was like adding 2 new outlets to the water vat. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort GU now, he could simultaneously use 3 beast phantoms. To think he has a bitter strength GU. Didn't Shang Yazi buy this GU in the auction? Is this bitter strength GU the one Shang Yazi owned? Yan Tu guessed the answer. His eyes narrowed and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If the bitter strength in Fang Zheng's hand is not Shang Yazi's, then he no doubt toyed with Shang Yazi in the auction. But if this bitter strength GU was the one Shang Yazi bought, then the situation is terrifying. Shang Yazi had been ousted from his young master position not long ago because of false accounting with Fang Zheng. Maybe this bitter strength GU is the fruit of Fang Zheng's victory. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you have to be careful. Yan Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kaibei's situation. Zhu Kaibei only felt bitterness in his mouth. First, the all-out effort GU, now the bitter strength GU, these two GU were both what he, Zhu Kaibei, yearned for every day and had bitterly searched for them fruitlessly. However, Fang Yuan, who was so young, was holding both GU. Such luck caused this senior to become green with envy. With bitter strength GU, the heavier the injuries Fang Yuan suffered, the more holes there would be on his water vat, and he would also become stronger. In other words, every time Zhu Kaibei inflicted damage, he would instead be increasing Fang Yuan's battle strength. It was an unpleasant feeling. His mental endurance also took a hit, not wanting to fight with Fang Yuan anymore. The more Fang Yuan fought, the stronger he got, the heavier the injuries he suffered, the higher his strength. The most important thing was he possessed 8 beast phantoms. If they all burst out together, even if Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephant appeared together, it would be useless. What lowered Zhu Kaibei's morale even more was that he knew Fang Yuan possessed a self-reliance GU. Self-reliance Gu's healing effects was extremely potent towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was being healed while suffering injuries, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort GU, bitter strength GU and self-reliance GU, these 3 formed a tight combination, creating a secure and solid foundation. Reaching this step, the GU set that Fang Yuan planned earlier had already reached initial success, forming the skeleton. Their effects were outstanding, and even the rank 4 Zhu Kaibei was suffering from this combination. Fang Yuan had been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years now, already accomplishing something most GU masters would not be able to accumulate even after spending most of their lives. Even a veteran like Zhu Kaibei was jealous and green-eyed. Chapter 319, Fang Yuan vs Zhu Kaibei, 3. Even if Fang Zheng has bitter strength GU, the strength he can release is at most 8 beast phantoms. Bitter strength GU cannot raise his strength limitlessly. Shang Clan leader ordered me to not take all-out effort GU, I can only choose this bitter strength GU. Zhu Kaibei's eyes brightened as he thought of this. Whether it was all-out effort GU or bitter strength GU, they were both extremely attractive to strength path GU masters. I still haven't lost. I am at rank 4 initial stage, I am superior in terms of primeval essence, and I also have my killer move. Zhu Kaibei possessed plentiful experience and was able to put his disorganized mind in order after pondering for a short period. He was invigorated and his low morale rose up. The two began exchanging moves again. The battle could not longer be described as intense, desperate was more suitable. The two punched and kicked one after another, attacking and defending. Zhu Kaibei's ivory armor was being broken continuously and while repairing itself. From time to time, he would spurt out mouthfuls of blood. Fang Yuan was also not much better. He was restraining self-reliance GU, which caused his whole body to be full of injuries and blood seeped out continuously. His bones fractured and endless pain continued to assault his mind like tides. The heavier the injuries he suffered, the stronger he got. Not long later, he could bring out 5 beast phantoms. Zhu Kaibei fell into a much more dangerous situation and was almost suppressed to the state where he could not even lift his head. This was something he had never experienced at the battle stage. Even Yan Tu was only his equal. Junior, you are too arrogant. Zhu Kaibei furiously swept his arms. 3 dragon elephants. He suddenly erupted, as the enormous dragon elephant phantom appeared behind him. Fang Yuan was sent flying. 3 dragon elephants could suppress 5 beast phantoms. Fang Yuan's arms were twisted due to the attack, they were completely fractured. His left arm was even folded into a right angle and the fractured bones were exposed with fresh blood flowing down. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured the pain as he activated self-reliance GU. Such injuries already affected his combat capability and he had to heal it. He first healed his right arm before twisting his left arm back to its proper state, forcefully joining the broken parts as he activated the self-reliance GU. The broken bones began to grow again and join together. Then it was the pieces of flesh and finally the skin. During the healing process, Fang Yuan constantly evaded Zhu Kaibei's attacks using horizontal charge GU and vertical crash GU, contending with Zhu Kaibei by doing 3 tasks at once. When he attacked fiercely with a domineering might, but when he dodged, it was a completely different style. He was calm and not flustered in the face of danger, like a slippery loach. He used the black stone forest terrain to his maximum advantage, so although Zhu Kai Bei's dragon travel tiger steps Ji was faster than Fang Yuan, he could not catch Fang Yuan. After the healing was finished, Fang Yuan turned around and started attacking again. Time passed by, the battle situation became more desperate. Fang Yuan's phantoms gradually rose from 5 to 6 then 7 until there were 8 phantoms. At the start of the battle, there were spectators who commented and shouted from time to time, but as the match progressed, the audience had gotten silent. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei's terrifying strength caused their hearts to feel cold and astonished. Too terrifying, such power, one can only imagine how flourishing the ancient strength path must have been. If it was me, I would have already turned into meat paste no matter which one I fought among them. The spectators were speechless but even more secretly felt admiration towards the unyielding spirit of Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei. These two were true warriors of steel. No one had predicted such a result. Fang Yuan was strong and after he brought out 8 phantoms, he was suppressing Zhu Kai Bei most of the time. However, Zhu Kai Bei was not weak, his healing Ji was also quite outstanding. The combination of Dragon Guts Ji, Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Ji, and Dragon Elephant Ji formed a resonance of Dao marks due to their similar law fragments. This greatly raised the probability of bringing out his Dragon Elephant Phantom. Sweat formed in Xianxia's clenched hands. Wei Yang's frown became deeper and was turning into a knot. He could see Fang Yuan was getting exhausted. Even Fang Yuan's iron body could not endure unleashing the strength of 8 beast phantoms. Sweat fell down his body like rain and his muscles were already aching and turning numb. There was another even greater danger. Being able to simultaneously summon 8 phantoms signified his injuries were extremely severe and he was in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a steel wire. If he was struck by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephant phantoms, he might die from the attack. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle of extremes. From start till now, it had already been over 2 hours. The match gradually reached the climax, the two had reached their limits, their attacks were clearly starting to slow down. However, the match was instead becoming more thrilling and even Bai Ning Bing's expression was solemn. The whole scene was silent, all the spectators were concentrating on the match. Zhu Kai Bei finally lost his patience. He might be able to strike with 3 dragon elephant strength, but it all depended on luck and there was no assurance. Sometimes, the phantoms came out at the wrong timing and Fang Yuan would easily dodge or resist it. Why has his primeval essence not been exhausted? Even the rank 4 strength path Gu master Zhu Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left at this stage. However, Fang Yuan, a rank 3 Gu master, actually appeared to have abundant primeval essence and was very energetic. Could it be, he really has a heavenly essence treasure lotus? Zhu Kai Bei could not help but recall that secret letter sent by Shang Yanfei. If Fang Zheng really has it, his luck is simply too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth, the expected superiority in primeval essence did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to dampen. But the truth was, Fang Yuan not only had heavenly essence treasure lotus, but also blood skull Gu and 4-flavor liquor worm. If Zhu Kai Bei knew this, his expression would definitely be spectacular. I can't lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai Bei made his decision. He suddenly retreated and this unusual movement immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. However, Fang Yuan could not catch him. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was really fast, far surpassing horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. Even considering this terrain, it was disadvantageous to pursue him. Almost instantly, all the spectators gazed at Zhu Kai Bei, many realizing something. This is bad. Wei Yang's expression suddenly changed at this scene and he could not help but cry out in surprise. What is it? Xianxia immediately looked at him. Zhu Kai Bei is about to use his killer move. This match has finally reached the climax. Wei Yang's voice was deep and sweat seeped out of his forehead. He was extremely nervous as he explained hurriedly, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Zheng can grasp this flaw, he could clinch victory. If not, I am afraid Zhu Kai Bei will be the winner. Wei Yang had just finished speaking, when there was a change in the stage. Jin Heart Gu, Jin Body Gu, Jin Mind Gu, 3 rank 4 Gu were simultaneously activated. Body, heart, and mind combined, essence, qi, and spirit merged. Zhu Kai Bei's physique suddenly enlarged by 3 times, a white aura appeared around his body as if signifying the descent of a deity. Along with it, His domineering presence increased greatly. This was his killer move, Jin transformation. It increased the GU master's strength by 3 times and even his mental energy was raised by 3 times. GU master consumed their mental energy to control GU worms. If they overused it, their mind would feel sluggishness. But Zhu Kai Bei's mental energy was raised now and he became energetic again. At the same time, his strength was increased by 3 times, 3 dragon elephant strength became 9 dragon elephant strength. Once the 9 dragon elephant phantoms burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be crushed and Fang Yuan would certainly lose. Zhu Kai Bei reached his strongest state. However, right at this moment, the ivory armor covering his whole body broke due to his size. Many defensive GU could not be stretched with the user and ivory armor was one of them. At this moment, he is completely defenseless. His strongest moment is also his weakest. Quick, grab this single opportunity for victory. Wei Yang's eyes widened as he mumbled with clenched fists. At another corner of the room, Bai Ningbing's eyes also suddenly brightened. As if he heard Wei Yang's suggestion, Fang Yuan adopted a posture of attacking, but suddenly his movement stopped. The excited and happy look that had just appeared on Wei Yang's face froze. Strike, he could not help but shout, his heart pulsed rapidly. Unfortunately, the barrier around the stage isolated sound, the spectators nearby casted strange glances at him. Fang Yuan did not move but calmly observed. The broken ivory armor was starting to grow, the new armor covered tightly around Zhu Kai Bei's whole body. Fang Yuan's chance at victory was slipping and becoming indistinct. Wei Yang stomped his feet with anxiety but it was no use. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Sigh, Fang Zheng lost, he lost his only chance. Fang Yuan did not attack and that was quite a surprise to Zhu Kai Bei. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack him, and had already made preparations for that, but Fang Yuan, however, made no such attempt. It was a real pity. Because, just earlier, he had activated Hard Qi GU. Hard Qi GU turned into a ball of formless air covering his whole body. At that moment, he looked like he had no defense, but in truth his defense was extremely tightened. Solid like a boulder, he had covered up his greatest weakness with the Hard Qi GU. If Fang Yuan had attacked, he was certain to meet with Zhu Kai Bei's frontal assault and was likely going to lose. However, Fang Yuan did not move. Zhu Kai Bei had even slowed down the regeneration speed of the ivory armor to entice Fang Yuan, but he did not move and quietly watched like a spectator. Did he detect it? Impossible. Hard Qi GU is formless. I got it just recently and have never used it before. HMPH, since you are not attacking, then let me make the move. Bright rays exploded and flashed in Zhu Kai Bei's eyes. Jin transformation was a killer move created from using 3 rank 4 GU, whether it was his yellow gold primeval essence or mental energy, they were both decreasing rapidly. Physical strength and mental energy were both increased by 3 times. But at the same time, the consumption was also increased by 3 times. Zhu Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not be maintained for long. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps. Zhu Kai Bei charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated and avoided the attack. Zhu Kai Bei was bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was it to stall for time? Pointless. My body is 3 times larger now and every step I take is 3 times as far. With Dragon Travel Tiger Steps GU, my speed is even faster. Zhu Kai Bei scoffed inwardly. It was pointless even if Fang Yuan used the black stone forest terrain. By now, almost all the black stone pillars were destroyed. Moreover, Jin transformation could completely crush everything in its path. To the current Zhu Kai Bei, the terrain was as flat as a pancake. Chapter 320. Tear through the sky. Seeing that Fang Yuan about to be caught, Xianxia's heart tightened. Fang Yuan had severe injuries on him. If he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 9 dragon elephant strength, it meant death. Right now, Zhu Kai Bei was the oppressing one. If Fang Yuan was caught up in close combat, his situation would be dire. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's movement speed was inferior to Zhu Kai Bei. The only way out was if he had a strong long-range attack to restrict Zhu Kai Bei. Fang Zheng, you lost. Zhu Kai Bei took big strides and approached. He knew Fang Yuan had a Blood Moon GU, but such a weak attack could not stop him. An ordinary long-range attack could not stop him at all. Even in the entire battle stage, only Yan Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill could stop the assault of his Jin transformation. Fang Zheng is about to lose. In the end, Zhu Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Experience is still the deciding factor. The people discussed outside the stage, the situation was extremely clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang sighed deeply. Shang Xinxi shut her eyes in pain. Even Bai Ning Bing's gaze dimmed. He. Yan Tu laughed lightly. Once Fang Yuan lost, Shang Yan Fei's mission would be completed. Unless, Fang Yuan had a strong long-range attack that could stop Zhu Kai Bei's advancement. Strength Path GU Masters are mostly close-range fighters, they had little to no long-range methods, it was mostly situational techniques. This was a common weakness of Strength Path GU Masters these days, a weakness easily exploited. Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had many intense battles. A portion of their battles relied on Yan Tu using long-range attacks to restrict Zhu Kai Bei, then winning by an extremely small margin. All other situations where Yan Tu failed to restrict Zhu Kai Bei resulted in a loss after he got close. Close range, long range, it was the crux of battling a Strength Path GU Master. In fact, it was the deciding factor in a battle. It's over. Zhu Kai Bei was already extremely close to Fang Yuan, as many people sighed. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. His dark eerie eyes burst forth with a cold glare. It was time. 8 phantoms instantly appeared behind him. Next, he activated his GU worm, and pointed with his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell drastically, over 40% was expended in an instant. Some mystical change had occurred. The beast phantoms originally manifested from the Dao marks, had become more solid, turning from hollow to real. From a hollow phantom, they became solid phantoms. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python. With a loud roar, they descended from the sky, charging towards Zhu Kai Bei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Change had occurred so quickly, Zhu Kai Bei could almost see Fang Yuan losing under the might of his fist. Yet at the next moment, the 8 phantoms charged towards him, from all directions, encircling him. Wild boar charged, brown bear smacked, crocodile bit, green bull attacked with its horn, horse stomped, stone turtle suppressed, white elephant attacked with its tusks, and black python coiled. Bam, bam, bam. Howl, howl, howl. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 beast phantoms went into a frenzy, assaulting Zhu Kai Bei ferociously. Smoke rose and rocks flew. Zhu Kai Bei was pummeled by the 8 great phantoms while being surrounded in the middle. Being attacked from all directions, Zhu Kai Bei's giant body that was 3 times the original size, became a giant punching bag. His ivory armor could not take it anymore, breaking as the white fragments flew. At areas where it did not break, cracks appeared. Many people stared at this scene in shock, opening their eyes and mouths wide, speechless. There was almost 1,000 GU masters watching this, yet no one said a word, as they observed the 8 ferocious phantoms engulfing Zhu Kai Bei. A moment later, the 8 phantoms turned hollow again, as they vanished without a trace. The smoke dispersed, and Zhu Kai Bei half kneeled on the ground, hugging his head as he breathed roughly. It's finally over. He slowly lowered his arms, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding 2 primeval stones, recovering his primeval essence as much as he could. He had a great aptitude in the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now he multitasked, absorbing the essence from both primeval stones. His primeval essence had already recovered to 70%. Seeing this, Zhu Kai Bei's eyes twitched. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, throwing up blood and broken teeth fragments. Intense pain assaulted him from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy as his ears buzzed. He was thrashed really badly. If I had not activated the ivory armor GU so desperately, I might have fainted already. Zhu Kai Bei felt some after fear, but because he did this, he did not have much yellow gold primeval essence left. He did not expect this change of event. When he thought of using the Dragon Travel Tiger Steps GU to retreat, it was too late. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him and prevented him from getting away. Zhu Kai Bei assessed, there was more than 10 areas in his body where bones were broken. With such injuries, he could only choose to heal the important areas, as his primeval essence was running low. He had primeval stones on him as well, but he could not absorb the natural essence during battle. Fang Yuan would not give him the chance. To do so, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Zhu Kai Bei was beaten till he was helpless, Fang Yuan had free time to use his primeval stones. Even so, Fang Yuan was taking a risk. He was doing 2 tasks at once, absorbing the essence from his primeval stones while controlling his beast phantoms. His control of his GU was lowered during the period. What did I see earlier? Unbelievable, the beast phantoms turned into solid attackers. Since when did strength path GU masters become so strong? They had such a strong attack. After a while, the spectators finally reacted, asking out in shock. Outside the battle stage, chaos ensued again. Xianxia stared with her eyes wide open, shocked and overjoyed, brilliant light shone in her eyes. Good lad, Wei Yong punched his fists, shouting excitedly. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, her eyes were shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn the hollow beast phantoms into solid figures. Such a GU worm, could it be? Yan Tu's expression was solemn, as he thought about the GU that Zhu Kai Bei desired for such a long time, and had constantly told him. What you used earlier, is it, strength chi GU? Zhu Kai Bei slowly stood up, his voice was hoarse as a hint of bitterness could be heard. He did not attack, and Fang Yuan was happy about that as he absorbed the natural essence, saying, you guessed right, it is the strength chi GU. Zhu Kai Bei blanked out for a bit before showing a complicated expression, containing envy, jealousy, helplessness, and bitterness. Strength chi GU, strength chi GU, hee. He sighed as he raised his head. Ancient strength path GU worms were nearly extinct. Whenever any news of them appeared, it would make Zhu Kai Bei extremely interested. He had searched for many years, but to think that he would experience the strength of the strength chi GU from this young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were the traces of great Tao, hollow and immaterial, they could not attack directly. But, once a GU master had the strength chi GU, the GU master can activate it and create the formless chi of strength. The beast phantoms leave Fang Yuan's bodies, and attach themselves to the chi of strength, gaining the ability to attack directly. After that chi vanishes, the beast phantoms would lose their host, and dissipate, returning to Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's strength chi GU was the product of his closed-door refinement. The main ingredient to create the strength chi GU was the rank 4 atmosphere GU. When Fang Yuan saw it at the auction, he got the idea of buying it immediately. Atmosphere GU, strength chi GU, they were both chi path GU. The laws in them were similar, thus, they could be converted to one another using refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complex. Using more than 20 ingredients, to carry out reverse refinement, there were more than 30 steps in this. The heat and timing have to be controlled precisely, and there cannot be any errors. The success rate was not low though, it was more than 80%. Strength chi GU was only a rank 3 GU. Fang Yuan spent many days and nights, staying in the secret room without any rest, using his rich experience and calm attitude to successfully refine the strength chi GU. In his previous life, only after 200 years did this recipe become popular among recipe masters, and become publicly known. As for now, the recipe master that created this was not even born yet. Of course nobody knew about it. There is no need to continue. I surrender. Knowing that Fang Yuan had the strength chi GU, Zhu Kai Bei lost his will to fight, surrendering. With this GU, Fang Yuan had a strong long-range attacking method. Close range, long range, being extremely strong at both. This was the way of the true ancient strength path. Zhu Kai Bei could no longer get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. In contrast, Fang Yuan had many ways to finish him. The attack of the 8 phantoms, Zhu Kai Bei did not want to experience it again. Of course, Zhu Kai Bei knew the weakness of the strength chi GU very clearly. It expended a lot of primeval essence. 5% of snow silver primeval essence was needed to contain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms would amount to 40%. Even in Fang Yuan's peak state, having 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this was only in theory. In a real battle, Fang Yuan needed to use his movement GU, defense GU, all-out effort GU, and others. His primeval essence would be expended in more ways, and the number of times he could use the 8 phantoms would only be once. Such a move could not be used easily, because of the great consumption. If it bore no results, the GU master would be weakening himself. Thus, Fang Yuan left it to the end. After Zhu Kai Bei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Such an attitude was captured by Fang Yuan, thus he managed to injure him heavily. When GU masters battle, they use GU worms, but the person himself was still the key. Once a person reveals a flaw, that would be the greatest loophole. At this time, the hosting GU master came up and announced the result. Zhu Kai Bei admitted defeat. Many people could not accept this. Fang Zheng really shot through the sky. The world is changing, the world is changing. Zhu Kaibei was called, half the sky of the battle stage, but now this sky could not contain Fang Yuan anymore. After this battle, Fang Yuan's reputation tore through the sky. Chapter 321, Shang Clan City Uproar. Despite using rank 3 peak stage cultivation against a rank 4, Fang Zheng still won. Not only did he overcome the odds, he even defeated such a strong expert like Zhu Kaibei. He is truly a promising young man. This is no doubt a grand victory. Zhu Kaibei even used his killer move Jin Transformation, but was still beaten till he sprawled on the ground by Fang Zheng, forced to admit defeat. The attack of the 8 Beast Phantoms is truly terrifying. To think Fang Zheng had the strength Qi Jiyu, he is too lucky. I heard this Jiyu was a prized treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people talked in their free time, discussing the battle of Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei. At a point where both were at their peak, defeating a rank 4 with rank 3 cultivation was truly spectacular. There was almost 1,000 spectators at the battle stage. Everyone watched the whole process. Fang Yuan won fair and square. There was no trickery or schemes. He completely dominated Zhu Kaibei through pure strength. As for the origin of the strength Qi Jiyu, Fang Yuan gave out fake news and caused everyone's guesses to link to Jiyu clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Zheng is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had gained everyone's recognition. Lord Fang Zheng is truly awe-inspiring. Zhu Kaibei's era has ended. A few female Jiyu masters said with shining eyes. The newer generation replaces the old. As Zhu Kaibei topples, it all contributes to Fang Zheng's reputation. Some old Jiyu masters exclaimed, feeling the rise of a new era. Fang Zheng defeated Zhu Kaibei. I wonder if he can defeat Yan Tu. If he beats Yan Tu as well, he would be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he defends his position for 18 battles, he would become an external elder of Shang clan. This battle created trembles in the battle stage. The old structure was torn down, and a new force emerged. People started to look at Fang Yuan's future, feeling excitement and anticipation. Shang clan had not gotten an external elder for over 10 years. If Fang Yuan defeated Zhu Kaibei with a mild advantage, and had a tough time, their expectations might not have been so great. But after Fang Yuan displayed overwhelming strength that crushed Zhu Kaibei, they started to analyze. Fang Zheng has the all-out effort Jiyu, bitter strength Jiyu, self-reliance Jiyu, and strength Qi Jiyu. Even an ancient strength path Jiyu master could only reach this level. The all-out effort Jiyu allows his attacks to be ferocious and dominating. The bitter strength Jiyu allows him to get stronger as he battles. Paired with the self-reliance Jiyu, it was simply perfection. The strength Qi Jiyu allows him to have a strong long-range attack, and completely eliminates his weakness. The scene of the 8 Beast Phantoms attacking together is simply terrifying. This is Fang Zheng's killer move. Zhu Kaibei's loss was no fluke. Although he is rank 4 and had the advantage of cultivation, the strength path has little use for primeval essence, limiting that advantage he had. Furthermore, Fang Zheng's Jiyu worms are simply too good. They form into a powerful set, and are all closely related together. Zhu Kaibei probably admitted defeat after being disheartened. How can a person's luck and encounters be this good? Fang Zheng's luck is off the charts. He had only been in Shang Clan City for a few years, yet he is already this developed. His Jiyu set is so strong, enough for him to spread his name in the southern border and gain his own title. He already has it. Many people are calling him and Bai Ning Bing the Black and White Demons. But even more people are calling Fang Zheng the Little Beast King. Fang Yuan controlled the 8 Beast Phantoms, and had a ferocious battle style, charging and crashing. The title of Little Beast King suited him well. As for why he is not called Beast King, that is because Beast King is already an established demonic Jiyu master. He occupied Bai Shou Mountain, using the 100 beasts as his army, and was a rank 5 Jiyu master, unreasonable, ruthless and evil. He was a troublesome person for both the righteous and demonic faction. Fang Yuan was still rank 3 peak stage, although he defeated Zhu Kaibei and gained fame overnight. He was still very far from being at the level of Beast King, who was a rank 5 Jiyu master. From another aspect, people calling him Little Beast King meant that they are thinking highly of Fang Yuan and his future. I am looking forward to his battle stage defending battles. Every dominating expert's defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yong used rank 3 middle stage cultivation, even weaker than Fang Zheng now, to dominate the battle stage. Every one of his battles was a classic, a senior GU master recalled. Soon, many people started discussing Fang Yuan's future prospects. At this point, how many are Fang Zheng's match? Zhu Kaibei, Yan Tu, oh right, and Bai Ningbing. But, Zhu Kaibei had already lost his Jin mind to Fang Zheng. He was really ruthless. Among Jin body, Jin heart, and Jin mind was the hardest to obtain. Without it, Zhu Kaibei's killer move is not complete. To Fang Zheng, that is one less threat. Yan Tu is now Fang Zheng's greatest competitor. He and Zhu Kaibei were each half the sky of the battle stage. His strength is no joke. But Fang Zheng is able to defeat Zhu Kaibei, and has the strength Qi Jiu to eliminate his weakness. There is a high chance of defeating Yan Tu. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing as well. Bai Ningbing is not to be underestimated. After she lost to Yan Tu, during her next match, she had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 at this age, what sort of talent is that? But she and Fang Zheng have a deep relationship. She might admit defeat when they meet to help Fang Zheng. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan staying at Nanchu Garden together was no secret. Many people guessed that they had already done intimate acts. But then, just as the discussions were at their peak, Fang Yuan suddenly announced he was retiring from the battle stage. Once news got out, everyone was shocked. Why did Fang Zheng give up such a good chance? External elder after dominating the battle stage, it is right before him. Many people sighed in pity. Are there any hidden circumstances? The demonic GU masters started guessing. Could it be, Shang clan does not want external elders anymore, and forced Fang Zheng to give up? Demonic GU masters often lacked a sense of security. Or is it that Shang clan wants to revise their policy, and remove the external elder position? Suspicion caused many to become uncertain. Shang clan's recruitment of demonic GU masters as their external elder was the only case in Southern Border. In Southern Border, many clans have battle stages. The largest and most popular battle stage lies in the number 1 clan of the Southern Border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for their own clansmen, rarely for outsiders. Shang clan's external elder policy became extremely popular as a result, attracting numerous talents. Even when they traded outside, many demonic GU masters do not rob the Shang clan caravans. That is because of the external elder policy, and these demonic GU masters needed a backup plan for themselves. Shang Yanfei felt something amiss, and quickly clarified the issue. Although he had secretly used the 2 pawns Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu to control the battle stage, such a thing cannot be exposed. Shang Yanfei's authority quickly caused this matter to close. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan announced in public, he was going to assist Shang Xinxi and help her ascend to the position of young master. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted from the battle stage to the young master competition. Because Shang Yazi's fake accounting was exposed, his young master position was revoked and there was a spot empty now. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were looking at this position with extreme greed. I heard long ago, this Fang Zheng is loyal and righteous. He had his life principles, repaying a drop of water received in need with a spring, and exacting revenge for hatred 100 times over. He truly is responsible. Someone praised him. In order to assist Shang Xinxi to attain the position of young master, he even gave up the identity of external clan elder that was in sight. This is truly, some people could not understand. Maybe he and Shang Xinxi has some underground relationship. If it was me, I would make such a sacrifice too. That is possible. Wait. If that's the case, what about Bai Ningbing? People had their gossiping nature, and it spread like wildfire. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinxi's triangle relationship become a hot topic. Soon after, in a few days' time, Bai Ningbing also retired from the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also went to assist Shang Xinxi. Someone exclaimed, "What has this world become? Nobody wants to be an external elder." Some people's worldview were tarnished. Bai Ningbing has great courage, reluctant to let him go. For love, she decided to interfere. Actually, the three of them and their intertwined relationship begun the moment they met. Rumors started to spread again. Countless scenarios were conjured by the people. There were even plays and dramas appearing in Shang Clan City depicting the triangle relationship of Fang, Bai and Shang. And it was selling like hotcakes. Forget these details. but Fang and Bai's change in position did successfully make Xianxia the center of attention. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage, a rank 4 GU master was a clan leader. In middle or small-sized clans, although Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage, his battle strength was on par with rank 4 GU masters. Once he becomes rank 4, who can imagine how strong he would become? They were both very young, and had room to grow, thus there were a lot of positive remarks about them. Getting 2 experts' help, Xianxia immediately became the second most popular person vying for the young master position. Before her, people thought that the person with the highest hope of becoming a young master was Shang Yifan. After Fang and Bai assisted her, the situation changed, and it became a contest between the two sides. Shang Yifan was not tall, in fact he was slightly short. Eagle nose and tiny eyes, he had a sharp gaze. Xianxia, he sat on the wooden chair in his study room, muttering as his gaze shifted uncertainly when thinking about this person. Before him was one person. It was none other than Xianxia. Little brother Yifan, I am here to help you. Xianxia has Fang and Bai's help, she will be your biggest competitor. Especially that Fang Zheng, you have to be careful, he is scheming and devious, he caused my downfall. Xianxia gritted his teeth and spoke. Chapter 322, Competitive Pressure. Xianxia said, I lost, but I have not failed completely yet. Father sent me to the slave capturing group for 3 years, but after 3 years, I will be back. But before that, I have some things to give you. Saying so, Xianxia passed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan took the documents and gave them a look. The documents contained Xianxia's secret assets, his spies and some close aides. Brother Yazi, this is, Shang Yifan gave a shocked expression. Brother Yifan, you are the person most likely to become young master among our siblings. I will lend you a hand here and hope you manage to win. As for these resources, feel free to use them. After 3 years, I will be back, just return them to me then. Xianxia sighed. He was forced to train in the slave capturing group, he could not bring his servants and subordinates along. He was not going there to enjoy, but to be punished. Now that he lost his young master identity, these forces would collapse eventually, he might as well hand them to Shang Yifan while he still had the power and let him take care of them. After 3 years, Xianxia will return, and would not have to restart all over again. Shang Yifan quickly stood up, cupping his fists, I will not forget brother Yazi's help. In the future, if I become young master, I will repay you tenfold. Sigh, we are brothers, there is no need to talk about repayment. He. Although he said so, Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. After they conversed, Shang Yifan sent Xianxia to the door as he left. Seeing he had left, Shang Yifan's smile turned cold. Xianxia, what a great plan you have, wanting me to preserve your forces for you. Then I shall use this opportunity to take over all of your assets and absorb them, this is called borrowing without returning. He knew Xianxia's plan from the start. 3 years, many things can happen in 3 years, do you still think you have a chance? Naive. Such naivety, no wonder Fang and Bai tricked you. You are a disgrace to us Shang clan. Shang Yifan laughed, but thinking of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his expression turned dark. Xianxia, he kept muttering her name. As Xianxia fell, he thought this young master position was in the bag. But to think Xianxia appeared out of nowhere and became his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes squinted, as he analyzed to himself with shining eyes, Xianxia's greatest advantage is father's affection. Father dotes on her more than his other children combined. But there are clan rules, as everyone competes for the young master position openly, father would not be able to cheat blatantly. In fact, because of Lord Father's favor, it caused our other siblings to have ill feelings towards Xianxia, or even hostility. Xianxia's greatest advantage is also her greatest weakness. Xianxia's second advantage is her actual strength, that is Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing. These two are truly, thinking of the two, Shang Yifan's face showed strange, envious, jealous, and unbelievable expressions. These two, I don't know what they are after. They rejected the role of external elder to help Xianxia. This feeling is like someone giving up on a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. How did Xianxia convince them? Her luck is really good, easily getting these two strong generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fang Zheng can even defeat Zhu Kaibei. She gained 2 GU masters with rank 4 battle strength just like this. Even their eldest brother Shangchu Niu did not have a rank 4 subordinate. Among the 10 current young masters, only the young clan leader Shang Tuohai had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But those 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuohai's private force, but sent by the clan to assist him. As the young clan leader, Shang Tuohai controlled a caravan. When he traded outside, he needed sufficient strength to deal with all sorts of situations. But now, Shang Xinxi was not even a young master, yet she already possesses the help of 2 rank 4 experts. This situation caused many of Shang Yanfei's children to feel jealousy and fear. But, even with help from those 2, so what? The position of young master belongs to me. Shang Yifan licked his lips. As he thought of something, his spirit was lifted. At the same time, at Nanchu Garden, Shang clan has a complex and complete system of clan rules. Especially the part on successors, the rules are extremely rigid. Wei Yong stood beside Fang and Bai, in front of Shang Xinxi, as he explained. If Lady Xinxi wants to ascend to young master, you will have to pass the Shang clan test. This test is a tradition, and there is only one type of test, which is trading. Shang clan used trade to flourish. The development of Shang clan cannot be separated from business. When Shang clan chooses a new young master, they would test their business skills. Do not look down on trading, thinking this is only a method to earn money. Trading can assess a successor's qualities, as many problems often occur when you do trade. The test is on your intelligence and planning, how you adapt to situations, your cultivation strength, and others. The clan will give any competing children a startup fund of 100,000 primeval stones. 3 months later, whoever earns the most would become the new young master. Wei Yong was clear of the clan's rules. Then, how much do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. The Shang clan young master competition was well known in the city, the entire Shang clan placed great attention on it. Fang Yuan knew that he had to follow the rules here. Normally, as long as Lady Xinxi has around 300,000 by the end of the 3 months, she would eliminate most of her competitors. If she has 600,000, there would be a high chance of winning. 7 to 800,000 is the first-class result of previous year's assessments. But, here, Wei Yong paused. This time, among the competitors, there is one whose mother is Lord Clan Leader's cousin. In Shang Clan, he has a rather big force. He is called Shang Yifan, the most favored competitor in this young master competition. With his mother helping him secretly, he would at least have 600,000 at the end. If you want to beat him, Lady Xinxi would need even better results. Shang Yifan would have at least 600,000, thus to get the young master position, Shang Xinxi would need to get first-class results. But Shang Xinxi had no authority or force in Shang clan. Her mother was even a Zhang clansman, causing her political weakness. She would not receive any help unlike Shang Yifan. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but as the clan leader, he cannot side with her openly. Thus, the pressure on her was extremely high now. After Wei Yong finished speaking, he looked at Shang Xinxi worriedly. He knew that earning 7 to 800,000 was usually due to special circumstances. Very few young masters in the previous years could achieve this. This needed talent, help, and more so, luck. Originally, Shang Yanfei did not expect Shang Xinxi to vie for the young master position so quickly. It was all due to Fang and Bai influencing her. After Shang Xinxi heard Wei Yang's words, she was quiet for a while before asking, "May I know, what was the best result in Shang Clan City's history?" Wei Yong was stunned. Of course it exceeded 800,000, reaching 900,000. But very little people in history manage this, the total is less than 20. Our current young clan leader Shang Tuohai only got to 890,000, and that caused a huge commotion already. But your father, back then, he reached 920,000. Just this alone, it went into Shang clan's historical records. As he spoke, Wei Yong paused again. But, the best result in Shang clan history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Guikai, having a monstrous talent, but unfortunately he was a 10 extreme physique. 920,000, 1,110,000, Shang Xinxi listened as her eyes glowed brightly, as she clenched her fists tightly. She had great talent in doing business. Although Fang Yuan greatly encouraged her for this competition, she was a willing participant herself, and was not forced to do so. Seeing Shang Xinxi's expression, Wei Yong felt assured. "All right, I have to go." But before that, I'll give you some advice. Shang clan's entire attention is on this competition. Do not try to take shortcuts or loopholes, and violate the rules. Trust your brother Wei. All those who tried cheating in the past had never succeeded. Young masters were the future of Shang clan. It was extremely important and no mistakes could be tolerated. Xianxia Zi was a young master, but because of one fake accounting, he was exiled. It shows how much importance Shang clan places on the young masters and their actions. Shang Yi Fan had his mother's clan's backing, but they could only help him within the boundaries of the rules. They did not dare to cheat. Soon after, Wei Yong gave a few more heartfelt advice before leaving Nanchu Garden. He was an important elder of the clan, and was Shang Yanfei's aide. According to rules, he should avoid meeting them. But he still entered and left Nanchu Garden, explaining so much for Shang Xinxi. It showed how much of a friend he was. Brother Wei is taking on a lot of pressure for us. We cannot trouble him any further. Shang Xinxi said. Fang Yuan remained silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. Earning 6 times the initial amount in 3 months of business, it is easier said than done. Although she was a natural genius, she had zero talent towards trading and business, feeling extremely troubled now. But Shang Xinxi's eyes shone as she smiled, saying confidently, actually I have a good plan. As long as we succeed, I'm sure we can earn 600,000. Oh, what plan? Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xinxi looked deeply at Fang Yuan, stating her plan. I got my inspiration from Brother He Tu's battles when I went to watch him in the battle stage. We can do business regarding intel. Selling information. Bai Ningbing frowned. Chapter 323. Start of Three Kings' Inheritance. That's right, information business. Shang clan's battle stage has over 100 battles daily. There are so many opportunities hidden in the battle stage that we can use. I've thought about it. We can collect the GU master information of the battle stage participants, and sell them. We can hire a few famous people to do predictions before a battle, and critique after the battle, and so on. Shang Xinxi smiled as she answered. Brilliant. Bai Ningbing cheered. This idea was ingenious. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles. She knew deeply how brilliant this idea was. Immediately, she knew this idea could bring in huge profits for them. Even Fang Yuan looked at her in surprise. He has thought of this idea in his previous life, even using it in Wu Clan. Wu Clan's battle stage was grander and had an even livelier atmosphere. Fang Yuan's idea created a huge commotion and earned him lots of money every day. But not long after, Wu Clan interfered, and all sorts of competition and suppression came. In just a few months, his profits sank and his business was forced to close after half a year. Fang Yuan reflected. He was able to come up with this idea because of his memories of Earth. But Shang Xinxi being able to think of that as a native was extremely impressive. It showed her superior talent in business and trade. Although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xinxi gritted her teeth. Does Brother He Tu think this idea is bad? The idea is good, but it won't work. Xinxi, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xinxi deeply. Shang Xinxi smiled gently. My life was saved by Brother He Tu. What is there not to trust? Bai Ningbing snickered in her heart, but remained silent. She was an insider. Along the way, she was extremely clear. Shang Xinxi's misery was single-handedly caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Since you trust me, listen to me. We just need 20 days to triple your primeval stones. Really? Shang Xinxi expressed her curiosity. Then I will listen to brother's instructions. What scheme is he coming up with this time? Who is he planning to harm? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan with the corner of her eye, guessing in her heart. Sancha Mountain, situated in the middle of Zuo clan's Langzan Mountain, and Che clan's Feilai Mountain. Zuo clan and Che clan, the former had 600 years of history, while the latter had 580. The two were enemies, centuries of hatred and grudge, causing the two clans to be mortal enemies. For the past 100 years, the two clans were expanding, and in order to occupy Sancha Mountain, they fought. On the mountain waste of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle had occurred, and it was nearing the end. Blood flowed on the ground, as tens of GU master corpses laid on the ground. There were 7 people still standing. 3 from Zuo clan, 4 from Che clan. Zuo clan elder Zuo Wu Sheng's chest had a deep hole, as blood flowed out. He pressed down on his injury as he stood in front of Zuo Chanyu, with a solemn expression. Big Missy, leave now, we will block them. Zuo Chanyu was Zuo clan leader's eldest daughter. having a great aptitude and was the future hope of Zuo clan. She was young and pretty, rank 3 middle stage cultivation before even 20 years old, she could not afford to die here. Elder Wu Sheng. Zuo Chanyu showed deep hesitation and dismay. Want to leave? Dream on. Che clan elder Che Yuyin sneered as he walked out. Old man Wu Sheng, to think this day would come. He. Today, I will make sure all 3 of you die without a proper burial. His killing intent burst out. But after saying so, he instructed a young female GU master beside him, Shang you have an injury on you, later when we fight, stay back and keep a lookout for us. Che Chao Shang instantly frowned. Father, I only have a slight injury, it is no matter. I want to fight beside you. She was very worried. Zuo Wu Sheng was her father's rival for tens of years, they were about the same strength. Although Zuo Wu Sheng was injured, it would not be easy to kill him, his dying counterattack would be terrifying. Nonsense. Che Yuyin chided. Be obedient and listen to father, this is an order. Che Chao Shang pouted, about to rebuke, but suddenly heard a laugh. Ha ha ha, he, hoo. This was a weird laugh, making someone feel an evil wind blowing when they heard it. Following this laughter, someone appeared on a mountain rock. This person was extremely handsome, wearing a flowery robe that had pink butterflies. He wore a floral crown on his head, and there was a red flower ball sewn onto the crown. As he laughed, the ball vibrated, causing him to look like an extremely hilarious clown. But be it Zuo Wu Sheng or Che Yuyin, when they saw him, there was no laughter but intense fear instead. Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman. Kong Ri Tian. The two spoke out, revealing his identity. This moment, the other people's expressions also changed. Especially Zuo Chanyu and Che Chao Shang, their faces went pale and they became extremely nervous. This Kong Ri Tian was a demonic GU master, having a vile reputation. He loved to wear a flower robe that had pink butterflies, thus he was called Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth is, he was a serial rapist, targeting virgin women. He was extremely hated by everyone, and thus was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. Once he appeared, the battle situation changed. Zuo clan and Che clan were at their wits' end, their main fighter Che Yuyin and Zuo Wu Sheng were injured, and only had rank 3 cultivation. Ha ha ha, he, hoo, that is right, I am Kong Ri Tian. Although he was exposed, Pink Butterfly Gentleman was extremely happy, laughing in that weird manner again. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve, and injected his primeval essence, causing a flower petals to rain on the battlefield. The pink petals turned into butterflies, flying in the air. At once, fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Zuo clan and Che clan quickly defended and unleashed their abilities. Kong Ri Tian used this opportunity to attack, causing the flower rain to intensify as his body moved around quickly. After 8 to 9 rounds, Kong Ri Tian's body flashed, as he retreated and left the battlefield. He retreated. That was close. Che Yuyin and Zuo Wu Sheng sighed together, but their expressions changed soon. My dear Chan Yu, Chao Shang, scoundrel, release my daughter. The two elders were burning with anger. Ha ha ha, he, hoo, Kong Ri Tian laughed, as two ladies were on his left and right hand respectively. It was Che Chao Shang and Zuo Chanyu, having fallen unconscious as they were captured by him during the chaotic battle. Kong Ri Tian specialized in dealing with female GU masters. Great rewards today, to think I'd find two beauties here. Ha ha ha, he, hoo. Kong Ri Tian was extremely satisfied, when suddenly a change occurred. The entire Xianxia mountain started trembling, as mountain rocks fell due to the tremors. What is going on? What in the world is happening? As everyone shouted in shock, 3 light pillars burst out from the 3 mountain peaks of Sanchan Mountain. 3 giant light pillars, yellow, blue, and red extended all the way into the sky, above the clouds. At this point, a voice was heard among all present on Sancha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, regardless of righteous or demonic, only fate matters. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Even Kong Ri Tian forgot the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance, it is actually the 3 kings' inheritance. Everyone reacted and showed an extremely excited expression. 3 kings' inheritance, oh god, all 3 kings were rank 5 GU masters, this is their inheritance, this is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, in Shang Clan City, Nanchu Garden, study room. Placing a document lightly on the table, Brilliance shone across Fang Yuan's eyes. Three Kings' inheritance has finally opened. Looking at the date, it was the same as his previous life. This shows that in this world, even though rebirth can alter history, significant events cannot be changed easily. Now that the Three Kings' inheritance has opened, I have little time left. Once Xianxia becomes the young master, I will have to set off. Fang Yuan felt an urge in his heart, he needed to act faster. The Three Kings' inheritance was different from ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and white bone inheritance he took previously were only one inheritance each. But this time, it was three collective inheritances in one place. If he could obtain all three, Fang Yuan's strength would increase by many times, and the rank 4 GU worms he needed would be mostly filled. At least before rank 5, he would not need to worry about resources anymore. But the Three Kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance, it was dangerous. There were many dog groups inside, and many checkpoints to pass through. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and only after half a year did someone reach the end and obtain the inheritance. Thus, there was no point in going at the moment. News of the Three Kings' inheritance cannot be hidden. How can those three pillars reaching into the sky be concealed? Fang Yuan knew these three pillars were the inheritance entrance. But to enter, there were certain requirements. Now, I can finally mass purchase dog enslavement GU, paper crane GU, and exploding egg GU. Fang Yuan analyzed. Before this, although he had cash on hand, he secretly bought the three types of GU in the market. He had a vigilant nature, he did not go all in. Only when the news of the Three Kings' inheritance was released, he knew the time was ripe. Bulk purchase. 5 days later, Fang Yuan bought a large number of rank 1 dog enslavement GU, rank 2 paper crane GU, and rank 1 exploding egg GU. Not only Xianxia's 100,000 primeval stones, but also the 300,000 he had just gotten from Bai clan. Fang Yuan had once extorted 3 million primeval stones from Bai clan, they had paid almost half of it already. Adding in Bai Ningbing's money, Fang Yuan's purchasing plan was a big success. Chapter 324, Earning a Fortune. Xianxia used all her funds to buy these 3 GU worms. In the study room, Shang Yifan was holding onto a piece of paper. This document was sent over by his mother. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin, she had great influence and many informants. Rank 1 dog enslavement GU, rank 2 paper crane GU, and rank 1 exploding egg GU, what use do they have? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not arrive at an explanation. I heard Xianxia gave the entire 100,000 to Fang Zheng. Although Fang Zheng is strong in battle, I've never heard of his talent in business. Randomly purchasing like this would only cause harm to himself. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although he did not have high cultivation, he had trained his own ability in doing business, he had great understanding of the market. Generally speaking, buying GU worms in bulk like this, any experienced trader would not choose such a method. Because this investment had no prospects. But as Shang Yifan continued thinking, the uneasiness in his heart did not go away. He felt that he had missed something, as if there was a deep scheme behind this nonsensical bulk purchase. At this moment, the old steward reported outside the door, "Young master, something huge has occurred, I need to report to you." "Oh, please come on, old Zhang." Shang Yifan quickly asked him to come in. This old Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, able to hold his own and had great experience. Shang Yifan could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had also instructed him to be courteous to old Zhang and seek advice from him to learn more about trading. Old Zhang walked in, his expression solemn. "Young Master Yifan, things are not looking good. There are news from Sancha Mountain that someone had discovered the correct method to enter the inheritance. Although the Three Kings' inheritance opened earlier, separated into 3 pillars of yellow, blue and red light, there were special criteria set by the inheritance and nobody could enter. During these few days, after many people experimented and tested, they finally found the way to enter the Three Kings' inheritance ground." Hearing old Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed intense curiosity. "Oh, what does one have to do to enter the Three Kings' inheritance?" "Wait, don't tell me." Suddenly his expression changed, as he stared intently at that document on the table. He thought of a possibility, as he slowly stood up. Old Zhang laughed bitterly. "Young Master Yifan guessed it, that is correct, to enter the inheritance, 3 different GU are needed. To enter the yellow pillar, the inheritance of King Quan, a GU master needs to refine the rank 1 dog enslavement GU. To enter the blue pillar, King Shin's inheritance, the GU master needs to have paper crane GU. If they want to enter the red pillar, King Bao's inheritance, they will need at least 1 exploding egg GU. How can this be? Shang Yi Fan screeched. He fell on his seat, dejected. He finally understood why Fang and Bai bought these 3 GU in bulk, so this was the reason. Right now, news of the 3 kings' inheritance had spread all over the southern border. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 GU masters together, who knows how many people would gain interest and want to go and get their share of the pie. But to enter it, one needs at least 1 of those 3 GU. But right now, in Shang Clan City, all of these 3 GU belong to Shang Xin. As long as one is not a fool, they can imagine how much profits she can earn by sell those GU worms. Shang Yi Fan was not stupid, in fact he was smart, at least more than Shang Yazi. Where did they get such information? And so precise? No, now is not the time for that, it is no longer important. More importantly, how am I going to stop them? An eerie light continued to flash in Shang Yi Fan's eyes, as he concentrated and thought. But a moment later, he showed despair and helplessness. There was no way. Shang Xin did an excellent job here. It was a very normal investment, but because of the 3 kings' inheritance, it became a completely different story. When they purchased the GU, Shang Xin used way more than 100,000 primeval stones, but that was not against the rules, at most it was a curveball. As long as they can earn primeval stones, and calculate her profits based on her initial capital, there was no problems. If Shang Yi Fan wanted to find problems here, he had no reason to. That is because he also borrowed forces from his mother, such as old Zhang. To speak the truth, his curveball was way worse than Shang Xin's. Young Master Yi Fan, the other party had the most accurate information this time. After they deal, their capital can at least triple. We cannot find any problems with them, nor can we use any underhanded means. We have to use our remaining time and do our own business. With Madame's influence in the city, in 3 months, you will have at least 600,000. Young Master, we can still win. Old Zhang explained. Yes, we can only hope so. Shang Yi Fan breathed out deeply, but the worry in his heart did not go away. Regarding the young master competition, this was just the start, but he had already received such a surprise. Who knows what might happen later on? The confident Shang Yi Fan started to become doubtful. 3 kings, they referred to King Quan, King Xin, and King Bao. Their origins were traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang Clan. Wang Clan was exterminated by their mortal enemy Wu Clan 1, but they missed out 3 children from Wang Clan. These 3 children, 2 males and 1 female. The eldest was 8, he would become the future King Quan. The youngest was 5, he was King Bao. As for the female, the future King Xin, she was only 6 at the time. Wu Clan was busy absorbing their remnant forces, to completely digest their gains from Wang Clan. What could 3 children do? They were not even GU masters, thus they did not bother with the children, only sending out an arrest warrant and forgot about them. The person sent to kill them was also a lazy man, he picked 3 kids to kill, faking that he had completed his mission and returned. Thus, the 3 children were unintentionally saved. They experienced hardship, suffering, and barely stayed alive. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred for Wu Clan deepened. But after Wu Clan absorbed Wang Clan, they got much stronger, and was a large clan that owned 3 mountains. After years of operating, their forces were even more deep-rooted. The 3 kings were alone, not even given the chance to awaken their aperture. It was an impossible dream for them to take revenge on Wu Clan. But life was uncertain, and fate worked in mysterious ways. You can never know what your fate might be in the future. During one time when they risked their lives, collecting herbs on the mountain to sustain their livelihood, the 3 were thrown into an ancient inheritance ground. This was not an ordinary inheritance, it was left behind by a mysterious ranked 6 GU immortal. The 3 kings thus experienced a change in fate. They each inherited a portion of the ranked 6 GU immortal's inheritance, and worked hard to cultivate for nearly 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they all got to rank 5, they felt that the time was ripe, and thus, left the inheritance grounds to exact revenge on Wu Clan. At that time, Wu Clan was at the peak of their development. The three kings did not use any schemes or plot, but went straight to their doorsteps. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 GU master. How could he endure the assault of 3 rank 5 GU masters? Especially when these 3 rank 5 GU masters inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan summoned his army of hounds. As he waved his hand, it was a mighty army. The hound groups were like the sea, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xin was speedy and agile, moving like a specter. She killed all of Wu clan's higher-ups, causing them to have no leaders and fall into chaos. King Bao was violent and direct. Once he attacked, it shocked the heavens, as he triggered the explosion of the mountain rocks. The strong and invincible Wu clan was exterminated by the 3 kings in 3 days. The 3 mountains, spirit springs were destroyed, as corpses lined the mountain trails, blood pouring on the ground. It was a grotesque sight. Wu clan was completely wiped out, but the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to do so for the sake of revenge. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life had lost its meaning. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. As a clan, no matter how strong they were, could not defend against true experts. They started living in seclusion, no longer coming out. They vanished like 3 shooting stars. After causing the huge event in southern border, they disappeared quickly, never to be heard from again. Nobody knows what happened to the 3 kings after that, until recently, when their inheritance appeared. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement GU. With them, one can enslave myriad beast kings, and command an army, conquering the world. King Xin is most skilled at refining GU. She developed a unique set of GU worms from the common rank 2 paper crane GU, allowing her to easily get information. It was because of her that King Quan and King Bao found out the security loophole in Wu clan village. She was a huge factor in eliminating Wu clan. And there is King Bao. His temper was like fire. Every time he attacked, it would cause huge explosions that shook the lands. His power is wild and overbearing. Whoever receives his inheritance would be able to stomp on the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Getting 1 would allow one to rise to power, 2 would allow them to leave their names in history, and 3 would breed the ultimate overlord. This is a huge opportunity. I will not be satisfied unless I try my best. I have to hurry there. If I am late, and others get it, I would regret it for life. As news of the entry method of the 3 kings' inheritance got out, many people went wild in Shangclan City. I want to buy the exploding egg GU. I want the paper crane GU. I want dog enslavement GU, paper crane GU, and exploding egg GU. What? Why are these GU so expensive? The prices are 3 times as before. Tisk, get lost if you're poor. There are lots of people waiting to buy. Damn it, I'll buy it. I want to buy, I have to buy it. Numerous people gritted their teeth, scolding the unscrupulous merchant under their breaths, but still took out their hard-earned money in great pain. Chapter 325, Immortal's Blessed Land. During these last 10 days, we earned 20,000 on average a day. In total, the initial 100,000 had already tripled. We have 300,000 now. Holding onto the account book in her hand, Xianxia was surprised and delighted. 10 days into the young master competition, Xianxia had already tripled the initial capital in her hands. She immediately pulled apart from her competitors. 300,000, and this is only the amount earned from the young master's capital. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested much into this. Right now they earned a fortune. Fang Yuan's primeval elder GU was no longer enough. As he bought 2 more, his total asset had reached 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing also earned a lot. Xianxia's servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with a colorful gaze. They knew that this amazing result was all due to Fang Yuan. A good start was half the success. The 2 servants were doubtful of Xianxia competing for the young master position, but now they had much more confident. But, how did Fang Yuan know such accurate information about the 3 kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing sat at one side as she felt suspicion. The reason Fang Yuan was able to use this opportunity and earn this time was all due to the information he had. Does that mean Fang Yuan had some secret regarding the 3 kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, the truth shows that Fang Yuan was not simple at all. Although Bai Ningbing earned a lot as well, she felt a strong pressure in her heart. She had spent a lot of time with Fang Yuan. She found that often, Fang Yuan would bring her some surprise when she least expects it. Although he does not appear mysterious at all on the outside, He is, in fact, shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Precisely because she had spent so much time with him, she could feel this and experience how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He Tu, thank you so much this time. With this 300,000, I can better execute my plans now. Shang Xinxi smiled and said. But Fang Yuan waved his hand. No worries, Xinxi, you had a great idea, but it is very difficult to execute. He continued. A business that sells information in the battle stage is unlike as purchasing GU in bulk. This time, I struck when your competitors were caught off guard, but most important, it was because Xianxia Zi who controlled the shops was gone, and there was no one managing the Shang clan shops. Without a firm leader, even if others wanted to interfere, they could not do so, and could only watch us earn this profit. But an information business is different. To start this, not only do you have a great need for resources, you also need manpower and a huge network to assist you. Otherwise, your competitors will suppress and attempt to ruin your business. Our foundation is weak, we cannot afford any failed attempts. Once we invest in a business, it has to succeed. Thus, we need to make preparations. Shang Xinxi's expression turned solemn, nodding. Brother He Tu, you are right. But it has only been a few years since I came to Shang Clan City, I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan to help me. As for network, I barely have any contacts. Xiao Dai was a servant she brought over from Zhang Clan, she was loyal and now that she was nurtured as a GU master by Shang Xinxi, she had decent aptitude of B grade. As for Xiao Lan, she is a rank 3 healing GU master that Shang Yanfei sent to assist Shang Xinxi, she was reliable and trustworthy. Fang Yuan laughed. Xinxi, don't think too lowly of yourself. Shang Qiwen who controls the battle stage has a good relationship with you. We can relate to each other because we are girls. At the same time, an intel business helps her revenue, I believe she will not object. Shang Xinxi analyzed and said. Xinxi, I said I'd help you get the young master position, I have my plans, and ample confidence of winning. No need to worry, just do what I say, there is a high chance of winning. Fang Yuan reassured, I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinxi laughed, replying with no hesitation. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, his strategizing posture gave Shang Xinxi a strong sense of security. Xinxi, firstly, you have to recruit people. If you want to do this business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. He needs to have rank 3 cultivation and must be able to hold his own, being experienced and capable at trading. I have already found such a person, his name is Zhou Quan, he was a shopkeeper under Xianxia Zi. Fang Yuan continued to plan. Shang Xinxi was slightly dejected. Zhou Quan. I know him, but he is a rank 3 GU master, he is arrogant and proud. He was once Zhou Clan's clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But after there was an internal strife, and the clan got slaughtered by demonic GU masters, he escaped with heavy injuries, thus only having rank 3 upper stage cultivation left. He takes care of the shops and always has the best performance among all the other shopkeepers. But even Xianxia Zi could not get his loyalty, such a person, I am afraid. Fang Yuan waved his hand, how would you know if you don't try? Xinxi, you have to become confident, trust me, you have a unique charisma. In the future, many people will serve you willingly and fight for you. Zhou Quan is a difficult target, you might not succeed, but as long as you display your sincerity, your hard work will definitely pay off. Yes, Brother He Tu, I will work hard. Shang Xinxi clenched her fists. Fang Yuan nodded. Good, then go ahead. Not longer after Shang Xinxi left, Wei Yong arrived at Nanchu Garden. Fang Yuan attended to him at the lake pavilion. I understand why Brother Wei is here, please take a seat. Saying so, Fang Yuan poured Wei Yong a cup of tea. Wei Yong laughed. Brother Fang Zheng is wise, then please tell me about it. Fang Yuan used the 3 kings' inheritance to earn a fortune, it was all because he had secret information about it in advance. Shang Yanfei was no fool, he immediately knew Fang Yuan possessed valuable information. The 3 kings' inheritance was the largest event for the last 50 to 60 years. Right now, it had affected the entire southern border, and attracted the attention of many forces. But because in the southern border's mountain terrain, danger lurked everywhere, it was not easy to get to the inheritance ground. Even so, many clans, as long as they could, sent out their respective groups of GU masters. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 GU masters, even the super-class Shang clan would be moved. My information came from Baijiu Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the Three Kings' inheritance grounds, and gathered some information. The truth is, the Three Kings' inheritance ground they discovered now is an ancient Jiu Master's blessed land. Fang Yuan answered in a half-truth manner. His information was obviously not from Baijiu Mountain. But the information about the blessed land, it was true, he had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land. Hearing this phrase, a brilliant light flashed across Wei Yang's eyes. Blessed land, it is the land of blessings, the place of residence for Jiu masters after they become immortal. In the blessed land, the scenery is like a drawing, having a unique atmosphere and large amounts of treasure and precious materials. The primeval essence inside is often dozens of times thicker and denser than the outside world. A blessed land was an independent small world, a utopia, isolated from the world. The Jiu Immortal rules the land, and anyone who lives in it can experience serenity and happiness. Brother Fang Zheng, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became more anxious. He had to be serious. Rank 5 was mortal, rank 6 was immortal. Between rank 5 and 6, there was a qualitative difference that made them worlds apart. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Jiu masters could only pique Shang clan's interest. But if it involves the inheritance of a rank 6 Jiu immortal, then all of the super clans in the southern border would go crazy over it. The inheritance of a ranked 6 Jiu immortal was simply too valuable. It was so important that even those secluded ranked 6 Jiu immortals would appear one after another. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not sure about the exact details, but in Grey Bone Scholar's notes, that is what was written. He was not afraid of exposing this information earlier, because there was no bad consequences in doing so. According to his memories, in just a few days, people will start to develop an understanding of this. Anyway, after a short period, Shang clan would also learn of this. He might as well tell Wei Yong in advance to earn their trust. Brother Wei, calm down. Although this is a blessed land left by a ranked 6 Jiu immortal, it had long been degenerating. Right now, it is on the brink of collapsing. Back in the day, this blessed land was occupied by the 3 kings and they dug out all of the resources and treasures inside. Right now, the 3 kings used this blessed land to build their inheritances, causing the blessed land to feel even greater pressure. Eventually, it will face destruction, and vanish into thin air. Fang Yuan said slowly, Oh, is that so? Wei Yong blinked, as he rapidly processed the information. These were all recorded in Grey Bone Scholar's notes, but to ensure my safety, I had already destroyed all these documents, I cannot show them to you. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Brother, this is too big of a matter. It is not that I do not trust you, but I have to report to Lord Clan Leader, and let him decide. Wei Yong was solemn. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang clan wants to send out an exploration team, I have some information here that might be helpful. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the things inside the inheritance. Haha, in that case, I cannot let you lose out. Give a price. Wei Yong was in charge of Feng Yu Manor, and controlled intel in the city. Fang Yuan thought about it, and said 400,000. Wei Yong frowned. For information on the inheritance of a ranked 6 Jiu immortal, 400,000 is too little. But the reliability of the information has yet to be confirmed, I will pass you 400,000 first. After a while, when it is evaluated, no worries little brother, with your brother Wei here, you will not lose out. I am assured by brother Wei's words. Fang Yuan laughed. After getting this information, Shang Yanfei paid great attention to it, sending 3 teams to Xianxia Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders, it was a strong investment. A few days later, Fang Yuan received the compensation from Wei Yong regarding the information. The information he provided had helped Shang clan's teams greatly, and avoided many deaths. After getting the funds, Fang Yuan approached Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy sent by Wu clan. Right now he was inside 3rd Inner City battle stage, his identity was still a secret and nobody knew except Fang Yuan. I have some information about the 3 kings' inheritance, I am sure your Wu clan would be interested. Fang Yuan met with Li Ran in secret and immediately said. Chapter 326, Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. Days went by and with the news of the 3 kings' inheritance, a time of unrest began at Xianxia Mountain. Many formidable demonic Jiu masters, righteous Jiu masters and people of all occupations and goals rushed towards Xianxia Mountain. At first, Shang clan controlled the situation, continually sending reinforcements and tyrannically occupying the inheritance entrances, displaying their determination towards obtaining this inheritance. However, Wu clan moved and broke the blockade of Shang clan. After that, news continued to spread. The fact that the site of Three Kings' inheritance had been ranked 6 GU Immortal blessed land caused a huge uproar and countless people flocked towards Xianxia Mountain. Several other top-ranked clans were also alarmed by the news and dispatched groups of formidable GU masters one after another. With this, even Shang clan and Wu clan could not block the huge wave of people. Xianxia Mountain fell into chaos. There were casualties every day. To seize the chance to enter the inheritance, there were intense battles between righteous and demonic, demonic and demonic, righteous and righteous. Every change in the situation in Xianxia Mountain affected the hearts of many people. Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to this. After the inheritance opened, close to a month had passed. Some people already gained some benefits in the inheritance, stimulating the passion of many others to explore the inheritance. However, Fang Yuan did not care about these benefits. With the memories of his previous life, he knew that the true essence of Three Kings' inheritance lied in the depths of the inheritance ground. There were at least 100 barriers before one could reach there, and it was a time and energy-consuming process. Sometimes, people would be lost and trapped in fog, and not be able to find the exit. Sometimes, there would be attacks from dogs, and many GU masters would die under these dogs' sharp canine teeth. The Three Kings were demonic GU masters. This was a demonic inheritance. There were dangers lurking all over in demonic inheritances. In many cases, one needed to risk their lives to explore them. It is still too early to go to Xianxia Mountain, the time is not ripe yet. It is better to benefit from others' efforts and preserve my strength. When they remove the barriers and clear the obstacles, that will be the time I seize the rewards. For now, I should refine GU. Fang Yuan had already made a plan. The GU he was going to refine this time was none other than Liquor Worm. Rank 1 Liquor Worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 Flavors Liquor Worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 Eyes Liquor Worm could purify yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 5 Liquor Worm, however, did not exist. The recipe grandmaster who researched Liquor Worm's recipe had an outstanding talent, but he was killed by enemies when he was young and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented a possibility. There were many cases of geniuses who were killed before they matured. However, the current Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could already be said to have matured. Killing them would not be easy. After Fang Yuan fused Liquor Worm into 4 Flavors Liquor Worm, he had not used it and had only been raising it. It was because he had Bone Flesh Unity GU and Bai Ningbing's help that the 4 Flavors Liquor Worm lost its worth. However, it was different now. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 while Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. He would also advance to rank 4 initial stage not long later. At that time, their cultivation would be the same. The help that Bone Flesh Unity GU could offer to Fang Yuan would decrease by a lot. At that time, a rank 4 9 Eyes Liquor Worm would make his cultivation speed faster. Refine the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm. While Shang Xinxi was starting to recruit Zhou Quan, Fang Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine GU. Bai Ningbing also chose to go into closed-door cultivation, refining GU secretly. To refine 4 Flavors Liquor Worm, 2 rank 1 Liquor Worms and wine of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy flavors were required. To refine 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm, 2 4 Flavors Liquor Worm and 7 types of spices were required. To refine 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, 1 needed 2 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm and eyeballs of 9 different 100 Beast Kings. Right now, Fang Yuan was at Shang Clan City and had a huge advantage. If it was at other places, he would have to spend large amounts of energy to search for materials to refine Liquor Worm. However, at Shang Clan City, he could easily buy them as long as he had money. Fang Yuan already possessed a 4 Flavors Liquor Worm. He bought 2 Liquor Worms and fused them into the second 4 Flavors Liquor Worm. He then fused these 2 4 Flavors Liquor Worm into 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm. The process till this stage was smoothly finished by him. However, he ran into difficulty while refining the second 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm. While he was fusing the third 4 Flavors Liquor Worm and the second 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm, the fusion failed. The primeval stones spent on it were all wasted. He had to buy the supplementary materials and restart it again. Fortunately, fusing the 2-7 fragrances liquor worm was completely smoothly. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained a 9 eyes liquor worm. 9 eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm and was pure white like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but rather it had 9 colors that resembled eyes: red, orange, yellow, green, blue and so on, as if they were precious gems embedded on its body. 9 eyes liquor worm could purify yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. Fang Yuan had spent a lot to refine it, his expenses almost reaching 200,000 primeval stones. No GU masters could avoid failures in refining GU. Fang Yuan might have failed many times, but his luck was pretty good. His failures was all concentrated in the early stage of refining 4 flavors liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm. At the final juncture, he had succeeded in 1 try. What GU master feared the most in refining GU was failing at the latter stage. That kind of loss was disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Fang Yuan observed the GU for a while before satisfiedly putting it into his aperture. He was still only at rank 3 peak stage now and could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm. He could only wait till he reached rank 4 before he used it. Bai Ning Bing could use it. However, yellow gold middle stage primeval essence had a strong cleansing effect towards the aperture walls. Bai Ning Bing possessed northern dark ice soul physique, and from what she said, her aptitude had already increased to 96% now. 9 eyes liquor worm would do more harm than good to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 eyes liquor worm, I will have yellow gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, the quality of my primeval essence will, for the first time, surpass Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan could sense he was not far from reaching rank 4 realm. Although they had undergone a vow, he had never forgotten the danger called Bai Ning Bing. Time passed day by day. A great demonic path figure appeared at Xianxia Mountain inheritance grounds after Kong Ri Tian. He was Long Qing Tian, one who had dyed the sky blue before, a famous poison path GU master. When he appeared in the inheritance grounds, he killed 3 Shang clan elders with poison and gave a huge boost to the demonic path's morale. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent the rank 4 elder Wu Tongshen to hold back Long Qing Tian. This brought back the situation in Xianxia Mountain to an equilibrium. On Shang Xinxi's side, she, as expected, met setbacks when recruiting Zhou Quan and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was proud and arrogant, his attitude did not ease even a little and his tone also seemed like he had no intentions to discuss. After Fang Yuan succeeded in refining 9 eyes liquor worm, he was putting all his energy in cultivating. Because Bai Ning Bing was continuously supplying him with yellow gold primeval essence, his cultivation speed accelerated and was quickly approaching rank 4 realm. However, these days, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was also becoming faster and its pressure on Fang Yuan's rank 3 aperture had become more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan City welcomed the auspicious festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival. It was an important celebration that commemorated the ancestor, who founded Shang Clan thousands of years ago, setting up a stall for the first time. Shang Clan's first ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally a mortal who lived in poverty and made a livelihood by trading. On one certain transaction, he unexpectedly obtained a GU Master's inheritance token. He relied on this token to inherit the legacy of the GU Master and stepped into a whole new world. He moved forward steadily and step by step, his wealth and power expanded continuously until he finally founded Shang Clan City. Thus, on the day of the festival, Shang Clan Inner City was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All large stores, brothels, restaurants and so on closed their business for the day. People were in a joyous mood and excitedly walked on the streets, setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young, all immersed in this lively atmosphere of the festival. On this day, buying and selling were treated as an interesting game. However, the joyous atmosphere of the festival seemed to have no effect on Shang Xinxi. The young girl sat in front of a table with her beautiful brows in a slight frown as she looked at the several invitation cards on the table with melancholy. These invitation cards all came from the 9 young masters. During auspicious festival, the young masters would hold grand banquets, inviting people of all sides and reward them. Big brother Hey Tu, what should I do? Shang Xinxi was in a dilemma and subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan for guidance. Xinxi, our sales have tripled your 100,000 capital and you are now one of the most popular candidates to win the young master competition. They will naturally invite you to participate. Fang Yuan smiled and continued, however, we can only choose one of these 9 invitations. On the surface, this looks like a joyous and harmonious banquet, but it is actually a political move to determine where you stand. Fang Yuan explained the deep political meaning behind these invitations. Shang clan only had 10 young masters. There were alliances between these 10 young masters and also internal conflicts. Shang Xinxi was competing for the young master position and was also one of the most popular candidates. Naturally, the 9 young masters paid close attention to her. Shang Xinxi had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. One had to make compromises in this world. To be part of Shang clan's higher up, one could not avoid being engulfed by the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qi-wen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of battle stage and will be a great help to our later plans. Shang Xinxi voiced out. Fang Yuan shook his head. It looks like there are 9 invitations, but actually that is not the case. The biggest power among Shang clan young masters is Shang Chu Niu, who is the eldest son of the first wife and thus has the greatest advantage. Second faction is the alliance of Shang Pu Lao, Shang Suan Ni and Shang Bai Shi. This faction is currently in the limelight. Third faction is the alliance of Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fushi, who are currently biding their time. Among the rest, Shang Qi-wen does not have any ambitions while Shang Pai Shu is too playful. Xinxi, your foundation in Shang clan city is too weak. If you are going to choose, you need to choose between these 3 factions to make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qi-wen, there won't be much of a difference whether you choose her or not. So it was like this. Shang Xinxi's eyes brightened as she listened. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she felt like she had dispelled the fog around her and was looking at the clear sky. The bewilderment she was feeling earlier was swept away. She thought a little and made her choice. She chose the third faction, Shang Chao Feng's invitation. Among the 3 factions, the first and second faction are competing against each other. I will definitely be offending the other if I choose one of them. It is better to choose the third faction and enter this political whirlpool, but still stay out of it for the time being. Shang Xinxi explained to Fang Yuan. Shang Xinxi immediately understood with her high intelligence. Fang Yuan was happy at this but also felt a little irony. In his previous life, Shang Chao Feng and Shang Xinxi fought and contended for Shang clan leader's position. To think that in this life, these 2 arch-enemies would instead choose to walk together. Chapter 327, Beautiful and Talented, Xinxi's Brilliance. Little brother here toasts to big brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bent his back while raising a cup of wine with a smile. There were splendid lights all over the hall, singing and dancing were being performed, and traditional music flowed to everyone's ears. Everyone was enjoying the feast and the atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Chu Niu was standing on the main seat. He raised a cup of wine towards Shang Yifan and downed the wine in one gulp. Shang Chu Niu's advisor spoke. Master Yifan, choosing to participate in young Master Chu Niu's banquet is no doubt a sensible decision. Do not worry, my young master will not treat you unfairly. Eldest brother Chu Niu has always been my role model. In truth, I have always been wanting to get closer to eldest brother and learn many things under you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Chu Niu was head of the first major faction among the current young masters and he happened to have deep relation with Shang Yifan's mother's side. If Shang Xinxi chose Shang Chu Niu's side, she was certain to be pushed aside by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Chu Niu had already taken the initiative to send an invitation to Shang Xinxi. He would definitely be happy if Shang Xinxi came, because on Shang Xinxi's side were Fang and Bai, 2 great rank 4 experts. This was something no other young master had, and many were envious of this. Young master, subordinate has inquired, that Shang Xinxi went to. At this moment, a GU master entered the hall and whispered to Shang Chu Niu's ear with his waist bent. Shang Chu Niu's gaze turned slightly gloomy when he got the information. Shang Yifan cautiously observed Shang Chu Niu's expression and pondered, looks like Shang Xinxi didn't choose eldest brother's faction, did she go to Shang Pu Lao's faction? Shang Chu Niu had already experienced a lot of things, thus his feelings did not show clearly on his face. His expression also had no change, so Shang Yifan could only guess without any clues. However, a short while later, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xinxi had accepted the invitation to participate in Shang Chao Feng's festival banquet. This signified she chose Shang Chao Feng's faction. Shang Yifan could not help but be secretly delighted immediately upon receiving the news. Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi might be the third faction, but they have been pressured from the start. How could they be eldest brother Chu Niu's match? I have now even more chance to take the young master position. However, the old steward Zhang shook his head, his expression heavy. Master, young master Chu Niu's faction and young master Pu Lao's faction are locked in a fight. I am afraid the possibility of master borrowing the help of young master Chu Niu to deal with Shang Xinxi is not very big. At this critical moment, young master Chu Niu cannot afford to make another enemy. Shang Xinxi's choice is clever. She has avoided the political whirlpool and managed to watch from the sidelines for the moment. By the time the two factions resolve their issues, the competition for the young master position will already be over. Shang Xinxi has two great rank 4 experts. Any faction she chooses will readily accept her and make an alliance. Young master Shang Chaofeng will definitely help her. Old steward Zhang gave an incisive analysis of the situation. That is to say, even though I joined Shang Chu Niu's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xinxi. Shang Yi Fan's expression became unsightly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Chu Niu's strength. Old steward Zhang stroked his grizzled beard. However, Shang Xinxi's problem is also not small. The most important thing is that she still lacks capable manpower. I heard that she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. HMPH, how can that even be possible? Old steward sneered and continued, Zhou Quan was once a clan leader, he is proud and arrogant, and his ability is 10 times of mine. How would it be possible for such a man to attach himself to this inexperienced little girl? I have already secretly mobilized people to create all kinds of rumors and slanders. Zhou Quan cares for his reputation very much, and the rumors have already prevented him from joining Shang Xinxi. Shang Xinxi is trying to recruit Zhou Quan secretly, but by failing to do so, she will lose a lot of her prestige and will have a disadvantageous beginning. She might even become a laughing stock. He. When he reached the end of his words, Steward Zhou started laughing evilly. Shang Chaofeng's study was arranged in a simple fashion. There was a wide stone table and wide-backed stone chairs which gave a boorish and strong aura. Just as Shang Yi Fan and old steward Zhang were talking, Shang Chaofeng, Shang Xinxi along with Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. This discussion had already continued on for a while. In truth, Shang Chaofeng was somewhat surprised at Shang Xinxi joining his side. He had thought Shang Xinxi would join Shang Chu Niu or Shang Pu Lao. His own faction was only ranked 3rd and they were currently just watching from the sidelines while accumulating their strength. In normal times, they were very low-key and would choose to retreat when there were problems or contradictions. They had never thought they could obtain Shang Xinxi's interest. Shang Xinxi's cultivation was only at rank 1, while her aptitude was worse and she had almost no foundation in Shang Clan City. However, she had Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were two great rank 4 powers. Even Shang Yanfei when he was a young master, did not have such experts with him. To be able to have 2 such experts under her, there were no young masters who did not feel envious. Shang Chaofeng had also naturally sighed inwardly at Shang Xinxi's luck. Now, if he accepted Shang Xinxi, he could indirectly obtain Fang and Bai's help. This was a temptation Shang Chaofeng could not refuse. The atmosphere in the study was harmonious. In the talk just earlier, Shang Chaofeng already sincerely expressed his intention to wholeheartedly support Shang Xinxi in the young master competition. Sister Xinxi, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones from selling GU worms. We can say that you are at the top currently, but just 300,000 is far from enough. What do you plan on doing next? Shang Chaofeng then added, just say it and I will help you to the best of my abilities. Shang Xinxi glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan faintly nodded his head. She then said honestly, I won't hide it from big brother Chaofeng, I am thinking of doing information gathering business. Information gathering business? Shang Chaofeng could not help but raise his brows. Yes. Shang Xinxi started to explain her plan in detail. Who knew Shang Chaofeng's expression would change and shake his head after hearing it? You want to do information gathering business regarding the battle stage? It is not suitable, he said. Not suitable, twice, expressing his clear disagreement with Shang Xinxi's plan. What could be wrong about it? Please teach me big brother Chaofeng, Shang Xinxi said in a sincere voice. Xinxi, I urge you to change this plan. You are a newcomer and so you aren't clear about it, it is understandable. You should not bump about with the battle stage randomly. Shang Chaofeng heaved a sigh and continued, Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from other clans' battle stage. Here, demonic GU masters can become our Shang Clan's external elders. This is a policy exclusive to our Shang Clan, and we have been able to obtain many talents from this. At present, there are 5 great elders in Shang Clan, among which 3 are external elders. However, this policy has both advantage and disadvantage. The greater the benefits, the higher the chance of malpractice. External elders are the higher-ups of our Shang Clan, and if some trouble enters through it, it will be a great disaster to our Shang Clan. Demonic GU masters are after all demonic GU masters, and even if they change and become righteous, their loyalty can still be questioned. At the same time, besides the demonic GU masters, there are also those righteous path clans with unfathomable motives. Thus, Shang Clan's battle stage is the place which has always been attached with the most importance by Shang Clan higher-ups. There was once a young master who suddenly got an inspiration to start a betting house for the battle stages matches. The result was that he earned 500,000 primeval stones after just 2 days of opening the betting house. However, on the 3rd day, the betting house was closed down and the young master was demoted and exiled. This is the best warning that shows that the battle stage cannot be touched randomly. Shang Chao Feng spoke of a story only known to insiders. This information was something Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinxi did not know. Fang Yuan might have the memories of his previous life, but it was normal to not know of this small secret historical incident about the Shang Clan's internal affairs, even more so when it was closed down so fast. The battle stage was a forbidden zone. That young master touched this place and lost his young master position and was even exiled from the clan. At present, Shang Xinxi was still not a young master but had a plan towards the battle stage. This made Shang Chao Feng realize that ignorance was truly blissful. Xinxi, your plan is a new approach and you have thought of it properly. If it is done, you will definitely make large amount of profits every day. However, the possibility is too low. Don't take your own future prospects as a joke. I am in charge of the GU battle zone and your 13th brother is in charge of the auction sites. You can lend us a hand in this field and will be able to go head-to-head against Shang Yifan. Shang Chao Feng gently persuaded. Shang Xinxi was silent. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. The corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile and he was about to speak, but after taking a glance at Shang Xinxi, he changed his decision and swallowed up the words that were just about to come out of his throat. For a moment, the atmosphere in the study room had become heavy. After quite a while of intense pondering, Shang Xinxi suddenly smiled. Big brother Chao Feng, I have a different viewpoint regarding the battle stage. This is well worth doing. Huh, Shang Chao Feng frowned and fixed his gaze at Shang Xinxi. Under the pressure from Shang Chao Feng's gaze, Shang Xinxi instead smiled and showed her confident look. She continued, the young master before failed after opening the betting house. He was like a moth attracted to fire and was looking for his own doom. His punishment was only by being expelled from the clan. This can be considered merciful from our Shang clan. Why, in the study, only Shang Xinxi's gentle voice continued to sound out. Like big brother Chao Feng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of the highest importance and has been extremely guarded by the higher-ups. Opening a betting house for battle stage to earn huge money will likely give rise to people who will manipulate the battle stage's result from behind the scenes. This will greatly wreck the Shang clan's external elder policy. It looks like one can make enormous profits from the betting house, but to the Shang clan's battle stage, it is a very large vermin. Sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to fill oneself, such actions definitely need to be eliminated and only then can it let the battle stage continue to mature. Shang Chao Feng continuously nodded his head. Shang Xinxi's words were incisive and had a type of aura that made people want to have faith in it. But the information business I want to do has a completely different nature from the betting house. I know Shang clan's biggest information organization Feng Yu Manor has always been investigating into the demonic GU masters at the battle stage. They must investigate properly, to know whether these demonic GU masters harbor evil intentions. However, these investigations are done in secret and never openly. Why? This is because most of the demonic GU masters are filled with distrust, doubts and even are overly suspicious. They live in danger all year round in a situation where their life hangs on a thread, so the mental pressure on them is so great that they cannot even relax a bit. And if they were investigated after coming to Shang Clan City, they would definitely react badly and be filled with hatred. If Shang clan wants to absorb even more and even better talents, they naturally can't investigate openly. However, not investigating is even more impossible and the clan cannot be at ease. In this situation, I am going to do information gathering business. I am going to investigate every GU master's general strength, GU worms and battle achievements, and sell this information. At the same time, I will be requesting experts and authority to forecast the results of important matches and make a ranking. This will be very important information to the GU masters participating in the battle stage. Many GU masters wish to obtain an external elder's position and they hope for more fame, and also wish to see their names on the rankings. These information will naturally not touch upon secret matters and will only be a summary and comparison of the strength showed by the GU masters. To demonic GU masters on the battle stage, this will be a great help. At the same time, this will allow the Shang clan to strengthen their grasp more on the battle stage. I think my Lord Father will definitely be happy about this. Why would he suppress such a thing? Xianxia finished explaining her reason and looked at Shang Chao Feng with a smile. At this moment, her eyes were burning bright with wisdom and confidence, displaying unlimited elegance. Bai Ningbing's brows had also smoothed out. This is it, Fang Yuan inwardly smiled. Shang Chao Feng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Xianxia with a stupefied expression. After several seconds, he came back to his senses and could not help applauding and praising her. Good point, your analysis is brilliant. Sister Xianxia, you have a truly unique vision, a pure heart and spirit, I can't help but admire you. I will definitely help you with all my strength for this business. You lack manpower now, I can give you people from my side. You can have as many as you want. Xianxia shook her head, thank you big brother Chao Feng, but I have already made my choice regarding the manpower. Shang Chao Feng looked like he wanted to help Xianxia on the surface by sending people, but actually, he wanted to place his own people to control this information gathering business and also strengthen his control over Xianxia. However, Xianxia immediately saw through it and tactfully refused. Not all help comes with good intentions. However, Shang Chao Feng was not willing to let it go. The information gathering business he was avoiding so much earlier had become a rich treasure right now. He continued to persuade. Sister Xianxia, I know you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is very proud and contemptuous. Shang Chu Niu had personally tried to recruit him before, but was refused and was even reprimanded with the words, an inexperienced junior dares to recruit me, a 100-year-old man. Zhou Quan was now already over 100 years old, and would not willingly submit to someone, especially a junior. Shang Chao Feng was not optimistic about Xianxia recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan had the ability and was also recognized for it, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back and say that you managed to recruit Zhou Quan. What can one man do? You still don't have middle and lower level subordinates. These people also must have some ability, most importantly they should be loyal to you. Establishing such force requires time, a long time. With subordinates that you don't feel at ease, even if you do this information gathering business, it might very well be destroyed by Shang Yifan and he can even steal your gains. Shang Chao Feng might have his own intentions but his words were very reasonable. Xianxia's beautiful brows could not help but furrow when she heard it. Regarding this, young Master Chao Feng does not need to worry. I already have a plan. At this time, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Chapter 328, Eating will be eating. Is that so? Shang Chao Feng replied curtly. Fang Yuan had personally rejected his proposal for Xianxia, he could not force them. Fang Yuan had defeated Zhu Kaibei, had rank 3 peak stage cultivation but his actual fighting strength was rank 4. At the same time he had the purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest in Shang clan. Because of all these, Shang Chao Feng had already been showing goodwill towards Fang and Bai. But he was scoffing in his heart. HMPH, trying to establish a force. It needs time, how can they succeed instantly? Never mind, I'll let you guys learn from mistakes. When you fail, I will come out and help you, I would be able to earn more then. Shang Chao Feng contemplated, but he still smiled warmly. The two discussed for a while more, before Shang Chao Feng sent Shang Xinxi and the others personally to the exit. To outsiders, this was an obvious political signal. After saying bye to Shang Chao Feng, Shang, Fang, and Bai walked onto the streets. Today was the auspicious festival, most of the shops were closed, and 2 rows small temporary stalls were on the 2 sides of the road. Come, Come, sour and sweet candied fruits. Let me tell you, this old jade was passed down by my ancestors. Selling rice, a bag of 5 fragrance oil rice for half a primeval stone. The small stalls were situated one after another, selling all sorts of things. The 2 rows spread out as far as the eye could see, as people squeezed about as they tried to buy things, while others watched in a circle, some were bargaining and some were looking around. The auspicious festival was held once a year, be it Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing or Xianxia, they were not foreign to it. Counting the days, we have already been in Shangclan City for nearly 3 years. Xianxia suddenly said in an emotional tone. Too many things had happened in the last few years. She sighed, continuing, if it was before, I would never have guessed I would be Shang clan leader's daughter. Next, Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, smiling slightly, showing her pure white teeth. If it was not for brother He Tu, I would not have made it this far. Towards Fang and Bai, Xianxia always felt extremely grateful to them. Bai Ningbing looked speechlessly, the corner of her eyes twitching. Indeed, I did not think your father would be the famous Shang Yanfei. But, it was fate that I saved you. People come and go, that is natural in this world. Fang Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Xianxia's expression changed, she understood what he meant. Brother He Tu, you are going to leave Shang Clan City. That's right, soon, I will have to leave Shang Clan City with Bai Ningbing, heading towards Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan said. Xianxia gritted her teeth, she wanted to tell him to stay, but she did not say it in the end. She had spent a lot of time with Fang Yuan, although they never talked about it, she could feel the ambitions in his heart. This man's ambition was too great, a place like Shang Clan City could not hold him. But there is no need to worry. Before I leave, I will make you a young master, and make sure you sit there securely. Fang Yuan laughed. Let's go, I'll bring you to recruit some subordinates. Today, let's complete the foundation for your future force. What, brother He Tu, you have ideal candidates already? Xianxia asked in surprise. Organizing a force takes a very long time. It takes years of nurturing to obtain loyal subordinates. Fang Yuan's tone made Xianxia feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbage, easily found in the market. On what basis was he so confident and assured? Not just Xianxia, even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fang Yuan walked ahead, leading the way. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a small alley. In the middle of a lantern shop and silk shop, there was a small stall. Fang Yuan walked towards the front of this stall. Behind the stall, there was a young man lying down. This young man wore tattered clothes as he leaned on the wall, his eyes half closed, in a dazed expression as his complexion was poor. He looked like he was drunk, and had completely given up on life. Is this young man the person brother He Tu is looking for? Xianxia analyzed. Bai Ningbing used her sharp instincts to assess this man. Although he was a GU master, he only had rank 1 middle stage cultivation. From his appearance, he was not young already, but only had this cultivation. It was pathetic. Hi brother, what do you want to buy? Oh, Lord Fang Zheng. The young man sensed people and opened his eyes, but halfway through his words, he showed shock and fluster. Fang Yuan was now a famous person in Shangclan City. Without concealing his appearance, many people could recognize him. Lord Bai Ningbing. Immediately after, he recognized Bai Ningbing, and he stammered. Although he did not know Xianxia, from her GU master aura and her beautiful appearance, he felt dazed. This is 10 primeval stones, I am buying everything here, you can leave now. Fang Yuan tossed a bag of primeval stones. The young man's face showed joy and exhilaration. But next, he was slightly hesitant. The stuff he was selling here were the things his grandfather left behind. From his appraisal, all these were scrap and trash, there was nothing valuable. But why did Lord Fang Zheng want to buy them? Was there really a treasure among them? If there were treasures, would it not be a loss if he sold them? Just when he was still pondering, Fang Yuan already tossed the primeval stones to him. What are you thinking about? You didn't listen to what I said. HMPH, it is your honor that I wanted to buy these. You can scram now, if you don't, you will not have the chance to leave this place. Fang Yuan threatened. The young man was scared until he trembled. He stammered as he shivered. Lord Fang Zheng, you cannot do this. In business, we emphasize on willingness. You cannot forcefully buy them like this, you are someone with great reputation, and this is Shang Clan City. Smack. Fang Yuan gave him a tight slap and this young man fell on the ground. Scram. Fang Yuan declared, using an icy gaze to look at this young man, speaking emotionlessly. The young man held his face as he trembled under the great fear. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan, but immediately looked away when he made contact with the abyss-like pupils. He fumbled his way out of the alley silently immediately after. Brother He too, Shang Xinxi looked at his background, her conscience unable to stand it. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, completely unmoved. Xinxi, I am a demonic GU master, I have my ways of doing things, I emphasize on straightforwardness. Fang Yuan explained casually in a righteous tone. The surrounding stall owners looked towards him. He gave a sweeping glance, and everyone looked away, afraid to make eye contact. If it was Fang Yuan in the past, he would have to control himself and use coaxing, lying methods to buy the item in the stall peacefully. But now, his strength had surged, and his status was much higher, thus he can use the most direct method. It saves energy and time, why not do this? People from the righteous path loved their reputation, and liked showing off their kindness, often doing good deeds for the weak. But Fang Yuan was not righteous, he was from the demonic path. Since ancient times, big fish eats small fish eats shrimps, this was the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Demonic cultivators were used to tearing apart flesh and blood, devouring them whole. Righteous cultivators, however, will shed crocodile tears while they ate, claiming that they had no choice. Many stupid people will fall for their deception. Or maybe they were lying to themselves, unwilling to accept the cruel reality. The truth is, eating will be eating. Usurper eats the usurped, invader eats the invaded, the strong eats the weak, the suppressor eats the suppressed, the higher-ups eat the lower levels. All living beings eat, if not, they would not survive. It is just that they have different eating habits. Fang Yuan chased that stall owner away and lowered his body, picking a token from among the items in the stall. This token was made of black steel, ugly and dirty, with half a piece remaining. There were words carved on it, but after so long, and without the other half of its body, the words could not be discerned. But Fang Yuan knew this word was Fan. 300 years ago, a demonic GU master was heavily injured and fell into the water, eventually saved by a young lady who was at the river. The young girl was very kind. After saving the demonic GU master, she placed him in the shed and gave him food to eat daily. After the demonic GU master recovered, to thank her kindness, he made a black steel token, carving a fan word. He split the token into two, giving half to the girl while keeping the other half himself. Before the demonic GU master left, he instructed the girl, in future, if you have any difficulties, you can go the Danhuo Mountains Guiku Cave, and find me for help. Even after you pass away, this promise will still be effective to the future owner of the half token. The young girl engraved his words into her heart, but after less than 50 years, there was a huge battle on Danhuo Mountain, and the volcano erupted, destroying Guiku Cave. That demonic GU master was captured by Tai clan and thrown into the demon suppression tower. This half token lost its use after that. It was passed around by the young girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, when the young girl died of old age, she did not reveal the secret to her children, bringing this information to her grave. The young girl's descendants were chased away by the clan, and eventually settled down in Shang Clan City, as the lineage declined. Descendants were untalented and unfilial. After several generations, only this young man remained. This young man was spoiled from young, having a young master temper, and loved to gamble, drink, and visit prostitutes. After his parents died, he would rely on selling his family assets from time to survive. But one time, during the auspicious market festival, his life changed. 3 brothers who were demonic GU masters came here to shop, and accidentally found the half token displayed in the stall. Chapter 329, 3 Brothers of Shang Clan. The 3 instantly became overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and formed the whole token on the spot. So it turns out, the demonic GU master back then had his descendants too. Before he was arrested by Tai clan, he instructed his descendants to remember this incident and, if possible in the future, repay that kindness. The 3 brothers were descendants of this demonic GU master. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the matter to this young stall owner, asking him if he needed any help. They would do their best to assist him. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, he lacked 3 subordinates and there was nobody around to help him. The 3 brothers glanced at each other, before kneeling down together, promising that they would serve the young man for 20 years. They would listen to all of his orders for 20 years, but after that, they would be free. These 3 brothers were famous in the battle stage, they each had rank 3 cultivation, and were most skilled in multi-battles. The young man relied on the strength of the 3 brothers, living the next 20 years in luxury. During the period, he asked the 3 brothers to get food, water, primeval stones for him, and they acceded to all of his requests. But after 20 years, the 3 brothers repaid the favor and left. He had long forgotten how to work, and was too ashamed to beg. In fact, he did not even restrain himself, continuing to live like a king. Less than half a month later, he died. Of course, all these happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. At the moment, the 3 demonic GU masters have not found the half token yet. And this token was already in Fang Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cares if he dies? According to his memories, this half token would only be discovered by the 3 demonic GU master brothers next year. But now that Fang Yuan held the half token, he brought Bai Ningbing and Xianxia to find them directly. The 3 brothers also opened a stall before their home, enjoying the festive mood and were having fun. Ah, it is Lord Fang Zheng and Lord Bai Ningbing. Seeing Fang and Bai, the 3 quickly got up. They had all been thrashed by Fang Yuan or Bai Ningbing before in the battle stage. In this world, strength was everything, even more so for demonic GU masters. Bai Ningbing had rank 4 cultivation, while Fang Yuan defeated Zhu Kaibei. There was no demonic GU master who did not respect the 2. I am here today to find the 3 of you. Fang Yuan observed the 3 brothers emotionlessly. These 3 brothers all had the surname Shang. The eldest was called Shang Tu, shortest among the 3, humble and honest. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage GU master. Second was Shang Huo, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts, his body was bright red. He was a Fire Path rank 3 middle stage GU master. The youngest was Shang Feng, wearing a bamboo hat, having sharp tiny eyes, and enjoys squinting when he looks at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage GU master. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the 3 brothers became uneasy. Shang Tu quickly cupped his fist, greeting Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Zheng, may I know what is the issue? If my brothers had offended you unknowingly, I apologize to you here. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. I'm sure you've heard, I had given up on the battle stage to assist Xianxia in becoming a young master. We are lacking manpower over here, I want all 3 of you to join us. The 3 Shang clan brothers frowned. They came to Shang clan city and entered the battle stage for only one reason, to become Shang clan's external elder. But now that Fang Yuan wanted them to assist Xianxia, it was very different from their goals. Xianxia was just an inexperienced girl, and only had rank 1 cultivation with poor aptitude. The 3 of them all had B grade aptitude, and their combination strike could temporarily match a rank 4 GU master. Asking them to go under Xianxia and be her subordinate, the 3 brothers were unwilling. If others said this, the 3 brothers would have attacked already, beating the guy to a pulp. But it was Fang Yuan who said it, causing the 3 to be in a difficult position. Fang Yuan had defeated Zhu Kaibei in a battle, they had watched it personally. Even if they joined forces, they could not defeat Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng is here with ill intention. He is obviously trying to forcefully subdue us. Sigh, what bad luck to have been targeted by Fang Zheng. All 3 of us cannot defeat him, and he even has Bai Ningbing beside him. Moreover, the purple thorn token. The 3 brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's emotions. The 3 of them were unwilling, but circumstances forced their hand, they could only choose to give in. But Fang Yuan suddenly said, I do not wish to force you, come if you are willing to, if not, I will not force you. The 3 brothers glanced at each other, unsure if Fang Yuan was speaking the truth, or just trying to act graceful. But Shang Feng, who was the youngest, was the most daring, as he said carefully, Lord Fang Zheng, to speak the truth, we are used to freedom. We do not want to be involved in Shang clan's young master competition. Thus, the other 2 smiled meekly, as they bowed towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing apologetically. Oh, Fang Yuan's brows raised, as a cold light shot out of his eyes, the 3 of you are really daring, you dare to reject my invitation. The 3 brothers' heart thumped. Shang Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining in a hurry, that is not the case, that is not the case. Lord Fang Zheng, please do not misunderstand, it is our honor to have received your invitation. My brother was too nervous, he did not know what he was saying. Actually what he wanted to say was, we would be glad to go under Lady Shang Xinxi's wing. Yes, that was what I meant. Shang Feng continued, hee, in that case, I am assured. The three of you are so eager, Xinxi, accept them. Fang Yuan turned around, saying to Shang Xinxi. Beside him, Bai Ningbing frowned. Forcing them to join like this, he would not get their loyalty, such a distant subordinate, what use would it be? Shang Xinxi had the same worry, but she still chose to believe Fang Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, from now on, please work hard. The three brothers of Shang clan pays respect to Lady Xinxi. The three cupped their fists and bowed, replying listlessly. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers thought, this Fang Zheng is too despicable, leading the life of a whore but still expecting a monument praising chastity one. Speaking in a righteous manner but acting like a despicable crook. That's right, I forgot something, take a good look. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, and took out a half token, tossing it to Shang Tu. Shang Tu caught it subconsciously. What is this? The other two brothers glanced curiously. But immediately, the three brothers were stunned. This is. The calm and stable Shang Tu cried out. Shang Huo grabbed the token, inspecting it closely. Shang Feng also understood what happened, as he urged his brother Shang Tu, brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinxi's weird gaze, Shang Tu took out the other half of the token. The two half tokens perfectly fit into one, and an illusionary fire started to burn on the token. This is real. Shang clan's three brothers stared with wide-opened eyes. Shang Tu held the token with shivering arms. What is going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinxi had no clue what was happening. The three brothers of Shang clan, did you really think I came here without a reason? Why are you hesitating? Fang Yuan spoke at an appropriate moment. His words woke them up. Grandfather once said, no matter who the token's owner was, even if it was an enemy, we have to repay the kindness from back then. That's right, although grandfather is trapped, we cannot ruin his reputation. From now on, Lady Shang Xinxi is our new master. But, only for 20 years. 20 years is sufficient to repay the debt. The three brothers discussed among themselves quickly. Next, all three of them kneeled on one knee in front of Shang Xinxi, cupping their fists. Shang Tu, Shang Huo, Shang Feng, the three brothers greets Lady Xinxi. They shouted loudly, with a different tone from before, filled with drive and excitement. Brother He Tu, what is happening? Shang Xinxi found out that they were sincerely joining her, and felt extremely curious. Fang Yuan snickered. It is a long story. We will talk about it next time. Now, let's go recruit some more members. The gang of 6 arrived at the slave market. In the world, there was slave trade. Any strong or affluent first-class clan, or super clan, would engage in slave business. Shang clan's slave trade was handled by the head of the 5 clan elders. Shang Bu Li personally. Slave trade was too profitable, the higher-ups were not confident of letting an external elder handle it. In history, only Shang clansmen were in charge of it. Fang Yuan had planned early on, and investigated clearly. He walked ahead, leading the way, quickly arriving at a cage. Within the cage, there were many people. Lady Xinxi, Lord Fang Zheng, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to purchase slaves? If that is the case, I do not advise you to buy the people inside this cage. A GU master in charge of handling business quickly came over. Oh, what is that so? Shang Xinxi asked. Lady Xinxi does not know, these people are from Wei clan. Wei clan had a political uprising some time ago, and Wei clan leader was overthrown by his younger brother. The people inside this cage are from the previous clan leader's faction. They are being sold now by the current Wei clan leader. The GU master answered. Xinxi immediately understood why he advised them not to buy these slaves. Wei clan was a first-class clan. Although it was smaller than Shang clan, it was still a famous clan in the southern border. Wei clan's political turbulence was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei clan leader even sent the clansmen to Shang clan as hostage. Many Wei clan elders also secretly transferred their assets to Shang clan. Wei clan could be said to be Shang clan's puppet already. For Shang Xinxi, who was competing to become Shang Clan Young Master, these people were trouble. But Fang Yuan quickly said, "We are buying these people." Chapter 330, Wei De Xin. "This, Lord Fang Zheng, are you certain on buying them?" The GU Master in charge hesitated. "Why, are you doubting my decision?" Fang Yuan gave him a plain glance. This GU Master laughed. He was a Shang clansman, he was not afraid of Fang Yuan like the Shang clan brothers. I wouldn't dare. He cupped his fists, turning to Shang Xinxi. "If I am not wrong, Lord Fang is buying these slaves to act as subordinates for Lady Xinxi. But they are really bad news for those competing for the young master position." "Lady Xinxi, you are so intelligent, what do you think?" Shang Xinxi's eyes were focused on Fang Yuan. She smiled and replied, "Brother He Tu's decision is my decision. Just do as he says." "Is that so?" The GU Master in charge was stunned, before smiling. "Since Lady Xinxi says so, I will do so accordingly. To speak the truth, I am your supporter, Lady Xinxi." "You are speaking too much." Fang Yuan gave the GU Master a cold stare, interrupting him coldly. "He." The GU Master laughed. "Then I shall settle the procedures for you, but there are too many people, there will be a lot of procedures to go through, you need to wait a day." A day later, Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked. That GU Master did not expect Fang Yuan to strike, and was caught off guard and hit on the stomach. Flying over 30 steps away, he knocked onto a bystander and landed on the ground, falling unconscious after vomiting blood. "Who dares to fight in Shang Clan City? Are you tired of living? Quickly surrender yourself." Such commotion immediately attracted attention. The slave market was heavily guarded in the first place. Quickly, 3 groups of GU Masters came and surrounded them. "It was me." Fang Yuan had no fear, standing up. "It's Fang Zheng." The riled-up group saw Fang Yuan and immediately lost their vigor. Fang Yuan had rank 4 battle strength, they were only rank 2 and their leader who had the highest cultivation was rank 3 initial stage. They could not even be side dishes for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the spot and took out his purple thorn token. The Shang Clan GU Masters saw the token and their aura diminished once more. The leader's fierce and terrifying face quickly changed, as he smiled and politely said to Fang Yuan, "Lord Fang Zheng, we all know you are Shang Clan's esteemed guest. But even a guest cannot resort to force in Shang Clan, you even injured our clansmen. According to the rules, I will be fined 49 primeval stones." Fang Yuan immediately said. The leader was shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so well versed with Shang Clan's rules. Fang Yuan tossed out a bag of primeval stones, waving his hand. "There are 50 primeval stones inside, keep the change." The leader received the primeval stones, feeling like a beggar. He had a shocked and dazed expression as he left with the others. If Fang Yuan did not have strength, even with the purple thorn token, he would not have gotten out of it so easily. But now that he was strong, even in Shang Clan City, if he beat up a Shang clansman, as long as it was not someone important, there would be no consequences. The GU Master in charge was beaten unconscious by Fang Yuan. The slave market quickly sent out another GU Master to attend to them. "We are buying everyone in this cage." Fang Yuan pointed at the cage and said. Inside the cage, the people looked at Fang Yuan. Most of them had a dazed or numb expression, but a few stared at him in rage. Fang Yuan's casual attitude of purchasing made them feel extremely humiliated. "Yes. The new GU Master wiped his sweat as he attended to Fang Yuan politely. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. "This is the rank 3 poison scorpion GU, please keep it well, Lord Fang Zheng." Lastly, the GU Master handed Fang Yuan a GU worm. This poison scorpion GU had a white body, like a flawless porcelain, and was the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 GU, with only one ability, defecating. The scorpion feces it produced was black as bean. It was a rank 2 GU. The saying goes, scorpion feces are one in the world. This scorpion feces GU, each one had a unique poison. Once used on someone, they needed the corresponding poison scorpion GU to detoxify them once every 7 days. This was the most common method to control slaves. Although there is also the slavery GU, with better effect, but it was rank 5. It was expensive and rare, it could not be commonly used. Poison scorpion GU, although Shang Xinxi could not activate it, and could not make it defecate, she could make it sting someone without using any primeval essence. Fang Yuan planned to first refine this poison scorpion GU before passing it to Xianxia and letting her refine it. It was too difficult to let her do it herself. What did you say? Someone bought those Wei clan slaves. What did I instruct you? I told you to pay attention to them. Wait a few days for me to settle it out with Shangchu Niu, and buy them after the situation calms down. In the study room, Shang Pu Lao had an ugly expression as he scolded the GU master in charge. The GU master in charge was lying on a bed with a pale expression. After being kicked by Fang Yuan, he had just woken up when Shang Pu Lao came to question him. Young Master Pu Lao, I tried my best already. I wanted to sow discord among them, but that Xianxia listened to Fang Zheng like a lamb. I tried stalling, but before I finished my words, Fang Yuan sent me flying and knocked me unconscious. The GU master in charge listlessly explained as he laid in bed. Sigh. These Wei clansmen were once authoritative figures, controlling Wei clan's operation. They have high cultivation and experience in management. If I can get them, I can create half a Wei clan myself. Among them, Wei clan's first lady Wei Dashin is most skilled at nurturing guards. Wei clan leaders' guard troops had once been famous, successfully blocking many assassination attempts, even blocking the attack of 5 rank 3 GU masters at once. If not for that internal crisis, how could they fall apart so easily? Shang Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. I am asking you now, can the situation be salvaged? He stared sharply at the GU master in charge. The GU master shook his head, explaining in a crying tone, they were all brought away already, the entire procedure was proper and there were no problems at all. Young master, I have failed you. Never mind, have a good rest. Shang Pu Lao heard this and lost his interest altogether, giving a word of consolation before taking his head. Morning of the next day. In Nanchu Gardens residential square, over 30 members of Wei clan stood. Fang Yuan and Shang Xinxi came together. Earlier, Fang Yuan had helped Shang Xinxi to refine the poison scorpion GU. A rank 3 GU was still too strong for her, thus, Fang Yuan chose some other GU worms to assist her in controlling the poison scorpion GU. From today onwards, Shang Xinxi is your new master, why are you not greeting her? Fang Yuan handed the poison scorpion GU to her in front of them. Wei clansmen slowly kneeled on the floor, paying respects to Shang Xinxi. Their voices were listless, filled with helplessness and numbness, they were all behaving like puppets. They were banished from the clan, all these authoritative figures who lived a good life had become slaves. Their dejected and low-spirited behavior was completely natural. Looking at these people, how could anyone feel assured using them? Shang Xinxi felt pity for them, but also worry for herself. Wei Dashin, come out. I want to have a private talk with you. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, pointing at one of the women. They suddenly became energetic, as many of their dazed expressions became fierce and strong. What do you want? Many people moved their bodies, shielding Wei Dashin. I am warning you, do not lay a finger on her. One of them pointed his finger at Fang Yuan, showing great alertness. Smack. Fang Yuan's expression turned dark, as he took a few steps forward and gave a slap. The person who pointed at him was sent flying by an overwhelming force. His mouth was full of blood as his broken teeth fell on the ground. It seems you are not clear of reality yet. Although I spent a lot of money to buy all of you, I am not against killing some of you for fun. So what if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, what can you do to stop me? Fang Yuan had a cruel expression and his voice was like cold as ice. You, Wei clan's gang were outraged, some youngsters clenched their fists, but they did not dare to speak out again. All of you stand down. Wei Dashin made them stand aside as she walked out. Although her face was filthy, it could not hide her beautiful peach-like appearance. She bowed to Fang Yuan. What does Lord Fang Zheng need from this lowly servant? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, using a fierce gaze to inspect her body. Lady Wei, you speak too much. Just follow me and obey what I say. Saying so, he turned around. As meat on the chopping block, Wei Dashin was helpless too. She gritted her teeth and followed Fang Yuan to the lake pavilion. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples on the surface of the lake. Carp swam in the lake, and lotus leaves filled the surface of the water, with red and white flower buds within the leaves. Such beautiful scenery caused Wei Dashin to relax slightly. But Fang Yuan's next sentence made her nervous. He said, Lady Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei Dashin quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly, it is my great honor that my appearance had attracted Lord Fang Zheng's attention, but I do not dare to offer my soiled body to Lord's grand and masculine body. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Wei Dexin, don't be mistaken. I am very interested in your talent, your body and appearance is just a pair of skeleton in my eyes. Next, I want you to nurture a group of loyal female guards for Xianxia. At the same time, you have to motivate your Wei clansmen properly, tell them to work hard and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fang Yuan say so, Wei Dexin breathed a sigh of relief, as she promised, yes, this servant will follow Lord's orders. He. Fang Yuan laughed deeply again, saying with deep meaning, Lady Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I know your intentions. You want to preserve your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time contact your younger brother Wei Shenjing to exact revenge for you, am I right? As he said so, Wei Dexin's face went pale as her delicate body shuddered. Chapter 331, Advancement to Rank 4. Wei Dexin knew she was pregnant from her own recent bodily reactions. The new life in her womb gave her great hope. This was her greatest secret and she had never expected that just a few days later, an outsider would expose it directly. How could this not shock her? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life, it was Wei Dexin who helped Shang Pulao to win against Shang Chu Niu and become the most popular candidate for young clan leader's position at one time. However, in the great battle between righteous and demonic, Wei Dexin and Wei Shenjing secretly contacted each other, and helped Wu clan to scheme against Shang clan, eradicating Wei clan in one fell swoop and taking revenge for the murder of her husband. After this was revealed, Wei Dexin gained fame for being the first person to make Shang Yan Fei suffer a loss. Shang Pulao was thus implicated and banished from the clan, having a miserable end. One could say both his success and defeat were due to Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin's talent was outstanding and had now fallen into Fang Yuan's hand. Controlling her and making her work for Xianxia was not a difficult thing for Fang Yuan. Wei Dexin, you don't need to be afraid. As long as you do your best to help Xianxia, I won't do anything to you. I might even help you raise the child in your womb properly. Also, I advise you to not go searching for your younger brother Wei Shenjing for some time. He has already been recruited by Wu clan now and is being monitored all the time. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to find out for yourself. Fang Yuan stroked his fingers. He was sitting on the stone chair with his back straight, and his tone gave a feeling that everything was in the palm of his hand. Wei Dexin was completely dominated by his attitude. The expression on her face as she kneeled on the ground changed. She opened her mouth several times as if to say something, but finally chose to keep quiet. In the end, she deeply bowed her head towards Fang Yuan, her forehead touched the ground and she spoke in a respectful tone, I. However, she had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Fang Yuan. No need to say anything else, there is no point. You and your clansman's performance will be the best answer. You can leave now. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei Dexin could only leave. Fang Yuan sat inside the pavilion without getting up for some time. He watched Wei Dexin's figure as it gradually vanished within the rows of green trees. He knew that after this talk, she would assist Xianxia with all her strength. After all, in his previous life, Shang Pulao also took advantage of the child in her womb to entice her into fully helping him. Cold wind blew. Fang Yuan gazed at the lake surface. The shimmering lake was reflected in his abyss-like dark eyes. He was silent. Now, Xianxia has the Wei clansmen to act as her middle and lower foundation. With Wei Dexin, she can organize female guards and form a powerful and stable armed force. There are also the 3 Shang brothers who will be her generals. And she has her personal servant Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan as trustworthy assistants. With this, the general framework of her force has been constructed. It is enough to deal with this young master competition, but if we can recruit Zhou Quan and make him the steward, this young master's position will definitely be in the bag. Wei Dexin, Shang clan's 3 brothers, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan are all generals while Zhou Quan will be the commander. Fang Yuan was very clear that with the help of Zhou Quan who had plentiful experience and outstanding talent, Xianxia would definitely win the young master's position and it would even be more stable. Even if Xianxia did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her forces would become firmer and slowly increase to an enormous size. Only Zhou Quan could keep these subordinates of Xianxia under check. Right now, Xianxia could not these talents. After all, she was still too young. her aptitude was not high and her cultivation was not enough. In the GU master world, rules are cruel and real. The first thing one looks at is strength. The rest are supplementary. However, subduing Zhou Quan will not be so easy. Especially now that the rumors of Shang Xinxi's failure in recruiting Zhou Quan over a dozen times had spread and were given a vivid description. Fang Yuan knew someone was secretly doing this to cause trouble and strike at Shang Xinxi's reputation. But although Fang Yuan knew it, he did not stop it. The timing was still not ripe yet and he already had a plan. Several days later, at night, in a secret room of Nanchu Garden, waves surged in the aperture and thousands of white-silver snowflakes swirled up. Under Fang Yuan's will, the peak stage rank 3 primeval essence rushed at the aperture walls. Like the prancing of 10,000 beasts or the movement of the galaxy, the 90% primeval sea swept through everything with a force majestic and boundless, far above middle and lower grade aptitudes. Primeval essence continuously cleansed the aperture walls. The cleansing slowly and quietly caused a hidden change in Fang Yuan's aperture walls. When this change accumulates to a certain degree, it would cause a qualitative transformation and cause his cultivation to break through rapidly to another realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used Relic GU to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And then with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity GU, his cultivation had been making rapid progress. Every day, he made such progress that it was beyond normal people's imagination. Rank 4, I am only a step away. This sensation was becoming more and more intense in Fang Yuan's heart. However, the surface of the primeval sea continued to decrease. Snow-silver primeval essence violently attacked the borders of rank 4 realm, consuming huge amounts of primeval essence. 90% primeval sea was of no help and the aperture walls were already cleansed to sparkling pure, but there was no change. Although rank 4 was only a step away, this step was like a deep gully which was very difficult to cross. No one knew how many GU masters were stumped at the border between rank 3 and rank 4 and how many grand ambitions were stifled. As Fang Yuan looked at the empty aperture, right at that instance, a stream of yellow gold waterfall fell down from the aperture. This came from outside world. It was reinforcements by Bai Ning Bing through Bone Flesh Unity GU. Although it was only rank 4 initial stage light gold primeval essence, but the moment it appeared, Fang Yuan's aperture trembled. Under Fang Yuan's will, the waterfall-like primeval essence turned into a tidal wave and charged towards the aperture walls, following the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence. All the accumulation before this burst out at this moment. Following a soft sound, tiny cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. Dazzling white light burst out of the cracks. The cracks continued to enlarge and the crystal walls started to collapse like the collapse of an iceberg. Pieces started falling towards the bottom of the primeval sea and turned into nothingness. 2 whole hours later, under Bai Ning Bing's unceasing support of primeval essence, this transformation ended. The crystal walls were no more to be seen, replaced by a layer of thin light membrane. However, this white light was even more dazzling and shone upon the whole aperture. A drop of light gold primeval essence floated up from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan advanced into rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. With just 2 to 3 years in Shang Clan City, I made such huge progress. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Bright, sharp light flashed through them and drew a ray of lightning through the dark secret room. He was pleased with this result. To be able to advance to rank 4 using a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had to first give credit to Bone Flesh Unity GU, Bai Ning Bing and then the favorable environment of Shang Clan City. At the same time, the credit also went to his plentiful experience from his previous life and his own efforts. Advancing to rank 4 meant stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and 2 were only low levels, rank 3 was middle level, while rank 4 and 5 were the high levels. Elders of many clans were all at rank 4 realm. If Guu Mountain still existed, Fang Yuan could now fight for the clan leader's position. Whether it were southern border, central continent or other places, rank 4 cultivation was enough to let a GU master roam everywhere. GU masters with rank 4 cultivation were a force to reckon with. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 GU masters. After reaching this stage, Fang Yuan could be said to have grown and exceeded most GU masters. Since rebirth, my cultivation has now reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, this speed is faster by countless times. By taking a step first and then moving step by step, I have accumulated my advantage continuously and reached today's accomplishment. All these were due to the help of my previous life's experience. All thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was more and more aware of how formidable the ranked 6 GU Spring-Autumn Cicada was. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could have another chance. However, although I have advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is getting faster as well. The pressure it is exerting on the aperture is also becoming bigger. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. I can use many more rank 4 GU with the light gold primeval essence. Next, I need to refine charging crash GU. But before this, I still have something I need to do. 4th Inner City. This is the manor Zhou Quan is in charge of. Fang Yuan stood inside a courtyard with hands behind him and his tone indifferent. Instantly, he got the answer from a subordinate. Yes, Lord Fang Zheng. Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ningbing, Xiao Dai, Shang brothers along with Wei Dexin and her people who had recovered some of their strength after refining some GU just recently. It is this place. Missy and I came here so many times, but we were given cold shoulder every time. Xiao Dai added in angrily from the side. Lord, if you wish to see my master, please pass us your visiting letter. My master is currently taking an afternoon nap. The doorboy walked over and said with an arrogant. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood these were Shang Xinxi's people. Afternoon nap, visiting letter, he. Fang Yuan laughed coldly before his expression immediately turned dark. He waved his hand. Go, smash the door. He. Everyone was stupefied for a while, as the 3 Shang brothers took the lead and walked forward with large strides. You, what are you trying to do? The doorboy was feeling extreme panicked and could not help but shout. You puny thing dares to block our way, get lost. Shang Huo gave an evil grin and kicked, sending the doorboy flying. Shang Tu used his brute force to forcefully smash the large manor door. What are you doing? Some servants ran over at the commotion, but with one look at the group of fiendish GU masters, they stood still in terror. Crash bang, slam slam. Fang Yuan's group intruded Zhou Quan's manor and starting charging around violently, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Shang Feng even took liberties with some pretty-looking servants. The manor was in chaos. Some servants ran around panicking and in fear while some cried, screaming for help and forgiveness. Chapter 332. Zhou Quan's shock. What do we do, master? The steward frantically ran towards Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan was shocked awake earlier, seeing that Fang Yuan created a din in his house. He was livid. This Fang Zheng is completely lawless. He actually dared to use force in Shangclan City. Wait, this aura, rank 4, oh god, how old is he? He advanced to rank 4 already. Zhou Quan observed secretly, but suddenly his eyes opened wide, as he was completely stunned. He was once a rank 4 GU master, the leader of a clan. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was near 50 years old. Fang Yuan's age was well known in the battle stage. He was only 20. What godly talent was this? Zhou Quan felt lamentation and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fang Zheng also advanced to rank 4, he is a true rank 4 GU master. He also has the purple thorn token, and has good relationships with Shang Xinxi and Shang Chaofeng. He is too stubborn. Previously he caused trouble in the slave market, but was only fined 49 primeval stones. He has a bright future ahead. He is likely to reach rank 5. According to the rumors, even Shang Yanfei thinks highly of him, and now the entire Shang clan is turning a blind eye to his actions. How can I compete with him? But, if I can't afford to offend him, can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to his old steward, quickly pack our things, we're going to hide in the shop. They are coming full force at us, we have to avoid them during this period. Yes, master. The old steward quickly went to pack up. A moment later, the gang flipped the manor upside down. The place which was elegant and quiet had become a war zone. Lord, we have searched, we did not find Zhou Quan. Shang Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He couldn't have gone too far, he's probably hiding in the shop. But all these are within my expectations, I purposely left the back door intact, hee. Fang Yuan chuckled. Zhou Quan thought Fang Yuan would respect Shang clan and stop making trouble. But who was Fang Yuan? In his heart, even the super-sized Shang clan was just a slightly larger stepping stone for his ambitions. Have you prepared what I instructed you to do? Fang Yuan turned around, asking Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin quickly responded, "It has been prepared." "Very good." Fang Yuan waved his hand, "Let's go." The gang left the manor, and immediately caused a commotion. Shang Clan City had always been very peaceful and safe. Fang Yuan barging into someone's home and messing it up had already attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, Fang Yuan instructed Wei Dexin to circulate news about this matter. Thus, it became an even more sensational story in the city. Numerous passers-by were attracted towards the scene. Go. Fang Yuan led the way, bringing his followers as he roamed the streets, purposely keeping a high profile. Along the way, the number of passers-by increased, crowding until the road was packed with people. Master, that Fang Zheng is here again," the old steward reported frightenedly. "No need to worry, this shop is owned by Shang Clan, he wouldn't have the guts to barge in here." Zhou Quan stroked his beard, calming his steward. Before his words were finished, he heard a loud sound. Fang Yuan had sent the door of the shop flying with a kick in front of everyone, and took large steps into the shop. "Stop there." A group of Shang Clan city guards walked out with a grim expression. Fang Yuan and gang were so noisy, the city guards were informed long ago. "This is a Shang Clan shop, you cannot enter by force. This is violating Shang Clan city rules." The guard leader shouted as he sweated buckets. He was on duty today. If he did not speak out, Shang Clan City will pursue his irresponsibility later. But Fang Yuan ignored him completely, walking in without heeding a word. The others followed suit. Bai Ningbing stayed outside, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting her rank 4 aura. "We are going in now, so what? Can you stop us?" This rank 2 leader's heart was palpitating intensely. He gulped, as he responded with a pale expression, "Even if I cannot stop you, we have to try. This is Shang Clan City, that is our responsibility. You have to know, Lord Fang Zheng's actions had violated Shang Clan City's rules." Chapter 3 Article 25. "We know, a fine right." Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, as she tossed a bag of primeval stones to the leader. "There are 500 primeval stones inside, keep the change. We have to continue thrashing the place later, this is an advance payment." After saying that, Bai Ningbing entered the shop as well. The leader stood frozen on the spot, as he held that heavy bag of primeval stones. He was completely stunned by Bai Ningbing's aura. Too arrogant, way too arrogant. The passers-by were roaring. "I've never seen anyone acting so lawlessly in Shang Clan City. Fang Zheng and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 GU masters, they have the ability. They even have the purple thorn token backing them, who can imitate them? Even if I have the strength, I wouldn't dare to. The air's simply too daring. Doing this in broad daylight, really." As some people discussed, more of the spectators were just dumbfounded. Some wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked outside by Fang Yuan's men, or chased away by the city guards. "Leader, do we go in?" a city guard asked softly. "Go in for what? To let them throw primeval stones at us?" The leader screamed. Wait for Lord Elder to come and settle this himself." Back to Fang Yuan, who was entering the shop. "Fang Zheng, what are you trying to do? Barging into a Shang Clan shop by force, do you still want to stay in Shang Clan City?" Zhou Quan's face was grim as he tried to suppress Fang Yuan's dominance using the name of Shang Clan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan in disdain. "Old man, weren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? We are both smart people, let's not beat about the bush, I am here for you. You have 2 choices now, submit to me, or die. Choose now." He. "Young man, I would advise you to stop your arrogance." Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his prideful character taking over, refusing to lower his head. "You want to harm me, can't you see where we are right now?" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Why are you laughing?" Zhou Quan's face was extremely ugly as he questioned. "You've lived for so many years, your foresight is getting worse. Can't you see, I am different from Shang Xinxi? Never mind, I shall show you mercy and give you a chance to fully understand me." Fang Yuan said, suddenly shouting and striking. Zhou Quan did not expect Fang Yuan to be so uncontrollable. After being assaulted, he was immediately sent sprawling on the ground and nearly fainted. But he still had his rich experience, quickly getting up and engaging Fang Yuan in battle. The sound of battle spread outside. The crowd standing outside the shop stirred. They fought. He really attacked. This Fang Zheng's guts are made of steel, he is too crazy. Zhou Quan is so unlucky to have met him. Everyone sighed, No one thought Zhou Quan would win. They were right. The battle in the shop quickly ended. Zhou Quan was not Fang Yuan's match at all. He still had some hidden injuries, even though he was rank 3 peak stage. Against the overbearing Fang Yuan, there was no way he could win. The shop was thrashed during the fight, almost half the place was destroyed. After the smoke dispersed, everyone saw Zhou Quan sprawled on the ground, bleeding and having bone fractures, immobilized. Fang Yuan was standing on the ground, as he stepped on Zhou Quan's head, giving off a dominating aura. Lord Fang Zheng, what have you done? 3 Shang clan elders came together, shouting. Where are your eyes? Can't you tell from looking? I'm teaching people a lesson. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes, replying loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fang Zheng, we are not here for jokes. This matter is too severe, do you know the consequences? The clan elders said solemnly. Zhou Quan, who was trampled by Fang Yuan, sneered, as blood flowed out of his open mouth. Fang Zheng was too rash. He made the matter too severe. How is he going to get out of it this time? Although Fang Zheng is a talent, he is after all, not a Shang clansman. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan laughed. Of course I know the consequences. Not only that, I also know what's the consequences of killing a person. Saying so, he took out the purple thorn token. Elders, if I murder in Shang Clan City, it would ruin Shang Clan's peace. According to the rules, I will lose the purple thorn token, is that right? Fang Yuan questioned. Yes, an elder immediately answered. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he showed a callous smile. He exerted strength, and crushed the purple thorn token into powder. This action caused the crowd to scream in shock, as the elders' pupils shrunk. Fang Zheng destroyed the purple thorn token. That is a purple thorn token, he destroyed it, what a huge waste. Fang Zheng abandoned even the purple thorn token, he clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant, rejecting Shang Xinxi's invitation so many times. He angered Fang Zheng because of this, what bad luck. Seeing the fragments of the purple thorn token land on the ground, even hitting his own face, Zhou Quan's smile froze. This was a purple thorn token. Fang Zheng destroyed even his purple thorn token, he wants my life. Is he insane? Zhou Quan was completely horrified by Fang Yuan's madness, recklessness and insanity. Chapter 333, Leaving Shang Clan City. He had assumed Fang Yuan was trying to teach him a lesson. But he did not expect Fang Yuan to have killing intent, even willingly giving up the precious purple thorn token. Just because of me, you acted so ruthlessly, was it worth it? Feeling Fang Yuan's determination, Zhou Quan wanted to cry. He was a normal person. He also feared death. If not, after Zhou Clan was wiped out, and he became alone and injured, he would have died already. But he lived. The desire to live was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xinxi because he looked down on her. He was a proud man, once the leader of a clan, how could he submit to a weak and powerless girl like her? But he did not think the matter would escalate to this extent. Now, he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's insanity was something he did not expect. Had I known this would happen, I would have accepted her invitation. To think it would end up like this. Zhou Quan felt intense regret. Although he was prideful, he was not stupid. Survival and pride, he obviously chose the former. If not, he would not have stayed alive like a beaten dog for all these years. That's right, I understand. My act of rejecting Shang Xinxi was a heavy hit on her reputation. Fang Zheng is her greatest supporter, thus he has to eliminate me. Shang Yi Fan had misled me. Feeling Fang Yuan's intense killing intent, Zhou Quan quickly thought of the reason. With his intelligence, with just a little analysis, he understood that the rumors earlier were all caused by Shang Yi Fan. Back then, he was still gleeful and smug. These rumors were the best excuse for him to reject Shang Xinxi. At the same time, he could feel that Shang Yi Fan valued him greatly from these rumors. In the worst case, he could go to Shang Yi Fan. Whether it was Shang Yi Fan or Shang Xinxi had no difference to him. As long as he was willing to help, he could make them young master easily. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was beyond regretful. Because of this rumor, Fang Yuan wanted to kill him. It was already too late to go to Shang Yi Fan. Fang Yuan was a maniac, he did not follow the rules. Zhou Quan had completely screwed up this time. Zhou Quan sprawled on the ground, his bones hurting from the battle, as he was immobilized by Fang Yuan's leg on his face. He wanted to open his mouth and beg for mercy. But he could not say it. There are so many people watching, if I beg in public, my reputation will be tarnished. But if I don't, my life will be forfeited. Character decides fate. At the crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still influencing him. The saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Zhou Quan, since you cannot understand your circumstance, you are no wise man. I wasted a purple thorn token to kill you, feel honored. Now die. Fang Yuan sneered as he exerted force on his leg. Zhou Quan felt an intense pressure on him. He finally abandoned all hesitation and begged. But because Fang Yuan was using so much force, his cheeks were squeezed together. He wanted to speak, but could not. Zhou Quan was panicking. Wait, I don't want to die, I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me speak. He screamed in his heart. At the same time, he waved his limbs around frantically. He grabbed Fang Yuan's leg, but Fang Yuan's body was as tough as steel, not even moving an inch. I'm dead meat. Just as Zhou Quan was despairing, he heard a familiar voice. Brother He Tu, have mercy on him. Shang Xin-si rushed to the scene. Xin-si, it seems you still found out in the end. I know you treasure talents, but you don't have to beg for his sake. Such a person deserves death. Fang Yuan replied, coldly, but stopped exerting force on his leg. No, brother He Tu, I have to speak. Shang Xin-si was very determined. She continued. You did not spend much time with Sir Zhou Quan, I know him better. Sir Zhou had always been adamant on rebuilding Zhou clan. He bore a heavy weight on his shoulders. He is a person with noble aspirations in his heart. He had once told me with great pain that he could not forget his former clansmen. Before his wife passed away, she told him to rebuild their home. These years, he carried a heavy burden and have been working hard for it. He has his grievances. Is that so? Fang Yuan reduced the strength he placed on his leg, his expression changing. Why don't I remember ever tell you that? Zhou Quan felt weird. When his wife died, he was not even at the scene. But he immediately understood. This was an act Shang Xin-si was putting on with Fang Yuan. Actually, Fang Yuan and Shang Xin-si were still trying to recruit him. They used Shang clan as the stage and acted out a good show. Her words earlier were his ticket out of this mess. It not only portrayed Shang Xin-si's kindness and love for talented people, it also gave him a way out of this predicament. What a great scheme indeed. I am the Zhou clan leader, but today I lost to these youngsters. Truly, the new generation is replacing the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing helplessly. He felt anger, hatred, but also grief and helplessness. So that's it. To think that Sir Zhou was such a man with aspirations. But you are too stupid. Assisting Xin-si does not clash with your aspirations of rebuilding your home. You are not afraid of death because of your goals. I am impressed by you. But do you know, dying is easy, but enduring shame and staying alive for your ideals, moving forward with the pressure on you, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. Zhou Quan heard this, and knew that this was an opportunity Fang Yuan was giving him. This was most likely the last one as well. If he does not accept it, his life would be over. There are no more chances left for him. Thinking so, this old man said, Sigh. A new generation breeds new geniuses. After listening to what you both have said, I am greatly enlightened. Fang Yuan loosened his leg. Shang Xin-si was overjoyed, helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain on his body, slowly getting up, then paying respects to Shang Xin-si. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xin-si. What did you say? Zhou Quan acknowledged that lass as his lord. In the study room, Shang Yifan heard this and froze in shock. That is impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even back then when Shang Yazi was in charge, and controlled all the shops, he could not recruit him. What abilities does this Shang Xin-si have, to manage to gain his loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and shouted in astonishment. This really happened. Old Zhang sighed. Shang Xin-si is still young, she naturally doesn't possess the ability. But she has Fang Zheng and Bai Ning Bing with her. To speak the truth, I underestimated Fang Zheng. To think that he is so scheming under that straightforward facade, he purposely made the matter impossible to resolve, and forced Zhou Quan to submit to her. If Zhou Quan did not submit, Fang Zheng would have killed him on the spot. Right now, the entire shop district is talking about the matter. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan had been living while enduring humiliation and shame, in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fang Zheng, he decided to join Xianxia, who had a love for talents. Xianxia's reputation has surged to a peak now. Shang Yifan heard that enraged. That means all the effort we wasted earlier, spreading rumors around, has instead helped them out instead. Liar, they are all liars. All these rumors must be sent out by them. How could there be such a touching story? HMPH. Young Master Yifan, calm down, the competition is not over yet. Although Xianxia has some people now, they might not truly be loyal to her. Now, we still have Madam's help, there is still a high chance of winning. Old Zhang analyzed calmly. As he advised, Shang Yifan's emotions went back to normal. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with an ominous light. You are right, building a force takes a lot of time. All these people she recruited were either threatened or forced, how could she gain their loyalty? Next, I will stir up discord among them, and then poach them over with money, I'm sure it'll work. With Xianxia in charge, Fang and Bai as guardians, Zhou Quan assisting, and the cooperation of Wei Dexin and Shang clan brothers, the intel business in the battle stage was finally established. As Xianxia predicted, once the business started, it caused a lot of commotion and reaction. The first day they started, they recouped their invested capital. On the second day, business was still booming. On the third day, business was still on fire. After 7 days, Xianxia's 300,000 primeval stones grew to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Xianxia's force was very united, and everyone could not be wavered. Such unity made the other young masters feel surprised. Shang Yifan was panicking, because he knew, if Xianxia continued to develop like this, with her current reputation, she would definitely be the final winner. Thus, he started using his mother's influence to affect Shang clan's higher-ups. Xianxia's intel business involved the battle stage, it was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups held a meeting and were about to stop Xianxia's business from operating, when Shang Yanfei stood up, and swept away all objections, fully supporting his daughter. Shang Yanfei's attitude was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Several months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's forces lost terribly to Xianxia. Xianxia became one of the 10 young masters succeeding Shang Yazi. But the pain of separation overwhelmed her joy of success. Brother He Tu, are you in such a rush? Xianxia walked outside the city, bidding farewell. You have already become a young master, with your talent, you will definitely grow well here. Xin, there is no banquet that never ends, we will meet again in the future, do not be sad. Fang Yuan consoled, but then changed the topic. Before I go, I have something to remind you. Always maintain a wide vision and look ahead. Above the 10 young master position, there is still the young clan leader Shang Tuohai. Above Shang Tuohai, there are the 5 elders of Shang clan, your father Shang Yanfei, and even the supreme elder of Shang clan. Rest assured brother, back then, when Shang Tuohai became young clan leader, he had the perfect conditions. The other young masters also had favorable relationships when they rose to power. But I have neither of those, I can only invest in human capital, only with talents can I compete with them. Brother, if you need anything, inform me, I will do anything I can to help you. Brilliance shone in Xianxia's eyes. Her words caused Fang and Bai to take a second look at her. As expected of the future Shang clan leader, the female talent that shook the world. Alright, until the next time we meet. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Xianxia, before turning around to leave. Bai Ningbing followed behind him immediately. The two, one wearing black and the other white, gradually vanished into the mountainous terrain. Xianxia and her 2 servants stood on the spot, staring at the two's background without moving. Brother He Tu, Sancha Mountain is very dangerous, please take care. Xianxia's eyes were watery as she prayed for him in her heart. Chapter 334, Immortal Crane Sect, Fang Zheng. In the world of Gu, the regions were magical. At the east, there was a huge sea, with islands which stood out like chess pieces on a chessboard. It was named Eastern Sea. At the west, there was a huge desert, greenery was extremely rare, only yellow sand could be seen everywhere. It was named Western Desert. At the north, there was a huge grassland, people called it Northern Plains. At the south, there was a mountainous terrain, known as the Southern Border. And in the middle of Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Southern Border, there was a central area, called Central Continent. Central Continent was over 50 million kilometers wide, primeval energy was extremely rich in the air, and many sects existed. There were many heroes and conquerors, both demonic and righteous. It was an area with plentiful human and natural resources. Its total strength was the strongest compared to the other 4 regions. In the southern part of Central Continent, among tens of thousands of hills, there was a large mountain above the clouds, piercing through the skies. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was grand and majestic, floating on top of the sea of cloud. Sunlight penetrated the clouds, and shone on the green forests on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, waves crashed as the tides rose and fell. Whenever the winds blow, the sea of clouds would experience great movements. The bamboo forests would sway with the wind, as 10,000 cranes sang. Ironbeak flying crane, fire pellet crane, tailwind crane, cloud mist crane, stellar light crane, over 10,000 types of flying cranes flew or rested in the pine trees. It was an overwhelming sight to behold. The 10,000 cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. As for the GU masters on the mountain, they were famous throughout the world. This was Immortal Crane Sect, one of the top 10 sects in Central Continent, possessing one of the strongest force in Central Continent. Right now, there was a crucial battle happening in Immortal Crane Sect's sparring arena. 2 youngsters, wearing similar clothing, were engaging in a fight. The 2 moved about as they tangled and fought together. Too strong. I cannot imagine. Both of them are only around 20 years old. Outside the arena, the spectators were watching this battle intently. Shock, admiration showed on their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua, he is a veteran expert. The number 1 in the previous 3rd year small examination. I am not surprised he has such strength. But that junior brother Fang Zheng, it is shocking that he possesses such ability. That's right, he is a black horse in this year's 8-year middle examination. No one expected him to reach the finals. These years, junior brother Fang Zheng had been keeping a low profile, like an ordinary mountain rock. No one cared about him, he was completely not eye-catching. But who would have thought that during this examination, he would soar into the sky and have his name become renowned in Immortal Crane Sect? Many people sighed as they showed admiration and jealousy. Fang Zheng kept a grim expression as he had a sharp gaze, fighting evenly with Sun Yuanhua. These years, he had grown taller, his shoulder was broader, and his waist was thicker. He had become more mature and stable. Suddenly, Fang Zheng unleashed a jade green wind, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat, he said in an extremely confident tone. Little junior brother, show me what trump card you have. Sun Yuanhua laughed, replying with the same level of confidence. All right then, Fang Zheng whistled, as the sound traveled far. Soon, the cranes called back to him. Everyone turned to look, and numerous eyeballs almost popped out as they stared with wide-opened mouths. An Ironbeak flying crane group. Oh heavens, so many flying cranes, is this an illusion? How is that possible? This is a myriad beast king. Fang Zheng reaching rank 4 middle stage was already a god-tier talent. But he can actually control a crane group that is almost 10,000 in number. What method is this? Everyone gasped, feeling extremely shocked in their heart, some unable to believe the scene before them. Even several sect elders stood up from their seats in shock. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. Ironbeak flying crane group, coming with an imposing aura, and an advantage in numbers, it gave him great pressure. But he did not intend to give up. His eyes shone with determination. Junior brother Fang, you are impressive. But can you really control so many flying cranes? I have not lost yet, because I have a crane group too. Come out. Feihe Mountain had tens of thousands of flying cranes. Such a territorial advantage was well used by the people in Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Zheng had a crane group, but Sun Yuanhua was also a genius in the sect that received ample nurturing. He also hid a crane group secretly. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's command, a group of cranes quickly flew out. This crane group posed a stark contrast to Fang Zheng's Ironbeak flying crane group. There was only a few hundred. But the cranes Sun Yuanhua controlled was different from the Ironbeak flying cranes. On their bodies, they had white feathers, but there was blue color on the tips of the wings and tail, as well as their claws. Under the sunlight, they gave a metallic shine. At the same time, when they flew, traces of blue static lightning could be seen on their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They have a fierce nature and are skilled at fighting alone. Ordinary Ironbeak flying cranes are not their match. Fang Zheng heard Lord Sky Crane from in his mind. I understand, Master. Fang Zheng replied immediately, his eyes shining brilliantly as he observed the illusion lightning crane group and manipulated his ironbeak flying crane group. They're going to crash. The ironbeak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior brother Sun's crane group might not even make a dent in it. No, senior brother Sun still has a chance. Crane battles aren't about numbers, it depends on their control and manipulation. Senior brother Sun had been training hard all along, his control of the crane groups is definitely one of the best. It all depends on Fang Zheng's performance now. To speak the truth, I don't think Fang Zheng will win. Although he is a genius, he is still human. These few years, he had to cultivate to rank 4, do the sect missions, and assemble his exemplary set of GU worms, all these had used up much of his time. I don't believe he still had time left to train his crane group manipulation skills. Everyone discussed with great fervor. Such an intensive fight, it was rarely seen in the sect's 3-year small examination and 8-year middle examination. Only in the 15-year large examination would it be seen occasionally. Although Fang Zheng possessed a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The scene now was like the fight between two armies. Fang Zheng had almost 10,000 flying cranes, he had a large army, but because of the numbers, it was easy to lose control over them. He was only rank 4 middle stage, the strength of his soul was limited, he could only have that much mental energy. Meanwhile, although Sun Yuanhua had fewer cranes, all of them were elites, and he could manipulate them easily. With the amount of time he placed into controlling them, his crane manipulation skill was one of the best in the sect. Seeing the two army about to crash in the air, at this moment, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated the GU in his aperture, causing him to turn into a flash of lightning, closing in on Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng did not expect him to strike so suddenly. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the encirclement of the ironbeak flying cranes, and get himself into grave danger. Sun Yuanhua attacked like a hurricane, like he went mad, his strength was something beyond what he had displayed earlier. Fang Zheng lost the initiative and was suppressed, only able to defend with all his strength. The two cranes engaged in the air, while on the ground, Fang Zheng and Sun Yuanhua fought intensely. Although the numbers of illusion lighting cranes were few, they were united, and charged together, tearing apart many ironbeak flying cranes. In contrast, the ironbeak flying cranes, although many, were a mess, like a pack without a leader. The ironbeak flying crane group could not block this small number of illusion lightning cranes. Senior brother Sun is amazing. His battle tactic was superb. That's right, Fang Zheng has limited concentration, manipulating this large group of cranes is like a baby wielding a hammer, amateurish and unskilled. He himself is being attacked by senior brother Sun, he can't even defend himself properly, with his concentration on defending, how could he bother with controlling the cranes above him? But the ironbeak flying crane group is just too huge, there are many hundred beast kings, several thousand beast kings, and even a myriad beast king. In the illusion lightning crane group, there are only 300 beast kings and 1 injured 1,000 beast king. In order to avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning cranes have to attack from the right and left, even if they injured many ordinary ironbeak flying cranes, they are greatly injured themselves. Sun Yuanhua and Fang Zheng are evenly matched, one attacks and one defends, they are extremely familiar with each other's moves, there is no clear winner. We can only look at the result of the crane battle. An elder saw the victory condition of this match. If the ironbeak flying crane group can devour the illusion lightning crane group, then it was Fang Zheng's victory for certain. But if the illusion lightning crane group rushes out of the ironbeak flying crane's encirclement and goes to help Sun Yuanhua, Fang Zheng would lose. Endure for a bit more. Try and divert some attention to the ironbeak flying cranes and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it would be a huge breakthrough, it would be extremely helpful to you in the future. In Fang Zheng's mind, Lord Sky Crane's voice continued to advise. Fang Zheng exerted all his strength and followed what Lord Sky Crane said. But right when he was about to succeed, Sun Yuanhua would always break his concentration with a flurry of attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fang Zheng, he had placed a lot of effort in manipulating cranes, under his control, although the cranes were injured, they were already about to break out of the ironbeak flying crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fang Zheng, it is still too early for you to defeat me. He sneered. Such words were heard by Fang Zheng, and it triggered the deepest part of his memory. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Guu village, he and his older brother Fang Yuan fought in the arena. Fang Yuan said the exact same words. No, I cannot lose. I have to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for my clan leader, for Lord Qingshu. Why have I worked so hard in these last few years? I must stand before my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? Flames burned in Fang Zheng's eyes. He endured the pain in his head, and diverted his concentration. The ironbeak flying crane suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth, devouring the illusion lightning crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face went pale. The crowd cheered. Fang Zheng was the number 1 in the 8-year middle examination, defeating Sun Yuanhua and became an elite disciple of Immortal Crane Sect. Chapter 335, Gu Immortal by whose inheritance? Central Continent's sect system was different from Southern Border's clan system. In clans, blood ties sustained the hierarchy, and clansmen were the target for nurturing. But in sects, masters and disciples replaced the bloodline system. In sects, they recruited disciples, and as long as one had good talent and character, they would be accepted. Precisely so, Fang Zheng was absorbed into Immortal Crane Sect as one of its member. In Immortal Crane Sect, from low to high, they were classified as Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple, Sect Elder, Sect Leader, and the Supreme Elder. 3-year small examination was to choose Inner Disciples. 8-year middle examination was to choose Elite Disciples. As for the 15-year large examination, it allows one to ascend to a Legacy Disciple. Above the Legacy Disciple, it would be the Sect Elders. The Sect Elders in Immortal Crane Sect had at least rank 4 cultivation. The Sect Leader would have rank 5 cultivation, and the Supreme Elders were ranked 6 GU Immortals. There was even ranked 7 among them. Central Continent was the strongest region compared to North, South, East, and West. Immortal Crane Sect was the top 10 sect in Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang Clan. The disciple selection did not involve place of birth, or any regional priorities. Thus, in Immortal Crane Sect, there were no C-grade aptitudes. B-grade was the most commonly seen, but there were many A-grades as well. Fang Zheng was a genius with a grade aptitude, no doubt. But in Immortal Crane Sect, in such a super-level force, there were many geniuses just like him. Fang Zheng, you were born smart and were willing to undertake hardships. Now that you have rank 4 cultivation, you are already qualified to be a sect elder. But you have only entered the sect for a short time. You need to complete many sect missions to prove your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard, become victorious in the large examination, and become a legacy disciple. Immortal Crane Sect leader sat on his grand seat as he looked down at Fang Zheng, who was kneeling below the stairs. Yes, I will remember leader's teachings. Fang Zheng replied. Now, I have a sect mission to hand to you and a few elite disciples. Go back and read through the details, go. The sect leader said as a bookworm flew out. Fang Zheng received it and took his leave. Once he returned, he laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Controlling GU worms required a lot of concentration. He expended a lot of his mental energy in doing so. At times he had to multitask and do multiple things at once. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fang Zheng used all his trump cards and truly expended all his means. He was too tired, forcefully meeting the sect leader to finish the initiation for advancing to an elite disciple. His head was still hurting, like a hammer was hitting him, while his shoulders were so sore that they could barely support his neck. He was drowsy and felt lightheaded. Fang Zheng slept for 2 days and 2 nights, until a series of knocking woke him up. Once he pushed the door open, he saw a group of elite disciples. These disciples comprised both male and female. They were mostly rank 3, but there were a few with rank 4 cultivation. Different from clans, which did not require loyalty to be tested, sects needed to do so. The higher the hierarchy, the fewer the number of elite disciples, legacy disciples, and elders. Many cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated during the examinations. Thus resulted in many disciples and elders having the same rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders definitely had higher battle strength than disciples. That is because they were chosen strictly through examinations, and were the most talented among thousands. Fang Zheng, we have the same mission. On this trip, I hope we can take care of each other. Fang Zheng, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua, it was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people were very amiable. That is because they knew Fang Zheng controlled an ironbeak flying crane group that was 10,000 in number. Although he could not control them perfectly, such strength was still respectable. You are too polite, my fellow sect brothers. I am ashamed, these few days, I had been sleeping, I have not seen the mission details yet. Fang Zheng cupped his fists, admitting. I see, in that case, I will tell you directly, our mission this time is extremely important. Fang Zheng, a few months ago, a shocking event happened at TNT Mountain, do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. TNT Mountain, Fang Zheng nodded. This matter was huge, I know about it. On TNT Mountain, Fairy Baihu's inheritance appeared. Fairy Baihu is a famous person in the righteous path, a ranked 6 GU immortal, and owns the Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many GU immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they would gain her blessed land. Right now, TNT Mountain is heavily surrounded by many GU immortals. Fang Zheng, I'll tell you directly, our mission this time is to go to TNT Mountain and try to obtain this inheritance. The Lord GU Immortal of our Immortal Crane sect has already come to an agreement with the lords of the other sects. In order to maintain peace, they will not strike, but instead, choose some elite disciples in their sect to compete in a fair manner. Fang Zheng heard this, and his eyes widened, showing intense desire. Are you serious? This was the inheritance of a GU Immortal. Of course, if we are truly fated and become her inheritor, we would definitely shoot to success. In the future, we have a great chance of breaking through to GU Immortal realm. But other than our Immortal Crane sect, there is also Heavenly Lotus sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul sect, Heaven's Envy sect and the other Central Continent's top 10 sects. Thus, during this trip, we have to cooperate and stay united. Of course, Fang Zheng immediately replied. Huo Tan Mountain in southern border is a dormant volcano. It is about 3 kilometers tall, and the peak of the mountain is flat with a hole that is flowing with magma within. Thick smoke rose from the funnel occasionally like a chimney. The greatest resource on this mountain were charcoal stones, almost seen everywhere. This type of charcoal stone burnt for a long time and emitted little heat, and did not give out smoke. It was most commonly used in Shangclan City, 5th inner city. It had been numerous days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing stepped into Huo Tan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain. To reach Xianxia Mountain, Huo Tan Mountain was a necessary stop. Stepping on the charcoal stones, one would feel the heat from below, as the air was dry and without moisture. Looking far, all one could see was dark red charcoal stones. There were trees on this mountain too. But these trees were short and thin, their branches were like needles and did not block sunlight. Thus, on Huo Tan Mountain, one could have a wider vision than compared to being on other mountains. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing traveled on the mountain. If birds flew in the sky and looked down, they would see 2 tiny ants crawling slowly. The truth is, they were being observed. Hee, they are finally here. Huo Tan Mountain is a necessary location along the path. They will definitely pass by here if they want to go to Xianxia Mountain. At an insignificant corner, 2 demonic GU masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men. The older one was called Zhao Huang, while the middle-aged man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassination duo among the demonic GU masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shang Clan would have 10,000 primeval stones as reward, and we will also get a yellow pair token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu licked his lips excitedly. But they are both rank 4 GU masters, we are only rank 3 peak stage. This is a good deal, but the risks are higher. I'm not sure if it was a mistake to accept this. Zhao Huang was older and wiser, showing worry on his face. Elder brother Zhao too, don't be frightened by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4, they are only rank 4 initial stage. Most of the GU worms in their hands are still rank 3. Moreover, it is not like we have not killed a rank 4 GU master before. Remember that Xiao Fu Lu who was killed by us. Meng Tu encouraged. Once he mentioned Xiao Fu Lu, Zhao Huang frowned, as he said nervously, didn't I mention it many times, don't talk about Xiao Fu Lu. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder, we offended a GU immortal when we killed him. Keep this matter in your stomach and never mention it again. HMPH, so what if he is a GU immortal? Haven't we lived free and safe all these years? Meng Tu pouted indifferently. GU immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these 2 newly advanced rank 4 GU masters. Brother, don't forget that we've spent several days preparing that trap for them. He. Speaking of that trap, Zhao Huang's expression relaxed. He muttered. As long as they fall into the trap and engage in a fierce battle, their primeval essence will be depleted and we will have a chance to act. Exactly, Meng Tu said, as his eyes suddenly glowed, saying softly but excitedly, quickly look, they fell for the trap. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped walking. The nearby ground started shaking violently. Rock shrapnels fell down the cliff from both sides. On the ground, the soil was moved away as lava crocodiles crawled out from the ground. It is a lava crocodile group, there is 1,000 Beast King. Bai Ningbing concentrated, looking at the leader of the group. This lava crocodile king was huge, the size of 3 elephants. Its body is covered with deep red scales, and 4 thick legs supported its huge body. A crocodile tail giving off a metallic glow was over 10 meters long. On its back, there were 2 lumps, like 2 small volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 traces of black smoke rose from the volcanoes, thick and thin rhythmically. As the lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground, it stared at Fang and Bai, but most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4. Initial stage GU masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king had sharp senses, it immediately sensed that Fang Yuan's aura was scarier. It opened its mouth, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles encircled Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan laughed, it is but a few crocodiles, Bai Ningbing, cooperate with me and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay, Bai Ningbing replied plainly, but battle intent surged in her eyes. Back then, when they first left Qingmao Mountain, they had also encountered a lava crocodile king, and stayed away from it. But now, they were different, having rank 4 cultivation, even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000 beast king, it could not stop their path. Chapter 336, Hero Saves the Beauty. Rocks cracked and flew, the crocodile group hissed in pain. The large battle was at its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood high on Huo Tan Mountain, surrounding them were corpses of lava crocodiles. Meanwhile, that 1,000 Beast King lava crocodile king was on the ground with all the bones in its body broken, the 2 protruding mini volcano on its back were also smashed apart. It hissed in a soft voice as it laid flat on the ground with blood pouring out from countless wounds on its body. Its claws shook as it tried to rake the ground to drill underground, however it no longer had enough strength. Its struggles continued to decrease till death finally descended on it. With the death of the 1,000 Beast King, the remaining lava crocodiles immediately scattered, drilling into the ground or fleeing in disarray. After roughly clearing up the battlefield, Fang and Bai resumed their journey. Zhao Huang and Meng Tu were hiding in a faraway corner without moving even a bit. These 2 famous assassins had quite an unsightly expression right now, just like zombies. They were scared. Are these 2 still humans? They contended against the whole lava crocodile group with just their own strength. Bai Ningbing walks the ice path and greatly suppresses the lava crocodiles. That can't be helped, but the main thing is still that Fang Zheng, he is simply a monster in human skin. The more injuries he suffered, the stronger he became. At the end, he even sent the lava crocodile king flying easily. Zhao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, both saw palpitation in each other's eyes. Fang and Bai's terrifying strength greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shang Clan City, so only after seeing the whole battle, did they become deeply aware of Fang and Bai's terror. These 2 youths are seriously only around 20 years old. Screw that, compared to them, we were simply living a dog's life for the last 40 years of our career. Meng Tu cursed out in fear. Brother Meng Tu, don't say so. Hearing you say that, I am completely ashamed of myself. The older Zhao Huang heaved a deep sigh. Undoubtedly, these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make you angry. We are simply not their match. If I had known this early, I would have never accepted this deal. Brother Zhao Huang, your words have spurred on my competitiveness and made me more indignant. This is still not finished, although we can't defeat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu said as he spit out some saliva. What chance? Think of it, Brother Zhao Huang. They are going to Xianxia Mountain to seek benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. Xianxia Mountain is extremely chaotic right now with rank 4 and rank 5 experts everywhere. They will definitely have to clash with others once they reach there. We will look for an opportunity while they are there. If we can take advantage of the situation while they are in trouble, that will be the best. Zhao Huang's eyes brightened upon hearing this reminder. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder. Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, Go to Xianxia Mountain. There was something fishy about that group of lava crocodiles. Fang Yuan thought along the way. The timing of the lava crocodiles and the area they appeared in were too coincidental. The moment they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing did not sense anything wrong, but the astute Fang Yuan with his previous life's experience could smell a conspiracy. Fang Yuan was very familiar with such situations. Someone intentionally designed this trap and wanted to deal with me. But which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan or Shang clan? Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. Because I know Li Ran's identity and I have now left Shangliang Mountain, there is a probability that Wu clan would make a move. As for Bai clan, I have become their enemy. I know the huge secret of their clan's spirit spring drying up and have extorted them of 3 million primeval stones. How could they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. The amount of Shang clansmen I have offended are also many. Shang Yazi, Shang Yi Fan. After buying that group of Wei clansmen I also offended Shang Pu Lao. In Shang clan's young master competition, I was one of the forces of Shang Xin Si, and if I was to be eliminated outside, she would be greatly weakened. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. I will just deal with it as they come. Fang Yuan shook his head and threw the disorganized thoughts out of his mind, clearing his thoughts. If it was before when he was weak, he would have to exhaust all his energy to plan for everything. But now, his strength had increased by a lot and he had the aura of someone who would not move no matter what wind attacked him. Central continent. Wind whistled through the sea of clouds. 10,000 flying cranes were flapping their wings together. Fang Zheng and the other elite disciples of Immortal Crane sect stood or sat cross-legged on the flying cranes and hurried towards TNT Mountain. Boss Fang Zheng, your crane group is really mighty. We will definitely shine brightly on this trip to TNT Mountain and sweep through everything. An elite disciple said. He used a GU while speaking, so no matter how strong the wind blew, his voice was not obstructed and was clearly transmitted to everyone. You speak too highly of me. This time, the ones participating in the competition for GU Immortal by whose inheritance are all elites from the 10 great sects. If we want to get the inheritance, not only do we need strength, but also luck. Boss Fang Zheng, you are too modest. With your myriad crane group, who can stop us? Immediately another elite disciple said. Boss Fang Zheng, you are my role model. No wonder you were dispatched to this mission by the sect leader after just becoming an elite disciple. On this trip to TNT Mountain, we will only be following your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. On the way, Fang Zheng had sparred with all the elite disciples. He was very strong and also had a spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Lord Sky Crane's soul resided in the spirit incubating flea and would give guidance from time to time. There was also the support of the myriad crane group. Because of this, Fang Zheng defeated all the other elite disciples. He was not arrogant after his victory, he had a great bearing and was modest, easily winning everyone's good impressions and was pushed to become their head. They were all in admiration of Fang Zheng. Among the 10 great sects of Central Continent, which one of them does not have deep foundations? I am sure they also have talented people among them. Although I have the myriad crane group, my weakness is that I can't control them fully. I still need to ask you all to provide guidance regarding the control of the flying cranes. Fang Zheng cupped his hands towards the people beside him. We wouldn't dare. It is our honor to be able to spar with Boss Fang Zheng. Boss, you have been cultivating so hard these days that it makes us blush with shame. Boss, your progress is remarkable. You have an innate talent in controlling the cranes. You only lacked practice before, and given some time, you are sure to surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples said words of agreement. Their words were from the depths of their hearts. On this journey, they could clearly notice Fang Zheng's progress. Fang Zheng smiled. With Lord Sky Crane providing guidance and secret experiences, and even controlling his body sometimes, how could he not improve at a lightning pace? After flying for some time, the Ironbeak flying cranes started to cry out one after another. Fang Zheng and the rest understood. All right, it is time, we need to land and feed the flying cranes. Fang Zheng stamped, the flying crane group started to pierce down through the layer of clouds under his control. For a moment, it was only a scene of white vastness. Soon, the clouds and mist disappeared as the group flew down from the layer of clouds to the verdant and lush ground. Flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the scale of the crane group, the higher their demand for food. Fortunately, Ironbeak flying cranes could eat anything. Sometimes, They even ate stones to fill their stomachs, thus were very easy to raise. Fang Zheng possessed such a large-scale crane group, but it was also equally troublesome. After every set intervals, he would need to fly to the ground and feed the crane group. There is a battle going on. As they were descending down, an elite disciple suddenly spoke out. Everyone immediately discovered the unusual state on the ground. 4 demonic GU masters were laughing evilly while surrounding 3 female GU masters and slowly nearing them. Tisk, it is the 4 great obscenities. Soon, an elite disciple exposed those 4 demonic GU masters' identity with a disgusted tone. These 4 great obscenities were separately: Eastern Obscenity Chen Yi Dao, Western Thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao. They had been traveling all over Central Continent and were all rank 4 GU masters. They were extremely strong and were even able to contend against rank 5 GU masters when they combined their strength. Look, they are actually surrounding Fairy Bai Sha of Heavenly Lotus Sect. An elite disciple with sharp sight shouted, HMPH, demonic paths people, every single one of them needs to be executed. Fang Zheng's expression turned incomparably cold and immediately commanded the crane group to charge down without thinking much. Fairy Bai Sha, it will be difficult for you to escape this calamity today. To think our luck is so good today to be able to smell the aroma of Fairy Bai Sha. Even if we suffered heavy injuries, it is worth it. The 4 great obscenities winked as they pressed on towards the 3 female GU masters. Damn it, Fairy Bai Sha gritted her snow-white teeth. She was seriously injured and did not have strength to break through. Just as she was starting to feel desperation and was thinking of committing suicide, she suddenly heard the cries of a group of cranes from above her. Who is it? The 4 great obscenities raised their heads and shouted. Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciple, Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was standing on the back of the Ironbeak Flying Crane King, his tongue seemed to burst out. With thunder, he stood upright and proudly on the crane's back, his body was robust, his brows thick and his eyes like that of a tiger's. He fixed his gaze on the 4 obscenities and waved his hand. The elite disciples behind him and 10,000 Ironbeak flying cranes passed him and charged towards the 4 obscenities. Heavens, so many cranes. It is one of the 10 great sects, the elite disciples of the Immortal Crane Sect. What bad luck, we have injuries and can't contend against this group, let's retreat. The 4 great obscenities sized the situation before turning to flee, and soon, they had escaped far away, their figures disappeared from everyone's sight. These demonic path trash, they might not have other abilities but they are pretty quick in running. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you okay? Fang Zheng got off from the back of the crane and approached Fairy Bai Sha, asking softly. I am okay, thank you young master Fang Zheng for saving me. Fairy Bai Sha looked at Fang Zheng, her face blushed red and her gaze carried hints of infatuation. She had thought she would not be able to escape this calamity, but a hero came falling from the sky. Fang Zheng was like the hero saving the beauty and it left a deep impression on Fairy Bai Sha. Chapter 337, Leaving Somebody in the Lurch. 2 young babies, leave behind your primeval stones, strip off your clothes and kowtow to your grandpa thrice, and I shall spare your little lives. Gahaha, a rank 3 old demonic GU master with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's way. The old monster Heishi is making it difficult for newbies again. These 2 youths are out of luck considering they ran into the old monster Heishi. That girl looks quite pretty. Why does she look somewhat familiar? It is a pity the old monster Heishi is here, otherwise we would have made a move. From within the darkness, many demonic GU masters looked here with sinister smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan's response was straightforward, he directly summoned his beast phantom. The moment he made a move, the breath concealment GU lost its effect, and his rank 4 aura was revealed in its whole. Shock and desperation immediately showed on the old monster Heishi's face. He wanted to escape but Bai Ning Bing also made a move at the same time and kept him in check. The old monster Heishi was directly struck by Beast Phantom and turned into minced meat. Blood, bone pieces and brain matter mixed together and splattered all around. What the fuck? Oh god, these 2 youths are both rank 4 GU masters. I remember it now. They are black and white twin demons. One is called Fang Zheng and another is Bai Ning Bing, both are geniuses of the demonic path. They have made great names for themselves in Shang Clan City's battle stage, especially Fang Zheng, people call him Little Beast King, almost having hegemony over the whole battle stage. Why are these two guys here? The temptation of Xianxia Mountain's inheritance is too big, they were also attracted by it. Old monster Heishi kicked an iron board, his death was really tragic. Many GU masters watching from the darkness, as they opened their eyes wide in extreme shock and fear. HMPH. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with killing the old monster Heishi. With a shift of his mind, he activated another beast phantom and charged towards a specific shadow. A huge sound resounded, the demonic GU master hiding in the shadow directly exploded into meat paste by Fang Yuan's attack. Countless demonic GU masters drew in a sharp breath of cold air from the darkness. Jin Chang'an also died. Little Beast King has a heavy murderous nature, he doesn't let even spectators go. Let's go, let's go. Even the old monster Heishi could not resist their one move, it will be too late if we don't hurry now. Trees shook, stones were lifted up, countless shadows scuttled out, fleeing towards every direction. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing quietly watched this and did not block them. As they got closer to Xianxia Mountain, the demonic GU masters they ran into also increased. During ordinary times, one could only occasionally run into these guys. However, Xianxia Mountain was like a fragrant honey that attracted all kinds of flies, bees and so on. We have yet to reach Xianxia Mountain, but we have seen all kinds of demons and ghosts fighting each other. It is obvious how chaotic the situation over at Xianxia Mountain is now. Bai Ningbing's expression was indifferent but her tone was slightly heavy. Several months had already passed since the Three Kings' inheritance appeared on Xianxia Mountain. This caused a huge disturbance in southern border. Countless figures appeared one after another and rushed towards there. Righteous path and demonic path fought against each other for a place in the quota to enter the inheritance. Xianxia Mountain had already changed into a slaughterhouse. Every day, there was large amounts of lives lost in open fights and schemes. Kill them all, gain notoriety through killing. Kill until these people tremble in fear, only then will they not dare to lightly provoke us. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his eyes filled with thick killing intent. Fang Yuan was fully aware that reputation was very important when one went outside. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were living in Shang Clan City all this while, although their fame had spread, it was mostly limited to within the city. Most people had not heard about Fang and Bai. Killing all that stands in their way, killing to gain fame, this would be an enormous help to Fang Yuan's future plans. Alright, let's continue using breath concealment GU and hide our rank 4 aura. Killing like this is really splendid and very interesting. We can leave deep impressions on others and make them remember us for their whole lives. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes shone with cold light. Her beauty was like that of a snow fairy, untouched by the mortal world. Her tone, however, was like a bloody, poisonous scorpion, and was filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath-concealing GU was only a rank 3 GU, Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage and he needed to replace many of his GU. Bai Ningbing was also the same. Three Kings' inheritance has many of the GU I need. As long as I obtain those GU, my set of strength path GU worms will push towards completion. It will also provide me great help in advancing to rank 5 and allow me to dominate the mortal realm. Calculating the time, the Hu Immortal Blessed Land in Central Continent should also have opened. Fairy Bai Hu was a ranked 6 GU immortal and the inheritance she had left behind is intact, it is many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even if I were in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 great sects and thus cannot participate in the contest at TNT Mountain. Sigh, such a pity. Fang Yuan gazed far away towards the direction of Central Continent before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent as she walked alongside Fang Yuan. The two crossed mountains and charged around everywhere, they would directly kill any demonic GU masters or righteous GU masters they met. Their vicious reputation quickly spread. In Fang Yuan's view, at every stage, there was an appropriate manner to developing oneself. When one was weak, they should keep a low profile and do things secretly, suffering patiently and growing stealthily. When they were strong, they should spread their name and strike when the timing was right, making others feel fear and terror. Sometimes, reputation was a much stronger weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing realized the advantage of reputation. When they had just started on the journey, the GU masters along the way often tried to make things difficult for them. Just like that old monster He Shi, daring to jump out with just a mere rank 3 cultivation. Fang and Bai were young, moreover Bai Ning Bing's stunning appearance caused others to have an impulse to commit crime. Now, however, even though Fang and Bai were using breath concealment GU and hiding their cultivation, their path was unimpeded, saving them a lot of trouble. They had yet to truly reach Xianxia Mountain, but their evil reputation had already spread till there. Good deeds remain obscured while bad deeds spread over 1,000 miles. Such evil reputation was the fastest to spread. Right now, everyone knew there were 2 terrifying demonic path rising stars, rank 4 geniuses, killing their way towards Xianxia Mountain, 2 who were very aggressive and easily killed people. This day, they finally reached the foot of Xianxia Mountain. Sounds of a fight suddenly came from ahead. "Don't come here, don't come." A female GU master shouted with terror all over her face and was faintly gasping, her clothing in rags, revealing her beautiful shoulders and thighs. He, little beauty, quietly obey us. If you resist any more, be careful that I might just slash your pretty face. Don't resist. Let us big brothers give you a taste of euphoria, ha ha ha. The demonic GU master's eyes shone with a wolf-like green light as they continuously charged towards the female GU master. The female GU master resisted with all her might, but she was alone and her strength was not enough. The situation was in full control of the several demonic GU masters. Damn it, damn it. The female GU master bit her full lower lip with her pure white teeth, her face filled with anxiety and terror. She retreated bit by bit, the clothings on her body were slowly cut open. Her smooth legs were exposed and her thick hair was in a mess. As she escaped, her chest bobbed like a white rabbit, which provoked the attacking demonic GU masters to let out wolfish howls. Can anyone save me? Can anyone save me? I have 30,000 primeval stones here. The female GU master shouted, her weak voice further stimulate the desire in these GU masters. Nobody moves. This little girl is our 10 tyrants, pray. Wait till our boss comes over. That's right, we don't want the 30,000 primeval stones. We will enjoy this first, the rest of you can take turns later. Gahaha, some righteous GU masters were just about to make their moves to rescue the girl, but when they heard the name of 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to shrink back. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 GU master. Who can save me? Please save me, the female GU master shouted sadly like the lament of a cuckoo. She kept on running, asking for help everywhere, but wherever she went, the GU masters would all retreat and avoid her. Only Fang and Bai stood on their spots, watching indifferently. 2 lords, please, I pray you for mercy, please save me. The female GU master's eyes shone with hope. The weeping beauty ran towards Fang Yuan and pleaded. Where did these 2 brats come from? Mind your own business. We are Nan Mountain's 10 tyrants, you 2 young juniors, This can't be. These few demonic GU masters suddenly paled when they recognized Fang and Bai's identity. Although that person is disguising as a male, she is a female. These 2, 1 man and 1 woman, black cloth, black hair and black eyes, white cloth, silver hair and blue eyes, aren't they the recently famous black and white twin demons? The demonic GU masters immediately stopped, they fixed their gazes at Fang and Bai with profound fear. Fang and Bai's reputation were the number 1 thing they heard recently. These 2 might be young, but were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were both extremely ruthless and had a murderous nature. Most importantly, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Such cultivation was terrifying. Rank 1 were considered substandard, rank 2 could be said to be lackeys while rank 3 were the main pillars and held their own. Rank 4 were already experts among GU masters, and were the leaders of ordinary clans. Even in 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they stood at the peak of the mortal world and were very few in numbers. Even in southern border with hundreds of thousands of mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 rank 5 GU masters. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me. The female GU master found a way out of her predicament and knelt on the ground in front of Fang and Bai, imploring. The surrounding GU masters all casted their gazes here. These 2 are the black and white twin demons who just recently became famous, they are unexpectedly so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons, one has been famous for a long time while the other are rising stars of the demonic path, this should be interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not show up, they are no match for black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons got a bargain, getting that beauty for free. PFF'd. Little Beast King will have beauties on his left and right, he really has luck with women. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took a light step back. Save you? Why would I save you? Because of your superficial beauty, or do you think I am a kind person and like helping people? Fang Yuan looked down at the kneeling GU master, his gaze cold and indifferent. The female GU master stupidly raised her head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled, then looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You can continue, I won't make a move. I've had such a tedious journey coming here, please do give me a good show. Chapter 338, Who May Err? Hearing Fang Yuan say that, a few members of 10 tyrants showed a softer expression. Next, one of them pounced and kept the female GU master on the ground. The female GU master struggled to no avail, as this member of 10 tyrants laughed and pulled with his demonic palm. Tisk. The silk clothing of the female GU master was torn open, showing her underwear. Such a scene caused the people to howl like a wolf, as the demonic GU masters were very aroused. Many righteous GU masters gritted their teeth secretly. Someone wanted to stop them, but was stopped by another. Don't do anything. There is not only the 10 tyrants here, but also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female GU master is not a righteous character. You don't have to involve yourself. Damn, members of the demonic path are truly scum of the world, unscrupulous and shameless. Some GU masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female GU masters looked away, shutting their eyes. No, no, I'm begging you, please stop, that female GU master cried out in despair. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, as she stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sneering, looking at the scene. My respects to the 2 black and white twin demons. We will report your act of friendship to our boss, since you gave the opportunity to us and merely watched. A GU master of 10 tyrants walked up and cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, smiling respectfully. The other members walked to the female GU master. One of them spit out some phlegm, cursing, "Little slut, do you think you can seduce the 2 Lord Black and White twin demons by begging? Naive, stupid, you sure ran fast. Next I will make sure you enjoy yourself." He. Another person laughed lecherously, looking extremely perverted. As for the person on top of the female GU master, he was about to attack. At this moment, a pink light appeared from the female GU master's body, and exploded. The male GU master was caught off guard and sent flying. He was like a comet, flying far away, landing after 100 steps away, fainted. What? This female GU master is trying something funny, let's attack together. What guts, you dare to resist us? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female GU master. But the next moment, the pink light flashed again, and intense screams were heard. The members of 10 tyrant were sent flying all together. The pink light displayed the female GU master's overwhelming battle strength. As she had an alluring and evil gaze, the disguise on her was completely removed, showing her true flirtatious appearance. The members of 10 tyrant were lying on the ground, shocked. Who knows what methods she used, causing them to be weak and powerless on the ground, unable to get up. The fierce and evil 10 tyrant members were actually not the female GU master's match. Such a sudden change caused everyone's expressions to change. Many people watched speechlessly, extremely surprised. Only Fang Yuan's expression remained the same, as if he knew all along. The female GU master laughed. After showing her true appearance, her alluring eyes were soul-stealing. A slender body with perfect curves, like a flowering peach in spring, made everyone extremely comfortable. During this period, the members of 10 tyrant got up. Their strength slowly recovered, but even so, the shock on their faces were still apparently. They felt a real rank 4 aura from the female GU master. This female GU master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Numerous people's expressions changed when they found out. Little Beast King, you left a maiden in distress, are you a man? The female GU master looked at Fang Yuan, showing an upset, annoyed expression, causing people greatly pity her. At once, all the males stared at her fixedly. Many GU masters started to be jealous Fang Yuan. If this woman would give them one glance, it was worth dying for. But Fang Yuan had no emotions, his tone was like ice, chilling to the bone. Who may err, do you think this level of acting can trick me? The female GU master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fang Yuan to expose her identity so easily. But she quickly recovered, her lips pouting, to think that my lowly name is known by Lord Little Beast King. It is my great honor, but, before I exposed my true appearance, how did Lord manage to find out? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Before you showed your true self, I was only guessing. But whether I guessed right or wrong, I have no losses, am I right? Even if Hu Mei was a demonic GU master, upon hearing Fang Yuan's cruel words, her heart chilled. It is actually her. This woman is famous in the demonic path, she is very scary. An expert at disguise, don't be moved by her appearance, she is a demoness that devours people whole, she is completely ruthless. Hu Mei has a broad network, she has slept with many demonic GU masters, why did the 10 tyrants provoke her? 10 tyrants members helped each other up as their faces were pale without a trace of blood. By now, they had already understood, they were obviously toyed by Hu Mei. Hu Mei had rank 4 cultivation, it was easy for her to deal with them. Her earlier disguise and performance was just to toy with them, she was trying to use them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King had sharp eyes, he actually saw through her disguise. Ha ha ha, Fang Zheng, you are truly heartless, but don't be too smug. You two have been too famous these few days, now the entire Xianxia Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses are here. Be it righteous or demonic path, many seniors and experts are now trying to test you. You have offended many people, I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, you might lose your life when you ascend the mountain. Hu Mei laughed. Oh, that means, you are the first person sent to test us. Hee, why are you worrying about our safety? As for offending people, the one thing I am not afraid of is offending people. So what if I offend every human alive? Fang Yuan spoke plainly, but his words were chilling. Hu Mei listened as her eyes glowed brightly, showing excitement in her eyes. She laughed while covering her mouth. Well said. What great courage, I like it. Not afraid to offend people. Then let me tell you, you look down on my appearance, that is offending me. In this world, only villains and women are hard to please. I am not only a woman, but also a villain. Hee, Little Beast King, let's see who laughs till the end. I hope you can leave the mountain alive, Hu Mei said with a sharp gaze as she turned to leave immediately. Everyone watched her pink dress flutter in the wind, her beautiful appearance as she left, leaving everyone speechless. Hu Mei, Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei was a demoness in the demonic path. She was very mysterious, no one knew her origins. In his previous life, she was very active, causing problems everywhere, sowing discord, causing fights and disputes wherever she went. She cultivated the enchantment path, specifically, enchanting people. Using her appearance, she controlled many demonic experts, and she had many puppets all over southern border. Among them, there were even rank 5 GU masters. There were even rank 4 GU masters who fought due to jealousy over her. However, others did not know her origins, but Fang Yuan knew. This demoness had a great origin, she was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a ranked 6 GU immortal in southern border, occupying the Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness seduced men all over southern border, and had a specific interest in young men. In his previous life, 100 years from now, she would gather her force and head to Xiyang Mountain. Nobody knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was, she alone left the mountain. What was worth mentioning was, she ascended the mountain as a rank 4 GU master, but she descended as rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable secret. Right now, she is starting to display her enchantment path in recruiting people. To think that she would develop an interest in me this time. Fang Yuan compared his lives, and exclaimed. He used the advantages of rebirth to grow quickly, and became chosen by Hu Mei. Hu Mei was interested in his potential, and wanted to seduce him into her puppet. But how could that happen? HMPH, in the 500 years of my past life, I had already eliminated my mortal desires. But the enchantment path has its strengths, I cannot be unguarded. Hu Mei must have gone to incite people to find trouble with me. She has the GU from Granny Mei Hua, if I want to kill her, I will need ample preparation and isolate that GU from her. Hee, I wonder which blind fool would dare to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan analyzed in his heart. Since he could not kill Hu Mei at the moment, he could only deal with the situation step by step. Right now, Hu Mei's enchantment path had not reached greater success, she only had rank 4 GU masters under her charm. As long as they are not rank 5, Fang Yuan had no fear. He was confident that with his experience in this set of GU worms, even if he cannot win, he will not lose. Central Continent, TNT Mountain. Riding the flying crane, Fang Zheng and others traveled days and nights before arriving. Before them, many elite disciples from the other 10 sects had already arrived. It is the people from Immortal Crane sect. Why did Fairy Bai Sha from Heavenly Lotus sect come with Immortal Crane sect? Who is that lad? Fairy Bai Sha is talking so happily with him. I have never seen Fairy Bai Sha speak so nicely to a guy from the same generation before. Fang Zheng and the others' arrival attracted everyone's attention. Bai Sha, you arrived too. Do you know, since our last separation, I have been wanting to meet you again. This time, at the Hu Immortal Inheritance, I expected you to come. Thus, I begged my master to let me come here as well. A young man saw Fairy Bai Sha and quickly came over. Bai Sha was speaking and laughing with Fang Zheng, but upon seeing him, her smile vanished. Chapter 339, Trouble. Oh, it is Sir Wei, no need to worry, thanks to young hero Fang Zheng, Bai Sha is safe and sound. Fairy Bai Sha avoided Wei Wusheng's gaze and greeted. Young hero Fang. Wei Wusheng squinted, looking at Fang Zheng who was standing beside Fairy Bai Sha. Hello, I am Immortal Crane sect's Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng smiled lightly, cupping his fists in greeting, oozing with friendliness. Young hero Fang Zheng, an elite disciple of Immortal Crane sect, the number 1 in the most recent middle examination. He can control 10,000 cranes. Thanks to these cranes, we could reach TNT Mountain so quickly. Fairy Bai Sha said while looking at Fang Zheng, her face blushing shyly, as her tone carried a faint sweetness. Along the way, she had conversed with Fang Zheng, and felt that they hit it off. Immortal Crane, these are just Ironbeak flying rains, although the number is a little large. Wei Wusheng's eyes shone coldly, feeling extremely angry towards Fang Zheng. He gritted his teeth, greeting Fang Zheng back. Fang Zheng, you are an elite disciple of Immortal Crane sect. That's great. I've long heard of Immortal Crane sect's crane manipulation skill. I have always wanted to face off against it. I would appreciate it if you would spar with me. Saying so, Wei Wusheng took large steps forward, his eyes glowing with overbearingness as he stared at Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was stunned, as he sensed animosity, feeling absurdity from the issue. Ha ha ha. In his mind, Lord Sky Crane laughed loudly. A beauty's gratitude is the biggest problem, my disciple. The act of saving that little lass Bai Sha has brought you many enemies. This young girl Bai Sha is a great beauty. Now that she likes you, you have trouble ahead. This Wei Wusheng is your first challenger. Likes me, Fang Zheng shouted in his mind. Speaking of love, he felt a deep sorrow in his heart. These years, he had a girl's image deep in his heart. She was immortal, she was very normal, very ordinary, and much inferior to Fairy Bai Sha. But in Fang Zheng's heart, she had an extraordinary cuteness. The times he spent with her were the best memories in Fang Zheng's heart. Unfortunately, she was already dead, no longer in this world. She was Shen Kui, Fang Zheng's former servant. Thinking of Shen Kui, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The girl I liked is dead. Master, you know how hard I've worked these years. My biggest goal is to defeat my brother and take revenge from my ancestors, my uncle and aunt, Shen Kui, Lord Clan Leader, Lord Qing, and fulfill their wishes. Although Guu village was destroyed, the Guu bloodline still exists. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple, even if that is what you want, this Wei Wusheng will not let you off. Since you decided to save Fairy Bai Sha, why didn't you realize that? Lord Sky Crane laughed. But I do not want to spar with him. I've heard of this Wei Wusheng in Immortal Crane sect. He is a healing Guu master, a rising star in Heaven's Envy sect, a strong grade aptitude genius. He is most skilled in healing himself, often leaving unscathed after a battle. If I battle him, even if I win, my condition will not be at its peak. It will negatively affect my performance when competing for the Guu Immortal Inheritance. Lord Sky Crane laughed heartily. Don't worry, go ahead and fight. The Hu Immortal Inheritance on TNT Mountain is special. It will not make you compete in terms of battle strength, it is a contest of willpower and determination. With my soul assisting you secretly, you have a great advantage. After pausing for a while, Lord Sky Crane continued, you are still too young, you do not know the usefulness of reputation. Sometimes, reputation is more useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and improve your reputation. Use the flying cranes and don't worry about their deaths. We have lots of cranes in Immortal Crane sect. Even if you use them all, we can return to the sect and replenish your army. Hearing his master say so, Fang Zheng sighed, saying to Wei Wuxiang, since you want to battle, so be it. Excellent, please. Wei Wuxiang sneered, stomping and shooting into the air like lightning. Fang Zheng did not show any weakness, waving his hand and stepping on a flying crane, as 10,000 cranes cried out together, as if greeting their king. Once the battle began, everyone got excited. Boss Fang Zheng, all the best, defeat this sissy from Heaven's Envy sect. Immortal Crane sect's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this lad a lesson. Wei Wuxiang had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, intense battle intent burning in his eyes. He was the leader of the elite disciples sent by Heaven's Envy sect this time. Fang Zheng's 10,000 crane group could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He had his own trump card. Battle. Wei Wuxiang activated the GU worms in his body, as his body flashed in the air and vanished. The next moment, the space was torn apart as he traveled through several hundred steps away, directly appearing in front of Fang Zheng. Space-piercing GU. Even Lord Sky Crane was shocked. An intense battle unfolded. At the same time, on Xianxia Mountain. In a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered. That means, you were all used by Humayr to test the black and white demons. The leader of 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hang Mei, muttered. That's right, boss, that demoness tricked us all, and even injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you have to avenge us. The second brother of 10 tyrants shouted. Tyrant Hang Mei slapped. The second brother of 10 tyrant was harshly slapped on his cheeks, his body turning on the spot. Boss. He held his face, looking at Tyrant Hang Mei in shock. Heavily injured, that is perfect, as long as they're not dead. You bunch with sperms for brains, control your lower body. I instructed you earlier to mind your actions and words already. Do you really think this is still Nan Mountain? Tyrant Hang Mei scolded. Wrong. This is Xianxia Mountain. Be it Kong, Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, or Wu Shen Tong, Yi Chong, all of them can kill you like an ant easily. Although you have rank 3 cultivation, what is the most important reason you are able to stay here? Isn't it all due to me? HMPH, this matter is a warning to all of you. I have to tell you, don't find problems with Humayr. This demoness seduces men to their death. She has a wide network. She is involved with Lin Sankai, has rumors with Li Xian, and even Mo Wutian. Tyrant Hang Mei's words shocked the 9 brothers. Lin Sankai was a rank 4 demonic GU master. He was not only skilled in the metal path, but was also an earth path GU master. His metal and earth specialty was renowned through the land. Li Xiao was similarly just as strong. He was not a native of southern border, but came from Eastern Sea. He was an unscrupulous merchant famous among the demonic path members, most skilled at finding opportunities to buy low and sell high. His network and human relationships were wide. Many demonic GU masters' loot were sold off by him. As for Mo Wutian, he is even scarier. He inherited a mysterious inheritance of an ancient GU immortal, and was the #1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute young genius. Be it Lin Sankai, Li Xian, or Mo Wutian, they are all rank 4 GU masters. These famous people are all related to that demoness. The members of 10 Tyrant heard this and went pale, their hearts palpitating with fear. I'll tell you one last time, this is not Nan Mountain. Sai, I asked you all to use your brains often and learn from mistakes, but you refused to listen. Sai, this 3 kings inheritance is not a small matter. Who knows how many formidable characters would show up? Tyrant Hang Mei sighed as he said. The other brothers looked at each other, speechless. Tyrant Hang Mei saw that the time was right, and changed the topic, but no need to worry, on Xianxia Mountain now. The rank 4 and 5 GU masters are restraining each other, no one dares to act rashly. We the 10 tyrants of Nan Mountain are not to be trifled with. We cannot take this lying down. Let's go, accompany me to find the black and white demons. Boss, you're going personally to find the black and white demons? Someone expressed shock. Boss, you are rank 4 middle stage, a senior of the demonic path. When you were roaming in the world, they were still babies. That's right. Boss, we'll go and ask them to come. You giving them an audience is their honor. HMPH, what do you know? Tyrant Hang Mei chided. The black and white demons are so young. The fact that they did not attack you this time means they know of my name, and know how to hold back. But they are youngsters, they love their face. If I put down my ego and go to meet them personally, it is giving them full respect. Next, if I mention working together and come up with a plan to deal with who may err, they are sure to agree. He. Boss, I understand. You are using them as the vanguard. Boss, you are a genius. This, black and white demons are only around 20 years old, they are too young. Now, they and who may err are at odds. If they hear your suggestion, they would be extremely thrilled. Once boss plans, it truly is phenomenal. The 10 Tyrant members started bootlicking their boss. Ha ha ha. Tyrant Heng Mei laughed loudly, waving his hand. Brother, come with me to visit the black and white demons. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing looked up at Xianxia Mountain Peak. This Xianxia Mountain has a peculiar design. From the mountain foot, it goes up to 3 hills. Looking from afar, it resembles a fork with 3 tips, pointing at the sky. Above the 3 peaks are the entrances to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, the mountain peak would shoot out 3 beams of light, and allow people to enter. Once the number of people reach an amount, the light pillar to vanish, and the entrance would disappear. After that, GU masters who failed to pass through the tests would be thrown out from time to time. Of course, there are also many deaths inside the inheritance every time. There's about 8 days till the next opening of the inheritance. Let's find a place to settle down for now. Fang Yuan gave the surroundings a sweeping gaze as he saw a cave in the middle of the mountain waste. Chapter 340, Beaten to a Pulp. Xianxia Mountain was originally a place no one showed interest towards, and was a place Che clan and Zuo clan had interactions. However, since the inheritance opened, it had become extremely lively and there would be people moving through the forests frequently. Clashes and disputes occurred frequently. Right now it was still relatively peaceful. Every time the light pillar opened, the entry quota was limited. At that time, it would be a scene of carnage at Xianxia Mountain. To fight for a chance to enter the inheritance, all the GU masters chose to stay on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the GU masters, the closer towards the mountain peak they stayed. This caused them to be in a favorable position when the inheritance appeared, since they could much easily rush towards it. The cave Fang Yuan chose was on the middle of the mountain. From the traces around the cave, there was clearly someone living in it. Sure enough, when they got near the cave, a loud and clear voice was transmitted from within the cave. This is my, Mang Kuang's, territory. Get lost, or else you will die a violent death. Ha ha ha, Mang Kuang, what crap is that? This place is pretty good, I have taken a liking to it, get lost. Fang Yuan laughed outside the cave and issued an ultimatum. Screw your grandmother, you want it the hard way. Since you are looking to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Following the voice, a burly man walked out of the cave. His upper body was bare. He was wearing a worn-out hemp-knitted shorts. Cyan snake scales covered his whole body. His face was covered with long beard, blood veins showed on his eyes, and his black hair fell down his head in disarray. He walked out of the cave looking like a furious fiend. 2 blind fools, Mang Kuang looked at Fang and Bai. He was cursing with his rough voice when suddenly his pupil shrunk and his jaw opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You too, could you be the black and white twin demons? What do you think? Bai Ning Bing laughed faintly, her blue eyes flashing with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt chills rising from his back and spreading over his body in seconds. Black and white twin demons were rank 4 GU masters, while he was only at rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, he had heard about how these 2 killed without blinking their eyes, and how cruel their methods were. Damn it, I have been hiding here without doing anything. What did I do to deserve this? This really is misfortune dropping from the sky. Mang Kuang's thoughts were in disorder. In an instant, the vicious face suddenly changed, the raised eyebrows drooped, the wide-opened eyes narrowed down to a slit, the bent corner of his lips immediately rose up into a smile. He did everything he could to show his goodwill. It is my greatest fortune in this life for both lords to take a liking to my cave. Mang Kuang bent his back and rubbed his hands, giving a flattering smile towards Fang and Bai. His body was tall and robust, but when he shrunk down and bent his back, his original rampant domineering aura immediately disappeared into oblivion. This, matched with his boorish appearance, was simply like a clown fiesta. You are sensible, you can get lost now. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Yes. Mang Kuang seemed to have received an amnesty as he slipped out and immediately ran far away. After forcing out Mang Kuang, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the cave together. The cave was already arranged properly by Mang Kuang and they did not need to waste their energy to make any arrangements. Xianxia Mountain is filled with danger, we will take turns to stay guard at night for the next 8 days. If one sleeps, the other must be awake. Fang Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. Naturally, Bai Ningbing nodded. Wei Meier won't leave it at that, we will be facing constant troubles in these 8 days. However, it is also good that these people are sending themselves to us, we can establish our might and that matches with our intention. Fang Yuan had just finished saying this when a voice came from outside the cave. Are black and white twin demons inside? I am Tyrant Heng Mei, I have long looked forward to meeting you too. This time, I especially came in to pay a visit. Tyrant Heng Mei, isn't he the boss of 10 tyrants? I heard he is very cruel, cultivates strength path, likes to eat little children's flesh and has spread fear over Nanshan. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered inside. He had planned to go find trouble with this Tyrant Heng Mei, but to think the latter actually dropped in himself. The two walked out of the cave and looked at the 8 people standing outside the cave. At the front was a robust body, bare and flat chest, black chest hair growing all over his chest. A dense aura of rank 4 middle stage was let out from all over his body. However, this demonic path's figure famous for his savageness was wearing a smile right now. When he saw Fang and Bai, he immediately cupped his hands and one could only take him as an elegant black bear at first glance. To think the black and white twin demons had such large background. Tyrant Heng Mei had intentionally spoken in a loud voice and attracted the attention of many nearby GU masters. Even Tyrant Heng Mei came to pay a visit to them personally. Many were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When did Tyrant Heng Mei become so polite? Mang Kuang still had not run far away, right now he touched his chest and felt the lingering fear. Tyrant Heng Mei, it is good you came, I was just about to visit you. Fang Yuan responded. Tyrant Heng Mei's smile became even deeper, thinking Fang Yuan was going to pay a visit to him. But who knew Fang Yuan's next words immediately caused his smile to stiffen. I heard you are also a strength path GU master, let's enjoy a battle of life and death and determine who is stronger. I, Fang Zheng, am walking the strength path and am going to become the number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated his GU and directly launched an assault at Tyrant Heng Mei. What? Tyrant Heng Mei came back to his senses, he was startled and also furious. He had broken the tradition and came to pay a visit, but to think this, Fang Zheng, was an ungrateful guy and attacked him without saying anything further. What kind of person is this? Is this still a person? The nerves in his brain are jumbled up, right? Fang Yuan did not care about his thoughts as he charged quickly towards Tyrant Heng Mei. All-out effort GU. Without saying any words, he directly attacked. A brown bear phantom appeared from behind him. Violent strength GU. Tyrant Heng Mei opened his eyes with anger. He did not dodge, put his arms up to block head-on. With the activation of violent strength GU, his body enlarged and increased his strength sharply. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into Tyrant Heng Mei, sending the latter back by 5 steps while he, himself, bounced back from the terrifying strength. Tyrant Heng Mei was at rank 4 middle stage and commanded the other 9 members of 10 tyrants. He had lorded over Nan Mountain for many years and had deep foundations. HMPH, Little Beast King, I gave you face but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Heng Mei shouted, but he did not take the initiative to attack. He was at rank 4 middle stage and knew he was stronger after crossing one move with Fang Yuan since the latter was only at rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only one rank 4 on the scene, there was also Bai Ningbing who was standing there. Tyrant Heng Mei was sure of winning against Fang Zheng, but it would be very difficult for him to fight against two. Tyrant Heng Mei, why are you being so careful? Bai Ningbing, you deal with the others, Tyrant Heng Mei is mine. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and shrugged his shoulders before charging towards Tyrant Heng Mei again. I will give you 5 minutes, if you can't finish it by then, I will take over. Bai Ningbing slightly raised her brows, her blue eyes flashing with sharp light. Boastful juniors. Hearing Fang and Bai's casual conversation, Tyrant Heng Mei felt his anger was about to burst out. He had a violent temperament, he already outdid himself by maintaining his patience till now. Knowing that the situation was hard to improve, he threw away his other thoughts and let the murderous aura in his mind surge forth. Fight. Two sides collided. Fang Yuan against Tyrant Hang Mei, while Bai Ning Bing suppressed the remaining members of the 10 tyrants. It was a chaotic battlefield. Boulders were smashed, mountain creeks ran dry, caves collapsed, and there were sounds of thunder-like explosions. Tyrant Hang Mei became more fearful. Fang Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu, his strength and fighting strength grew the more injuries he suffered. When he crossed moves against Fang Yuan just before, he had thought the so-called Little Beast King was no more than that. Reaching the halfway stage, his expression turned grave. And when Fang Yuan burst out with 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hang Mei's face lost color. This Little Beast King, how could he be so strong? Not only is his Gu worm combination superior to mine, he also has plentiful battle experience. How did he live to have such skillful and ruthless moves? There is not even a shadow of a young person in him. He is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he acts so overbearingly. With such strength, even I would have no worries in acting like this. I have failed bad this time. I must retreat. Fang Yuan met frontal attacks with swift and fierce strikes, like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain or a flood dragon overturning the seas. Tyrant Hang Mei was gasping and his energy and blood were in disorder from Fang Yuan's attacks. The main point was, every time Fang Yuan suffered injuries, he would become stronger. Now, Tyrant Hang Mei was already not able to continue fighting against Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan became even stronger, that would be too horrible. Every time Tyrant Hang Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit decreased by a little. As the fight continued, he did not dare to attack at all. There were clear opportunities to attack Fang Yuan, but he started hesitating. What should I do, attack or not? With such thoughts, how could he fight well? Tyrant Hang Mei was slowly falling into a passive situation. Fang Yuan, however, had let go of all his apprehension. His attacks were like the tides, coming waves after waves, continuous and endless. Beast phantoms flashed, one after another in the air. There would be violent sounds every time Fang Yuan attacked. The explosive sounds came again and again. All the people who heard it felt their hearts throb in fear. What kind of fierce offense is this? Even a formidable senior like Tyrant Hang Mei is not Fang Zheng's match. Fang Zheng is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is suppressing the middle stage Tyrant Hang Mei. Little Beast King. Many people were secretly observing the battle and thought over this nickname of Fang Yuan. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang felt quite helpless. He could tell Fang Yuan was more brutish and more unreasonable than Tyrant Hang Mei. The fiendish Tyrant Hang Mei paled in comparison to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, don't go too far. Tyrant Hang Mei spurted out blood. His chest, arms and legs were all completely fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his plan. Bai Ning Bing killed the other members of the 10 tyrants and firmly locked him down. Howl, howl, howl. Fang Yuan pointed his finger. 6 large beast phantoms turned into solid forms and fell down from the sky, submerging Tyrant Hang Mei. A loud sound echoed and dust scattered everywhere. Tyrant Hang Mei was beaten to a pulp. His internal organs and bone fragments splattered over the ground. Countless sharp inhaling noises could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 341. What ferocity and wickedness! TNT Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also called the Land of Inheritances and the Mountain of Sages. Its height was over 3,000 kilometers, it was imposing and had a grand presence. Its peak seemed to pierce through the skies and was hidden beyond the snowy fog and clouds. What was extremely unusual was there were not many craggy rocks on the mountain. Giant square-shaped rocks reclined upon each other, stretching from the base of the mountain towards the top, forming stairs. However, the scale of this stairs was so huge that there was an old legend about it in Central Continent saying the stairway reached the realm of the Immortals and was a bridge connecting heaven and earth. There were many touching, mysterious, tragic, and joyful stories revolving around TNT Mountain. TNT Mountain became the holy land of Central Continent's GU Masters, a place closest to the Immortal Court. Many GU Masters seeked for immortality but failed, and before death, they would place their tombs here. At the same time, a large majority of them would also set up their inheritances here. TNT Mountain hid countless inheritances, and only those fated could obtain them. Every year, after clouds and mist that covered it dispersed, TNT Mountain would experience an enormous flow of people. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be set up. However, this year was different. This year, the inheritance that opened at TNT Mountain was Hu Immortal blessed land, which led to the appearance of GU Immortals. After discussing, they made an alliance and locked this mountain, setting up a contest for their sect's juniors. Right now, at the foot of TNT Mountain, an intense battle between the youngsters was already reaching its end. 10,000 cranes flew together and floated around Fang Zheng. Wei Wuxiang was panting and his clothes were in rags. He stared straight at Fang Zheng from within the layers of encirclement by the cranes. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have my trump card. Wei Wuxiang was not resigned to admit defeat after being at the losing end. If it was an ordinary situation, he would have conceded defeat already. But God knew how many elite disciples were fixing their gazes at this match. Wei Wuxiang was not representing only himself but also the Heaven's Envy sect behind him. At the same time, others did not matter, but Fairy Bai Sha, whom he admired, was also watching the match. I cannot lose. With this thought, Wei Wuxiang valiantly activated a GU in his aperture. He had always been hiding this GU, not using it even at the important sect examination. Once this GU was activated, it created a colorless breeze. The light breeze revolved around Wei Wuxiang's body, moving his clothes and caressing his hair. However, Fang Zheng looked like he was facing a great enemy. It was because Lord Sky Crane had already reminded him loudly, not good. This kid actually has injury wind GU. Defend with all your might. This GU can whip up injury wind. It looks light and harmless, but it is extremely terrifying. Heaven's Envy Sect's junior was not weak indeed. This seems to be his trump card. Injury wind blew. Fang Zheng completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Injury wind looked gentle, but wherever it blew, the cranes cried out in pain. Countless ironbeak flying cranes crashed down to the ground like their wings were broken. Injury wind blew on Fang Zheng's body. The defensive light around his body continuously flickered. Beads of sweat dripped from Fang Zheng's forehead. He gritted his teeth and transferred the primeval essence from his aperture to his defensive GU endlessly. The stalemate lasted a while. Finally Wei Wuxiang sighed inwardly and stopped activating injury wind GU. It was not that he did not want to continue the fight, but his aperture was already close to drying up. GU masters all had a common point, that was when primeval essence was consumed, the GU masters' fighting strength would sharply decrease. Rank 1 to rank 5 GU masters all suffered from the restraints of primeval essence. Only when they went beyond mortal and reached the realm of immortals, becoming a GU immortal, would they be able to have endless primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze was dark. He had calculated it clearly. His primeval essence was exhausted and so he did not have any more strength to battle. However, Fang Zheng had been commanding flying cranes to battle from the start. His primeval essence consumption was relatively less and was sure to have some more primeval essence left. Brother Wei is worthy to be Heaven's Envy sect's elite disciple. Possessing such unusual and incisive methods, I have increased my knowledge and my horizons have been broadened. My primeval essence has also almost been exhausted by brother. How about we consider this spar as a draw? Fang Zheng smiled. What? Wei Wuxiang was stunned. What was Fang Zheng saying? He was very clear of his own situation. How could he have a GU that could exhaust Fang Zheng's primeval essence? However, Wei Wuxiang immediately realized Fang Zheng was telling a lie. Fang Zhen is giving me a way out of this situation. After understanding Fang Zheng's plan, there was a complex expression on Wei Wuxiang's face. The disciples of every great sect could not casually make their moves. Because they represented not only themselves, but also the sect behind them. Moreover, with Fairy Bai Sha at the scene, Wei Wuxiang could truly not afford to lose this battle. Since Fang Zheng gave him a way out, Wei Wuxiang quickly cupped his fists towards Fang Zheng after hesitating for a moment. Brother Fang is a young hero, I am filled with admiration. Immortal Crane sect indeed has deep foundations for being able to teach a figure like brother. I have benefited from this spar and like brother Fang said, we will consider this match a draw. Wei Wuxiang said so on the surface, but in truth, he secretly transmitted to Fang Zheng, I, Wei Wuxiang, shall remember your leniency and will definitely repay it in the future. However, Fairy Bai Sha is my love, I will not concede on this. I will train harder and spar with you again in the future. Fang Zheng smiled. He nodded on the surface, but was inwardly feeling a headache. Wei Wuxiang continued with the secret communication. Fang Zheng, you need to be careful. Fairy Bai Sha has many admirers, not just me. Even with your formidable strength, you will still have 4 competitors. They are Heaven River Chen Dazhong, Rising Purple Lightning Ji Yu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wind Tang Ruqi and Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You are so close with Fairy Bai Sha, they will definitely come find trouble for you. You better not lose. Fang Zheng's gaze could not help but flicker at the mention of these 4 famous names, feeling that his headache had become worse. As for Lord Sky Crane, he was laughing heartily in his mind. Sure enough, like Wei Wusheng said, 3 days later, disciples of Ancient Soul Sect arrived at TNT Mountain. Leading them was Ji Yu Ting, and after knowing of the matter between Fairy Bai Sha and Fang Zheng, he immediately sent a challenge. To avoid this unexpected calamity, Fang Zheng chose to avoid the fight. Ji Yu Ting naturally was not willing to leave the matter at that. He would visit Fang Zheng's residing cave every day and provoke him to a fight. He continued this for 7 days in a row. His words became more vulgar as time passed. Immortal Crane Sect's other disciples were unsatisfied and went to find him but were defeated. Ancient Soul Sect's momentum rose greatly, and at the 8th day, everyone went to block Fang Zheng's cave entrance and cursed endlessly. Fang Zheng, you ostrich, still not coming out. Fang Zheng, you are hiding now, but can you hide for your entire life? Obediently stop getting in contact with Fairy Bai Sha and Big Brother Ji Yu Ting will magnanimously spare you. Immortal Crane Sect is merely so, they actually taught such cowardly disciple. At the mention of Immortal Crane Sect, Fang Zheng, who was in the cave, let out a sigh and helplessly walked out of the cave. He could endure the curses directed towards him. However, once it involved his master, his temperament changed. Disciple needed to uphold the prestige of their masters. This was an important value of Central Continent. If he did not uphold it, then when he returned to Feihe Mountain later, he would be impeached and even receive punishment. Lord Sky Crane made a loud din inside him. Gahaha, Fang Zheng, my disciple, do you understand now? What I have been telling you from the start is not wrong, right? Blindly enduring will let others misunderstand and bully you. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, the more people will appear that will want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Ji Yu Ting. Shut the mouth of these people from Ancient Soul Sect. Improve your reputation. Sigh, one has to compromise in this world, I really feel it now. I can only fight. Fang Zheng gained an understanding with this event. Ji Yu Ting, come, let's fight. At the similar time as the fight between Fang Zheng and Ji Yu Ting, far away at southern borders Xianxia Mountain, a battle ended. The battlefield was a mess, blood all over the ground, smashed rocks, destroyed trees and craters all around. Fang Yuan stood proud on the battlefield while his opponent Fei Li was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Lord Fang Zheng, please be magnanimous and spare me. Fei Li continuously kowtowed while begging bitterly. He had a cultivation of rank 4 middle stage and was also a strength path GU master. He had been full of spirits, but now his body was soaked with blood, his right arm broken and his 2 legs fractured, cutting out an extremely sorry figure. Since you are begging for forgiveness, then first hand over your expend strength GU and I shall consider whether to accept it or not. Fang Yuan looked down upon Fei Li, cold light bursting out of his eyes. Fei Li hesitated before handing over expend strength GU. This GU was his vital GU and also his core GU. It made his enemies waste more strength when making any movements, doubling the expenditure of their stamina. Handing over the expend strength GU, Fei Li lost his vital GU and suffered a heavy backlash, spurting out huge mouthfuls of blood. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he accepted expend strength GU. I have considered, expend strength GU is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide and not considering the critical state of his body, he shouted, Lord Fang Zheng, this is my most precious GU. With a shift of Fang Yuan's mind, beast phantoms directly pounced forward and turned Fei Li into minced meat. Popper. Fang Yuan looked at the disfigured corpse below him and sneered. Then his gaze swept through the battlefield. The spectators were not few, but all of them subconsciously chose to avoid Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What's wrong? Sky Tiger Shui San Si isn't here. You guys tell her, we are both Strength Path GU Masters. 3 days later, I will come visit her and exchange pointers. The moment these words came out, it caused an uproar. Little Beast King was too violent. A few days ago, he had killed Tyrant Heng Mei, and at this battle, Fei Li begged him for forgiveness, but he did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. Now, he was going to challenge Sky Tiger Shui San Si. What ferocity and wickedness was this? Chapter 342, Biao. What? The little beast king is challenging me. When she first heard the news, Xianxia refused to believe it. She was thinking, she had no relationship with the black and white demons, she had never offended them, not even meeting them before. How could they come to find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, she investigated, and realized this was true. How can this be? What is this little beast king's brain made of? The Three Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days, he still has the mood to challenge me. What did I do to you? Why are you messing with me like this? Xianxia felt helpless and annoyed. Is it simply because we are both on the strength path, thus he wants to compare who is stronger? Sigh, this maniac. Xianxia thought about it thoroughly, finally classifying Fang Yuan as a lunatic, unable to be understood by a normal human. A few months ago, she had heard of the reputation of the black and white demons. As the passed, the two of them got more famous, as rumors spread further and wider. They are the publicly recognized new rising stars of the demonic path. Initially, Xianxia did not mind it. Fang Yuan and Hu Mei'er had a conflict, and she was gloating over it. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white demons came to Xianxia Mountain, they not only did not keep a low profile, but even create huge problems. Especially that little beast king, he does things with no discretions, unreasonable and ruthless, causing people to feel threatened. Tyrant Heng Mei from 10 Tyrants visited him out of goodwill, but was killed. Fei Li already begged for mercy, but Fang Yuan did not let him off, beating him to a pulp, into meat paste. The thing is, those were rank 4 GU masters, with middle stage cultivation. But Little Beast King used initial stage cultivation to kill these two outrightly. Such battle strength bred fear in people's hearts. Xianxia also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation, she feels that her strength was about the same as Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fang Yuan was challenging her, her heart sank as she felt a great threat, even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fang Zheng is too cruel and unreasonable. He is trying to step on us, these seniors' corpses to strengthen his reputation. Fei Li was the sacrifice for his ambitions, now it is my turn. Such arrogant acts, Xianxia had done it when she was young. But back then, she only killed rank 3 GU masters, she was nowhere near Fang Yuan's ruthlessness, choosing GU masters at a higher stage than him to battle. To speak the truth, Xianxia did not want to battle with this lunatic Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation refining a GU recently, now that Fang Yuan publicly challenged her, she had to accept it. In this world, people often had no choice. If she, Xianxia, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had built up all these years would go down the drain. Xianxia has been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of this world's cruelty. This was a difficult world to live in, for that chance of survival, all the different species fight it out with their lives. The kinder and weaker you show yourself, not only would you not gain peace, but you would even get yourself into greater danger, and attract the greed of many. Demonic Path GU masters who got to Xianxia's height have surely killed many people, and offended even more people. The world was like this: if you did not kill people, and offend people, how could you gain the resources needed to advance your cultivation? How could you gain fame from battle results? To defend her reputation, Xianxia quickly agreed to Fang Yuan's challenge. The two decided on a wide valley as the location for their battle. 3 days later, Xianxia saw Fang Yuan for the first time. She was shocked. Fang Yuan did not have the fierce appearance in her imagination, in fact he looked rather gentlemanly, without any boorish features, his eyes were dark like an abyss, extremely peaceful. Sky Tiger, I've heard of you, you offended a higher up in your clan, and was exiled. You secretly worked hard, taking a risk to kill beast kings, and using the GU worms you gained to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert slowly and steadily. After that, you went back and killed the numerous elders that framed you in the past. To be honest, I admire you quite a bit. Fang Yuan spoke. Such a respectful tone caused people to listen in shock. Why did he change his nature? Speaking so politely, does he have an interest in Sky Tiger? To be fair, although Sky Tiger looks ordinary, she has the proper curves, her body is great, she is indeed a beauty. HMPH, is Little Beast King that kind of person? He disregarded even Hu Mei'er, he is ruthless and cold-blooded, a fearsome person. I've learned from these few days, You guys should not place any hopes on him. As the people discussed, Xianxia replied Fang Yuan, I'm flattered. Little Beast King, the name of the black and white demons is renowned in this area. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I cultivate the strength path, you are the same. If we spar, it will help both of us learn more. Before this, I have sparred with Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li, these two were great and gave me quite an experience. But such a sparring method is boring to me now. This time, why don't we change the sparring method? Xianxia listened, and raised her eyebrows. Oh, what idea do you have? I'll listen to it. Simple, I'll stand here and let you hit me. After you finish, I'll hit you. Isn't that great and simple? It will end faster too. How about this? Since you are a woman, I'll give you 3 hits, after that, I will only retaliate with 1 hit. Fang Yuan smiled as he said. Sparring like that, Xianxia's eyes glowed, attracted to Fang Yuan's proposal. Fang Yuan staying still and letting her do 3 hits, such a suggestion was too alluring. Alright, let's do that. Xianxia considered it through, agreeing. Please. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, staying still as he stretched out his right palm. Xianxia's eyes shone with brilliance, as her killing intent surged, shouting, first move. Several GU worms were activated at the same time in her aperture. Her slim arms burst out in a bright light, turning into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws tore through the sky, hitting Fang Yuan harshly. Fang Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, flying out like a cannonball, landing on a huge rock behind him. There was a loud crash as the rock exploded, rock shrapnels flying everywhere. Good hit. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, standing up. His chest had an obvious concavity, at least 4 ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan felt his intestines were bleeding too. As the intense pain assaulted him, Fang Yuan endured it as his nerves were undergoing a huge trial. Xianxia's expression changed. That's right, Fang Zheng made a good plan. The more injured he got, the greater the strength he can use. Then do I attack harder or softer now? The harder she hits, the more injured Fang Yuan gets, and the higher his battle strength gets. If she hits softer, when it is his turn, she would be able to defend more easily. No, I should use all my strength to attack. Kill him in 3 hits. Xianxia considered as she made up her mind. Second move, she shouted and activated her GU worm, as her body expanded over twice her original size, becoming a giant. The hair on her body became longer, becoming brownish-yellow tiger fur. Her eyes became tiger eyes, and her teeth grew out of her mouth, becoming fangs. On her forehead, there was a symbol. Her strength more than doubled. As she pounced on Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared behind her body. A fierce tiger growling towards the heavens, giving off an imposing aura. Its body was covered in brownish-yellow fur, and it had a tough muscular body. Most importantly, there was a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger that has wings. That means it is a Biao. Tiger was the king of the 100 beasts. And Biao is a flying tiger, the king among the tigers. 3 hounds and 1 molosser, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. The strength of a Biao was 5 times of a tiger. The beast phantom of a Biao can suppress 3 to 4 of Fang Yuan's ordinary beast phantoms. Xianxia's strength had already more than doubled, but now she unleashed the strength of a Biao. Under this huge force, Fang Yuan flew away like a shooting star, landing several hundred steps away, crashing on a mountain wall. The entire mountain valley shook intensely. The mountain rocks collapsed, engulfing Fang Yuan. Such strength. Is Fang Zheng dead? No, not yet, his aura is still around. The collapsed rocks were pushed away. Fang Yuan walked out, his arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, his steel tendons were mushed, and his bronze skin was torn. Every step he walked, his body felt weak and was on the brink of collapsing. The Fang Yuan now could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms. But these injuries were recovering. Fang Yuan activated the self-reliance GU, the healing effect now had far surpassed the flesh-bone GU. Third move, Xianxia was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan time to recover. A pair of wings grew out of her back. This large pair of wings was brownish-yellow in color. As it flapped, Xianxia flew to the sky. She flew higher and higher, until she was about 1 kilometer in the sky, before she dived down. She had calculated it long ago, this was the limit to how high she could go. Any higher and she would get injured from the impact after diving down. As everyone watched nervously, Shui Sansi charged towards Fang Yuan. The image of a Biao appeared again. This time, it did not appear above her body, but directly overlapped her actual body. This moment, she seemed to have become a true sky tiger. With this move, you are finished. Shui Sansi growled as her killing intent surged. Activating 2 Biao phantoms in a row caused her to pay a huge price. This was her strongest power, her strongest attack. She was confident of killing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked up at her, activating Golden Shield GU. But Golden Shield GU was rank 3, could it block Shui Sansi's strongest attack? Chapter 343, Shameless and Despicable. The lush valley enlarged rapidly in Shui Sansi's eyes. Wind blew past and buzzed intensely on her ears. Shui Sansi's face that had completely changed looked down at Fang Yuan with her tiger eyes, the corner of her lips already curled up into a bloodthirsty smile. She could almost see Little Beast King being flattened into minced meat by her unprecedentedly fierce attack. There is no way he can survive such an impact. When she saw Fang Yuan activating Golden Shield GU and his body covered by the golden light, she could not help but sneer inwardly. Rank 3 Golden Shield GU. Even if it was the advanced rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it would not be able to defend against my attack. The intensity of the battles between rank 4 GU masters was very high and was not something the defense of a rank 3 GU could match. This time, I will let these juniors know what happens when they act so arrogantly. Shui Sansi's killing intent was already so overwhelming that it was threatening to burst out. Finished, Fang Zheng is finished this time. When they sensed the fierce attack of Shui Sansi, many of the spectators shouted out. This is good, Little Beast King had been too rampant, he should be taught a lesson. Many righteous GU masters were feeling happy at this scene. Looks like Little Beast King wants to rely on Golden Shield GU to resist this attack. That is really too naive. No, maybe he will activate Beast Phantom. The combined strength of 8 Beast Phantoms is not a small matter. But if he does that, he would be breaking the agreement they made earlier. As long as he attacks, he will be breaking the agreement and it will mean his loss. The spectators, whether they were of righteous path or demonic path, all wished for Fang Yuan to lose this battle. Fang Yuan's activities these days brought them an enormous mental pressure. No, there is still an influencing factor on the battlefield, Bai Ningbing. Several figures suddenly moved to the entrance of the valley and silently surrounded Bai Ningbing. These people tacitly took the same measure. If Bai Ningbing moved to save Fang Yuan, they would stop her. The terrifying thing about the black and white demons was the close cooperation between these two rank 4 GU masters. Now everything bode ill for Little Beast King after they restrained Bai Ningbing. If Little Beast King fell, then only Bai Ningbing would be left and it would not be that threatening. Fang Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he looked up at Shui Sansi. In the depths of his pupils was a trace of mockery. Shui Sansi had yet to collide against him, but a formless wind pressure was already pressing towards him. From another side, it showed the tremendous strength of the imminent collision. The phantom of Biao enveloped Shui Sansi. The wings on her back flapped continuously as her speed increased more and closed towards the ground. Soon, this force would collide against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he activated a GU. He suddenly charged towards the left and then turned around. He charged 100 steps away. Little Beast King, you. Shui Sansi's anger flared up when she saw Fang Yuan suddenly running away. She opened her eyes so wide that the corners were about to rip. She did her best to control her descent, but her speed was too fast and she could only let Fang Yuan run out of her attack range. Seeing Fang Yuan suddenly retreat, the spectators had yet to react when the next moment, there was an enormous explosion like a bolt from the blue. Shui Sansi fiercely collided onto the ground. In that instant, the spectators around the valley could sense the ground under them shaking. Crushed stones shot out everywhere. The collision created a strong wind pressure that immediately shot out towards all direction. Everywhere the wind pressure reached, stones, trees, and plants were all uprooted and moved with it. Smoke and dust whirled around. The enormous destructive force instantly formed a 30 meters huge round crater. Everyone's heart pulsed rapidly in fear, and just as they were feeling moved about this destructive force, Fang Yuan suddenly changed direction and charged into the smoke. Horizontal charge GU, vertical crash GU. He used the 2 GU one after another and rapidly charged towards Sky Tiger Shui Sansi, not caring about the pain from the cold wind pressure and the crushed stones. Shui Sansi was in the center of the huge crater. her body covered in dirt from the collision and was cutting out a sorry figure. Her ears kept on buzzing and a burst of dizziness attacked her mind. The fierce Biao phantom had already dispersed. Her incomparably powerful bearing from just before was no longer there. Bitter strength Gu, all-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan hurried, an ominous glint shot out from his eyes. Howl howl howl. 8 beasts roared one after another. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant and black python. 8 phantoms made their loud debut in the air above Fang Yuan. Strength Qi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence severely depleted as it poured into strength Qi Gu, creating a huge formless strength Qi. This strength Qi attached itself to the 8 beast phantoms. The beast phantoms turned solid and life-like one after another. With a shift of Fang Yuan's mind, the 8 beast phantoms charged towards the crater. Shui San's body was shaking and she was just about to pull out her legs from the ground when she suddenly heard beast roars from above her. She immediately raised her head and all she saw was darkness. Countless attacks rained down on her like a windstorm. Bam bam bam, the tragic sounds of the battle echoed from the huge crater. Shui Sansi did her best to struggle and resist. After all, she was a rank 4 GU master and had strong foundations. However, not even 3 minutes later, the sounds of battle stopped. 5 out of 8 phantoms remained and were shortly recalled by Fang Yuan. And Shui Sansi, as the loser, had a mournful end. Pieces of her corpse were littered over the crater, her blood sprayed all over the ground and dyed the white bone pieces. There were also the brain matter, hair and so on. Smoke and dust dispersed, the whole battlefield became clear. When they saw such an outcome, the spectators all burst out in an uproar. Sky Tiger is dead, another rank 4 GU master has been killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shui Sansi? He said he would not move, but he ended up running. This battle should be Little Beast King's loss. Because he went back against the battle agreement he himself set. The valley was a scene of commotion as the spectators commented and discussed. They were stunned and furious, showing intense resentment and disdain towards Fang Yuan's shameless behavior. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and her indifferent gaze swept through the battlefield. She had already expected this outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap Fang Yuan set. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? She, Bai Ningbing, was the person who knew it the best. The GU masters that were surrounding Bai Ningbing all tacitly retreated at the same time. Fang Yuan heard the rebukes, disdain and ridicule of the many GU masters around the valley, but he stood there with his hands behind his back and his face tranquil. His eyes squinted as if he was enjoying this. In his eyes, this so-called sincerity was merely people fearing deception, thus hoping and requesting others to follow their standards. Walking the demonic path, one should have no restraints and taboos. So what if he went against the agreement? So what if he did not keep his promise? As long as one had enough strength, they could do whatever they liked. What could others' disdain and ridicule do? These powerless and hollow words only manifested the helplessness of the weak. Could it hurt a single hair of his? He, this Shui Sansi is really stupid. She was actually bound by reputation and came running over to accept my challenge. Fang Yuan was in contempt of this. Reputation is meant to be made use of, it is only a tool. But in this world, there are so many people who treats fame more importantly than their lives. Haha, really laughable. Of course, I did use some tricks in this match. Shui Sansi was different from Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. She possessed flying type GU and she could just fly to a high altitude if the situation turned bad, and Fang Yuan would have no way to deal with her. Thus, Fang Yuan raised the agreement at the start. His goal was to restrain Shui San's movement ability. When he mentioned the condition of 3 strikes, he had already not planned to abide by it. Shui Sansi fell step by step into Fang Yuan's trap, and Fang Yuan's injuries enticed her to continually advance forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan intentionally healed himself in front of her. Shui Sansi was not willing to see her efforts go to waste, and under her worry, without thinking much, she flew to the sky, choosing to use her strongest attack. However, in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength to weaken her greatly by using little effort, then quickly went into attack and killed her. If it was truly an upright and frank battle, Shui Sansi could fly with her wings and would absolutely not be so easily killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you really are shameless and despicable. You went back against the agreement, you are the loser in this match. Many spectators started shouting and yelling, saying similar words. That's right, I admit defeat, so what? Fang Yuan scoffed and replied loudly. His voice reverberated in the valley. The clamorous din suddenly quietened down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at the winner, she has turned into a puddle of blood and flesh, even her own father won't be able to recognize her. What meaning is there in such an outcome? After reacting to this point, the noises in the valley suddenly rose an octave, much more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted his defeat and even more showed his shamelessness, causing the spectators to feel indignant and furious. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Since you guys are feeling such anger, do you want to take revenge for Xianxia? I didn't know she had such good relationships. Come, all of you who wants to take revenge, come at me together. The fierce criticism from the spectators suddenly quietened down and the surroundings turned silent in a moment. Although Fang Yuan pulled a fast one and killed Xianxia was a famous rank 4 middle stage figure in the end, and it was impossible for her to lack strength after the 3 attacks. However, she was also turned into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable fighting strength once more. Fang Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row with his rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Such strength, other than a few individuals, who would not feel fear. Moreover, the heavier the injuries Fang Yuan suffered, the stronger his strength became. Fang Yuan arrogantly challenged them, but no one stood up. Demonic GU masters were mutually restrained and held suspicions towards each other. Almost every one of them was a loner, no one stood out for Xianxia. On the contrary, some members of Righteous Path wanted to eradicate this devil Fang Yuan, but they could not easily move at this moment. Because once they stood up, it would become taking revenge for Xianxia. And Xianxia was a demonic figure. Is there no one that wants to take revenge for her? Is there or not? Fang Yuan again asked loudly. Countless spectators' expression turned gloomy. Some looked at each other but no one replied. If there is no one, I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his brows and walked a few steps before he stopped. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fang Yuan's dominance suppressed everyone present. Such a rampant bearing made many rank 4 experts indignant. Many people became restless but still restrained themselves in the end. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head towards the sky and laughed loudly as he walked away with large strides, soon leaving the battlefield. Chapter 344, Talented Without Virtue. Big Brother Li, you need to make a move. Humayr lied back on Li Xian's chest and spoke coquettishly. Li Xian was short and fat. He had a round nose, large eyes and wide forehead, his hair also let out a greasy shine. Right now, one of his short and rough hand was on Humayr's delicate little waist while the other hand was on her leg. Li Xian was a rank 4 upper stage GU master. However, he rarely fought, making a living by doing business, and was a famous unscrupulous merchant of the demonic path, having wide connections. He embraced Humayr and said with a lecherous smile, Mayr, your body feels like there are no bones with skin as delicate as jade. I haven't seen you for a few days and you have become more beautiful. Humayr rolled her eyes and said in a displeased tone, Big Brother Li, I am trying to talk to you. That black and white twin demons offended me. I am already yours, you must seek justice for me. Okay, Li Xian half-heartedly spoke while his 10 fingers wandered over Humayr's body. Humayr's breathing became rough and her face flushed red. Along with her watery eyes, she looked very alluring. However, her mind was as clear as snow. She tried to persuade Li Xian but he only muttered, and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Humayr pushed Li Xian and stood up with a grieved expression. Big Brother Li, give me a definite answer. I have been begging you like this, do you not pity me? Sigh, my darling, my little treasure. It is not that your Big Brother Li doesn't want to do it, but dealing with the black and white demons will be somewhat tricky. They are 2 rank 4 GU masters, your Big Brother Li is a lone force, just one person. Li Xian spread his arms with a helpless expression. Humayr snorted. All right, I shall lower the bar. You only need to deal against that little beast king. This Fang Zheng is the most hateful. You can leave that Bai Ning Bing alone for now. This, Li Xian hesitated. Big Brother Li, Humayr saw a chance and threw herself into Li Xian's arms, softly blowing at Li Xian's fat ear. Li Xian immediately felt a fire burning near his crotch. His eyes became dazed. Okay, since you are asking like this, Big Brother Li will help you take revenge. But, he slightly changed the topic. Three Kings' inheritance will open again in 1 or 2 days. There cannot be any problems at this critical juncture. After the Three Kings' inheritance, I will go teach that little beast king a lesson, all right. The opening of Three Kings' inheritance was near and everyone was paying attention to it. Hu Mei curled her lips. She did not have much to say about Li Xian's evasion. After a period of intimacy, Hu Mei took her leave. Although Li Xian tried to make her stay, Hu Mei's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Hao could only send her off. He stood at the cave entrance and impatiently looked at Hu Mei's figure gradually getting far and disappearing within the forest. HMPH, this little temptress. Li Xian returned back to his cave, the lust on his face nowhere to be seen, replaced by a cautious and gloomy expression. Trying to sow discord and use me as a tool to deal with Little Beast King. This little temptress really thinks she had reached greater success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous. The smile on Li Xian's face was cold. I, of course, have ways to deal with black and white twin demons. But when did I, Li Xian, ever do unprofitable business? Hee. This little beast King Fang Zheng is not simple. He seems boorish but in fact his thoughts are meticulous. Challenging 3 demonic GU masters in a row before the opening of Three Kings' inheritance, this definitely was a premeditated plan. GU masters came from all over the places and gathered at Sancha Mountain. Why? Wasn't it for the Three Kings' inheritance? Fang Yuan's aggressiveness had not caused him any troubles. These days, only he found trouble for others. Why was it? Because everyone were impatiently watching the Three Kings' inheritance, making every effort and secret preparation for it. Who would want to have a bloodbath with Little Beast King, this lunatic, and miss this great opportunity? This Little Beast King used this psychology and acted unrestrainedly, establishing his reputation. 2 days later when the Three Kings' inheritance opens, who will want to block his way? Li Xian shook his head as he predicted the future. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi, even he felt some fear towards this Little Beast King. Before, when Fang Yuan killed Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li, it did not attract Li Xian's attention. However, when Fang Yuan broke his promise and took the chance to kill Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized what a thorny problem he was. Why so? The righteous path categorized talents into 4 grades. First grade was having both talent and virtue. Having talent and a moral character was the highest quality talent, able to hold his own. Second grade was having virtue but no talent. They might have no talent, but they had moral character. Those with filial piety will obey their parents. Those with loyalty will obey their leaders. Those with sincerity would not break their promises. They could be used with ease, at least no huge problems will occur. Moreover, many abilities could be learned through experience. Third grade was having talent but no virtue. They might have talent but had no moral conduct. With their talents, they could take up a post, but higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid they would someday betray them. Fourth grade was having neither talent nor virtue, no talent and nor moral conduct. They were worthless and no one would feel at ease using them. What kind of figure would be the most trouble when categorized under the demonic path? In demonic path, fourth grade was having virtue but no talent. They did not have talent but paid particular attention to virtue, living among their ideals. Often, it was themselves that would cause their own destruction. Third grade was having neither talent nor virtue. They might not have talent, but they also did not have any moral conduct. They could at least do some lowly works and earn a living. Second grade was having both talent and virtue. With talent, they could fill their stomachs. However, at the same time, with virtue, filial piety, respect, loyalty and so on became the ropes that bound them. In demonic path, such a mutually deceptive character decided that such a type of people would not play a key role. In the first grade, having talent but no virtue, Fang Yuan was such a person. He had talent, overflowing with talent actually. His aptitude was outstanding, a great aptitude was not something everyone possessed. Secondly, his battle talent allowed him to overstep realms and fight. Tyrant Heng Mei, Fei Li and Shui Sanxi had cultivation higher than him, but all died a tragic death in his hands. This was enough to prove this point. Finally, he possessed the ability to do business. At Shangclan City, he did surprisingly well. And in a short period of a few years, he was able to gather such a formidable set of GU worms. If such a talented person had virtue, Li Xian would not be feeling so difficult. However, Fang Yuan was someone with not even a hint of morality. He left Hu Mei in the lurch, not giving a hoot to beauty. He was boorish, unreasonable, easily killed people and treated life with contempt. He killed tyrant Heng Mei and other too, each time he smashed them into minced meat. His savage and ruthless nature was clear from this. He deceived Shui Sanxi and broke his promise in front of everyone, but was still proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. It shows that he did things without any restraint or lower limits. He could betray someone as easily as snapping his fingers with not even a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian was deeply aware, if a person like Little Beast King were to be placed in righteous path, in a peaceful environment, they would definitely be excluded by the people, suppressed, banished or imprisoned. However, in the chaotic demonic path with its cruel competitive environment, Fang Yuan was like a tiger entering the mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. Such a person, if I had discovered him early, I would have suppressed and killed him. However, now, it is too late, Li Xian sighed deeply. Fang Yuan had already matured and he also had a companion beside him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was best at doing business and not at fighting. Naturally, there was always someone stronger. On Xianxia Mountain, there were also people that could kill Fang Yuan. They were the 4 rank 4 peak stage GU masters like Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian and others. However, how could Li Xian command such formidable characters? Moreover, these 4 were all in a subtle restraining balance. Not one of them dared to act blindly and all their eyes were set on 3 kings' inheritance. How could they have the mood to consider other things? HMPH, this little temptress harbors evil intentions. She actually wants to stir me up and fight with such a demonic figure. How is that possible? Not only will I not offend him, but instead I will build a good cooperative relationship with him. All demonic path figures place benefits at the top. However, by killing Shui Sanxi, Little Beast King has offended another person. Sky Tiger's godfather, who is the rank 4 upper stage GU master Century Boy. These days, Century Boy has been refining GU in seclusion. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens this time. At that time, he will most likely find trouble for black and white twin demons. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King while staying at the sidelines on the surface. I will watch the battle between Century Boy and black and white twin demons, then after looking at the outcome, I will wait for an opportunity to make a move. No matter what the outcome was, Li Xian would not have much loss. This was Li Xian, an unscrupulous merchant of the demonic path who was an expert at benefiting from others' expense. Under Fang Yuan's will, the bright golden primeval essence tide cleansed the aperture walls. Even on Xianxia Mountain, he was always cultivating diligently. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally only light gold primeval essence. However, under the effect of Nine Eyes Liquor Worm, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm and changed into bright golden primeval essence. Bright golden primeval essence was an enormous assistance to his battles. This was also one of the main reasons for him being able to kill 3 rank 4 middle stage GU masters in a row. These days, my reputation has raised greatly. There are certainly many people who hate and fear me. However, what does that have to do with anything? What I am treading on is the demonic path. It should be like this. Moreover, this is not Earth. Here, individual strength can be above a group. In different environments, the rules of the game were also different. If it were on Earth, even if one walked demonic path, they would also have to consider moral character. Because on Earth, the difference between individual strengths was small. Demonic paths people also could only gather into a group to be able to accomplish grand ambitions. 2 more days and it will be the day the 3 kings' inheritance opens. It is unlikely for someone to come find trouble for me. I will use this time to refine charging crash GU. Fang Yuan had a precise plan and arrangement for his future. Chapter 345, Charging Crash GU. At that time, when Fang Yuan chose horizontal charge and vertical crash GU as his movement GU, he had already considered the situation when he advanced to rank 4. Horizontal charge GU and vertical crash GU were the 2 main materials to refine charging crash GU. With these 2 rank 3 GU as the main, together with the GU Master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials and so on, to refine charging crash GU. The process of refining charging crash GU was not difficult. Fang Yuan had made sufficient preparations and the success rate of this recipe by itself was rather high. 2 days later, Fang Yuan succeeded in refining and obtained a whole new GU, charging crash GU. Horizontal charge GU and vertical crash GU could only charge to the distance of 100 steps together. But charging crash GU fused from these two GU increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the delay between repeated use was also decreased by half. However, the consumption of primeval essence was increased a little. But this small flaw was nothing to Fang Yuan, who possessed the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. I already have 6 rank 4 GU now: Bitter Strength GU, Charging Crash GU, Yang GU of Yin Yang Rotation GU, 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, Expend Strength GU and Blood Skull GU. All Out Effort GU, Strength Chi GU, Golden Shield GU and others are all rank 3. They are slowly failing to keep up with my requirements. Most of the GU on Fang Yuan were rank 3. He was, however, at rank 4 initial stage now and possessed middle stage bright golden primeval essence, thus these GU worms were gradually becoming unsuitable for him. Naturally, it did not mean that the higher the GU, the better they were. For example, Bone Flesh Unity GU. It was only a rank 3 GU, but it could allow many GU masters to use it even at this rank. This made its value stand out. On the whole, however, GU worms and GU masters needed to have a mutually cooperative rank, and was best if it were the same for it be more convenient in using them. Fang Yuan made a small consideration: he had a lot of GU worms to upgrade. First of all was the All-Out Effort GU. The All-Out Effort GU on him was only at rank 3, it could only activate rank 3 Beast Phantoms. To advance its rank, he would need to get the Undefeated 100 Battles GU from 3 Kings' Inheritance, so this plan could only be put aside for now. Strength Chi GU was also at rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not have its corresponding recipe, so he was unable to advance it. Fang Yuan planned to advance rank 3 Golden Shield GU into rank 4 Golden Bell Shield GU. The storage type rank 3 Two-Seater Flower could be upgraded to rank 4 Two-Seater Lantern GU. Self-Reliance GU was also a rank 3 GU, but it was already at its peak stage and did not have relevant recipe for its advancement. But although it was a rank 3 GU, as long as Fang Yuan displayed formidable strength, its healing effects could match with rank 4 Healing GU. Similar to Self-Reliance GU was Bone Flesh Unity GU. Breath Concealment GU that was used to hide cultivation was also at rank 3. Although it could be advanced, Fang Yuan decided lay it aside. At the present time, he did not need to hide his aura. And Heaven Essence Treasure Lotus was also at rank 3. Fang Yuan already possessed the fusion recipe for rank 4 Heaven Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. But he needed to obtain a number of spirit springs to refine it. This was a large project and could only be put aside for now. Calculating like this, Fang Yuan needed to advance All-Out Effort GU, Golden Shield GU, Two-Seater Flower and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, these 4 GU. However, it was not just like that. Fang Yuan had used Iron Bone GU, Steel Tendon GU and Copper Skin GU to transform his body. These GU were all rank 3 GU. The defense they provided during fights between rank 4 GU masters were little. There were also the 8 phantoms in Fang Yuan's body, none of them were from rank 4 strength GU. Thus, Fang Yuan also needed replace these phantoms. The 8 phantoms I have are from ordinary beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao Strength Phantom, Mastiff Strength Phantom and so on, can I display the strongest fighting strength in rank 4 realm. Fang Yuan had been interested in the Biao Strength GU of Shui Sanxi. However, he had turned Shui Sanxi into minced meat and the GU worms on her body were also destroyed. Fang Yuan's methods were too brutal. He frequently smashed his enemies into meat paste. Although this was also a constant characteristic of Strength Path GU masters, this method was too violent and there would seldom be any surviving GU worms once the battle ended. Fang Yuan had won against 3 rank 4 demonic GU masters in a row, but only obtained an Expend Strength GU. And this Expend Strength GU was also surrendered and contributed by Fei Li of his own accord. The way GU masters obtained GU worms was basically from trading, raising, capturing, fusing or reverse refining. GU masters rarely obtained GU worms as their victory spoils. On one hand, it was because GU masters used secretive and dangerous methods. In case a battle started, both sides would use all their strength to attack and would not spare anything for their safety. Like this, the GU worms would also be wrecked and destroyed. On another hand, it was extremely easy for the GU masters to destroy their own GU worms. It only required a thought from them and their GU worms would self-destruct. I have a lot to do to advance all of them, Fang Yuan sighed and walked out of the cave. Bai Ningbing was already waiting for him at the cave entrance, and was gazing at the peak. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He only saw enormous light pillars rise from the 3 highest peaks of Xianxia Mountain, piercing through clouds and soaring towards the sky. Its enormous aura felt like it was supporting heaven and earth. The 3 kings' inheritance had opened. With this inheritance, my set of strength path GU will be taken to perfection. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning but he restrained it. Although he had outstanding battle prowess, it was still not his turn to take the stage. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 figures separately charged out from east, south, north and west. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura were let out without any concealment. From the eastern direction was Poison Path GU Master Long Qingtian. He had long black hair, pale green skin and his green pupils faintly flashed like there were 2 cold fires burning in it. From the western direction was Righteous Path Wu Clan's elder Wu Shentong. His fame was powerful and domineering, but his body was thin like a sickly scholar. He had pale complexion and coughed from time to time as if he could not endure this mountain wind. From the southern direction was the demonic path expert Kong Ritien. He was wearing flower-patterned gown. He had a smile on while standing in the air, pink butterflies fluttering around him. From the northern direction was Yi Clan's elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered with blue fish scales which formed into a thin armor. His nose was long and protruding out, his eyes were larger than twice that of a normal person's and he had a head full of blazing unkempt hair. The muscles in his whole body tangled forming layers of lumps. His stature was short but his physique was extremely imposing. An enormous triangular fin grew out from his back like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest GU masters at Xianxia Mountain. Rank 4 peak stage cultivation was only a step away from rank 5. If they advanced to rank 5, they would be the monarchs of the mortal world and wield power over a region. Their might and aura would spread everywhere. These 4 had already confronted each other for months on Xianxia Mountain. They had also fought many times with each other over this period of time, but no one could do anything to other, forming a chaotic situation. Righteous Paths Wu Shentong and Yi Chong appeared to be allies but inwardly, they were not of one mind. While Kong Ritien and Long Qingtian would also occasionally collaborate if the situation turned bad. These 4 occupied the top caves and were closest to the inheritance entrances at Xianxia Mountain. The appearance of these 4 attracted the gazes of all the GU masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right before their eyes. No matter who it was, they were all restraining the desire to make a move. After the short stalemate, Kong Ritien chose King Bao's inheritance, Long Qingtian chose King Shin's inheritance and Wu Shentong chose King Quan's inheritance. The 3 inheritances did not correspond with each other, but there were 4 rank 4 peak stage GU masters. The GU master remaining, Yi Chong, hesitated for a while before finally choosing King Bao's inheritance. With this, King Bao's inheritance has Kong Ritien and Yi Chong, 2 experts. Long Qingtian chose King Shin's inheritance this time. We fell in his trap last time, we must avoid him. Wu Shentong is an enslavement path GU master. Reportedly he has already advanced to middle stage of King Quan's inheritance. In this inheritance, he is like a fish in water and can display extraordinary strength. If we choose King Quan's inheritance, we might only get his leftovers. While the crowd was discussing, a group of GU masters ascended to the peak. They were rank 4 upper stage GU masters. Some had bizarre appearances, some were fiendish, some had dignified appearance and some were gloomy like forest. Among them, one was a boy wearing black clothes. Before he entered the inheritance, he looked down and gazed deeply at Fang Yuan. HMPH, Century Boy. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and let out a dangerous aura. Century Boy was also a strength path GU master and was the godfather of Shui Sanxi, her patron. Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi and offended Century Boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance in sight, Century Boy did not have the mind and heart to settle the account with Fang Yuan now. But once the inheritance closed, he was sure to make his moves against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had not the least bit of fear towards this and was instead secretly looking forward to it. With his current strength, he was almost unrivaled among rank 4 initial stage GU masters and could also prevail over ordinary middle stage GU masters. However, he would be evenly matched against rank 4 upper stage. Above that, rank 4 peak stage would be a difficult opponent. However, if those rank 4 GU masters like Kong Ritian and others wanted to kill Fang Yuan, they would also pay a disastrous price. As the GU masters' cultivation reached the later stages, the difference in each small realm was big and it would get more difficult to cross these ranks to battle, let alone cross realms to battle. Fang Yuan possessed plentiful battle experience and also had a set of excellent strength path GU worms, but he was also only able to cross one realm and kill middle stage GU masters. Of course, if I replace my GU worms to rank 4, then I will have the strength to win against upper stage GU masters. And even be evenly matched against rank 4 peak stage. Three Kings Inheritance, here I come. At once, Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash GU and charged towards the peak. Rank 4 upper stage GU masters had all entered the inheritances. The light pillars of the three inheritances were already a lot dimmer. A group of rank 4 middle stage GU masters were just ascending up Xianxia Mountain, when they suddenly saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing charge towards them. All of their complexions changed and by some tacit agreement, got out of the way. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing entered King Quan's inheritance together. Chapter 346, First Entry into King Quan Inheritance. The moment his body entered the light pillar, Fang Yuan felt an intense weightlessness. When his vision cleared up, he found himself standing in the wilderness. All he could see around him was the grayish-white sky. On the ground, the gray-white rocks formed into short mounds, like gravestones. The gray-colored ground was not fertile, it was hard and dry, with some yellow grass growing in between the cracks. The sky was white, the earth was gray, and the grass was yellow. The world had three colors. Other than that, there were no other colors. All he could hear was silence, or rather, dead silence. There was no wind, no swaying tree leaves, no cries of birds and beasts. Anyone standing here would feel that in this entire world, he was the only person left, a lone survivor. Being in the land of nothingness, loneliness, solitariness, loss and even fear would grow in their hearts. Although he went into the inheritance with Bai Ning Bing, at the moment, Fang Yuan was alone. But Fang Yuan was extremely calm. So this is King Quan inheritance. He looked around, muttering to himself softly. Compared to an ordinary rank 5 GU master's inheritance, the Three Kings inheritance had a huge difference. An ordinary rank 5 inheritance, be it Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert, they were all in the main world. But the Three Kings inheritance was built inside a GU Immortal blessed land. Back then, the Three Kings were stuck and discovered the inheritance of an ancient GU Immortal by accident, starting their legend. The Three Kings were all geniuses in their own field. After failing to advance to rank 6, they set up their inheritances in this blessed land before their deaths. Thus, Fang Yuan was no longer in the main world now. GU Immortal Blessed Land, a small world that existed within the main world. Every world had different rules and laws. Entering a world means obeying and following its rules. Although Bai Ning Bing entered the inheritance with me, she was definitely sent to another place in this small world. But it is not a problem, as long as she continues to advance into the inheritance, we will definitely meet along the way. Fang Yuan knew that this was the unique law of space inside a small world. At the same time, there was also a difference in the flow of time. The flow of time here is 3 times that of the outside world. In Fang Yuan's aperture, the slumbering spring-autumn cicada had awakened, and was recovering at 3 times the speed inside this world. The spring-autumn cicada fed on the water in the river of time. In this small world, the water flow in the river of time was 3 times faster than the outside world. Thus, it greatly assisted the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. But this was not good news to Fang Yuan. The pressure that the spring-autumn cicada emits in its perfect condition was not something a rank 4 aperture could contain. The King Quan inheritance, although it was a chance for Fang Yuan to grow, it was also a land of death that escalated his demise. Staying here for 1 day means 3 days outside. I have to hurry, and conserve my time. Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of urgency. Thankfully, with his memories, this King Quan inheritance of a rank 5 GU master was not unfamiliar to him. If I am not wrong, there should be a dog-type wild beast around here somewhere. Fang Yuan moved around, looking all over the place, searching for what he had in mind. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, he heard a cry from afar, as a weak wild dog ran towards Fang Yuan with its eyes glowing in a weak green light. This wild dog was thin to the bones, its teeth were yellow and it was only at the height of Fang Yuan's knee. It appeared extremely ferocious, evidently hungry. After smelling the human flesh that was Fang Yuan, it rushed over without hesitation. Fang Yuan frowned. This wild dog was very ordinary, meeting it in the first stage was his bad luck. He stood quietly on the spot, letting the dog run towards him. In the currently environment, Fang Yuan could not utilize his other GU worms, he could only use the rank 1 dog enslavement GU. This was the restriction of the laws in this small world. King Quan modified the GU Immortal Blessed Land, allowing a GU master to bring in a rank 1 dog enslavement GU into his inheritance, and at the same time, other GU worms cannot be used. Of course, other than the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 GU. After a GU worm reaches rank 6, be it the main world or the small world, there only exists one of it. Spring-Autumn Cicada was not a mortal being, it was an immortal GU. Even in the Blessed Land, it could be used freely. Not just King Quan inheritance, King Xin inheritance and King Bao inheritance are the same. When the GU master initially enters the inheritance, they can only use the rank 1 dog enslavement GU, paper crane GU, and exploding egg GU. Seeing the wild dog rush towards him, Fang Yuan activated the dog enslavement GU in his aperture. This dog enslavement GU looked like a jade stone, only thumb size. The exterior of the jade stone looked like a dog head. Fang Yuan only used 1 drop of light golden primeval essence to activate this dog enslavement GU. The dog enslavement GU turned into a jade light, bursting out and turning from solid to hollow. Next, it flew into the wild dog in the blink of an eye. The wild dog cried out, as if it was heavily injured, and fell on the ground. Because it was running, it slid across the ground until it rolled to Fang Yuan's feet. After resting for a while, the dog got up. But this time, it did not bare its fangs at Fang Yuan, but instead, sprawled on the ground, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. Get up, Fang Yuan willed. The wild dog obeyed and got up. Its body had soft fur, the fur was dark but there was no injuries on it. The dog enslavement GU directly went into its soul, it did not cause any damage to the dog's physical body. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and the head was only near Fang Yuan's knee. Fang Yuan observed and shook his head. This was an ordinary wild dog, it had little battle strength. But precisely so, he could use the dog enslavement GU on it so easily. Regardless, I have to rely on it to get through the second round. Fang Yuan was thinking in his mind, when suddenly a force from heaven and earth engulfed his body. Immediately, Fang Yuan could not move an inch. In front of him, a light flashed and a second dog enslavement GU appeared in front of him. Fang Yuan knew this was the reward from the inheritance, as well as the key to the second round, thus he quickly refined it. This dog enslavement GU was also rank 1, it was easy to refine. When Fang Yuan refined this GU, and kept it into his aperture, with a swoosh, he vanished on the spot, moved to another location by the heavenly power. This was still the wilderness, with white sky, gray earth, and yellow grass. Fang Yuan stood on a low mound, as 3 wild dogs were surrounding him. They were all thin as twigs, as 2 were lowering their heads scavenging for food. The third was slightly older, lying on the ground motionless. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance caused the 3 dogs to go crazy. They started running like they were jolted with lightning, towards Fang Yuan from all 3 directions. Fang Yuan controlled the first wild dog and activated its ferocity. Under Fang Yuan's command, it bared its claws on one of the wild dogs. But it could only stop 1 wild dog. Soon, the second closed in on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan reenacted the same scene from earlier, using the second dog enslavement GU and tamed it. The third wild dog pounced, and Fang Yuan split his concentration into 2, commanding both wild dogs to attack. If it was an ordinary GU master, and was not familiar with the dog enslavement GU, holding 2 fights at the same time would cause them to lose their bearings. But Fang Yuan was not nervous, in fact he was not even going all out yet. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan had commanded numerous beast groups to battle, especially the blade-wing blood bats from the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for Sancha Mountain's inheritance, he had trained for several months in Shangclan City, familiarizing himself with controlling dog groups. The battle proceeded smoothly in Fang Yuan's expected direction. But Fang Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's body condition is terrible. Fighting like this, even if I win, I will only be left with one wild dog. As he considered this, he consciously directed the two dogs to retreat while fighting. Eventually, Fang Yuan successfully merged the two battles together. This increased the pressure on Fang Yuan's commands, but it also established great advantage for him. Fang Yuan's two wild dogs were cooperating perfectly, but their enemies were fighting alone. Not long after, this intense battle ended. The corpses of two wild dogs laid on the ground, blood flowing out of them. The wild dogs Fang Yuan controlled stood on the ground, covered in wounds. The first dog was more injured, while the second dog was relatively healthier. The battle had just ended, when the heavenly power descended again, wrapping around Fang Yuan and his two ordinary wild dogs. His vision changed again, as weightlessness assaulted him. Third round, Fang Yuan observed his surroundings immediately. This time, he was standing on the top of a mound, surrounded by 6 wild dogs. 6. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, feeling pressured. He had 2 wild dogs with him, having to fight against 3 times of his force. At the same time, his dogs were injured. Without time to rest or think, the 6 dogs detected him and immediately attacked. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. As he saw a pit nearby, he jumped in. He jumped into the pit. With a hard wall behind him, he placed both his dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs rushed towards him, at differing speeds. The 2 healthy wild dogs rushed up first, while the remaining 4, with different injuries, were far behind. Seeing this, Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. If these 6 dogs were healthy, he had no chance. But with this terrain advantage, and his skilled manipulation, he was confident of passing this round and moving on to the next. Chapter 347. What level of proficiency in enslavement path is this? Woof woof woof. The sound of furious barking of dogs echoed endlessly. Dozens of dogs were in a fierce fight. One side had many numbers but their formation were scattered. Another side had fewer numbers, but they were in a tight formation, and furthermore they were displaying battle tactics like shielding, retreating, attacking and so on. Fang Yuan stood on a nearby hill and overlooked the whole battlefield while commanding his dogs. This was already his 10th battle in King Quan's inheritance. With his plentiful experience and the understanding of King Quan's inheritance, he had sprinted through the whole process without any incidents. The battle lasted for 5 more minutes before it ended. In the whole battlefield, there were 19 dogs still standing, all of them the result of Fang Yuan's hard accumulation. Fang Yuan softly let out a breath of turbid air. His mind felt slightly exhausted. In King Quan's inheritance, the difficulty increases sharply every 10 rounds of battles. I used 28 dogs this time but had to sacrifice 9 of them to resist the assault of nearly 60 dogs and cross this barrier. To be honest, Fang Yuan had some alarming moments during this process. The 3 kings were demonic GU masters. Demonic inheritance always held the law of the survival of the fittest, an intense and cold competition. This round should be enough to eliminate most of the participants who want to steal. Benefits. There were countless righteous and demonic GU masters on Xianxia Mountain. Every time the 3 kings' inheritance opened, large numbers of GU master would come pouring in to try their luck. However, no matter which inheritance of the 3 kings' inheritance it was, they were all extremely strict. To choose the most suitable inheritor, the barriers the 3 kings set up were high. Among the 3 kings, King Quan was an enslavement path GU master, King Xin was a refinement path GU master, and King Bao was a fire path GU master. Their chosen inheritors naturally should also follow these paths. The difficulty of the first 10 rounds ruthlessly eliminated most of the GU masters of other paths. At the 30th round, there would not be any GU masters of other paths. At the 50th round, those remaining would be elites and geniuses of these paths. At the 70th round, only experts with deep foundations would remain. Very few could reach the 90th round and they could be counted with 2 hands. Especially from 90th to 100th round, the final 10 rounds, the difficulties were extreme and unsurmountable like the heavenly chasm. Even a monster like Fang Yuan could not cross it. In his previous life, the 3 kings' inheritance lasted for close to 10 years. It involved countless people, both demonic and righteous, heroes and villains. As of now, it had not been even a year since the appearance of the 3 kings' inheritance and it was in its early stage. It was already amazing for many people to be able to charge through a dozen barriers. By the middle stage, the participants would find it difficult to continue from around 50th barrier. They would exchange their experiences and sum up many rules. At the late stage, most of the participants would hover around 70th to 80th barrier. Only an extremely few number of participants would be struggling at 90th round. These people were mostly rank 5 GU masters, their every action attracting many gazes. And at the final period, the mystical figures of many ranked 6 GU immortals also appeared. Fang Yuan remembered most of the parts clearly. Of course, there were also some blurry areas, but they were minor details. He had a deep understanding of Three Kings' inheritance. He knew no matter which inheritance he chose, he could only charge to the 90th round with his strength. After the 90th round, the barriers were all something only rank 5 GU masters had a chance of clearing. Fang Yuan knew it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to rank 5. 10 years was absolutely not enough. This was not only because cultivation became more difficult the higher the GU master advanced, but also because of spring-autumn cicada. In this GU immortal blessed land, time flow was quickened, which intensified the recovery speed of spring-autumn cicada. This was an enormous threat to him. Heavenly power descended once more and Fang Yuan's vision flashed. In a split second, he found himself transported to another strange place. His field of view was not clear as the previous 10 rounds, the surroundings were filled with dense gray fog, making one unable to distinguish even the directions. Apart from ranked 6 spring-autumn cicada, none of his other GU worms could be used. 19 dogs walked around him, but there was only a faint connection left from the dog enslavement GU. However, Fang Yuan was not flustered. He was clear that starting from the 10th round, the inheritance would give every challenger the power to choose. He stood calmly and soon was able to distinguish. Towards the depths of the fog on his left was an orange glow like someone had turned on a lantern. It was accompanied by a sound, the clear sound of a dog's bark. Towards his front was an indistinct black human shadow, appearing near but also far. Towards his right, in the depths of the gray fog, a ball of blue lightning crackled. The orange light represents Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This dog is more loyal than the ordinary dogs with me. They are easy to control and can execute exquisite battle tactics. The blue light should be lightning symbol dog. It is very fast, faster than ordinary dogs by 2 times. And the black human figure should be my opponent, another GU master. Fang Yuan pondered. These were all reminders provided by King Quan's inheritance to him. The first time a person enters, they would have a blurred vision and could only feel their way through the barrier, not able to make the most beneficial choice. However, Fang Yuan was well aware, whether it was Chrysanthemum Akita dog, lightning symbol dog or the GU master, they were all challenges but also opportunities. Fang Yuan considered it for just a short while and directly walked forward, abandoning the left and right directions. As he walked forward, the gray fog started becoming thinner and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19 dog enslavement GU also became stronger. And the gray fog on his left and right became denser. Han Bu Lu stood still, calmly looked at the person that walked out of the fog. Han Bu Lu was already 48, he was a righteous path GU master with a cultivation of rank 4 middle stage, and had already entered King Quan's inheritance many times. This allowed him to have a lot of understanding regarding King Quan's inheritance. Right now, as he saw Fang Yuan's figure in the fog walking slowly towards him, he immediately knew this was his opponent. However, he was not in the least bit nervous. He was an enslavement path GU master and was like a fish in water in King Quan's inheritance. In this special environment, all the previous accumulation of GU masters were not counted. They could only use the GU the inheritance gave them to fight. The difference in cultivations had sharply decreased. This person is really unfortunate, actually bumping into me. I will do my best to win against this person with the smallest loss. Then I will charge towards the 22nd barrier. Han Bu Lu was very confident towards himself. He had charged to 21st barrier last time. Such an accomplishment was one of the best in his circles, even surpassing many rank 4 upper stage and peak stage GU masters. Fang Yuan stepped out of the fog, his eyes as dark as the abyss and his expression as tranquil as water. Han Bu Lu's pupils shrunk rapidly as he revealed a terrified expression. It is Little Beast King. He immediately felt nervous and panicked. Although Fang Yuan had arrived in Xianxia Mountain not long ago, he had killed 3 middle stage GU masters with his initial stage cultivation. His might was awe-inspiring and his vicious reputation had spread far. Han Bu Lu was also at middle stage, but he, himself, knew his battle strength could not compare to Sky Tiger and others. But soon, Han Bi Yulu regained his senses. This is the Gu Immortal Blessed Land, not the outside world. In this round, we can only use dog enslavement Gu. Little Beast King can't use his Gu set. He walks the strength path and is so young, how could he have any proficiency in the enslavement path? Han Bi Yulu's eyes shone with ecstasy and greed as he roared in his mind, "Ahahaha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. By killing Little Beast King, I can greatly spread my reputation. By taking his Gu worms and selling them, I can make a lot of primeval stones." Dogs, charge, righteous path inheritances were gentle and usually did not cause any deaths. Sometimes, even when someone failed, they would have some gains. However, King Quan's inheritance was a demonic path inheritance. Here, one could kill and death was a normal thing. The most crucial thing was in this Gu Immortal Blessed Land, Gu Masters could not utilize their Gu worms. This meant if the Gu Master died, they cannot will their Gu worms to self-destruct. The Gu Masters on Xianxia Mountain had already discovered this point through fights. This led to a sharp increase in the number of casualties in the inheritance. At outside world, Gu Masters could cause their Gu worms to self-destruct before their deaths, not letting their enemies have them. The profits from battles were very small. But here, if a Gu Master died, their Gu worms would be left behind. This enticed people to commit crimes. If Han Bi Yulu killed Fang Yuan, almost all the Gu worms on Fang Yuan would be left behind. Such enormous spoils caused Han Bi Yulu to let out his killing intent without restraint. With a shift of his mind, 11 dogs charged towards Fang Yuan. They let out savage barks, and seemed unstoppable. Fang Yuan was indifferent. He waited till these dogs neared him, then waved his hand. With a light wave, 19 dogs rushed out from the gray fog behind him. 19. Han Bi Yulu was extremely shocked, his eyes almost falling from their sockets. How can there be so many? He was filled with doubts. He was an enslavement path Gu master and had a lot of experience in commanding dogs, but despite his greatest efforts, only 11 dogs remained when he was done with the 10th round. And Little Beast King, this strength path Gu master has 19. A whole 8 more than his. What level of proficiency in enslavement path was this? No, impossible. This is absolutely because he was lucky, otherwise how could he have so many dogs remaining? The true contest starts now. I will let you see what the commanding skill of an enslavement path Gu master looks like. Han Bi Yulu calmed his mind and was soon filled with fighting spirit. In his opinion, Little Beast King was so young, no matter how much of a genius he was, he could not advance in both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. A flaw. Fang Yuan had been observing his opponent from the start. Seeing Han Bi Yulu's expression change irregularly, he immediately grasped this fleeting chance and decisively mobilized the few strongest dogs to form an offensive arrow formation. The next moment, this arrow suddenly broke the opponent's formation. Oh no! Han Bi Yulu's heart jumped rapidly as he immediately controlled his dogs. However, how could Fang Yuan give him this chance? His remaining dogs formed into 2 exquisite arcs and outflanked the opponent's formation from left and right, seizing control of the situation in an instant. Chapter 348, Chrysanthemum Akita Dog. This was an intense slaughter. Han Bi Yulu tried to resist desperately, trying to overturn the situation. But Fang Yuan saw through his actions every time, destroying his battle tactic. All his resistances were suppressed. Every effort he put in yielded no result. An hour later, there were only 8 wild dogs left, they were all Fang Yuan's. Han Bi Yulu's expression was pale, sweating profusely as he stood dazed on the ground. He suddenly kneeled on the ground, begging Fang Yuan, "Lord Little Beast King, please spare my life. I will do anything for you to repay your kindness. You are a genius, a monstrous genius. I was scared and had no options but to battle you. Your mastery of the enslavement path has left me utterly speechless in admiration. Lord Little Beast King, from today onwards, you are my master." "Oh, is that so, but how do you want me to see your sincerity? Unless you are willing to let me use the slavery Gu." Fang Yuan laughed lightly, manipulating 8 wild dogs to surrounding Han Bi Yulu. Han Bi Yulu flustered. "Lo, Lord, inside this Gu Immortal Blessed Land, Gu Masters cannot use their Gu worms. Moreover, I do not have a slavery Gu. Then I have no choice." Fang Yuan waved his hand coldly, as 8 wild dogs pounced. "Lord Fang Zheng, no." Han Bi Yulu jolted up, screaming in fear, trying to escape. But it was already too late. The 8 wild dogs surrounded him, opening their mouths and chew on his body with their sharp canine teeth. Han Bi Lu screamed pitifully, shrugging his arms like a lunatic, rolling on the ground. But it was useless. Even if he had ice muscles, steel bones, or bronze skin, inside the blessed land, all these were weakened and rendered useless. Fang Zheng, I won't let you off even as a ghost, you. Under his curses and cries, Han Bi Lu's flesh and skin were torn apart, his eyes were dug out, and blood flowed out of him, showing his pale white bones. Fang Yuan watched silently, until he was completely dead and motionless. He waved his hand lightly, and the 8 wild dogs stopped their attacks, retreating to the 2 sides and opening a path for Fang Yuan. Their bodies were full of blood traces. Some were still chewing on Han Bi Lu's bones, some of their claws still had Han Bi Lu's hair, flesh and so on. Han Bi Lu's corpse was completely destroyed, but his stomach area was consciously left intact by Fang Yuan's control. He placed his palm on Han Bi Lu's stomach, his mind entering the aperture. This was a standard rank 4 middle stage aperture. But Han Bi Lu was already dead, thus his aperture was slowly dying and shrinking. Due to the law of this blessed land, all his Gu worms were suppressed and unable to move, quietly lying on the surface of the primeval sea. There were 5 Gu, all from the enslavement path, with 2 rank 4 Gu among them. Fang Yuan looked around, and retrieved them all out, easily refining them into his own aperture. Throughout the process, he did not use the spring autumn cicada. The law of the blessed land did not restrict him at this moment, in fact, it helped him to refine these Gu easily. King Quan seemed to encourage Gu masters in killing each other, this showed the cruelty of a demonic inheritance. Fang Yuan killed Han Bi Lu, having 7 wild dogs left. During Han Bi Lu's dying struggle, he killed the wild dog that was most heavily injured. At the brink of death, people were often able to unleash great power. Fang Yuan looked at these 7 wild dogs, showing a bit of regret in his peaceful gaze. Only 7 wild dogs are left, each with injuries, this will make it much harder to get through the future rounds. But compared to the rewards I got, the death of 12 wild dogs is insignificant. These wild dogs were commonly seen in forests of the outside world. Using 12 dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 Gu, 3 rank 3 Gu, this was too great of a deal. The 3 kings' inheritance, not only is the inheritance a treasure, but the Gu masters that enter the blessed land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their Gu worms, it would strengthen oneself. As the heavenly power descended again, Fang Yuan sneered as his killing intent rose. The misty fog appeared before him again. Fang Yuan looked left and right. Right in front of him was a black shadow, it means an enemy Gu master. To the left, it was also a black shadow, but the side of this shadow was a protruding spiky shape. To the right, it was an orange shadow, similar to before, it represented the chrysanthemum Akita dog. I have 7 wild dogs now, my battle strength is lacking, I cannot choose a Gu master opponent. To the left, it is the hedgehog. Its body is full of spikes and the attack power is twice of an ordinary dog. The right leads to the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Fang Yuan's eyeballs darted around, and he walked to the right. Although the hedgehog had higher attack power, to go through this path, his losses would be severe. Fang Yuan's 7 wild dogs were all injured, if their intestines were pierced by spikes, it meant death. Fang Yuan had experience, the hedgehog was dangerous, without any steel armor dogs or yin dogs, he should avoid them as much as possible. All these precious experiences were all intentionally hidden by Gu masters when they found out during the first few months of the inheritance. Most people only learned after falling into these pitfalls themselves, and would love for others to experience the same. Fang Yuan took large steps forward, and the fog thinned. Near his leg, the 7 wild dogs followed closely. They had battled with Fang Yuan along the way, and were all injured. Especially the intense battle with Han Bi Lu, it expended their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement Gu appeared in mid-air, landing in Fang Yuan's hands. When the fog disappeared, Fang Yuan received 20 dog enslavement Gu, all rank 1. Dog enslavement Gu was hard to retrieve, they were planted into the dog's soul. When the dog dies, their soul dissipates, and the dog enslavement Gu dies with it. Even if the Gu master brought lots of rank 1 dog enslavement Gu into the inheritance, it would not help. With the blessed land's mysterious powers, it would take away all of the dog enslavement GU in the GU master's hands and not return it, only leaving one for them. After a few tries, GU masters learned their lesson. A total of nearly 60 chrysanthemum Akita dogs appeared in front of Fang Yuan. These dogs had orange-yellow fur, like the color of an orange. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their body size was around the same as an ordinary wild dog, or even slightly smaller. But Fang Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were naturally good at cooperation. The larger their numbers, the fiercer they fight. And Fang Yuan's location was terrible, in the middle of a plain, without no terrain advantage. He could easily be engulfed if he relied on just 7 wild dogs. Fang Yuan's ending would not be any better than Han Bu Lu. I have to get to the top of that mound. Only in the time of one breath, Fang Yuan scanned the surroundings and ran towards the mound with no hesitation. He ran for 5 steps before the chrysanthemum Akita dogs found him. Woof woof woof, they barked, as numerous chrysanthemum Akita dogs responded. At once, all the surrounding chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered at one spot, forming into a river-like formation as they charged towards Fang Yuan. This situation, if it was the wild dogs, lightning symbol dog, or hedgehog, it would not happen, unless there was a dog king to command them. But the chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of cooperation. Even without a dog king, they could still coordinate and unleash a group attack. This was completely different from fighting individually. Fang Yuan narrowly rushed to the top of the mound before the chrysanthemum Akita dogs surrounded it. Fang Yuan retreated until there was a cliff behind him. The chrysanthemum Akita dog stopped for a moment, before charging again. Because the terrain was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs at once. Fang Yuan quickly commanded his 7 wild dogs to defend against them. The two groups fought intensely, as Fang Yuan used his outstanding manipulation to hold them back. At the same time, he waved his hand, throwing the 5 dog enslavement GU out at the perfect timing. Immediately, he had new fighting troops. 5 healthy chrysanthemum Akita dogs, turning around and joining Fang Yuan, causing the situation to reverse. The original 15 against 7, became 10 against 12, Fang Yuan held the advantage. As companions turned into enemies, the dog group went into a panic. Fang Yuan used that opportunity to attack, killing 6 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, as the other 4 retreated. He could have taken down all 10 chrysanthemum Akita dogs originally, but he chose to let the 4 chrysanthemum Akita dogs escape. Fang Yuan's rich experience was not just in this aspect. He had 20 dog enslavement GU, but he did not use them all at once, but in batches. This terrain restricted the number of dogs that could enter battle. At the same time, the fewer dogs there were, the more Fang Yuan could use his exquisite manipulation skills. When there are more dogs, Fang Yuan would be more distracted across battles, and his control would weaken. The chrysanthemum Akita dog group attacked again at Fang Yuan's defensive line. Fang Yuan had calculated to perfection. Every time he used the dog enslavement GU, it was used at the most crucial area. He not only chose the healthiest chrysanthemum Akita dog that he could find, but also ruined the formation of the enemy chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Such benefits was not obvious, but in time, he gained much from it. After nearly 10 attacks, the chrysanthemum Akita dogs were repelled every time. Fang Yuan had 3 dog enslavement GU left, and the remaining 10 or so chrysanthemum Akita dogs ran away in fear. These chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fang Yuan had let them off earlier, to avoid their dying struggle. Right now, they were already afraid, and chose to retreat. All this is due to the lack of a dog king to command them, otherwise, they would not have escaped so easily. Fang Yuan breathed out some turbid air, choosing not to attack. After this battle, his 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Under Fang Yuan's skillful control, he distributed the injuries evenly on these dogs. Although they all had injuries, they preserved their battle strength, causing Fang Yuan to recover greatly from his losses in the previous round. Chapter 349, Big Lightning Symbol Dog. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Fang Yuan got through all the stages, and the number of dogs he controlled increased. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them, he had over 40 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, more than 20 lightning symbol dogs, and 19 hedgedogs. During this period, he killed another person. it was a rank 3 peak stage water path GU master. But, he eventually did not meet Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Fang Yuan had been counting in his heart. In the Three Kings inheritance, every 10 rounds, the difficulty would rise sharply. After the 20th round, there would be 100 beast kings, and hundreds to nearly 1,000 beasts would attack at once. 3 lumps of light shadows appeared again in the fog, left, right, and center. The one in the middle was orange, the size of a wicker basket. The left was a eerie blue lightning static, shining and was the size of a stone mill. At the right, it was like the moon in water, flower in fog, it was a green-white formless light shadow. Among the 3, this was the smallest light shadow. Fang Yuan was clear, the size of the light shadow represented the size of the beast group, the larger it is, the more beasts there would be. The orange shadow in front represented the chrysanthemum Akita dogs, around 200 of it. The left was the eerie blue shadow, showing 150 lightning symbol dogs. The right was a green-white shadow, showing the yin dog group, only around 100 of it. Fang Yuan eliminated the chrysanthemum Akita dogs from his choice. Once the chrysanthemum Akita dog group had a dog king, they would be even more united. The larger the numbers, the larger their battle strength. Over 200 chrysanthemum Akita dogs was a calamity to the current Fang Yuan. Next, he ruled out the yin dog group. Yin dogs were very unique, they did not have physical bodies, and were like a lump of yin energy in a dog shape, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks cannot kill them, they can even penetrate mountain rocks, phase through the ground, and hide underwater, etc. Fang Yuan's dogs did not have the ability to kill them. Lightning symbol dogs only represented speed, they did not have the ability to emit lightning. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose the left path. After the fog dispersed, the dog group surrounded him, moving alongside him slowly. A rank 2 dog enslavement GU fell from the sky, landing in his palm. When he got out of the fog, the lightning symbol dog group was loitering around the area. On the mound, there was a larger dog, lying on the grass and sleeping. It was larger than an ordinary lightning symbol dog by twice of their size, its body was covered in deep blue fur, sharp and spiky, flowing with static. This was 100 beast king, big lightning symbol dog. A godsend opportunity. Fang Yuan was clear of the battle situation, as his eyes shone in a brilliant light, instantly making his decision. He waved his hand, and sent out all his troops. More than 80 dogs surrounded him in the middle, charging towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was fast, its ears twitched and it opened its eyes, standing up instantly. It raised his head and howled, assembling the nearby lightning symbol dog group. Getting the command from their king, the surrounding lightning symbol dogs responded and quickly gathered at the dog king's side from all directions. Although the lightning symbol dogs had great speed, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He gathered the force that he had, using them to collective assault the leader of his enemies. Some nearby lightning symbol dogs were faster than Fang Yuan and gathered at the dog king's side. Charge! Fang Yuan's eyes shone with resolution. At this time, hesitation was the biggest taboo. Once he had made up his mind, he would charge ahead fearlessly. The defending lightning symbol dogs were quickly overwhelmed. Fang Yuan's formation was tight, while the lightning symbol dogs were loosely positioned, as most of them had not reached the dog king yet. Woof! As the 100 beast king big lightning symbol dog, seeing its subject slaughtered, its inner ferocity was unleashed, as it charged towards Fang Yuan while brandishing its claws. Fang Yuan willed, and 20 lightning symbol dogs split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. 19 hedgedogs lined into formation, charging fearlessly at the big lightning symbol dog. The remaining dogs, over 40 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, surrounded Fang Yuan, slowly spreading out and moving ahead with the hedgedogs. The big lightning symbol dog had fallen into Fang Yuan's encirclement, trapped in the middle. Fang Yuan did not care about the expenditure of his mental energy, mobilizing his dog group and using the most perfect coordination. The big lightning symbol dog had greater speed than an ordinary lightning symbol dog, but because of Fang Yuan's encirclement, its greatest advantage was restricted. It barked loudly, gathering its subjects. Its subjects were rushing over in a frenzy, trying to defend it. Fang Yuan had to trap the big lightning symbol dog. While blocking the attacks of the outside dog group, he faced great pressure and his head started hurting, as sweat poured out of his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If he fought them head-on, even if he won, it would be a tragic victory, and his troops would dwindle. Thus, he thought of the capture the king, approach. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fang Yuan would become the filling inside a dumpling. Not only would he fail this round, he might even lose his life. In this GU immortal blessed land, other than the inheritance's GU worms, other GU cannot be mobilized, thus it was easy for GU masters to die. Fang Yuan's strength Chi GU, all-out effort GU could not be used. Of course, he had his final trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. But with the Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition, although he could activate it, there was a huge risk in doing so. He was likely to self-detonate and die for nothing. Thus, unless he was forced to the extreme, and had no other choices left, Fang Yuan would not use it abruptly. Sweat gathered into drops on his forehead, falling onto the ground. Fang Yuan did not care about wiping it, he was clutching onto the rank 2 dog enslavement GU, and did not strike yet. He was finding the best opportunity. Using a rank 1 dog enslavement GU and subduing ordinary dogs, he could do it half-heartedly. But to subdue a 100-beast king using a rank 2 dog enslavement GU, there was a possibility of failure. That is because the 100-beast king has natural GU worms on its body. These GU could ruin Fang Yuan's plans. He only had one chance. If the rank 2 dog enslavement GU was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus, he had to be careful. The big lightning symbol dog was getting anxious, it suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky substance, falling from above. As it landed on the grass, it did not dissipate, but remained shining, turning the grass and rocks charred black with a crackling sound. This is a rank 2 plasma GU. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the culprit behind this plasma. Plasma GU did not have a strong attack power. Although the attack was very suddenly, and engulfed Fang Yuan's numerous Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, he quickly ordered the dogs in this field of plasma to retreat at the first second. The fur on the dogs were all charred, and they were moving sluggishly, after being paralyzed by the current. But they still had some fighting power remaining. Woof, woof, woof. The big lightning symbol dog continued to shoot out plasma, as it covered a large area of grass. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly knitted, his expression turning grim. The plasma goo's attack power was not high, but it would affect the terrain for a period of time. During this period, the area would be a forbidden zone for Fang Yuan's dogs. Fang Yuan's troops were already in the center, they did not have much room to move. The plasma added onto this disadvantage, being a huge restriction to Fang Yuan's plans in mobilizing troops, or changing their formation. Without any choice left, Fang Yuan had to redeploy his troops. He had originally placed the lightning symbol dogs at the outer line of defense, but now they moved in to deal with the 100-beast king. He sent the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs out, to defend against the over 100 lightning symbol dogs. Lightning symbol dogs moved freely in the area affected by the plasma. In fact, because of the electric current stimulation, their movement speed was even raised. The scene had become extremely disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Lightning symbol dogs had some fear and hesitation towards the 100-beast king big lightning symbol dog naturally. This caused Fang Yuan's manipulation to be tougher and more energy intensive, and at the same time his control was weaker. At the outer ring of defense, the Chrysanthemum Akita dog's speed was inferior to the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form into a tight ring of defense and defend against them passively. If they were the lightning symbol dogs, Fang Yuan could still use speed to restrict them through kiting. Endure, we have to endure this. I've already learned of the 100-beast king's first GU, next, we have to continue. Although he was in danger, Fang Yuan's heart was still calm and peaceful. Every time the plasma GU was activated, it needed a cooldown of 5 breaths. The plasma GU itself needed rest too. During this 5 breaths, Fang Yuan could activate the rank 2 dog enslavement GU without fear of the plasma goo's attack. But Fang Yuan did not know what other GU this 100-beast king had. To be safe, he had to continue testing. Time continued to pass, and the situation was getting tougher for Fang Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, only having 9 left. The hedgedogs were not the same race as the lightning symbol dog, thus there was less casualties, but only 11 remained. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs suffered the greatest loss. From around 50, they fell to less than 20. But Fang Yuan did not manage to find out if the 100-beast king possessed a second GU. He decided to strike. I can't wait anymore. Most likely, this big lightning symbol dog only has 1 GU on it. He had to take a risk. If he continued waiting, his line of defense would be completely broken. Rank 2 Dog Enslavement GU. While the big lightning symbol dog shot out a plasma bolt, Fang Yuan quickly struck and unleashed his GU. Under Fang Yuan's supervision, the dog enslavement GU successfully flew into the big lightning symbol dog and planted itself into its soul. A formless impact in terms of mental energy assaulted Fang Yuan through his dog enslavement GU. Fang Yuan's head was already hurting, but after suffering this attack, he instantly felt dizzy. This was the soul of the 100-Beast King, the resistance towards the enslavement. Subduing a 100-Beast King was not easy. Fang Yuan's body wavered, gritting his teeth as he endured. A mental connection allowed Fang Yuan and the big lightning symbol dog to communicate. The dog was still resisting earlier, wanting to chop Fang Yuan into pieces, but the moment later, it started barking, wagging its tail at Fang Yuan affectionately. The surrounding lightning symbol dog group heard the Dog King's call and stopped their attack. The intense battle had ended, and peace returned. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, turning his head and looking at the battlefield. The risk paid off, although he had some losses, but looking around him, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Not to forget, he had a 100-Beast King that possesses a plasma GU. Fang Yuan's battle strength surged. Chapter 350. Dog Guts GU. The fog ahead was thick. Fang Yuan was walking in the fog. Beside him, there was a large dog group. 11 hedgedogs, 132 lightning symbol dogs, 17 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Other than that, there was a 100-Beast King, big lightning symbol dog. Restricted by the heavenly power, the dog group followed Fang Yuan silently, quiet and obedient, not making a sound. In the world of the fog, all was silent. It was so silent that Fang Yuan heard his own breathing. Although he had endured 20 rounds, and the dogs in his hand had reached the highest so far, Fang Yuan was not optimistic. In this Three Kings inheritance, every 10 rounds, the difficulty would rise by many times. Although I have more than 100 dogs now, to survive the next 10 rounds and get to the 30th round on my first attempt, it will not be easy. 30 rounds, that was Fang Yuan's goal for his first attempt in King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the Three Kings inheritance was only completely wrung dry after many years. Fang Yuan would have to spend quite a bit of time on Xianxia Mountain. It was not realistic to attempt to get the inheritance in one go. Three Kings inheritance, all three were tough. Even if Fang Yuan had 100-Beast King, and over 100 dogs, he could only stabilize his current position. In the future rounds, if he got careless in any of them, he might lose everything, losing the dogs that he had painstakingly subdued, and even his life. A demonic inheritance was this cruel. This King Quan inheritance, the deeper we go, the more advantageous it is for an enslavement path GU master. I walked on the enslavement path before in my previous life, but this time, I am a strength path GU master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Fang Yuan's head was still dizzy. Using his mental energy so intensely, spending all his energy to control the dog groups to battle, this was the backlash. But if it was an enslavement path GU master who has a strong soul, such symptoms would be very small. GU masters on the enslavement path enslaved beasts or worms. They have to manipulate large numbers of worms or beasts at the same time. It used up a lot of their mental energy. Thus, enslavement path GU masters often used a special set of GU worms to train and increase the quality of their own soul. In the King Quan's inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the soul enhancements of GU masters at all. Thus, enslavement path GU masters had a huge advantage in King Quan inheritance. But the enslavement path is very tough. Firstly, food was a huge burden. The larger the size of your beast or worm group, the more food you needed. Secondly, to recruit strong worm or beasts, it is not easy. One can easily suffer a backlash, turning into an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path GU masters overly rely on their beasts or worms. Their bodies are weak, and they are easily to deal with when alone. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. The different styles of GU masters, all had their strengths and weaknesses, difficulties and advantages. The world was changing, the world was transforming. In the current GU world, Chi path was non-existent, strength path was declining, only left with a trace of its former glory. Enslavement path was extremely ordinary, and was hard to rise up. Occasionally, some enslavement path experts rise up, but vanish like a shooting star, only brilliant for a moment. Enslavement path GU masters have a huge requirement for resources. It is tiring on the mind and body, even a middle-sized clan cannot afford to feed an enslavement path GU master. At most, larger super clans would choose to nurture a few enslavement path GU masters for war purposes. Within the demonic path, it is even harder for enslavement path GU masters to survive, barely any even exists. That is why I did not choose this path. Fang Yuan calmed his spirit, focusing his mind. After a while, he felt his head clearing up, as the dizziness faded. He opened his eyes, looking around. To his left, right, and front, there was a light shadow each. Earlier, the light shadows were a blur. But after 20 rounds, they became extremely clear. The left shadow was a group of chrysanthemum Akita dogs, around 200 of them. Some sprawled on the ground and rested, some were playing, while the rest were drinking milk from their mother. Fang Yuan concentrated his gaze, looking intensely. The beast kings of the chrysanthemum Akita dogs were different from others. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies. Especially in a chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixes in with the dog groups, and become hidden. It was a good way to protect itself. Where can the 100 beast king be? Fang Yuan looked around, and suddenly the light shadow changed, showing a GU. This GU was fist-sized, shaped like a pebble, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, like it had a layer of oil. Dog Guts GU. Fang Yuan recognized this GU at the first second, appearing after the beast group. That means that if I choose this group of chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and attain victory, I will get a Dog Guts GU. A while later, this light shadow vanished. Fang Yuan did not make his decision, but looked at the middle one. The light shadow in front of him was showing a blackish dog group. These dogs were barking at each other, charging and crashing together. It showed the ferocity and violent nature of this type of dog. This was the steel armor dog. There was a leather armor on this type of dog. The leather armor was dark and heavy, like steel. It had strong defenses. In the process of growing up, the dogs would knock into one another, to reduce the intense itchiness of their bodies growing bigger. The 100 beast king of the steel armor dog had the same size as the big lightning symbol dog. It was very noticeable among the dog groups. Fang Yuan found it almost immediately. Immediately after, the light shadow flashed, and a GU appeared. This GU, Fang Yuan was familiar with it, he had used it earlier. Rank 2 Dog Enslavement GU. If I choose the steel armor dog group and win, I get a Dog Enslavement GU. Fang Yuan muttered, turning his gaze to the right. In the light shadow on the right, there was no dogs at all. Instead, it showed a mountainous scene, with gray-white mountain rocks and cliffs, green trees swaying with the wind. After a while, this image vanished, not showing a GU like before. This is a chance to leave the King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan knew in his heart. King Quan inheritance was created inside the Blessed Land. GU masters who enter were restricted by the heavenly power, unable to enter or leave at will. But the Three Kings inheritance was not a place without exits. There was a hope of survival in it. At every set interval, there would be a chance to retreat from the inheritance. Just like this time, if Fang Yuan chose the right side, when he leaves the fog, he would be transported out. He would appear at the mountainous area as shown in the light shadow, and this mountain waste was not far away. It was somewhere on Xianxia Mountain. But Fang Yuan did not choose the right side. I have the resources on me to continue forward. It is too much of a pity if I leave now. Of course, there might not be a chance for me to leave later. This was also a formless test. Many GU masters, although they had strength, in order to stay safe, they decided to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting such a good opportunity. Some GU masters had no talent, but went forward recklessly, missing the opportunity to retreat. They die in regret. Fang Yuan had never lacked courage. He gave up this opportunity resolutely. To him, there was only two options. To the left, it is the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. This dog is most united, and the location of the Dog King is unknown. If I win, I get a Dog Guts GU. Dog Guts GU is a rank 2 supplementary GU of the enslavement path. It is used on dogs. Once activated, it allows the courage and morale of my dogs in a certain range to rise, sweeping away their fear and drawing out their complete battle strength. Fang Yuan thought about his previous match. He was forced to use the lightning symbol dogs to attack the big lightning symbol dog. In the end, the lightning symbol dogs were fearful and battled in trepidation, having much less battle strength than normal. Fang Yuan had to waste his mental energy to force them to fight, causing his mind to feel exhausted. Beast Kings suppressed and generated fear in ordinary wild beasts. But if Fang Yuan had used the dog guts GU earlier, using it on the lightning symbol dogs, these lightning symbol dogs would feel extremely courageous, no longer fearful, and could execute brave attacks towards the big lightning symbol dog. Thus, the dog guts GU, although not an attacking GU, it was the best supplementary GU. It targeted dogs, causing their courage to double or triple, raising their morale sky high. Dog guts GU is only rank 2, it can allow ordinary dogs to suppress their fear towards 100 beast kings. Above that would be the rank 3 dog guts above mountain GU, able to resist the fear towards 1000 beast king. At rank 4, it would be dog guts above CGU, able to resist the aura of a myriad beast king. If it can rise to rank 5, it would be the infamous dog guts above heaven GU. It can cause dogs to go into a frenzy, going crazy and attacking like a tsunami, even having the courage to overturn the emperor of dogs. Fang Yuan knew clearly, and even knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were rank 1 to 5 GU of the dog guts series. In his previous life, many people had obtained the rank 3 and 4 dog guts GU, and there was even a lucky person who obtained the one and only rank 5 dog guts above heaven GU. If I want to conquer the King Quan inheritance, the dog guts GU is necessary. Fang Yuan had to admit, he had always had a desire towards dog guts GU. But his steps did not move to the left, but instead, moved forward. He chose the steel armor dog group. Although he wanted the dog guts GU badly, he was not overwhelmed by greed. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were extremely united, they were extremely strong in group battles, it would be a tough battle. At the same time, they Dog King hid itself very well, Fang Yuan could not find it, it would be a huge threat. But the steel armor dogs were different. Their Dog King was very apparent, and in Fang Yuan's hands, he had a special tool that was extremely effective against steel armor dogs. Fang Yuan walked out of the fog, and the steel armor dog group was vigilant, immediately having a reaction. As the 100 Beast King, big steel armor dog howled, causing the dogs to run and gather by its side. During the whole process, Fang Yuan observed silently. He did not attack like before, because last time, he had a rank 2 dog enslavement GU, but now he did not have it anymore. He needed to exterminate this group of dogs to pass this round, and get a dog enslavement GU as a reward. Chapter 351, Multitask GU. The two dog groups were at a stalemate. At Fang Yuan's side, the blue color lightning symbol dog were at the main position, with the gray hedgedogs as support along with the orange chrysanthemum Akita dogs. As for the steel armor dog groups, it was a sea of black. Fang Yuan mobilized the big lightning symbol dog to the front, waving his hand and sending the dogs out to attack as the vanguard. Big steel armor dog barked. Upon seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear, it stepped into the battlefield as well. Beside it, the steel armor dog group followed closely behind. They were like a huge black cloud, flying down from the mound, giving off a terrifying aura. The dog groups clashed together. Fang Yuan had a limited number of vanguards, quickly engulfed by the huge number of steel armor dogs. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take them down so easily. The big lightning symbol dog was after all 100 Beast King. Under the attack of the dog group, it was able to handle them left and right, putting up a brave fight. Ordinary steel armor dogs were not its match. Woof! The big steel armor dog stepped out, finally stopping the assault of the big lightning symbol dog. Only 100 Beast King could stop 100 Beast King. As the intense battle continued, big lightning symbol dog started to weaken. It had just undergone a battle earlier, and there was still injuries on it, causing its battle strength to be lower than usual. Furthermore, its specialty was speed, but it was going head to head with the big steel armor dog who specialized in defense. It obviously had the disadvantage. Fang Yuan saw this, and sent his dog group over. The new troops flowed in like a river, entering the battle causing chaos. But the enemy was the steel armor dogs, experts at defense, most adept at such battles. Although Fang Yuan sent out his army, and only left a few dog guards behind to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Be it the 100 Beast King battle, or the dog group battle, he was at a disadvantage. But Fang Yuan was not worried. The truth is, this was what he wanted all along. He was waiting for the weapon which suppressed the steel armor dogs to appear. Big lightning symbol dog could not block the attack of the big steel armor dog, and suddenly barked, shooting out a mouthful of blue plasma. Rank 2 plasma GU. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, as his lips curled up. Steel Armor Dog Group gathered at their Dog King, attacking the big lightning symbol dog while enduring the attacks of Fang Yuan's dog group, causing them to be closely packed together, like the shape of a black bucket. Blue plasma landed on the ground, splattering. Large amounts of plasma landed on the steel armor dogs, causing their bodies to vibrate as they cried. Not only did their battle strength fall, the formation of the entire dog group was broken and heavily obstructed. The armor on the steel armor dogs were of metallic element. Although the steel gave them superior defenses, it also made them unable to resist the power of electricity. The attack power of plasma GU was not high, but once used on the steel armor dogs, it was a formidable move. The big lightning symbol dogs shot out plasma continuously, as plasma covered the entire battlefield, heavily weakening the battle strength of the steel armor dogs. The firm steel-like formation had collapsed under the effects of plasma GU. Fang Yuan saw an opportunity, and commanded the dogs to charge. The dog group outside worked together with the big lightning symbol dog in the middle, unleashing a high offensive power. If one watched from the sky, they would see that the large black area was first eroded by blue color, before being devoured by the surrounding blend of colors. Black continued to reduce, while blue, yellow, and gray overtook them and dominated the field. The situation changed quickly. Soon, Fang Yuan regained his control, killing most of the steel armor dogs and encircling the big steel armor dog in the middle. Feeling danger, the GU worm on the big steel armor dog started to work. Big steel armor dog gained more strength, while black spikes grew out of its body. 15 minutes later, the big steel armor dog's throat was torn by the big lightning symbol dog, and fell indignantly. Its blood flowed on the ground, but it did not get up anymore. The battle ended. As for the two GU worms on the big steel armor dog, one was destroyed during the battle, while the other flew away. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In order to kill this 100-beast king, he paid a huge price. He only had half of his dog group left, and it would be a problem for his remaining battles. After 20 rounds, beast kings would appear. With the beast king, the dog groups would display greater battle strength. At the same time, the beast king itself was a huge threat. The more GU worms on its body, the stronger it is, and the worse the situation would be for the GU master fighting it. Fang Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big steel armor dog he encountered this time had 2 GU. Especially when one of the GU was good at attack and defense, causing Fang Yuan to suffer great losses. One's own luck matters when challenging the Three Kings' inheritance. The steel armor dog group was Fang Yuan's best choice this time, but his luck was not as good. A rank 2 dog enslavement GU fell from above, as his prize for winning. Fang Yuan did not use the spring autumn cicada, he instantly refined the GU with the help of the heavenly power. This GU is the key to getting past the next round. With such a resolution, Fang Yuan stepped into the fog. Left, center, right, there were light shadows at all 3 directions. They were a large numbers of corpse dogs, a certain number of yin dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fang Yuan's eyes glowed as he analyzed. This time, his strength was limited, thus he had to choose wisely, fighting a weak enemy while thinking of the reward of winning. If I defeat the corpse dog group, I get a white-silver relic GU. Killing the yin dogs give me a 2 tasks at once GU. White-silver relic GU was no use to Fang Yuan. At this stage, only yellow-gold relic GU had an attraction to him. But unfortunately, yellow-gold relic GU was heavily controlled even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 GU masters were experts in the mortal GU master realm. One yellow-gold relic GU could affect the battle strength among rank 4 GU masters greatly. In the market, white-silver relic GU was sold normally, while yellow-gold relic GU were extremely rare, often held in the hands of the higher-ups. Fang Yuan knew, super clans like Shang Clan had lots of yellow-gold relic GU in their inventory. But even with the purple thorn token, he could not get them. Shang Yanfei held these yellow-gold relic GU in his hand, refusing to let them enter the market. This was a secret temptation. If Fang Yuan truly joined Shang Clan, the yellow-gold relic GU would be a form of reward. Shang Yanfei's brilliance was not something a commoner could understand. Fang Yuan did not want to compete with him in wits and strength just for a yellow-gold relic GU, and cause his own plans to be stalled. In the Three Kings' inheritance, there are yellow-gold relic GU. But only after the 40th round. If I can get one, the situation would improve greatly. Fang Yuan had desire towards the yellow gold relic Gu. But he knew, whether he could get one was all attributed to his own luck. He could not force this. As for the 2 tasks at once Gu, it could allow the Gu master to split his mind into 2 and was extremely effective in manipulating worm or beast armies. Fang Yuan himself could do 4 tasks at once. If he added in this Gu, he would be able to do 6 tasks at once. 2 tasks at once Gu is only a rank 2 Gu. Going higher, there are 3 tasks at once, 4 tasks at once, 5 tasks at once and so on. Multitask Gu is the most important tool for an enslavement path Gu master. Wait, this is... Fang Yuan looked at the right. After the hyenas disappeared, it showed a token. An ordinary reward is an enslavement path Gu. But this reward was slightly special. It was an ordinary looking token. The token was rough and had an irregular shape, like it was casually molded into shape by someone. On the surface, there was the carving of Xianxia Mountain, but this map was extremely casual and ugly, giving a strong feeling of half-heartedness. With one glance, one can easily tell that the person who made this token did not put in any effort, only doing it out of necessity. But once Fang Yuan saw this token, his eyes lit up. King Quan Travel Token. He immediately forgot about the white silver relic Gu, 2 tasks at once Gu. What luck to have encountered this token, I must get it. Fang Yuan had a determined mind. He had to get this token at all costs. Although this token looked worthless, it was one of the best items. Right now, no one knew its worth yet, but Fang Yuan knew clearly, towards the end of the 3 kings' inheritance in his previous life, the price of such a token was as high as a rank 4 Gu. But this hyena pack is huge, and there are 2 dog kings. If I choose this path, the risks are huge. The best scenario is that I enslave one of the 2 big hyenas during battle. But even so, if I win this battle, I would suffer huge losses and would lose the ability to advance further. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. The advantage of experience was shown here. It allowed him to clearly know the advantages and disadvantages of every choice. Fang Yuan thought about it, and decided to take a risk. Since he walked on the demonic path, he had to take risks. By taking the extreme path, he would gain the biggest profits. Having no regrets after every choice, this was truly being alive. 4 hours later, an intense battle ended. On and below the mound, there were dog corpses everywhere. Fresh blood flowed as limbs decorated the ground. Fang Yuan stood on the mound, slightly injured. In this Gu immortal blessed land, he could not use his Gu, causing him to be extremely weakened. But I won anyway. Fang Yuan looked at his surroundings. Only a dozen or so dogs were left, as he sighed deeply. Losing almost all the dogs that he had, there was no longer any hope of advancing in this cruel demonic inheritance. But Fang Yuan had the last bit of hope in his mind. The heavenly power descended, sending him into the fog once again. If I encounter Bai Ningbing, by borrowing her strength, I would be able to continue. But Fang Yuan was to be disappointed. All 3 directions led to dog groups. If he did not have the travel token, Fang Yuan would definitely die. He took out the travel token. Grasping it tightly, he bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some blood. The blood landed on the token, and Fang Yuan opened his mouth, saying to the token softly, "Woof." The token emitted a strong light, as it tore through space, dragging Fang Yuan with it. In the silent fog, there was no one left. Chapter 352, Casually Killed. Mountain winds gently blew. In an ordinary bamboo forest in the middle of Xianxia Mountain, the space suddenly shattered and light burst out. The light flickered away instantly. In a bush where there had been no one before, a person appeared. It was a youth with black hair, black pupils and a calm face. He was holding a token. It was Fang Yuan. I have exited King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan had only felt his eyes blur for a moment, and the next moment, he was at a strange place. He looked around, confirming there was no danger around him and that he was somewhere around the middle of Xianxia Mountain. According to his initial estimation, he was now at the northern side of Xianxia Mountain, while the cave he had occupied with Bai Ningbing was on the southeast side. He raised his head and looked at the peak. Xianxia Mountain possessed 3 peaks which stood high in the clouds like 3 equal spear tips. The light pillars on the peaks were gradually dying down. The yellow light pillar represented the entrance to King Quan inheritance, the blue light pillar was King Xin inheritance, and the red light pillar was King Bao inheritance. The size of the light pillars had already decreased by around half compared to when Fang Yuan had just entered. With the passing of time, the number of GU masters that entered the inheritances increased while the light pillars would continue to become small till it completely disappeared. At that time, the entrances to the 3 inheritances would be closed. After another round of waiting, the light pillars would activate again and bring in a new round of carnage. Fang Yuan looked at the token in his hand. On the surface of this unsightly King Quan token, there were now several deep cracks. Fang Yuan was not surprised. King Quan travel token could be used for 3 times at most. After 3 uses, the token would completely crack into pieces and could not be used anymore. However, these 3 chances for retreating were extremely precious. This was not only a chance to survive, the even more important thing was the GU master would have a psychological superiority and could choose their paths more freely. Fang Yuan stored this travel token carefully and hurried towards his cave. Ah, it is Fang Zheng. Little Beast King has finally appeared. On the whole way, Fang Yuan ran into many GU masters. Regardless of righteous path or demonic path, they all casted a strange and amazed look at him. What happened? Fang Yuan frowned. He keenly sensed that something rather important had happened. Halfway to his cave, he casually grabbed someone and questioned. It turns out Bai Ningbing killed a Tai clan GU master in King Quan inheritance. After she came out of the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by Tai clan. Tai clan GU masters surrounded the cave and trapped Bai Ningbing. 4 rank 4 middle stage GU masters moved at the same time and used Iron Cabinet GU to lock down the nearby area. Bai Ningbing could not force her way through it and was now being attacked continuously by Tai clan GU masters. Lord Little Beast King, this matter has been made a big deal and the whole Xianxia Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a matter of personal hatred, but it represents the battle between the righteous path and its demonic path. Actually, everyone is waiting for you. Lord, if you act, those Tai clan GU masters won't be able to block you. You are our demonic path's genius, our demonic path's flag. Lord, I have said everything there is to say, can I take my leave now? That unlucky guy grabbed by Fang Yuan begged in a sobbing voice. Such a big thing happened. Fang Yuan slightly furrowed his brows while holding the unfortunate guy by the collar. Although this news could startle anyone when they first hear it, it was not beyond Fang Yuan's anticipation. There were naturally going to be conflicts as they moved through the 3 kings' inheritance. This was a demonic path inheritance, the competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes, even if one wanted to retreat, they could not. Tai clan has Rust Flower GU, this GU is stored in the souls of Tai clansmen. Whoever kills Tai clansmen would be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising Bai Ningbing was found out. Fang Yuan nodded while mumbling to himself. Lord, you are truly knowledgeable, you are extremely right. Lord, you don't know that your disappearance these few days caused everyone on Xianxia Mountain to comment and say you are an ostrich and are afraid of being involved with a top clan like Tai clan. Do I not know what kind of person Lord is? Lord, you are the one I admire the most. Since you arrived at Xianxia Mountain, you have killed the tyrant, Fei Li and Sky Tiger. Is there anyone who do not know of your fame and reputation? You definitely have some reason that the outsiders don't need to know. Right now if you act, those Tai clansmen will definitely wet their pants in fear and implore Lord to let them off. Fang Yuan had great strength, and as he grabbed this unlucky guy's collar, the unlucky guy was having trouble breathing and his face was becoming purplish. However, for survival, this GU master talked non-stop, flattering from start to end, showing his immense will to survive. Fang Yuan fell silent and only after a long while did he slowly speak. You are right. He loosened his hand. This rank 2 GU master immediately flushed with joy. What kind of person is Lord? Any discerning person would be clear of it. Lord is absolutely a great hero, great warrior. Those slandering Lord are bastards, they are all blind. Lord, I have always supported you and argued with others for you. Hee. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly. His hand moved like lightning, like an eagle's claws, as he suddenly pinched this rank 2 GU master's neck. The GU master's eyes quickly widened, the spinal bone on his neck was completely crushed by Fang Yuan and he lost his life on the spot. Gasp! Upon seeing this, the GU masters observing from the shadows drew in a cold breath sharply. Fang Yuan was an influential figure, and because of Bai Ningbing's matter, the moment he appeared, his tracks were revealed and his every movement was watched by many. Fang Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, whether it was on him or his aperture, all the GU worms had self-destructed. Fang Yuan attacked extremely fast, but how could it be faster than a person's thought? The speed a person could send a thought was as fast as a jolt of electricity, even a blink of an eye could not match 1% of its speed. In the outside world, the probability of getting GU worms as the spoils of battle against GU masters was quite low. It was not like at Three Kings Inheritance with the Heavenly Powers restriction where GU at rank 5 and below could not self-destruct. Seeing Fang Yuan's skilled body-searching method, the many GU masters observing from the darkness felt the chill intensify further in their spine. Such skillfulness, how many people has he killed? Fang Zheng does not let even rank 2 GU worms go, he is clearly a rank 4, we can see how greedy his nature is. Fang Zheng is extremely addicted to killing. That GU master was clearly begging him and was of no threat to him, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then screw off. Fang Yuan stood arrogantly and shouted while looking around him with a fierce gaze. Soon after, human figures emerged from the lush bushes, trees, creeks, and from under the soil and stones. These figures quickly retreated and disappeared within seconds. The area around Fang Yuan had once again regained peacefulness. It was really difficult to imagine that there were so many people hiding. Fang Yuan had a great reputation for his violence now, he killed 3 rank 4 demonic GU masters in a row, he got things done by hook or by crook, he was despicable and cold-blooded, and was fiercely addicted to killing. These people had their courage broken by Fang Yuan's one simple sentence and did not dare to linger around Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and looked around him once again before proudly leaving this place. But he knew, he was still being monitored from within the darkness. The ones scared off by him were all shrimps. The remaining ones were all unique, with the capital to be confident. Fang Yuan was not concerned about them and strutted out of this place. In truth, although he had outstanding battle prowess now, he still had a weakness in the investigative aspect. Moreover, these GU masters who were secretly following and monitoring him were sure to also be experts at speed. Even if Fang Yuan discovered them, he only had charging crash GU and it would be fairly difficult for him to chase them. Where is he going? This direction is not towards the area whereby Ning Bing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now when he looked around, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a moment, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence. These GU masters followed after Fang Yuan cautiously. They were all inwardly surprised when they saw Fang Yuan stop in front of a cave. His partner, the inseparable white demon Bai Ning Bing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem to be the least bit anxious. Instead, he walked towards Li Xian's residence. Li Xian was a demonic path GU master at rank 4 upper stage. He was cunning and never suffered losses, a troublesome character. Could it be Little Beast King was looking to find trouble for Li Xian? The GU masters following Fang Yuan secretly made guesses. Fang Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian was already near his cave setting up detecting methods. Lord Little Beast King, truly a rare guest. You came to my place, what can I do for you? Li Xian took the initiative to greet Fang Yuan. He approached Fang Yuan and cupped his fists as a greeting at a distance of 20 steps. He did not dare to be too close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a temperamental ruffian. Li Xian, this unscrupulous merchant, was also on edge when facing him. Fang Yuan's visit was beyond his expectation. Who knew what Fang Yuan, this lunatic, cunning and shameless guy, would do next? Thus, Li Xian appeared calm on the surface and was full of smile, but he was already extremely vigilant. I came to you naturally for business. What's wrong? Are you not going to invite me in? Fang Yuan smiled with an indistinct gaze. Since you are a customer, I will of course welcome you. Please come in, come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed and he moved aside, letting Fang Yuan enter first. Fang Yuan strutted past him and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked alongside Fang Yuan into his cave. They have gone inside. I can't follow them anymore. There are investigative GU installed around the cave. If I trespass, I will definitely be treated as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel Li Xian is out of luck this time? I can already predict the scene of the explosive and tremendous battle between the two. Li Xian is at rank 4 upper stage, he definitely has many trump cards. If a fight erupts, it is sure to be a battle of dragon and tiger. Outside the cave, the group of GU masters could only stop and stretch their necks to look at the dark cave. Chapter 353, Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile. Inside the cave, Li Xian asked Fang Yuan to take a seat and then sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched his short and thick fingers, his hand opened up and a fragrant tea appeared on his open palm. Fang Yuan looked at the tea, but did not accept it or even budged. Instead he sighed, Eastern Sea's blue sky GU is really handy. Not only does it have a large capacity, far surpassing others of the same level, it is also easy and convenient to use. I didn't expect Sir Little Beast King to recognize this GU. Li Xian's gaze slightly flickered. He was not from Southern Border, but came drifting to here from Eastern Sea. Blue Sky GU was a GU unique to Eastern Sea and was very uncommon at that. When Li Xian had dealings with other people, he frequently used this GU to show his methods. Southern Border GU masters did not recognize this GU, and when they saw such a method for the first time, they would often look more highly at Li Xian. Fang Yuan smiled and slowly said, this rank 4 Blue Sky GU is fused from rank 3 Sky Granary GU. The success rate is quite low, so it is rare even in Eastern Sea. If Blue Sky GU is to be advanced to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with Sky Well GU, to form rank 5 Blue Sky Well GU. And this Sky Well GU is a natural GU found only in Eastern Sea's Tianjing Island. Li Xian, if you want to advance it, it will be troublesome. Here in Southern Border, only Yi clan might have Sky Well GU. Yi clan along with Shang clan, Wu clan and Tai clan, was a top clan and had very close relation to Eastern Sea's forces. Yi clan's businesses are very prosperous, second only to Shang clan. Their flying blue whale caravan could move through the sky, which even Shang clan did not have. Blue Sky GU, Sky Well GU, Blue Sky Well GU and Tianjing Island. How does Little Beast King know it so clearly? Li Xian was startled and suspicious when he heard Fang Yuan's words. The world of GU masters was extremely vast. There were also barriers that acted like heavenly chasm between Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Seas, Western Desert and Central Continent. It was very difficult to communicate with each other and news were also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated all details on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was born in Southern Border and he was so young, how could he have such experiences? Even knowing detailed information about Eastern Sea, a vague pressure started to form in Li Xian's mind. Strange, what is the origin of this Little Beast King? How could he know so much? Could there be an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know such details? Oh yeah, he stayed for quite a while at Shang Clan City and might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei is Shang Clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage GU master, an expert at the peak of the mortal world. It is not strange for Little Beast King to know these under his guidance. Li Xian's gaze continually flickered, his heart covered with haze of doubts. His whole body was in a stiff position and his palm was still holding the purple clay teapot. No. Suddenly, his thoughts flashed like lightning as he thought of the main thing. I originally wanted to display my methods and pressure him down. To think I became overly suspicious and my mind became uneasy just from Little Beast King's several words. Even if he has Shang Yanfei behind him, so what? Others might be afraid, but I, Li Xian, have my own means. HMPH. Li Xian softly snorted and placed the teapot on the table. He took this chance to calm his mind. He was, after all, an elite of the demonic path and adjusted his mind in just few breaths' time. He then faced Fang Yuan calmly. It was just that there were some cautiousness and graveness in his eyes now. Sir Little Beast King, please taste the tea. What transaction do you want to make with me? Li Xian asked. You don't need to think much, it is only a simple transaction. Fang Yuan said, then took out some GU worms from his aperture and showed to Li Xian. These GU worms were the loot he seized from the GU masters he killed in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3 and rank 4 GU, but they were not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path. Li Xian could not help narrowing his eyes when he saw these GU. He was a very shrewd person and immediately realized many things. Who would have expected this Little Beast King to also have some accomplishments in enslavement path? After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 GU masters. Such talent is truly demonic. Li Xian could not help but think of Mo Wutian. After he came to Southern Border, he had walked on the demonic path for a long time, coming into contact with all sorts of people. He felt that just based on aptitude, talent and temperament, among the younger generation of the demonic path, Mo Wutian was at the top. However, now, he realized the little beast king in front him had a talent that was not inferior to Mo Wutian's. Little beast king and Mo Wutian, I wonder what will happen if these two came across each other. It is just that the current little beast king's cultivation is somewhat weak. Mo Wutian is older than him and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered, he spoke excitedly, however, Sir Little Beast King, you did the right thing finding me for this transaction. I have a GU on me which I believe will be important to Sir. Oh, Fang Yuan raised his brows. Li Xian spread out his palm and a ball suddenly appeared. This ball looked nice, shining with white gold light. Fang Yuan carefully looked at it and saw that the ball was an ant ball, over 100 flying ants crawling on each other and sticking together to form a ball. These flying ants did not look any different from normal ants, except, they were several times larger and they had a pair of transparent wings on their back. This is rank 3 gold-eating flying ant GU, altogether, there are 120. Those several old fellows from Tai clan trapped Lord White Demon by using Iron Cabinet GU along with Chi Flow GU. Now, the 1,000 feet around that area has been locked down. However, the Iron Cabinet GU will collapse easily against this group of flying ants. Sir Little Beast King, I have just calculated, the price of your GU is just good enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled warmly. However, beyond his expectation, Fang Yuan only glanced at this gold-consuming flying ant GU once before shifting his gaze, who said I am going to buy this thing. This is the list of items, I want all the things written on it. Li Xian accepted the list and glanced at it. There were many GU worms and numerous supplementary materials for refining GU written on it. Although there were all kinds of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not difficult for him to see these things were all necessary for strength path. Bai Ning Bing has been trapped by Tai clan, how come this little beast king is not in the least bit worried? Strange, it won't be easy for him to get rid of Iron Cabinet GU with just the strength path GU on him. Does he have some special methods? Or maybe, the items on this list is to refine the nemesis of Iron Cabinet GU. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, a bright light flashed past the slit of his eyes. He probed, Sir Little Beast King, there are all sorts of things on this list, I cannot bring them out in a short while. Moreover, their total price far surpassed the price of these GU you are selling. No problem, no problem. Fang Yuan waved his hand, I want to buy all the items on this list. Give me whatever you have currently. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay attention to them. Money is not a problem. Fang Yuan had a lot of primeval stones on him, his financial resources were adequate enough. Li Xian laughed, he could not probe out anything so he only nodded and agreed. Inside a cave, lights flickered. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his whole attention on ball of paste in front of him. This paste was multicolored and was floating in the air, rolling and churning continually, and gave out a strange fragrance. The GU fusion process had reached the critical stage. Fang Yuan constantly threw in primeval stones. Primeval stones entered the paste and immediately dissolved into essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fang Yuan continued to throw in primeval stones without care, only after the paste thinned to a certain degree did he stop. Then, he quickly took out a Thunderclap GU. Thunderclap GU was a rank 3 GU. The paste swallowed it up and immediately flickered lightning. In a split second, the fragrance in the air was magnified greatly, the multicolored light dispersed and was replaced with abundant blue light. The lightning produced soft crackling sounds like the combustion of tiny firecrackers. Fang Yuan's breathing accelerated and when he smelled a burnt smell in the air, his eyes shone with bright light. It is time, all-out effort GU. Boar Phantom immediately appeared above him. Strength Chi GU. Fang Yuan activated Strength Chi GU. The Boar Phantom adhered to the formless Strength Chi, immediately become very menacing. Under Fang Yuan's will, the Boar Phantom flew towards the paste. The instance the two collided, lightning burst out and shone upon the whole cave, dispersing all the darkness and revealing all the details in the room clearly. After the light dispersed, the Boar Phantom in midair had experienced a huge change. The new Boar Phantom was twice the original size, its tusks were like that of an elephant's and its whole body was covered with white fur. Especially the fur at its back, they were thick and long, lined up in rows, stiffly pointing towards the sky, and lightning curled up on them. Lightning Boar Phantom, success, great. Thunder Boar is equal to Dragon Elephant, Biao and Mastiff. With the Thunder Boar strength, my battle strength has increased again. Next it is the rock crocodile strength. A night of cultivation unknowingly passed. When the light of dawn shone upon Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan walked out of the cave he stayed at. Although he was exhausted, he was happy inside. He successfully upgraded boar strength and crocodile strength to thunder boar strength and rock crocodile strength. His battle strength was raised by at least 30%. By Ningbing, he looked towards the southeast direction. An area on the middle of the mountain was covered with a dark purple chi barrier. The chi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space within and isolating it from the outside world. The combination of Iron Cabinet GU and Chi Flow GU caused Bai Ningbing to become a trapped beast of Tai Clan. Fang Yuan let out a cold snort. The situation looked simple, but it was a tricky matter. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan who trapped Bai Ningbing were all at rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, she was only at rank 4 initial stage. If the Tai Clan was truly set on capturing Bai Ningbing, they would have already captured her, but they did not. On one hand, it was to maintain their strength to fight for 3 kings' inheritance. On another hand, it was because they were held back by the purple thorn token on Bai Ningbing. Finally, it was to bait Fang Yuan. In case Fang Yuan rashly charged in, T Clan's 4 old-timers could combine their strength to activate the rank 5 search and lock GU to easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture demonic path's Kong Ri Tien. But soon after, they were killed by a rank 3 GU master. Rank 5 search and lock GU had an extremely huge demand towards primeval essence. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were really tragic figures. They cultivated the killer move for so many years and finally were in the limelight, but the scene did not last long because they lacked primeval essence and were killed by a rank 3 GU master. Chapter 354, Ancient Bronze Skin. GU. Dark purple chi barrier was like a high tower firmly locking in 1,000 meters of area. The chi barrier, however, did not isolate sight. Who knew how many eyes were secretly watching the scene from outside the barrier? Bai Ningbing, just let yourself be captured obediently. It is impossible for you to escape. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers occupied east, south, west and north positions separately, locking Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, her 2 hands holding primeval stones as she replenished her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't hold any delusions. You killed our Tai clansmen, and still thinking you will be able to escape. HMPH. The 4 old-timers' gazes were grave and started fixedly at Bai Ningbing, encircling her with no gaps. Bai Ningbing slowly opened her narrowed eyes. Her eyes were calm and her tone was indifferent. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, what use is it in speaking so much? If you want to capture and kill me, then bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die at your hands, I will definitely take a few of you down. She paused for a while before continuing. You have been continuously maintaining this chi barrier. It should have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? Hehe, I know you 4 are experts at team battle tactics while I am only at rank 4 initial stage. But you can bet on it that if you killed me, even if you guys don't die, you will definitely be heavily injured. And in case my partner appears, what will become of you then? You, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan were exasperated. Bai Ningbing might have borrowed Fang Yuan's name, but it struck their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, stop being stubborn. Here, let me see what you can do. One of the old-timers stood up. He. Bai Ningbing softly smiled and slowly stood up to take the challenge. Silver hair and snow-white clothes, with a grace that stood out from the crowd. Even if she was trapped, she was still calm, a confident bearing that showed she had no worries about this life and death situation. The 2 began their fight. Sand and pebbles started flying inside the chi barrier. Snow light spread everywhere and the clash of steel resounded. Far away on a short mountain peak stood a group of Shang Clan GU masters. Another round of battle has begun again. This Bai Ningbing is worthy of her fame in the battle stage. She is able to resist the 4 rank 4 middle stage GU masters attacking her in turns. She is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle sense. She is indeed strong. But another reason is because the 4 old-timers from Tai Clan do not dare to use all their strength. Someone analyzed. That's right, the old-timers are worried and afraid of the counterattack from Bai Ningbing when she is near death. They are good at team battle tactics, and their individual strength aren't as fearsome as the GU masters at the same level. If they become short of a member, their whole strength will fall sharply and it will be difficult for them to contend for the Three Kings' inheritance. What I am worried about now is Bai Ningbing has purple thorn token. If she takes it out, do we make a move? Don't do anything for now. I have already sent the message, and the clan has already sent a strong reinforcement. Elder Yi Huo is rushing here. Hearing this information, Shang clan's GU masters roused their spirits. Yi Huo was not an ordinary GU master, he was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan with a cultivation of rank 4 peak stage. He was one of the experts under Shang Yanfei. Now that he was dispatched, it was sure to change the situation of the entire Xianxia mountain. To think the things turned out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Tai clan, our deal with Shang clan will fall through. In an underbrush, Meng Tu observed the battle inside the Qi barrier with glowing eyes and said with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life and was at rank 3 peak stage, the same as his partner Zhao Huang. These two were famous assassins in demonic path. Some time back even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Xiao Fu Lu died at their hands. They accepted a mission from Shang clan. If they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang clan. They had already made their move on Huo Tan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not pose any problems to Fang and Bai. The two did not give up and continued to follow Fang and Bai to Xianxia Mountain, waiting for an opportunity ever since. Sai, what can we do? We are good at assassinations and not at frontal attacks. If we move in front of everyone, our success rate will be too low. If Bai Ningbing dies, we also can't do anything about it, we can only leave it up to fate. The old man Zhao Huang said with a sigh. Yes, who knows how many are watching from the darkness? Who is to say we haven't been discovered while coming here? Meng Tu powerlessly added. They were assassin GU masters and paid particular attention to concealment. It was okay if they did not make a move, but once they made, it must be a fatal strike. Before making their move, they went through meticulous planning and made large numbers of preparation before bursting out all at once. If the success rate was too low, they would not make a move and would rather give up the deal. This was also the reason they were able to survive while roaming in demonic path for such a long time. Every well-known GU master had their own unique ways for survival. These 4 old-timers of Tai clan are in such an awkward state. Li Xian stood in front of the Qi barrier and looked at the battle inside. His eyes narrowed and were filled with joy towards others' misfortune. Although this place had already become a focus of many gazes at Xianxia Mountain, Li Xian did not care. He was very confident that he would absolutely not be exposed by others. This confidence came from his rank 5 GU, invisibility GU. GU worms at rank 5 were rare. Many rank 5 GU masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 GU on them for many years. Invisibility GU could only be detected by specific rank 5 investigative GU. However, it had not been long since Three Kings' inheritance opened and there has yet to be anyone who had broken through the middle rounds, so it was not likely to attract rank 5 GU masters to make a move. Li Xian had his own fortuitous encounters to possess the scarce rank 5 GU when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet GU recipe was created by Tai clan's refinement path master Tai Yi Ban. His original intention was to refine a type of firm and secure storage GU. After he refined this GU for the first time, he gave it to Tai Shui Leng to test out. The divine investigator used it to capture people and it was very durable. When supplemented with Qi Flow GU, its effect was amplified. From then on, Iron Cabinet GU had become an efficient mean for Tai clan to capture demonic GU masters. But now, these Tai clan's old-timers have to maintain both Tai Cabinet GU and Qi Flow GU, unable to execute their team attacks. If the 4 attack together, this purple Qi barrier will disappear. Without any obstruction, Bai Ningbing can run free and they will lose a lot of reputation. Interesting. These old-timers have no way out. Li Xian looked at the show, the corner of his lips could not help but curl up. But when he thought of someone, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Little Beast King, he actually didn't come to rescue. Did he realize the truth behind this tricky situation, or is he truly so cold-blooded and decided to abandon Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is, it all proves how scary this person is. I should hand that GU over to him. A GU was handed over to Fang Yuan. Its appearance was like that of a bedbug, flat and wide, its head was quite small and its body looked oval-shaped. Its whole body was yellow-orange, and gave off a metallic luster like a bronze. People called it Ancient Bronze Skin GU. Bronze Skin GU was a series GU from rank 1 to rank 3. But if it were to advance to rank 4, it would be Ancient Bronze Skin GU, whose defensive power was much stronger than rank 3 Bronze Skin GU. Li Xian, you are worthy of being a famous merchant of the demonic path. You could get me Ancient Bronze Skin GU this quick. It was really a correct decision to make the transaction with you. I don't have tea here, please have some wine. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his face appeared gentle as he welcomed Li Xian and poured him a cup of wine. No, it was nothing. It is my honor to be able to do business with Lord Little Beast King. Li Xian appeared very modest, lowering his status. The two discussed for a while. The atmosphere was very harmonious. If someone who did not know about them saw this, they would think these two were good-natured and elegant. How would they think these two were two-faced, ruthless demonic path GU masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, you can simply call me Fang Zheng. Let me first give you 50,000 primeval stones, consider it a deposit for our future transactions. Fang Yuan brought out Primeval Elder GU and waved his hand, bringing out 50,000 primeval stones. Primeval Elder GU appeared like a crystal ball. There were a lot of primeval stones stored in it. The old man in the clouds in the ball appeared to look very kind. Li Xian looked at the wide smile on the old man's face. He could not help evaluating Fang Yuan much more highly. I will have to trouble you to help me with something. Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Li Xian's gaze flashed and immediately said, please speak. Fang Yuan brought Li Xian towards the depths of the cave and pointed to a stone vat. I have a stone vat here, but I lack a fire-type GU. I will have to ask you to help me melt these bronze pieces and put them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I just so happen to have a fire-type GU. It will only require a slight effort. The temperature inside the cave rapidly soared. After a while, Li Xian melted the bronze pieces into metallic liquid. The stone vat was filled almost to the brink. Fang Yuan took out coal stones and piled them under stone vat to maintain the temperature. Then, under Li Xian's astonished gaze, he softly jumped right into the vat. The boiling bronze liquid sizzled and immediately burned Fang Yuan's clothes. His whole body was soaked in the bronze liquid and only his head was revealed outside. Lord Little Beast King, what are you doing? Right now, Li Xian could smell the odor of burning flesh. Fang Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin GU in his aperture while smiling with gritted teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a method to use this ancient bronze skin GU and accelerate the speed by 30%, that is to use it with bronze liquid. When ancient bronze skin GU was activated, it could remodel the skin and flesh of the GU master into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the body soaking in bronze liquid, it could shorten the time required. Li Xian had also heard of it, but he had never thought of this. When Fang Yuan was preparing these things, he had thought. These were supplementary materials for refining GU. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel, GU master must come in touch with scalding, boiling bronze liquid without using any defensive means. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. Is Little Beast King a masochist? Li Xian kept on thinking of this question as he returned to his cave with a dazed expression. At this time, there was another person who was also thinking of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why have you not appeared yet? Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half narrowed as she faintly felt the situation was far from reassuring. We have used Poison Bao GU, he absolutely cannot leave me in the lurch. But he still hasn't appeared now, could he still be inside the inheritance or maybe met with some trouble? Chapter 355, Yi Huo's Invitation. A GU worm floated above Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's primeval sea slowly fell as he activated this GU. This GU was like a black bone, its two ends were round and smooth, with a thin body. It was emitting black rays of light while floating in the air. The black light shone upon Fang Yuan's body, passed through his skin and flesh, and brought changes in his skeleton. Fang Yuan had already used Iron Bone GU, his skeleton was pitch black and was firm like iron. But under the effect of this GU, his skeleton slowly became more firm. This was Essence Iron Bone GU, a rank 4 GU, one could get Iron Bone GU by reverse refining it. 3 days after handing over the ancient bronze skin GU, Li Xian personally came to deliver this GU to Fang Yuan. Essence Iron Bone GU could make Fang Yuan's skeleton even more firm and the effect was many times stronger than Iron Bone GU. But at the same time, the process needed much more time. Fang Yuan had been using essence iron bone continually these days along with ancient bronze skin Ji to temper his body. In this period, he was also using Nine Eyes liquor worm to purify his primeval essence, refining his initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Then he used bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture and strengthen its foundation. He made use of every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and he could feel his strength increasing little by little every day. It has already been over a month since I left King Quan inheritance. I am almost finished with using ancient bronze skin Gu, but there is still quite a distance before I completely master essence iron bone Gu. Unless I use universe path Gu to accelerate the flow of time. Fang Yuan pondered. The so-called universe path was related to time. The Gu masters of this path used time-related Gu worms. Third Watch Gu and Spring Autumn Cicada belong to this category. In fact, there were far more universe path Gu than just these two. It had a full range of Gu from rank 1 to rank 5. Normal Gu masters, if they did not have the patience to do this type of grinding work and wanted to speed their progress, they could ask universe path Gu masters to help or use a universe path Gu themselves to accelerate their time. But my situation is different from ordinary Gu masters. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. If I accelerate my time, Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery speed will also increase and will be my death warrant. The time flow in Gu Immortal Blessed Land in Xianxia Mountain was 3 times faster than the outside world. The time Fang Yuan spent in King Quan inheritance had already caused Spring Autumn Cicada to make some recovery, thus Fang Yuan could only patiently choose the method of bitter cultivation. Just as he was cultivating, there came an unfamiliar voice from outside the cave. "Little Beast King, could you come out to have a chat?" Fang Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person clearly. He looked slightly doubtful, so it was Elder Yi Huo. Yi Huo was very handsome, sharp eyes, high-bridged nose, and long red hair like it was on fire. He was a fire path Gu master who was very famous in southern border. People called him Blazing Inferno. His cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Yi Huo is one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan, an expert under Shang Yanfei, and was ranked above light swordsman Wei Yong. The only one that could command him was Shang Yanfei. His arrival was surely going to change the power balance of Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and welcomed Yi Huo inside his cave. "Little Beast King, my purpose in coming here is simple. It is to invite you to join our Shang clan." Yi Huo entered the cave, but he did not sit and directly expressed his purpose in coming. "Join your Shang clan." Fang Yuan raised his brows. He could fully sense the swift and decisive nature of Blazing Inferno. "Right." Yi Huo nodded, his eyes looking straight at Fang Yuan as he smiled. "You and Bai Ningbing have stayed for some time at Shang clan. You guys surely have deep understanding of our Shang clan's strength, so I won't say much on it. The main thing is your partner Bai Ningbing has been trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai clan for around 2 months now. As long as you two join Shang clan, I will immediately set out and rescue Bai Ningbing." His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was an easy matter. When he spoke, he was slightly smiling. His handsome face was like a perfect statue, and when he revealed his teeth, it was dazzling like the sun. Many people would feel ashamed when interacting with him. Yi Huo and Wei Yong had a similar background. They both ruled Shang clan battle stage and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great elders of Shang clan, Yi Huo was the most popular and was also publicly recognized as the elder with the highest chance of advancing to rank 5. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised at Shang clan sending Yi Huo here. Shang clan had been in control of Sancha Mountain for a period of time before, but was later suppressed by Wu clan. And with the appearance of demonic path experts, Shang clan groups found it even more difficult to hold their heads up. Under this situation, Shang clan as a top clan would naturally send an expert to change the situation. In Fang Yuan's previous life memories, Yi Huo was dispatched here by Shang clan. He suppressed Wu Shentong and Yi Chong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian, being the ruler of Sancha Mountain for a time. But later, his dominance drove Long Qing Tian anxious. Long Qing Tian used Blue Halo Gu and poisoned him. He had no choice but to return to Shang clan city to be treated by Dr. Su Shou. However, this time, Yi Huo came to Sancha Mountain to recruit him. This was beyond Fang Yuan's expectation. "Lord Yi Huo, I wonder if this invitation came from Shang clan or it is your own thought." Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, and asked. Ha ha ha, of course it is my own thought. Fang Zheng, you created a lot of commotion at Shang Clan battle stage, and almost became the ruler of battle stage. I have been watching you, you are a genius. If you join Shang Clan, it will be greatly beneficial to you. Yi Huo laughed loudly and replied. Fang Yuan smiled as the trace of doubt he had melted away. Sir Yi Huo, from what I know, Shang Clan's external elders don't have the authority to recommend talents, right? External elder, this title made Yi Huo slightly furrow his brows. You are right. But if you can become the ruler of the battle stage, you can become an external elder of Shang Clan. With your talent, I believe the title of the ruler of battle stage is just a matter of time for you. Fang Yuan could not help but scoff, and did not reply. Yi Huo's brows furrowed deeper. This scoff sounded ear-piercing to him. He patiently said, Fang Zheng, I will tell you the truth. Before I came here, Lord Clan Leader made a promise to me. As long as I accomplish great accomplishments at Xianxia Mountain and take control of the situation, I will be bestowed a surname when I return to Shang Clan City. At that time, I will no longer be Yi Huo, but Shang Huo. I will become a true elder of Shang Clan and I will have the authority to recommend talents. So it was like that. Fang Yuan clearly revealed a surprised expression, his gaze flickered and he sank into contemplation. Yi Huo waited for a long time but after getting no response from Fang Yuan, his brows furrowed even deeper and he took the initiative to ask, have you thought it through? Fang Yuan shook his head. This matter is too significant, I need to consider it properly. Yi Huo's brows relaxed a little. Since that is so, then I will give you 3 days. I will come here again after 3 days, I hope to get a satisfactory reply then. All right, Fang Yuan nodded in agreement and accompanied Yi Huo out of the cave. You still haven't thought it through. Yi Huo looked at Fang Yuan with some doubts. This is a serious matter, I really need to properly consider it. Fang Yuan answered with a heavy voice. All right, I will give you 3 more days. Fang Zheng, I think highly of you. Another 3 days later. Lord Yi Huo, I have thought over this matter over and again. I appreciate your good intent but I still prefer the freedom of the demonic path. Fang Yuan sincerely replied. What, you thought for 3 days and this is your answer? Yi Huo's tone showed his fury. Lord Yi Huo, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Fang Yuan's gaze was profound and there was severity within his soft words. Yi Huo gritted his teeth and said with a deep voice, Fang Zheng, you need to think it clearly. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan are not easy opponents. If I don't help out, everything bodes ill for Bai Ningbing. Besides this, Sky Tiger Shui San Si whom you killed is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been watching you all this while. He is a Wood Path GU master at rank 4 upper stage and is a thorny character of demonic path. So it was like that. Fang Yuan showed hesitation. Then, let me consider it again. Give me 10 days of time to think it through. 10 days? Yi Huo immediately wrinkled his brows. Fine. He thought for a while and nodded. This is enough time for you to think everything through clearly. I believe you will make the most sensible choice. But I have to remind you that time cannot be dragged on further, your woman is in crisis. Anything can happen during this time. Yi Huo considered Bai Ningbing as Fang Yuan's woman which Fang Yuan felt was quite laughable. Whether Bai Ningbing died or not, it was not an especially important matter to him. Anyway, the poison vow GU was already destroyed and he had also matured, reaching rank 4 initial stage. Saving Bai Ningbing or not, it depended on his will. But if there was no Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan would become a lone force and it would definitely create a negative influence on his plans at Xianxia Mountain. There is no need to go save Bai Ningbing urgently, I should still focus on cultivating and advance forward. I have already no need for the bone-flesh unity GU. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be outside for a while and attract the attention for me. I should take this chance to surpass her, it will be convenient for me to suppress her in future. And, with so many eyes watching the situation, those 4 old foxes of Tai Clan absolutely won't move in for the kill. Fang Yuan saw the whole situation clearly. As for Yi Huo's invitation, 10 days later. Lord Yi Huo, thank you for your good intention. These days, I have pondered restlessly and from every angle, but I still feel that being free is the best. Fang Yuan wore an earnest expression as he said this. Yi Huo's expression naturally became unsightly. Fang Zheng, You have been doing this over and over again, are you playing with me? Lord Yi Huo, your words are not right. I have always been sincere with you. I understand your mood, but right now, the most important thing is Three Kings' inheritance. There is already not much time left before the next opening of the inheritance. With the mention of the opening of Three Kings' inheritance, Yi Huo could only suppress the anger in his heart. He took a deep look at Fang Yuan and left the cave. Chapter 356, The Hairy Men. 5 days later, the 3 light pillars appeared on Xianxia Mountain, piercing through the clouds towards the sky. The red light pillar was burning like fire, it was King Bao's inheritance. Yellow light pillar was bright and dazzling, it was King Quan's inheritance. Blue light pillar had a demonic charm, it was King Shin's inheritance. After a gap of several months, Three Kings' inheritance opened again. Yi Huo gazed at these 3 light pillars at the peak, his fierce eyes under his dashing brows flickered with faint radiance. Is this Three Kings' inheritance? Sure enough, it gives off a magnificent feeling. As long as I accomplish great achievements here, I can truly join Shang clan and change my surname to Shang, becoming a member of Shang clan. Right now, excitement was surging like waves in his heart. HMPH, little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, actually refusing me again and again. But, he apparently knows some secrets related to Three Kings' inheritance. If I can take him in as my subordinate, it will be a great help to me in controlling Xianxia Mountain. Yi Huo could not help but think of Fang Yuan. Yi Huo was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan and possessed his own information channel. He already knew Fang Yuan had made a huge sum of money at Shang clan city by relying on his knowledge of some secrets of Three Kings' inheritance. Besides this, Fang Yuan, himself, possessed outstanding battle prowess, having the fighting strength of a rank 4 middle stage. Moreover, Bai Ningbing never left the little beast king's side. Recruiting one naturally meant gaining the other. Thus, Yi Huo had accommodated to Fang Yuan and displayed complete sincerity to move him. But Fang Yuan did not know what was good for him and refused him time and again. Yi Huo could not help starting to feel angry. When I come out of Three Kings' inheritance, I will teach this little beast king a lesson and let him know that not everyone can fetch a good price. But, for now, I need to suppress some hindrances. Yi Huo collected his disorganized thoughts and looked towards the few figures at a distance. Pink Butterfly Gentleman, Kong Ri Tian, he who once dyed the sky blue, Long Qing Tian, Wu Clan Elder Wu Shen Tong, Yi Clan Elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would be the first to move towards the entrance. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha, I have reserved King Bao inheritance. Who dares to contend with me? Yi Huo threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter wild and unrestrained. He crossed his arms and looked at the 4 with a fierce gaze. He was Fire Path GU Master, King Bao was also of the same path. King Bao's inheritance was naturally the best choice for him. Blazing Inferno, Wu Shentong narrowed his eyes and mumbled with some fear towards Yi Huo's reputation. Yi Huo was one of the 5 great generals of Shang clan with the nickname of Blazing Inferno, he was at the peak of power. Even Wu Shentong had no choice but to admit that Yi Huo was a notch above him. HMPH, I will deal with you. Kong Ri Tian snorted, his whole body suddenly exploded and turned into phoenix-winged golden butterflies. Hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies, with wings as sharp as knives, enveloped Yi Huo. Blazing Inferno, you have been in the limelight the last few years. Long Qing Tian also laughed gloomily and pushed his palm. A greenish-blue palm of light, with poison gas curling around it, broke the void and directly smacked towards Yi Huo's face. Let me spar too. Yi Chong sneered and suddenly moved. Blue water waves surged up out of nowhere, engulfing Yi Huo within. All of a sudden, 3 rank 4 peak stage GU masters attacked Yi Huo at the same time. Good. Yi Huo's lips curled up into an arrogant smile, he stretched his arms then smacked his chest with his palms. Majestic flames suddenly burst forth. In an instant, the fiery color overwhelmed the light pillars of Three Kings' inheritance and illuminated Xianxia Mountain. Flames surged up with incomparable heat and ferocity. The flames effortlessly covered the water wave, burned the poison palm and sent the phoenix-winged golden butterflies retreating in a sorry figure. The golden butterflies flew far away and converged, changing back into Kong Ri Tian. This is his rank 5 GU Prairie Fire. Seeing such a huge fire, Yi Chong and Long Qing Tian's expressions changed. Kong Ri Tian did not say a word, while Wu Shentong's eyes flashed. This is the might of Elder Yi Huo. Shang Clan GU masters shouted out loudly in excitement. Yi Huo stood proudly within the flames, giving a feeling of a deity. His fiery red hair seemed to merge with the flames, giving off a wild and intense bearing. The flames swiftly dispersed and he walked towards the red light pillar, King Bao inheritance. The 4 GU masters watched him move towards the light pillar. All of their expressions were more or less stiff and unsightly, but they did not block him. This was them acknowledging Yi Huo's might. After Yi Huo entered King Bao inheritance, Kong Ri-Tian and other 3 glanced at each other, but they had no more interest to fight. Among them, Kong Ri-Tian and Long Qing-Tian entered King Xin inheritance, Wu Shentong and Yi Chong entered King Quan inheritance. Yi Huo is worthy of being one of the 5 great experts of Shang Clan. He has rank 5 GU Prairie Fire, formidable indeed. These days, Yi Huo has been repeatedly going to Little Beast King's place. Their relation is not shallow. HMPH. Black and white twin demons are known as demonic path GU masters, but they are actually lackeys of righteous path. They spent some time at Shang Clan and everyone knows they have a deep relation with Shang Clan's young master Shang Xinxi. A group of rank 4 upper stage GU masters started discussing after they saw Yi Huo suppressing other 4 GU masters and enter the light pillar with his head high. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had all entered the inheritance, now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shui San Si was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous GU master among the group suddenly asked while taking gloating at his misfortune. Century Boy coldly snorted. Although Yi Huo has rank 5 GU, the battle just before was only a probe, no one used their true methods. If they were to truly fight it out, who lives and who dies is still not certain. Although he said so, he was actually very afraid. He had thought of taking the chance that Bai Ning Bing was imprisoned, to find trouble for Fang Yuan. But Yi Huo repeatedly visited Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and quietly observe. Now, when he saw Yi Huo easily suppressing other 4, Century Boy's heart became much more heavy. Such a great opportunity like 3 kings' inheritance is in front of us, who will foolishly battle each other to death. Let's go, we need to enter too. Soon, this group of rank 4 upper stage GU masters also entered the inheritance. Fang Yuan climbed up to the peak and was immediately recognized. Little Beast King, it is Fang Zheng, he is entering King Xin inheritance. From the peak to the middle of mountain, many GU masters stared as they looked at Fang Yuan entering into the light pillar. He really forgot about his partner. BNB is still trapped by the 4 old fellows of Tai Clan. This Fang Zheng is actually paying it no heed as if nothing has happened, like he hasn't heard of it. Even demonic GU masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the heartlessness of demonic path GU masters. Some righteous path GU masters commented disdainfully. Fang Yuan, you bastard. Bai Ning Bing also witnessed this scene from inside the Qi barrier. Her face became pale with anger, she clenched her fists tightly and fiercely gritted her teeth. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan looked at each other. They were in an embarrassing situation right now. Although they succeeded in trapping Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactics a cold irony. Damn it, we can't deal with so many matters, this time, there will be no share for us at 3 kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Impossible. We 4 move together. If we retreat without gaining anything, this will be an insult to our Tai Clan and I am afraid we will not be able to raise our heads in front of others. 3 pairs of eyes looked at the 4th old man, their leader. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He spoke with a heavy voice, request for reinforcements. Shang Clan has sent reinforcement, there will naturally be support from our Tai Clan too. In the present situation, the competition has turned more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage powers can fight for a seat. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage reinforcement, then with our rank 4 middle stage strength. Big brother is right, Shang Clan has sent Yi Huo, if we ask for reinforcement now, we won't lose face. Right, we need to ask support from the clan. There was endless gray fog completely filling Fang Yuan's vision and reminding him that he had already entered King Xin inheritance. Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, he could not tell east from west. However, in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada shook its wings slightly. The flow of time here was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada was becoming more and more like a ticking time bomb. He grabbed a paper crane GU and activated it. A key was required to enter King Xin inheritance, and it was a paper crane GU. At this very moment, Fang Yuan could only use paper crane GU. His other GU besides spring-autumn cicada were all suppressed by the heavenly power. Paper crane GU floated in the air in front of him. It flapped its wings and led the way ahead. Fang Yuan followed the paper crane and slowly moved forward. He reached a hill and could see a blurry human figure in the fog. "Human, come out, compete, let's compete." The human figure opened its mouth. The sound was boorish and sporadic. When Fang Yuan walked closer, the human figure gradually became clearer. His figure was similar to ordinary humans, 2 hands and 2 legs. It was just that he was very buff, and reddish-brown hair grew from all over his body, chest, limbs, even on his face and buttocks. He looked at Fang Yuan with his bronze bell-like large eyes. "Compete. Let's compete. Lose. Die," he roared. His eyes were filled with blood veins and looked very malevolent. Fang Yuan had already expected this and was not surprised, his expression calm. This was a mutated human. Beasts had mutated beasts, just like Biao among the tigers, lichen among wolves and mastiff among dogs. Humans also had mutated humans. The mutated human Fang Yuan ran into now was a hairy man. Hairy man's whole body were covered with hair, even their eyelids. This type of mutated human has extremely low intelligence but had natural talent in GU refinement. There was a group of hairy man in King Xin inheritance. They were the obstacles GU masters had to clear to go forward. Only by winning against them could the GU masters continue on. If they lost, the GU masters would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men and become their food. "Come." Fang Yuan stood at a distance of 10 steps from the hairy man with a tranquil expression. Several GU along with some materials appeared out of nowhere in the air and floated lightly to Fang Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also received the same things. The GU refinement had begun. Winner lives, loser dies. Chapter 357, Legend of the Hairy Men. The earliest record of hairy men was in Legends of Ren Zhu. It was said that Ren Zhu dug out his 2 eyes which turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Sun and the daughter was Desolate Ancient Moon. Verdant Great Sun liked to drink wine a lot. One time he caused an incident while being drunk and was trapped at the depths of the ordinary abyss. In the end, he profited from the disaster and obtained reputation GU which looked like chrysanthemum, and was able to escape alive. Because of reputation GU, Verdant Great Sun's reputation gradually became bigger. Soon, news that Verdant Great Sun was a huge drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped honey bees brought their beehive and found Verdant Great Sun. "Verdant Great Sun, we heard you really like drinking wine and you have been saying the wine made by the 4 heaven and earth monkeys are the most delicious in the world. But how could the wine they brewed compare to our honey wine? Today, we have specially brought our honey for you to have a taste." Each of these honey bees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were speaking politely but their tone contained a threatening and forceful intent. Verdant Great Sun complained in his heart, this was truly misfortune befalling on someone who merely stayed home. Tiger-striped honey bees were very powerful, he was not a match against one of them, let alone a whole group. Verdant Great Sun could only reluctantly taste the honey wine inside the beehive. He had only taken a sip when his eyes brightened. Honey wine was sweet but not overly sweet. The wine fragrance was mellow and very delicious, absolutely a treasure of the world. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. This honey wine makes one feel like the most fortunate person in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank a mouthful of wine, praising it to the high heavens. Tiger-striped honey bees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun, "Tell us which tastes more delicious, our honey wine or the wines of the 4 heaven and earth monkeys?" Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped honey bees. Speaking frankly, they all have their own merits, it is very difficult to compare them. Tiger-striped honey bees were furious. He said our wine is actually at the same level as those mere monkeys. This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful, we need to teach him a lesson. They were just about to attack when suddenly Verdant Great Sun disappeared. This intoxication of Verdant Great Sun lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. In his haziness, he heard a voice calling out for him from the darkness, "Verdant Great Sun, wake up quick. If you don't wake up, you will be eaten. Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. He discovered he was bound up and was being carried by a group of savage people. This group of savage people had hair all over their body and their 2 eyes were dark blue. There was already a bonfire burning and above the bonfire was a cauldron. The savage people quietly sat down, speaking pleasant-sounding words. We are refining eternal GU and we're just lacking a human to be the catalyst. Now heaven has sent us Verdant Great Sun, it is truly worthy of celebration. Human is the spirit of all living beings, Ren Zhu is the spirit ancestor. Verdant Great Sun was born from his left eye and has ample spiritual energy. The way I see it, the refinement will succeed this time. Throw him into the cauldron quick, we will obtain eternal GU and live for eternity. Verdant Great Sun turned pale from fright at these words, immediately shouting out and struggling with all his strength. However, these savage people remained unmoved. At this very moment, Verdant Great Sun again heard the voice from before in his mind. Sigh, it is no use. These savages are the hairy men, loved by the world. They have an innate talent in refining GU worms. Verdant Great Sun instantly forgot his predicament and curiously asked in his mind, who are you? That voice laughed. I am Divine Travel GU, as long as any person drinks 4 different top-tier wines in the world, they will give birth to me in their hearts. I can let you teleport to any place you wish. Verdant Great Sun was exulted. Then, please quickly bring me out of here. Divine Travel GU sighed, it is no use. You can only use me when you are drunk. Your mind is sober now and so you can't use me. Verdant Great Sun suddenly realized. So that is why I was trapped in the isolated island and almost starved to death that time. Fortunately, I obtained reputation GU and could leave the ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine Travel GU replied. Sigh, human, I did not have any intent to harm you, it was all because you used my strength after you became drunk. You don't need to blame me, last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped honeybees, but you were able to escape thanks to me. 1 harm and 1 rescue, we can call it even. Verdant Great Sun also thought of the tiger-striped honeybees and no longer blamed Divine Travel GU. He was thrown into the cauldron by the hairy men. The huge fire was burning hotter under the cauldron and the liquid temperature inside also soared. Add agates and red pepper. A hairy man threw precious agates and red pepper into the cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron immediately changed to red and dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue smoke fox child. A hairy man grabbed a small fox and threw it into the cauldron. The small fox's whole body was hairy and looked extremely cute with its eyes like black diamonds. But the moment it touched the liquid, it turned into blue smoke and blended into the water. The liquid in the cauldron slowly boiled and Verdant Great Sun also felt more despair, feeling it would be difficult to escape the disaster this time. Hairy men continued to add in many supplementary materials and GU worms. Add vanity GU. A hairy man threw a GU into the cauldron. This GU was strange and looked like a huge blue crab. But different from real crabs, its crab shell was hollow. The moment it saw Verdant Great Sun, the huge crab-like vanity GU was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun. I have heard about you, but had never expected I would meet you here, it is really my good fortune. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant Great Sun gave a bitter smile. How can it be good fortune when we are about to die? I don't care about death. I only wanted to ask, how did you become so famous? I really admire you. I have the utmost admiration for people like you. Vanity GU asked with urgency. I am not in the mood to talk about this now, I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the cauldron and tried to climb up, but was quickly pressed down into the cauldron by a watching hairy man. Quick, tell me quick. Vanity GU was not tactful and wholeheartedly wanted to ask for guidance. Verdant Great Sun furiously rebuked. Can't you see the situation we are in now? Vanity GU opened its eyes wide and started at Verdant Great Sun before it beamed with pleasure. I understand now. If I want to be popular, I need to endure the heat. Thank you for the guidance, thank you. Verdant Great Sun, as thanks, I will do a favor for you. Saying so, the Vanity GU exploded. This explosion was not intense and was very light, only giving off a soft, bang, sound. The Vanity GU turned into a formless poisonous wind and attacked the hearts of all the hairy men. The crystal clear dark blue eyes of the hairy men turned red. Verdant Great Sun was dazed for a good while, before coming back to his senses. He could not help sighing at Vanity Gu's sacrifice, and immediately shouted, although you hairy men can refine GU, but it is nothing. Even if you all live for eternity, so what? You are so ugly with hair all over your body, you are simply an abomination. The hairy men were stupefied. If it was before, they would not care about verdant great sun. But now, the poison of vanity had spread in the depths of their hearts, shrouding their intelligence. Hearing verdant great sun's shouts, the hairy men started refuting loudly, nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most perfect, there can be nothing more beautiful than hair all over the body. Verdant great sun was suddenly hit by an inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is, could it be as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drank Vajra monkey's strong wine, his hair had become blazing fire. The hairy men were baffled at his words. The beautiful fire was flickering and changing all the time. Even they could not help but admit the movement of verdant great sun's hair was beautiful. Verdant great sun continued to stimulate them. Even if you obtain eternity, you won't be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair, it is as colorful and charismatic as fire. The hairy men were spurred on by verdant great sun, and finally someone could not endure it. You have such amazing hair, I will have it too. Look at mine. He then used a fire torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body burned and he became a fiery man. Ha ha ha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other hairy men also rushed to do the same. All of them became fiery men, the fire burned them and the intense pain caused them to howl in pain. But when they realized this, it was too late for them to extinguish the fire, and bombastically displayed their beauty. Divine Travel GU was overjoyed and praised verdant great sun. Endlessly. Human, you are really clever, actually thinking of this method. Verdant great sun escaped out of the cauldron and succeeded in surviving. He replied in his mind with a cold smile, it is not me who is clever. It is the vanity in people that have turned them stupid. They often silently endure pain for false beauty, giving up the goals they should truly pursue. Grand white moon gold, skull stones, dragon side tooth, young autumn grass along with 50 primeval stones, a flower boar GU and a boar cage GU. This was handed to Fang Yuan as the materials for GU refinement. In front of him, the hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground and refining GU. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path GU master, he had ventured into the refinement path in his previous life and knew many recipes. Right now, he had 3 choices, every choice would refine a new GU. The inheritance did not mention which GU he had to refine, this meant the GU he refined needed to be better than the hairy man. Fang Yuan looked at the process of the hairy man refining GU and could already guess what he was going to refine. He sneered inwardly, but on his face appeared a respectful and flattering smile. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. The method of your GU refinement really makes this one sigh in amazement. You are a GU refinement grandmaster, there is no GU in this world which you can't refine. Ah, ha ha, you, tactful. The hairy man laughed loudly, clearly happy. This distraction immediately caused the GU refinement to fail. The hairy man's expression suddenly changed and shouted in fear, no. But it was already late. Heavenly power descended as lightning and struck the hairy man into ashes. Hee hee. Fang Yuan indifferently laughed and collected the materials in his hand. Under the paper crane Gu's lead, he slowly walked towards the next round. Chapter 358, New Trump Card. Light dispersed and a GU slowly landed onto Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage GU, which was used especially to capture wild GU worms and was very effective. The hairy man in front was in the process of refining GU. When he saw Fang Yuan was already done, he immediately let out a desperate howl. Thunder crackled in the sky and the hairy man was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xin inheritance was also extremely cruel. GU masters had to tread through blood and death to move a step forward. Fang Yuan sighed and stored the water cage GU before continuing forward. If he remembered correctly, this was already the 32nd round in King Xin inheritance. King Xin inheritance was an inheritance related to refinement path. The difficulty increased every 10 rounds and the hairy men that appeared also became smarter and stronger. In the early 20 or so rounds, Fang Yuan was able to rely on his speech to flatter the hairy men and disrupt their concentration, causing their GU refinement to fail and give him effortless victories. But starting from 30th round, the hairy men that appeared were huge and had remarkable intelligence. Fang Yuan could only compete fairly. But fortunately, the GU refinement materials of the first 20 rounds were accumulated by Fang Yuan and gave him ample options in refining GU. These GU refinement materials could be saved by the GU masters and used for future rounds. This was also a trick King Xin had left behind when she set up his inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this trick was made public only after a year. Right now, it was a secret. Even if some people realized this trick, the number was only a small fraction of the participants. Fang Yuan was able to rush forward like this because of his plentiful accumulation and his previous life's experiences. His achievement here were even better than at King Quan inheritance. From 40th round, the difficulty of King Xin inheritance increased by several folds. At this stage, GU masters could use one of their GU. But in King Xin inheritance, the GU they use must be of refinement path. Fang Yuan did not have any refinement path GU, the materials on him were also almost used up. He began to feel the difficulty of advancing forward. It was become very difficult to cross each round. What was good was that after 40th round, King Xin inheritance gave the GU masters a corresponding reward. These rewards could be refinement path GU worms, recipes, primeval stones and so on, and were very generous. When Fang Yuan broke through to 44th round, he was given an opportunity to leave. He took this opportunity and left King Xin inheritance. The time he spent this time in King Xin inheritance was even longer than in King Quan inheritance. Returning to Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan found Tai Clan's purple light barrier was still standing tall. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were very patient and did not enter 3 King's inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. The 3 light pillars on the mountain peaks had already shrunk down to a cup-sized thickness. But as long as the light pillars existed, even if it was only the thickness of a tiny needle, it meant the doors had not closed and people could still enter. But every time the inheritance opened up, no matter which inheritance of 3 kings' inheritance GU masters chose, they could only enter one time. Fang Yuan looked for Li Xian and made another transaction again. Li Xian received many things from Fang Yuan and was inwardly startled. I have a bad news for you. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers have already requested for support from their clan. Tai Clan has already sent a group of reinforcements over and it might be unfavorable for Sir. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This action of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers was also within his expectations. Who did they send as reinforcements? The head is Tai Clan's Tai Ba Shu. He is a strength path GU master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Besides him, there is also Tai Ruo Nan. She is one of the 8 young masters of Tai Clan and is a rising star who has been in limelight these 2 years. Every one of Tai Clan's 8 young masters are dragons and phoenixes. Especially this Tai Ruo Nan, she is the daughter of divine investigator Tai Shui Leng and already has rank 4 initial stage cultivation at such a young age. Li Xian placed emphasis on Tai Ruo Nan in this batch of reinforcements, and only gave small snippets of information regarding Tai Ba Shu and others. Tai Ba Shu was already a famous character and everyone knew of him. But Tai Ruo Nan was a rising star and could only be said to have some reputation and had yet to be famous around southern border. Li Xian, however, did not know Fang Yuan was familiar with Tai Ruo Nan. Sure enough, she advanced to rank 4. Tai Ba Shu, Tai Clan indeed sent this group just like in my previous life, Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression the whole time, but seeing him remain calm, he was increasingly feeling more afraid. Lord Little Beast King, when this batch of Tai clansmen arrives, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers will be free to deal with Bai Ningbing. There is still time if you make a move now. Li Xian persuaded, with sincerity showing all over his face. I will have to ask you to pay more attention to our future deals. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. The moment Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression turned grave. His small eyes flashed with sharp light. I have been fanning the flames to this extent but this little beast king remains unmoved. Is he really not worried about his partner's safety? Could it be the relation between Bai Ningbing and him is not as close as the rumors say? He is a man and Bai Ningbing is so beautiful, he will definitely go rescue her. It seems I need to contact Hu Mei. Riling up people's emotions had become basic nature to him. He watched others fight and fished in troubled water, obtaining huge benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei's eyes brightened with high spirits when she got the news from Li Xian. Why would I deceive my darling? Li Xian smiled while caressing Hu Mei's waist. Hu Mei smiled tenderly and threw herself into Li Xian's chest, acting coquettishly. it is still Big Brother Li Xian who loves me the most. A round pearl quietly rested on Fang Yuan's palm. It was golden all over and was only the size of a thumb. In the dusky cave, the pearl let out faint golden luster. This was a yellow gold relic GU, rank 4 GU. This GU's market supply was strictly controlled by all great clans. Even Li Xian could not get it. It was all because this GU could directly raise a rank 4 GU master's cultivation by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the higher-ups of a clan. A yellow gold relic GU could change the power structure of the higher-ups. I was quite lucky this time, actually receiving a yellow gold relic GU as reward in kingship inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed before activating this GU with a thought. Yellow gold relic GU immediately turned into golden ray of light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. The 90% primeval C in Fang Yuan's aperture surged and ebbed. In the center, spring-autumn cicada appeared and disappeared at times. When yellow gold relic GU entered the aperture, it was firmly suppressed by the indistinct aura of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan could only make spring-autumn cicada conceal itself, then use yellow gold relic GU. A ball of golden light immediately spread and covered the whole aperture. Bright golden primeval essence converged together, cleansing the aperture walls. A night passed, and when the light of clear dawn shone upon Xianxia Mountain, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. This moment, he had officially surpassed by Ning Bing in cultivation. At the same time, the stable aperture walls could bear even more of spring-autumn cicada's pressure now, somewhat delaying this death warrant. Next, it is refining GU. Fang Yuan did not urgently use Liquor Worm, but instead took out a GU. This GU was a ball of bone the size of a quail egg. On the surface, there were alternating black and white stripes like on a zebra. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing had once used this to soar to the skies. This was the footless bird. Although it was only at rank 3, it could move 10,000 miles and was the number 1 mount under rank 5. But it had a great weakness: it could only fly once. The moment it landed, it was the moment of its death. This footless bird GU was also obtained from King Xin inheritance as a reward for Fang Yuan. 9 palace flowers, aspiring stone, golden crow's essence, chilling grass. Fang Yuan threw all these materials into the footless bird GU and also constantly threw in primeval stones. Most of these GU refinement materials were materials Fang Yuan had remaining from King Xin inheritance, while a portion was bought from Li Xian. He used up a total of 180,000 primeval stones before the GU refinement finished. Bone Wings GU. It was a rank 4 GU. It looked like a feather, was spotless white, had bony texture and was light as a feather. Under Fang Yuan's will, this GU flew towards his back and spread, forming into something resembling 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fang Yuan's back. He poured primeval essence into the Bone Wings GU. Suddenly, intense pain attacked him as countless bones grew out from his backbone and ribs. The bony outgrowth pierced through his flesh and grew out before converging together and forming 2 enormous bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings on a bird, wide and long. When folded up, the tail of the wings could touch the ground. The current Fang Yuan was truly an 8-foot-tall man. There was a soft sound as the bone wings stretched out. The cave did not look so spacious anymore. Normal bone wings were spotless white, but the bone wings on Fang Yuan was not only pitch black, but also let out a metallic luster like that of steel and iron. This was because Fang Yuan's skeleton surpassed ordinary, having been reformed by Iron Bone GU, and at the same time, he had constantly been using rank 4 essence Iron Bone recently. This led to Fang Yuan's bone wings to far surpass other people's in terms of sturdiness. Rather than to say they were only bone wings, it was better to say they were iron bone wings. Fang Yuan softly flapped the wings. There was only a blowing sound before a strong whirlwind blew up. Bone wings could be used as he wished and was like a natural part of his body. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary GU masters were rather cautious in using bone wings GU. They would often train for 2 to 3 years before they were able to fly. If it were to be used in battle, they would have to train even longer, at least 5 years and above. After all, humans were creatures who walked on the ground and not flying creatures. However, Fang Yuan had no such problem. After 500 years in his previous life, he had similarly gained plentiful experiences in terms of flying. One could well imagine, if he suddenly used them, it was sure to catch his enemies off guard. His newly advanced cultivation and bone wings GU became the new trump cards of Fang Yuan. Now, it is time to deal with Bai Ning Bing's matter. Fang Yuan kept the bone wings, a chilling light flashing past his eyes. Chapter 359, Obstruction. A group of 7 people silently moved through a forest. We have been hurrying on our way without resting all these days and are already very close to Xianxia Mountain. Tai Ba Shu thought while rushing through the forest, stepping across stones and tree roots. He was tall and had a buff physique. On his square face was a steady expression which gave a feeling of reliability. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage and his fame had spread throughout southern border. When he was young, he was spurned by the clan, pushed aside and forced to drift outside. Then he encountered a righteous GU master inheritance and changed to strength path, making his name renowned in the world. Now, he was a famous character of the righteous path. With rank 5 GU, Earth Overlord, he was called Present Age Overlord, and had battle strength that surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. At present, there are 5 rank 4 peak stage GU masters on Sancha Mountain: Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong, Kong Ri Tian, Wu Shen Tong and Yi Huo. Among them, Yi Huo's battle prowess is very high and will be the strongest opponent. In addition to this, there will be more and more formidable characters who will join this struggle. It is just that I do not know what Tai Ruo Nan has planned. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Shu could not help turning his gaze towards Tai Ruo Nan who was running beside him. Although he had impressive battle prowess, in the group that was sent over this time by the clan, he was not the head. Rather, it was a young junior, Tai Ruo Nan. After Tai Ruo Nan returned to the clan, she cultivated hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was already one of the Tai clan's 8 young masters. She was meticulous, sensitive to the smallest details and was already being called Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star that emerged in Tai clan these years. She was gradually soaring up and was being watched by many. This time, when the 4 old-timers requested for reinforcements, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruo Nan as the leader of this group. Even Tai Ba Shu, this famous senior, had to obey her orders. This showed how much the Tai clan higher-ups expected from her. Tai Ba Shu only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He was not in the least bit concerned about the clan's arrangement and was also not jealous. Tai Ba Shu was very loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to be an assistant, willing to become a stepping stone. In fact, when he was down and out, he had received Divine Investigator Tai Shui Leng's help. Tai Ba Shu had always felt grateful towards him, and with the interaction over these days, he sensed Tai Ruo Nan's brilliance. As expected of Divine Investigator's daughter, Big Brother Shui Leng, you have a worthy successor, you can rest assured in the afterlife. Tai Ba Shu was gratified. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruo Nan. Not only did he admire her cultivation talents, he admired her leadership capability even more. Outstanding young GU masters had gathered around Tai Ruo Nan. Not mentioning anything else, one just needed to look at the current group of people. Tai Mu, rank 3 peak stage GU master, looked gentlemanly and was brimming with talent. He had received many invitations but he chose to join Tai Ruo Nan. Tai Ao Kai, rank 3 upper stage, he might look dazed and sleepy, but in the field of investigative ability, he had true prowess. There was also Tai Dao Ku, an offense GU master with outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master but was now recruited by Tai Ruo Nan. Tai Xianhua, one of the beauties in the clan, young and beautiful. Even clan elders praised her defensive abilities. These talents gathered under Tai Ruo Nan and would become her crew. Tai Ba Shu seemed to see the radiant scene where this crew endlessly grew and assisted Tai Ruo Nan in ascending to the position of clan leader. Each one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan had a chance to contend for clan leader's position. As they ran quickly, lights and shadows fluctuated in their vision and green light shone on Tai Ruo Nan's face. Her slender legs revealed her youthful beauty as she ran through the forest. Having gained much experiences these years, Tai Ruo Nan had clearly matured. Her brows were sharp as sword and her eyes shone like the stars. When one looked at her from the side, one could feel her power. Her thick eyelashes shaded the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain. She recited this name in her mind. She had already received news about Sancha Mountain. And she was even aware that Sancha Mountain had become a place of unstable changes, a struggling whirlpool that swallowed lives, engulfing countless people of both demonic and righteous paths. Originally, Tai Ruo-nan had not thought of participating. But an unexpected information made her realize there were hidden details regarding Qingmao Mountain back then. Her father Tai Shui-leng lost his life at Qingmao Mountain, a hero of a generation had fallen. Anything that concerned her father, she had to check it out. Thus, she personally accepted the order and hurried to Xianxia Mountain. By Ning Bing, Fang Zheng, the truth about Qingmao Mountain, I will get to the bottom of it. The group moved forward. The group of 7 moved in standard battle formation. The investigative GU master Tai Aokai was at front, Tai Ruo-nan and Tai Ba Shu was at middle. Healing GU master was at the rear with defensive GU master Tai Xianhua beside him. No matter what the terrain was, the battle formation showed no signs of disorder. No matter what happened, this group responded to it at the first sight and was not caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Aokai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted, alerting the group. Something happened. The whole group swiftly came to a stop. The formation changed slightly to form into the best battle array. It was both closely linked and was also faintly loose to leave a way for retreat. They could attack if they progressed, and defend if they retreated. A person who crossed his arms and was standing on a boulder, glanced down at this group of people. He was tall, with strong back and narrow waist. Although he was not exaggeratedly muscular, he still gave a feeling of sturdiness. He was wearing tight-fitting black clothes. He was standing there alone, but it felt like a mountain was standing. Especially, his black pupils, they were dark as abyss and gave an unfathomable feeling. Fang Zheng, Tai Ruo-nan's pupils shrunk when she saw this person and blurted out. This person was indeed Fang Yuan. Tai Ruo-nan, we meet again. The corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. A grim intent was revealed from his expression. Little Beast King. Tai Ba Shu's eyes narrowed and a severe light flashed past them. The other 5 people of the group were behaving like they were facing a great enemy. They were very well equipped with intel and knew the person in front of them, a rising star of the demonic path with outstanding battle prowess. His actions were wild and unrestrained, an extremely dangerous character. Fang Zheng, I trust you have been since we last met. Tai Ruo-nan revealed a complicated expression on her face and continued after a sigh, Fang Zheng, you came to compromise. Actually, there is nothing to it. I know the struggles of 3 kings' inheritance. You either live or die. There are no ways for retreat. Bai Ning Bing ran into my Tai clan's GU master and killed him in his last-ditch move. I have friendly relations with you both. How about this? Come to Tai clan as a guest, explain the matter clearly and redeem this sin by doing some assignments for Tai clan. I can plea for leniency for you and Tai clan won't pursue this matter anymore. When she was speaking, Tai Aokai nervously activated his GU to secretly scan his surroundings. It was truly strange Fang Yuan appeared alone. Maybe there were others lying in ambush. Fang Yuan could not help but sneer at Tai Ruo-nan's words, sin. She only killed a person, what sin is there? The only slight difference is this person has a somewhat tougher background, that's all. Tai Ruo-nan, I didn't think you were so childish. Thinking of luring me into going to Tai clan, and capture me there. When I enter Tai clan, I will be a dragon swimming in shallow water, a tiger moving in plain sight. Wouldn't I be completely at your mercy then? Tai Ruo-nan deeply furrowed her brows. Fang Zheng, you have changed a lot over these years. You feel no guilt over killing a person. Anyway, I am not telling lies. I pledge on my honor that I will guarantee your safety and guarantee you will be given fair trial. Fang Yuan scoffed. Is your Tai clan considered safe? At the moment, divine thief Lu Zuanfeng has been causing havoc at Tai clan, even infiltrating Demon Suppression Tower. Your Tai clan can't even help yourselves. Can you guarantee my safety? Laughable, truly laughable. What? The clan has kept the news regarding divine thief Lu Zuanfeng confidential. He is an outsider and has also been staying far away here at Xianxia Mountain. How could he be so clear of the matter? The 7 people of Tai clan turned pale. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 expert. The matter of him infiltrating Demon Suppression Tower had already caused a lot of disturbance in Tai clan's higher-ups. Tai clan had always viewed itself as the holy land of the righteous path. Its Demon Suppression Tower was even a renowned prison for the demonic path, but Lu Zuanfeng entered and left it as he pleased. This level of humiliation and disgrace was tightly guarded and kept a secret by Tai clan. Even top clans like Wu clan and Shang clan had no knowledge of it. However, this little beast king unexpectedly knew it. Do you really believe such nonsense? Tai Ba Shu could not help but refuse it as it concerned the reputation of Tai clan. Leader, there are no one in the surroundings, he is alone. At this time, Tai Ao Kai reported in a soft voice. A bright light immediately flashed through Tai Ruo Nan's mind and she fixed her gaze at Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I understand your intent. You want to use this information to blackmail us in exchange for Bai Ningbing's life. We can do that, but we need to know how you came to know about this secret. Otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Tai Ruo Nan, you are truly naive. I just spoke those words casually. You still don't understand the purpose of me coming here. Don't you know there is a battle tactic called besiege an enemy stronghold in order to strike at the reinforcements? What, you want to go against us? Tai Ruo Nan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an inconceivable expression. The others also looked at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at an idiot. We are a group of 7 while you are just by yourself. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Ba Shu, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruo Nan, and 5 rank 3 GU masters, each of them an expert. Just you alone wants to go against us. Has this little beast king lost his mind? Is there a problem with his brain? For a moment, everyone had this thought. Fang Yuan knew their thoughts as he looked at the change in their expression and eyes. He did not feel like refuting them. With a cold smile, he suddenly pounced towards the group from high above like a northern goshawk. He really attacked, looking for death. The 7 people were both startled and furious. No, this aura, how could he be at rank 4 middle stage? Next instance, the 7 all felt their hearts thump as they sensed the aura on Fang Yuan. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage, not initial stage. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes opened wide and was stunned at the revelation. Chapter 360, 1 verses 7, 1/4. Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment GU and restrained his aura as much as possible. But now that he made a move, his true aura exploded out. Add into that, Tai Ruo Nan's group had the preconceived belief that Fang Yuan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Thus, for a moment, this 7-person group was very surprised. Rank 4 middle stage, this little beast king is so young but has surpassed young master Ruo Nan. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he could be so arrogant. So what if he is at rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to approach us alone, he is simply seeking his own doom. All sorts of thoughts flashed in the Tai clan's group's minds. A dull sound echoed. Tai Ba Shu came back to his senses the fastest and stiffly struck against Fang Yuan's fists in midair. Tai Ba Shu stably fell to the ground while Fang Yuan was sent flying. Fang Zheng, you want to find trouble with us just by yourself. I know you want to rescue your partner by Ningbing, but think it over. You can't act rashly in a matter of rescuing someone, it is still not too late for you to pull back. If you continue to fight, you will truly be setting yourself against our Tai clan. If that happens, your partner's life will also be on the line. Tai Ba Shu expressed himself in few words, seemingly earnest, but was in truth attempting to break Fang Yuan's fighting spirit, truly proving old ginger is hotter than new. He. Fang Yuan chuckled and looked at Tai Ba Shu and the rest, his gaze completely exposed his killing intent. So what if you are Tai clan? So what if I oppose you? If I really can't save Bai Ningbing, then I can only blame it on her bad luck. In any case, I already did my best. Such ruthless and indifference caused the Tai clan's 7 people to feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan turned towards Tai Ao Kai. You over there, you don't need to scout anymore, it is just me alone. Frankly, this path you guys chose is really good, very hidden and very suitable for me to kill you all. Hearing these words, Tai Ba Shu's expression completely turned dark. Fang Zheng, you are seeking your own death. Death. Fang Yuan started laughing loudly without any restraint. Is this guy crazy? Has little beast king going mad from cultivation and lost his mind? Demonic path people are all lunatics like this. The group all felt the situation was going to be problematic from the unbridled laughter of Fang Yuan. Fierce people were afraid of unreasonable people and unreasonable people were afraid of those that did not care about death. Despite there being 7 people in Tai clan's side and Fang Yuan was alone, the Tai clan's group felt fear. This type of lunatic that was suicidal and did not care about his own life, what was there that he could not do? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped laughing and stepped forward producing a loud sound. Like a tiger that left the mountain, he resumed his attacks again. Fight! Tai Ruo Nan shouted with a heavy expression, knowing this fight was inevitable. Tai Ba Shu retreated and stood beside Tai Ruo Nan. Tai Daoku and Tai Xianhua moved to the front together, and Tai Aokai started running at the side. The whole formation was instantly loosened up like a sack being opened, displaying their skilled battle tactics coordination. Charging Crash Gu, Fang Yuan rushed forward like a bull. The stones under him were smashed as he moved with powerful momentum and penetrated into Tai Clan's sack, without any fear. Little Beast King, you are simply too arrogant. Tai Xianhua shouted in her delicate voice and stretched out the 5 fingers of her right hand. There was a soft sound and an enormous black golden lotus flower blossomed instantly from her palm. The lotus bloomed, its huge petals were bent down, forming arcs like an umbrella. The dark green lotus stalk continued to grow and in a blink of an eye was over an arm's size, becoming the handle of the umbrella. Tai Xianhua plucked this lotus with her left hand and then charged towards Fang Yuan while holding the dark green lotus stalk. Umbrella Lotus Gu. Tai Xianhua was petite while the umbrella lotus was huge and completely covered her, becoming a shield and firmly protecting her. Fang Yuan sneered. A white elephant phantom appeared above him. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. With no surprise, Fang Yuan sent Tai Xianhua, who was blocking his path, flying. Tai Xianhua flew a whole 10 feet like a dead leaf blown by the wind. What great strength! She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. She twisted her body in the midair and quickly found a balance, landing on the ground without falling. But the expected attack did not follow. Fang Yuan ignored her existence and directly charged towards Tai Ruo Nan. Damn it, he is going after young master. We must block him, protect young master. The battle will and killing intent of the group was ignited when they saw Fang Yuan targeting Tai Ruo Nan. Tai Ruo Nan half kneeled, her 2 hands were pressed on the ground. From the moment the battle started, she was creating a puppet. Plants grew wildly near her. The fragile grass beside her feet grew to an adult man's height. Dozens of huge grass intertwined. In the emerald green light, a grassman puppet was created. Grass Puppet Gu. Fang Yuan had seen rank 1 grass puppet Gu at Qingmao Mountain. It was used as a target for practicing moon blades. Rank 1 grass puppet Gu was of no threat, but once it reached rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. The one Tai Ruo Nan was using right now was rank 3 grass puppet Gu. The grassman puppet she created was short and thin, the leaves tightly weaved together, its one hand was holding a bamboo blade and another hand was raising a rattan shell shield. This was Rattan Shell Grass Soldier. It possessed the strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. Just one Rattan Shell Grass Soldier was no threat to Fang Yuan. But once their numbers increased, they became troublesome. Rattan Shell Grass Soldier were often used as cannon fodder to consume the opposing Gu master's primeval essence. Most importantly, using a rank 4 Gu master's strength, a dozen Rattan Shell Soldiers could combine into a rank 4 Grass Sword Elite Soldier. In this short moment, Tai Ruo Nan already had 18 Rattan Shell Grass Soldiers beside her. Tai Ruo Nan, Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent, his icy and sharp gaze firmly locked onto Tai Ruo Nan. This woman possessed outstanding talents similar to Bai Ningbing, and she had also investigated the affairs on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fang Yuan had already wanted to kill her back at Shangclan City, but the time had not been good then. Tai Ruo Nan did not budge. She chose to believe in her partners and was still creating Rattan Shell Grass Soldiers. Block him. Tai Aokai flung his sleeves and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step further. Tai Daoku rushed towards Fang Yuan while activating Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu. Fang Yuan laughed and directly clashed head-on without evading it. Golden needle mosquitoes pierced tiny blood holes all over his body. Tai Daoku's arms struck his chest and slashed out long wounds. Fang Yuan howled with laughter, and stepped forward with his head high, blood flowing out from the wounds all over his body. He is wounded. The Tai clan group was solemn. If it were other enemies that were wounded, the Tai clan group would feel happy and relaxed, but Fang Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu. The heavier the injuries he suffered, the stronger his fighting strength became. Green bull, horse, stone turtle. Sure enough, 3 more beast phantoms appeared above Fang Yuan. He opened the way with his huge strength that could not be blocked. Tai Xianhua rushed over and was casually sent flying by Fang Yuan. Tai Daoku helplessly retreated while Tai Aokai could only wander at the sidelines. Good. Tyrant strength Gu. Fang Yuan was about to reach Tai Ruo Nan, when Tai Ba Shu shouted and stepped forward. There was a huge explosive sound from the collision of the two. Both were sent back 7 to 8 steps. It was a draw. Fang Yuan had 4 beast phantoms, but Tai Ba Shu was not famous for nothing. His rank 4 tyrant strength GU was inherited from the ancient strength path and possessed the strength of a overlord. Interesting. Again, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly and he charged forward again. Tai Ba Shu greeted him head-on, firmly blocking his way. Tai Dao Ku and others all let out a breath of turbid air, feeling relief as they looked at this scene. Little Beast King is finally stopped. This is Senior Tai Ba Shu. Fang Zheng is trapped within our tight encirclement, he is sure to die. The Tai clan group's fighting spirit soared as Fang Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes, he was like a bull that had fallen into trap, his threat had greatly decreased. All of them joined into attack. All kinds of attacks like swarm of golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain and hand blades were thrown at Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan's skin was torn open, the wounds on his body was becoming more serious and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield GU to defend. At the same time, he also used Self-Reliance GU to heal his body. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Ba Shu was unexpectedly also the same. He possessed rank 5 Earth Overlord GU which allowed him to absorb an endless amount of strength from the earth, making his tyrant strength GU stronger and stronger. Tai Ba Shu continuously activated Earth Overlord GU, acquiring formless strength from the earth that empowered his tyrant strength GU and continued to increase his strength. The battle was in a stalemate. Fang Yuan and Tai Ba Shu fought intensely, beating each other up with punches and kicks. They were the center of the fight. Like human-shaped beasts, each of their moves carried heavy weight, and wherever the fight went, stones shattered and dust flew. Suddenly, there was a beast howl and a beast phantom appeared above Fang Yuan. Lightning curled around it, its tusks were exposed outside and it gave off extremely violent aura, Thunder Boar Phantom. Tai Xianhua who was blocking Fang Yuan's path was suddenly sent flying. Umbrella Lotus GU broke and its petals scattered in the air. Xianhua, persevere. Tai Mu rushed over and held Tai Xianhua who was throwing up huge amounts of blood, and promptly began healing her. At the same time, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers came over and blocked any gaps in the surroundings, defending these two. By now, there were already close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers around Tai Ruo Nan and were already providing support in the battle. At the same time, she was continuously creating new grassman puppets. Tai Ruo Nan walked the enslavement path and one could not let an enslavement path GU master like her have enough time to prepare. Enslavement path GU masters were the best at fighting war of attrition. The longer the time passed, the more unfavorable Fang Yuan's situation would be. The best answer was to directly murder the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fang Yuan was firmly entangled with Tai Ba Shu now. A ferocious junior. Tai Ba Shu could not help but feel admiration towards Fang Yuan in his heart. Even though he had already predicted it, the strength Fang Yuan displayed still shocked him. He had thought Fang Yuan's power was due to the set of strength path GU with him. Inheriting the precious GU worms of ancient strength path and moreover, their coordination was also exquisite. However, as the battle progressed till this stage, Tai Ba Shu could hardly dare to believe the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness Fang Yuan displayed. This lad's battle talent, if I was not personally fighting him, I would never believe that there would be such a monster. He needs to be killed, I must kill him. He is even more dangerous than what the intel said. If we give him time to grow, it will be a calamity for the righteous path. Tai Ba Shu was shocked and his killing intent soared even more. Chapter 361, 1 verses 7, 2 quarters. The battle carried on like wildfire. Little Beast King is this terrifying. We have so many people on our side but still can't catch him. Tai Mu looked at the battle while healing Tai Xianhua, his expressions fluctuating endlessly. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, reaching this formidable stage now. Tai Dao Ku looked at the battle in front, sensing he was already unable to interfere. No wonder he arrogantly blocked us, such battle prowess, but even if he is more ferocious, what can he do? 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands, the battle has reached this stage and we still have 7 people. This is the cooperative strength of a group. Fang Zheng, this battle is your loss, no doubt. Tai Ruo Nan observed the battle situation from a tall boulder. In her sight, Tai Ba Shu and 5 others surrounded Fang Yuan as a circle. And surrounding this was a large numbers of green rattan shell grass soldiers that had formed into a tight net. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other to form rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Little Beast King, look at your surroundings. You are already heavily encircled, do you still want to persist obstinately? Let yourself be captured and maybe you can still have a way out. Tai Xianhua stood up and attempted to shake Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. The injuries on her were already healed by time Yu and she now had the strength to fight again. Fang Zheng, it is impossible for you to escape even if you grow wings 1. This is the price for overestimating yourself. Time Yu added in from beside Tai Xianhua. Impossible to escape. Fang Yuan suddenly exerted strength and forced back Tai Ba Shu. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Is it true that I can't escape even if I grow wings? I'll give it a try. There was a sharp pain as a pair of pitch black bone wings with metallic luster stretched out fully from Fang Yuan's back. He really has. In front of Tai clan group's amazed gazes, Fang Yuan flapped the wings and softly lifted off from the ground and continued to rise higher, flying into the air. Tai Mu could never have expected his words to turn out to be a prophecy, and was baffled. The intel did not say Little Beast King had a flying type GU, this is clearly a rank 4 flying type GU, how did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with her eyes wide open in bewilderment. Flying type GU were a type of movement GU worms, they were rather expensive and also very rare, thus only few GU masters possessed them. Fang Zheng can fly, no wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately realized. Tai Ruo Nan's expression also turned unsightly. Her rattan shell grass soldiers had no use against air targets. The moment Fang Yuan flew, an enormous hole immediately appeared in her painstakingly created layers of encirclement. What are you all panicking for? Right at this moment, Tai Ba Shu's loud shout echoed in everyone's ears. This rank 4 upper stage strength path cultivator was a cornerstone of the Tai clan, and right now his eyes were bursting with bright light. His plentiful experiences allowed him to find out a weakness in Fang Yuan. How can flying type GU be easy to control? By nature, humans walk on the ground. If they want to fly and soar freely, they need a lot of painstaking practice. And to battle while flying, it needs even more bitter training. Even Verdant Great Sun, son of the great Ren Zhu, died while flying. How much time could it have been since this Little Beast King obtained his flying type GU? Tai Ba Shu words forced the Tai clan group to wake up and their spirits rose up again. That's right, the intel did not mention Fang Zheng having any flying type GU. He definitely obtained the bone wings very recently. Flying needs a huge amount of practice, it is not something that can be picked up and used immediately. Little Beast King is too naive. The main thing is we are really fortunate to have senior Tai Ba Shu by our side. Tai clan's group regained their fighting spirit. My long distance methods are lacking, you guys attack and take him down. Fang Zheng, you made an extremely stupid move. If you had continued to battle steadily, you could have still lasted for some time, but now you have trapped yourself. Tai Ba Shu shouted loudly. You think so? Fang Yuan smiled indifferently, a look of pity in his eyes. Little Beast King, you won't be proud for long. Golden Needle Mosquito, huh? Taiao Kai wanted to attack when suddenly his expression turned stiff. In the battle just before, his Golden Needle Mosquito GU were already exhausted. It was all because he saw Fang Yuan not defending against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attack, thus using it readily. The battle was also very intense, which made him forget the intense expenditure of the Golden Needle Mosquitoes. Not good, my Star Arrow GU has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, I only have 2 Flower Rain GU remaining. A similar situation played out on, more or less, everybody. Tai Ba Shu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already been ready and had all along been hiding his schemes deep within his heart. It's okay, I have Blade Chi GU and can do long distance fight. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball GU with me and can make Little Beast King suffer some consequences. Another Tai clan GU master also stood up. Many hands provide great strength. There were 7 people in this Tai clan group and thus they had plentiful methods. Even if Fang Yuan had aimed at this, he was not able to wipe out all their methods. Little Beast King, get down here. Tai Dao Ku sent out a ray of Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled towards Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan evaded it with a light flap of his wings. 3 snowballs moved in to block Fang Yuan's retreating path. Fang Yuan folded up his left wing and made an agile whirling movement, safely passing through the gaps between the snowballs. Tai Ba Shu's heart thumped at this scene and a bad feeling rose up. He evaded them so effortlessly. Was that luck? Soon, the Tai clan group felt stunned and helpless as Fang Yuan agilely and confidently evaded countless attacks. He has such a good control over flying type GU. Damn it, our attacks simply can't hit him. My primeval essence is already running dry. Blade Chi Gu's consumption is huge. It seems we can only let Fang Zheng escape this time. The Tai clan group's attacks gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you. You are indeed a great talent. Today, we made it easy for you to retreat. That is also because of your talent. But watch out for the next time we meet. Tai Ruo Nan warned in a heavy voice. Fang Yuan seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world and started laughing loudly. What are you laughing at? The ominous feeling in Tai Ba Shu's heart became even more intense. Ha ha ha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why would I run? The real battle has only begun. After saying this, Fang Yuan activated all-out effort GU and strength Chi GU at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant and black python, 5 beast phantoms turned solid and slammed down. Bam, 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 in an instant, the battlefield shook, stones crumbled and dust flew everywhere. Rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying or destroyed in the Tai clan group. Retreated madly. Attack. We can't be taking hits passive, we must give him no time to take control of the battlefield. Tai Ba Shu roared furiously and punched at Fang Yuan from afar with his bull-sized fists. A formless majestic fist energy exploded out violently and actually broke the sound of sound, creating a sonic boom. However, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and rose higher, easily dodging the attack. Tai Ba Shu helplessly sighed. His fist energy might be a long-range attack but the distance it could reach was short. He was a strength path GU master. This path had always lacked in long-range attack methods. Fang Yuan could be said to be an oddity because his strength Chi GU originated from the ancient Chi path. Upon Tai Ba Shu's reminder, other Tai clan GU masters warded off the beast phantoms and started making aerial attacks. However, Fang Yuan displayed unmatchable flying ability. Occasionally, he was like a butterfly, dancing between the attacks and agilely evading them. Occasionally, he was like a goshawk flying towards the sky, forcing people to watch helplessly. Occasionally, he would make arcs with his bone wings like a swift. And occasionally, he would hover and wait for an opportunity before moving, like a dragonfly. Most of the attacks were dodged by him, and a few attacks that managed to strike his body were resisted by the defensive light of Golden Shield GU. This is impossible. How could his flying capability be so superb? This level of control isn't inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Fei Yu or Fei Yu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Fei Yu and Fei Yu Wang were experts in flying and were already famed throughout southern border. The Tai clan group were stunned and horrified. Fang Yuan constantly activated GU worms to attack to his heart's content. The earlier battle was only setting up this current situation. Tai Ruo Nan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rattan shell grass soldiers but they could only passively take hits now. Moreover, it had wasted a lot of her primeval essence. Die. Fang Yuan hovered for a long while before he suddenly saw an opportunity and pounced down. Tai Mu, careful, dodge quickly. Tai Mu heard the others' fearful shouts and looked up in a flurry. The dazzling sunlight pierced his eyes first of all. Then he saw a black figure pouncing down like a goshawk. The intense whistling sounds immediately filled his ears. An enormous feeling of crisis filled his heart. Not good, run. This thought had just emerged in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom retract. Fang Yuan's strength gushed up and he pulled apart his arms, ruthlessly ripping apart the arms. Blood spurted out like a waterfall and Tai Mu's 2 limbs were torn apart from the shoulders. A violent pain drowned Tai Mu's mind and he roared furiously, his handsome face twisted into something terrifying. Fang Yuan again exerted strength and smacked his hands. Tai Mu's head was forcibly burst open like a watermelon. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed on Fang Yuan's body, face and hair. It was either the gray brain matter or red blood, even the eyeballs stuck on Fang Yuan's clothes. The dense bloody stench assaulted the nose. If it were any other person, they might have vomited on the spot, but Fang Yuan smelled it like it was the world's most fragrant smell. He was enjoying this and there was even a very intense excitement in the depths of his heart. Death, such a sweet fragrance. Kill, kill, let the flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He threw his head back and roared, actually improvising a poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's death, the Tai clan group looked with furious eyes, the fire of their fury seemingly able to burn the sky and ocean. Chapter 362, 1 verses 7 3/4. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianhua raised the umbrella lotus Gu, shouting as she pounced. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. After waiting for Tai Xianhua to get close, he turned his body quickly, and opened his wings, as he moved elegantly and brushed past Tai Xianhua. Tai Xianhua charged for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus Gu fell on the ground, as a trace of blood slowly showed on her neck, before blood poured out of her like a fountain, sending her head flying as she was beheaded. Xianhua, Tai clan's group shouted pitifully, but it could not bring her back to life. Tai Ba Shu quickly came over. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Ba Shu was obstructed by the rattan shell grass soldiers, although he created a path for himself to charge out. How could he match Fang Yuan's speed? Fang Yuan flew in the sky. After some indiscriminate dive bombs, he flew towards Tai Ruonan. Oh no, his target is young master. Tai Dao Ku quickly reinforced her. Fang Yuan suddenly changed directions, landing quickly in front of Tai Dao Ku. Die. Fang Yuan had a cold expression, exchanging blows with Tai Dao Ku, not dodging or evading at all, showing his fierce nature. Tai Dao Ku was also a man with great courage, facing Fang Yuan head-on. Swift Shadow Gu, Hand Blade Gu, Iron Hand Gu, Consecutive Slash Gu, Quick Battle Gale, Blade Chi Gu. He was an attack-type Gu master in the first place. As he attacked with all his strength, his arms moved like wind as blade shadows flashed quickly. Fang Yuan activated the Golden Shield Gu, but it broke quickly under his barrage. Even with Bronze Skin's defense, Fang Yuan's skin was torn open as blood and flesh flew out. Just like this, hold on. The others quickly changed their directions, going to assist him. Oh no, my primeval essence is used up. Suddenly, Tai Dao Ku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been battling intensely. Now, after a flurry of attacks, his primeval essence dried up. Without primeval essence, Tai Dao Ku turned from a tiger to a sick cat. Fang Yuan smiled, grabbing his neck and twisted. Crack, Tai Dao Ku's neck was easily broken by Fang Yuan. A blade expert, Tai Ruonan's capable general, brave and courageous, lost his life here. No, Tai Ruonan saw this and her eyes turned red with sadness and anger, as the flames of anger was ignited in her, attempting to burn her into ashes. Rattan shell grass soldiers, under her command, gathered into a green tidal wave, moving and attempting to engulf Fang Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets, having strength in numbers, they were already a threat to Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan's eyes, nose, and mouth was bleeding. Such intensive manipulation of her Gu caused great strain on her mind, and it started affecting her body. Ruonan, don't be rash. Do not get engulfed by your own anger. Tai Ba Shu saw this and reminded. But Tai Ruonan had lost her reasoning. She had watched her friends die in front of her. This was a huge stimulation to her. It even brought back the pain from back when her father died. She is still too young. Fang Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The imposing rattan shell grass soldiers missed their target, as they collapsed together, squeezing into a lump. Not only was their formation a mess, it even caused Tai Ba Shu and others to have no space to move. This is the weakness of a team. Once the cooperation breaks down, you yourself will be the biggest burden to them. He. Such specific allocation of duty also caused the members to be overly reliant on others. Relying on yourself instead of others, that is the truth of the world. Fang Yuan flew high in the sky, looking at the battlefield emotionlessly, as he moved his gaze towards Taiao Kai. Taiao Kai was an investigative Gu master. Since the start of the battle, he had been moving around the outskirts. His speed was fast, he could easily run away and seek reinforcements. He was very crucial to Fang Yuan's plans to eliminate them all. He had to die at all costs. Seeing Fang Yuan fly towards him, Taiao Kai's face was aghast. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. His black hair, eyes, and wings made him look like a demonic god incarnate. Ruthless and courageous, but also cruel and devious. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua, and Tai Dao Ku had all died in his hands. Even Tai Ba Shu could do nothing to him. Facing such a strong foe, how could he be Fang Yuan's match? The swarm of rat and shell grass soldier army was once Taiao Kai's reassurance, but now it was a cold mockery towards him. Escape? I have to escape to Xianxia Mountain and report to the 4 elders of Tai clan. Taiao Kai was scared, giving himself a reason to retreat as he immediately left the battlefield, running rapidly. Don't run, come back now. Tai Ba Shu's gaze was on Taiao Kai as he ran into the forest, shouting loudly. If Taiao Kai stayed behind and was united with them, he might have a chance of survival. But he ran away alone, having little primeval essence and low cultivation. How could he be faster than Fang Yuan by running with his 2 legs, restricted by the terrain? As expected, in a moment, Fang Yuan carried his head and flew back. Ah, Gu Fang Zheng. Gu Fang Zheng. You are dead meat. You killed my Tai clansman, you heinous being, there is no salvation for you. Don't run if you have guts, what kind of man are you to run away from me? You have no balls, you coward, come fight with me, I will tear you to shreds, and grind your bones into ashes. Tai Ba Shu was extremely furious, giving off a thunderous scream. Fang Yuan chuckled, not falling for the taunt. Heinous. Hey, I've killed so many people in the past, why didn't you call me heinous back then? Because I killed a Tai clansman, that makes me a heinous villain. Hee, if that is so, then I love such a sin, let me kill a few more and add a few more sins to my name. Saying so, Fang Yuan spread his wings and continued to dive bomb, killing the rest of the Tai clan Gu masters. Tai Ba Shu watched with bloodshot eyes, almost vomiting blood out of anger. But he was trapped by the rat and shell grass soldiers, and his speed was no match for Fang Yuan, watching all these outstanding Tai clan youngsters slaughtered in front of him, losing their lives. Very quickly, in the battlefield, only Tai Ruo Nan and Tai Ba Shu were left. Die, I want you dead. Tai Ruo Nan's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth, chanting. She had activated the rat and shell grass soldiers to her limit, her body oozing with blood, combined with her crazed expression, it gave people chills. Ruo Nan, calm down now. Tai Ba Shu rushed to her side, shaking her shoulders. But Tai Ruo Nan had no reaction towards it, staring at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. Below Fang Yuan, the rat and shell grass soldiers had gathered together, tightly like a lump. But they could not hit Fang Yuan, thus acting like lost flies. Tai Ba Shu sighed helplessly. He had great experience, he knew that this battle was extremely impactful to Tai Ruo Nan, causing her mental state to break down. Filled by hatred and fury, she was almost taken over by her anger, and could provide no assistance in the short run. Fang Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to remain in the air. Tai clan only had 2 people left, but Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. That is, because, among these 2, Tai Ruo Nan was like a crazy bitch, while Tai Ba Shu had great battle strength, he was a tough opponent. If Fang Yuan got distracted, he would receive great injuries from him. Looking at Tai Ruo Nan, Fang Yuan's gaze shone with consideration. Tai Ruo Nan has already lost her reasoning in this state. Why don't I keep these rat and shell grass soldiers here to erode her remaining mental energy? After her mind breaks down, I will take her life. No, there is a better way. She is the Tai clan young master, Tai Ba Shu has to protect her. I should use this Tai Ruo Nan to indirectly attack Tai Ba Shu. If I can kill him, that would be the best. Tai Ba Shu was an established expert, rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and due to the Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed normal rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. He could be said to be Fang Yuan's most powerful foe after leaving Qingmao Mountain. Facing such attacks, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was a lack of long-range attacks, but that was not a fatal flaw. But, battles change due to circumstances, even if Tai Ba Shu had no flaws, right now, he had someone he had to protect right beside him. Unknowingly, Tai Ruo Nan had become the hostage that Fang Yuan was using to threaten him. If I can kill Tai Ba Shu, even Yi Huo would have to feel threatened by me. But, I have to observe the situation, we cannot drag this. Although these 7 Tai clansmen chose a hidden route here, the 4 Tai clan old-timers might come to reinforce them. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, reminding himself. He had a careful, vigilant, calm, and rational nature. He did not panic in dangerous situations, while not arrogant when he had advantages. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a combination killer move, called Limitless Search and Lock. If they plant the Lock Gu on the Gu master, no matter where he goes, they can find him. It is the #1 capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri-Tian was a victim to this killer move, causing the downfall of a demonic expert. Although Fang Yuan had the bone wings Gu, and could fly anywhere he wanted, free and unrestrained while having the capabilities to attack or escape, all according to his will. But once he was planted with the lock Gu, no matter where he flew to, above the heavens or above the sea, he would be captured. There is always someone who can bring you down. Balance exists in everything. Although the bone wings Gu was good, it was restricted by other methods. The only reason why this battle was so successful was because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and knew everything about these 7 from Tai clan. Secondly, he had destroyed and expended their long-range methods from the battle before. His thoughts only lasted a second in real time. After deciding, Fang Yuan took out his primeval stone to recover his primeval essence. The aperture's primeval sea level started rising again. At the same time, he inspected his own body, using the self-reliance Gu to heal some critical injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Ba Shu's heart was heavy, like a mountain rock was weighing on it. If Little Beast King continued to attack, he would be happy instead, but right now Fang Yuan took his time to rest, not indulging in the pleasure of having the upper hand, instead stopping his attacks to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. This Little Beast King, he is so young, how can he be so scheming and calm? Chapter 363, 1 verses 7, 4 quarters. Fang Yuan's composure made Tai Ba Shu shocked and cold. When the battle started, Tai Ba Shu had absolutely not expected he would be in such a situation and at a disadvantage. But now, this established expert, a cornerstone of Tai clan, had no choice but to admit he was in a dangerous situation. The culprit that led to this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought against 7 people by himself and forced them to reach this stage. How in the world did he accomplish this? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his actions and words were all unfathomable and unpredictable traps, luring the 7 of us right into it. Even more unexpectedly, he holds a flying type Gu and possesses such skilled flying techniques. With his flying ability, he has taken the initiative, able to retreat and advance as he pleases, eventually leading to this situation, a one-sided slaughter. Tai Ba Shu felt his heart turn cold as he recalled the situation. How did Fang Yuan possess such incredible flying techniques? That question was no longer the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying thing about this lad is his head. How could he have such a meticulous scheming ability at his age? He is simply a monster. If he used it for the righteous path, he would become the most brilliant rising star of the righteous path. Unfortunately, he chose to use his intelligence for the evil demonic path. This is a disaster to the people of the world. Tai Ba Shu had a premonition. One day this young man in front of him would become a calamity to the whole southern border. At that time, blood would flow into a river and dye the land red, and an uncountable number of living beings would fall victim to his vicious attacks. No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruo Nan can't fight and my long-range attacks are inadequate. Little Beast King, however, can fly, thus attacking or retreating as he desires. Retreat, we must hurry to Xianxia Mountain and join with the 4 old-timers. Although Tai Ba Shu had been famous for a long time, his heart was steady and was not misled by fame and profits. He could not display all his strength, but under the continuous empowerment of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu was becoming stronger and stronger, surpassing the limits of Fang Yuan. But Tai Ba Shu was not drunken in his powers. With his experience, he could see the situation he was in. Continuing to fight only ends in disaster. The most sensible choice was to retreat. He did not care that he was forced to retreat by a junior. Even if he lost all his reputation, it was better than dying. What's more, Big Brother Shui Leng, I can't let your child die in front of me. As he thought of this, Tai Ba Shu became decisive and dragged Tai Ruo Nan to retreat. Running away. Fang Yuan suddenly shone with severity. He felt the situation was problematic. Retreating was truly the most sensible choice for Tai Ba Shu. This place was near to Xianxia Mountain, and if they managed to attract the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, it would be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happening. He pointed his hand and activated his all-out effort Gu along with strength Qi Gu. Beast phantoms turned into solid forms and landed on the ground, blocking Tai Ba Shu. However, Tai Ba Shu was strong. his punches and kicks seemed to whistle like the wind and cackle like lightning, scattering these beast phantoms. Fang Yuan suddenly changed the attack target, the beast phantoms all moved towards Tai Ruo Nan. Despicable. Tai Ba Shu cursed and moved to protect Tai Ruo Nan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Ba Shu gave up on Tai Ruo Nan and escaped by himself, Fang Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Ba Shu was protecting Tai Ruo Nan, this was seeking his own doom. Because he was a GU master that specialized in offense, not defense. By protecting Tai Ruo Nan, he was sacrificing himself, tying his own hands and feet, fighting his enemy's specialty with his weakness. One side escaped and other pursued, the situation was in a stalemate. No matter how Tai Ba Shu cursed and provoked, Fang Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Ba Shu could not hit Fang Yuan and thus was passively taking a beating. Moreover, there were light injuries on his body while protecting Tai Ruo Nan. He is only at rank 4 middle stage, why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ba Shu was starting to feel desperate, he did not know Fang Yuan not only had liquor worm, but also heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he could completely match rank 4 upper stage. Fang Yuan attacked furiously, sending attacks without an end. If a beast phantom was destroyed, he would immediately send another. Beast phantoms attacked one after another, if one fell, another arrived. Especially, the occasional thunder boar and rock crocodile phantom which could threaten Tai Ruo Nan. Tai Ba Shu was getting exhausted and was slowly unable to endure the attacks, his strength decreasing rapidly. Why hasn't the 4 old-timers arrived yet? Tai Ba Shu kept on running and was already near Xianxia Mountain, but he still did not see any signs of the 4 old-timers. The path they chose was too hidden. And to prevent news from leaking out, they had intentionally departed 2 days earlier. These setup instead became an obstruction now for Tai Ba Shu. Tai Ba Shu was very passive now, the injuries on his body continuously accumulated and turned from light to heavy injuries. Beast phantoms were starting to pose more of a threat to him and it was becoming hard for him move forward. Tai Ruo Nan had become the greatest burden to him, she kept on struggling and Tai Ba Shu had no choice but to knock her unconscious and run while carrying her in his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain, I just need to hold on for a while. Tai Ba Shu's body was shaking and his vision was already a scene of blurriness. Is he really going to escape? Damn it! Fang Yuan's face was gloomy as he saw this from the air. He started making more ferocious and continuous attacks, his offense surging like a tidal wave. As they were near Xianxia Mountain, GU masters started appearing the surroundings. There is a battle going on, it is Little Beast King. Heavens, did I see wrong? The one being pursued seems to be present age overlord, a cornerstone of Tai clan, Tai Ba Shu. Little Beast King is defying heaven, he is actually chasing the rank 4 upper stage Tai Ba Shu. The GU masters that saw the battle were all flabbergasted and incomparably shocked. Some righteous GU masters felt their hearts go cold when they saw Tai Ba Shu being chased, running away like a pathetic dog who fell into the water. Big brother Li Xian, why has Little Beast King still not appeared? We have been waiting here for such a long time, is your information reliable? From a dark corner, Hu Mei looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. In the light barrier formed by Iron Cabinet GU, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. There's no problem with my information, let's wait a bit more. Li Xian said that but he muttered in his heart, this should not be happening, I have already told the news of Tai clan's reinforcements to him. How could he still restrain himself? Could it be, he is really going to leave Bai Ningbing in the lurch? If Little Beast King really did not appear, such heartlessness made even Li Xian terrified when he thought of it. But if he came to rescue her, both sides would suffer, and the benefits in such a chaotic battlefield would be huge. Just as the two were talking in whispers, they heard some clamor. What is going on? Hu Mei puzzledly turned her head to look, but the moment she saw the sight, her puzzled expression quickly became sluggish and after a while, it turned into shock. The person whom she had been painfully waiting for appeared and even appeared while ostentatiously flying in the air. Wait a second, the person that Little Beast King is chasing looks a bit familiar. Wah, what the fuck, it is Tai Ba Shu. The present age overlord from Tai clan is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept the reinforcement. Li Xian stared tongue-tied at this pursuit and could not help but curse. At the same time as his realization, he felt extreme shock and bewilderment. Little Beast King actually went to intercept the Tai clan reinforcement. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won the fight and is now chasing Tai Ba Shu. Tai Ba Shu was rank 4 upper stage, but his battle prowess surpassed that level. Even common rank 4 peak stage GU masters were not his match. Even on Xianxia Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage GU masters, only Yi Huo would be able to contend with this present age overlord. However, right now, Tai Ba Shu was actually being chased by Little Beast King and in such a sorry state. Oh God, am I hallucinating? Someone grabbed his head and looked with an incredulous expression. This world is too crazy, it is changing so quickly, someone muttered with a dull expression in his eyes. Fortunately, I haven't gone against Little Beast King. Li Xian felt fortunate, but immediately felt fear. No, I still need to be cautious when dealing with Fang Zheng. This guy cannot be assessed using common sense. In such a short time, he advanced to rank 4 middle stage and is also able to fly. Hu Meier kept her hand over her heart, extremely shocked at this abnormal growth speed of Fang Yuan. Demonic Path's scoundrel. Quick, we need to rescue them, that is Tai Ba Shu. Tai clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation and immediately revoked Iron Cabinet GU and hurried to rescue. As for the trapped by Ning Bing or whatever, they stopped caring. But unfortunately, they were still late by a step. I was still a step too slow. Tai Ba Shu felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry, the pain from the wounds all over his body had already made him numb, and the heavy injuries had already increased so much that he was in a near-death state now. He protected Tai Ruo Nan all the way and did not let even one attack reach her. Such a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight in close combat. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Tai Ba Shu felt very regretful. He had a trump card that he had not revealed. However, Fang Yuan acted cautiously the whole time, never flying down and only attacking from the air. Ba Shu, hold on. We are coming to reinforce you. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan shouted together and rushed over rapidly. Ha ha ha, you were just a step away, Tai Ba Shu, you have failed. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. A rock crocodile phantom fell down with an explosive sound, sending Tai Ba Shu rolling on the ground. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were rushing over and were extremely near, but this small gap was like the distance between clouds and mud. It is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed and made the fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron Cabinet GU. Tai Ba Shu used his final remaining energy and placed his palm on Tai Ruo Nan's back. A square-shaped iron cabinet quickly formed and tightly sealed Tai Ruo Nan. Beast Phantom attacked, ripping Tai Ba Shu into pieces, but the iron cabinet was firm as ever and Tai Ruo Nan who was inside was unscathed. At the crucial moment, Tai Ba Shu gave his final chance of survival to Tai Ruo Nan. Ba Shu. Tai clan's 4 old-timers howled in anger and grief. They reached the scene but were late by a step. Little Beast King, our Tai clan will not rest till you die. The 4 old-timers stared at Fang Yuan, wishing they could bite him to death. Is that so? I fought against 7 Tai clansmen this time, 6 including Tai Ba Shu lost their lives by my hands. You 4 old-timers also want to deal with me? Then fly over and fight me. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. A dangerous look appeared in his eyes that made people avoid his gaze. Chapter 364, Soaring Reputation. Heavens, Little Beast King fought against 7, but actually won. Even, present age overlord, lost his life. The number 1 rising star, he is this generation's number 1 star of the demonic path. There was an uproar in the crowd, many discussed and whispered to each other. Tai clan's 4 old-timers released their aura and started attacking one after another. However, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and lightly evaded them, his nimbleness causing gasps of amazement in the crowd. You old-timers, I have still not settled the score with you for trapping me. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over with a grim expression. She casted a glance at Fang Yuan, her gaze hiding complex feelings. In these days when she was trapped, Fang Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he also held such skilled flying techniques. Looking at this control, Southern Border now had 1 more flying expert. How did he manage to accomplish all this? Bai Ningbing had once thought of training her flying skills. However, the matter regarding flying was too troublesome, the amount of practice needed was huge and at the same time, it was very time-consuming and needed a long period of grinding. The amount of energy spent was huge but would provide little results in a short period. Bai Ningbing thus did not do it. She had never expected Fang Yuan to be able to train his flying ability to such a level without any signs or words. This was surpassing all common sense. Could it be that he had some mystical encounter in Three Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally considered this point. In truth, there was no need for Fang Yuan to explain it. Many people would connect his performance to Three Kings' inheritance. With Tai Clan's 4 old-timers revoking Iron Cabinet GU, Bai Ningbing was free. Now, with the coordination of Fang and Bai, the situation had become extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were on their guard, tightly protecting Tai Ruo Nan's Iron Cabinet GU in the center and guarding against Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan felt somewhat unresigned as he looked at the Iron Cabinet GU. Tai Ba Shu had failed at the last moment while retreating, and Fang Yuan had also failed at last step while chasing them because he was not able to claim Tai Ruo Nan's life. No doubt, she was a threat, but without Tai Ruo Nan, I could not have killed Tai Ba Shu so easily. At this point, I can only let it go. Fang Yuan revealed increasing killing intent on outside, but his battle intent was already dispersing. He had been engaged in intense battle and the primeval essence in his aperture was already inadequate, while Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were in perfect condition. At the same time, there were too many spectators. Many wolves were preying in the dark and gained some benefits. Even Li Xian had such plans, let alone others. It is time to stop. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh inwardly before shouting in a clear voice, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, my partner killed one of your clansmen and you trapped her till now. I have killed 6 of your clansmen, how long will you trap me? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers' eyes twitched when they heard this clear provocation. Little Beast King, don't go too far. You killed our Tai clansman, killed Elder Ba Shu and chased Tai Clan's young master, you are already our Tai Clan's sworn enemy. I hereby swear, I shall use the rest of my life and pay any price to capture you and throw you inside Demon Suppression Tower, and make sure you suffer endless torment and punishment. The head of the 4 old-timers roared in anger. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. The battle prowess Little Beast King revealed greatly shocked him, and if you add Bai Ningbing on top of that, ha ha ha, alright, since it is so, then I shall also view Tai Clan as my sworn enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clansman, I will kill 1 if I see 1 and will kill 2 if I see 2. Fang Yuan laughed wildly before flapping his wings and leaving. Under the disappointed gazes of many GU masters that had ulterior motives, he left of his own accord. Bai Ningbing also left. The outcome of this battle spread over the whole Xianxia Mountain at lightning speed. What kind of place was Xianxia Mountain at present? It was a place where Three Kings' inheritance appeared, a place which was paid attention to by countless clans, righteous path members and demonic path members. Soon after that, the battle report of Fang Yuan taking on 7 Tai clansmen by himself and killing Tai Ba Shu was spread throughout the whole southern border. Fang Yuan's reputation soared. This kid actually killed Tai Ba Shu. Is this news reliable? In Yan Clan, when young Master Yan Jun heard this report from his subordinate, he almost did not dare to believe his ears. Who was Tai Ba Shu? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present-age overlord. He possessed Earth Overlord GU and had a fighting strength that surpassed normal rank 4 peak stage. He was a cornerstone of Tai Clan, one of the top clans, and was an expert who could take charge of a region by himself. But he was actually chased and killed by Little Beast King Feng Zheng, a junior that only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This Little Beast King can surpass realms to battle and killed Tai Ba Shu. Who in the world is he? I have never heard of him before. Yan Jun asked with a frown. His subordinate quickly reported. Young master, you entered an immemorial era's phantom path inheritance and was in closed cultivation for 5 years, not knowing about Feng Zheng is also normal. This person is only around 20 years old and is a genius rising star of the demonic path that only came to fame in the recent years. Little Beast King Feng Zheng. The youngsters these days are really terrifying. The new waves are constantly replacing the old waves, while the old waves die by the shore. Tisk tisk. In a forest, Feng Tianyu slowly walked forward while thinking of the news he had just received. Mixed within his sighs was a trace of fiery passion. I heard the reason Little Beast King could grasp flying methods and grow up so quick was because he received some benefits from Three Kings' inheritance. Three Kings' inheritance. Feng Tianyu thought of this and felt a desire to immediately rush towards Xianxia Mountain. He was a famous refinement path GU master in southern border. King Xin inheritance perfectly matched him. Fang Zheng actually fought against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen including Tai Ba Shu. As one of the 5 great experts of Shang clan, the moment Elder Yi Huo came out from inheritance, he received this incredulous news. Tai Ba Shu's fighting strength was equal to his. Fang Yuan was able to kill Tai Ba Shu, does that mean Fang Yuan could similarly kill him? But the cold hard truth overruled all doubts and claims. After Yi Huo found out even more details, he slowly came to an understanding, so he has learnt flying and can use it in battle. No wonder he was able to fight against 7 and kill Tai Ba Shu. To GU masters, grasping flying methods and being able to use them in battle meant their fighting strength would soar qualitatively. Humans were creatures that walked on ground and did not have wings. Even Ren Zhu did not have ability to fly. Being able to fly by itself was a miracle in defiance of heaven. If one could fly, then the encirclement tactics on the ground would possess almost no threat. The wide sky would become the stage that allowed the flying GU masters to travel freely. They could attack and defend, advance and retreat, firmly grasping control of the battle. There were famous flying GU masters in southern border, Fei Yuang, Lan Meihe and Hong Fei Yu. They were feared by people, battling with them was extremely troublesome and no one wished to make an enemy out of them. Yi Huo had deep impression of flying GU masters. Because there was a perfect example near him, that was Wei Yong. Wei Yong was called light swordsman, he could evade as fast as light and quick as lightning. He was also a flying GU master. His aptitude was inadequate and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was able to become a major figure of Shang clan, one of the 5 experts and was equally famous as Yi Huo, a rank 4 peak stage GU master. Once, Yi Huo had felt it was a disgrace to be listed together with Wei Yong in the 5 experts, thus he challenged him to a fight. The result was depressing for him. Wei Yong moved around the battlefield unobstructed, and he could simply do nothing to him. If we only look at flying speed, Wei Yong can be said to be the number 1 in southern border, Little Beast King cannot compare to him. Recently with clan leaders' help, Wei Yong has advanced to rank 4. Yi Huo felt the pressure in his mind increasing by a layer as he thought of this. The 5 great experts of Shang clan were not a united group, they each had their respective factions and were always contending against each other. Yi Huo accepted the command to come to Xianxia Mountain in order to establish great merits and become a clansman of Shang clan, obtaining the resources within Shang clan's living treasure door and advance one step to become a rank 5 GU master. Fang Yuan's battle strength increased greatly with the ability to fly while that Tai Ba Shu is weak at long-range battle and was also concerned about Tai Ruo Nan, thus being killed by Little Beast King. If we talk of true battle prowess, Tai Ba Shu surpasses Little Beast King. It is a pity I cannot recruit Little Beast King anymore. Yi Huo felt extremely regretful when he understood this. The battle prowess Fang Yuan displayed might not equal his, but with flying methods, Yi Huo also could not do anything to him. Forcing Little Beast King simply would not work. Instead, it would ruin his reputation since Fang Yuan was Shang clan's Purple Thorn esteemed guest. Besides this, there was also another reason, Tai clan. Little Beast King had now seriously offended Tai clan. The losses to Tai clan were huge and they would certainly deal with Little Beast King, there was no room for compromising. Moreover, Fang Yuan proclaimed in an extremely arrogant tone in front of everyone that he would kill Tai clansmen if he saw them. If Yi Huo really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equal to offending Tai clan. Tai clan was also a top clan like Shang clan, a major party of the righteous path. At that time, Yi Huo would have to endure pressure from both Tai clan and Shang clans. Higher ups, Little Beast King definitely grasped some secrets of the 3 kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he suddenly gain such profound flying techniques? Li Xian was sitting on his seat, his eyes narrowed to a slit, sharp light flickering endlessly inside them. He had all the details regarding Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan suddenly grasping flying methods was simply inconceivable and broke all common sense. Even if he bitterly trained in Shang Clan City, it is not possible that there were not even a single trace of information about it. Also, he was only there for a few years, how could he have such a powerful flying tool? Could it be? Hu Meier also pondered from the side. 3 kings' inheritance. A ray of divine light seemed to pass through his mind and caused Li Xian to blurt out. In a split second, The matter about Little Beast King earning huge profits at Shang Clan City by relying on information about Three Kings' inheritance. The matter of him intentionally delaying the rescue of Bai Ningbing and entering Three Kings' inheritance. And also all of the battle gains he brought out from the inheritance each time. All these events converged in Li Xian's mind and formed a clear clue: Little Beast King definitely held some secrets about the Three Kings' inheritance. The time flow inside Three Kings' inheritance was different from the outside world. It was a Immortal blessed land. The reason he could grasp flying methods was definitely due to Three Kings' inheritance. That must be it. Fang Zheng holds the secrets of Three Kings' inheritance. Hu Meier also came to a realization. Her thought of charming Fang Yuan and making him become her sexual slave suddenly became even more appealing. Fang Yuan had his previous life memories and naturally grasped the secrets of Three Kings' inheritance. In this secret discussion, Li Xian and Hu Meier had accidentally speculated the truth. The problem is, since we know this, how do we obtain even more benefits? Little Beast King has already grown and even Tai Ba Shu fell by his hands. He is not someone we can go against. Li Xian clicked his tongue as his thoughts moved rapidly. We cannot, but it doesn't mean others cannot. Humans can be instigated, he. Hu Meier laughed coquettishly. Are you saying we should leak this information? Li Xian slightly pondered over it before suddenly slapping his thigh. Excellent plan, it is an excellent plan. Chapter 365, Who Immortal Blessed Land opens. Back at Shangliang Mountain, Fang Yuan could only be said to have made small name for himself. But after the battle with Tai Ba Shu, his name spread throughout the southern border and truly rose up to fame, becoming a famous demonic path genius. This news attracted attention from countless people. Some were experts who had been in closed cultivation for many years, while some were GU masters who were roaming the world. He faced both righteous paths' attention and demonic paths' coveting. Fang Yuan had truly charged into their sights. Some people chose to retreat temporarily like Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Meier were adding fuel to the fire. And some people's battle intent were stimulated and they directly expressed their intent to challenge. At once, the winds rose and the clouds began to gather. Countless waves moved towards Fang Yuan. Xianxia Mountain. In a certain cave, Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fang Yuan's palms were placed on Bai Ningbing's back as he transferred his primeval essence. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, Essence Gold primeval essence fell down into her primeval sea like a waterfall, causing many waves. The waves surged continuously in the primeval sea and constantly cleansed the aperture walls. Fang Yuan was rank 4, middle stage, and possessed bright golden primeval essence. But with Nine Eyes Liquor Worm, his primeval essence was purified into Essence Gold primeval essence. Right now, he was pouring his primeval essence into Bai Ningbing's aperture through Bone-Flesh Unity GU and helped her nourish and strengthen her aperture. Several hours later, Fang Yuan retracted his palms while Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was tranquil. She did not show a trace of gratitude to Fang Yuan for rescuing her, and also did not show a trace of anger for his procrastination. She was very tranquil, as if she had never even been trapped. However, in the depths of her heart, she felt extremely complicated. For a long time now, she had been above Fang Yuan in terms of cultivation. But right now, she had instead become the beneficiary of Bone-Flesh Unity GU. Essence Gold primeval essence gave her huge assistance. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems cultivating together with Fang Yuan isn't so bad. The moment this thought appeared, Bai Ningbing extinguished it in a flash. She slowly stood up and spoke with coldness in her voice, like she was taking joy in Fang Yuan's misfortune. Have you heard of the recent rumors? Many people are saying you hold the great secret of Three Kings' inheritance. You did not know any flying methods before but received it from Three Kings' inheritance. Hehe, you need to watch out. Tai Clan is furious and has publicly proclaimed you as their enemy. Their arrest warrant for you has already spread over the southern border. Fang Yuan indifferently replied while remaining seated. Hehe, is there anyone who doesn't know about our relationship? Since Tai Clan is coming after me, you will also be on the hit list. HMPH. Continue your cultivation till midnight, I will stay guard for you. After midnight, we shall switch. Saying so, Bai Ningbing walked out. The current situation, compared to when they had just arrived at Xianxia Mountain, was much more dangerous. Fang and Bai did their best to cultivate at different times. In the depths of the cave, Fang Yuan remained alone. He did not hurriedly cultivate but rather sank into contemplation. Tai Clan's response was already within his expectations. He killed an elder of Tai Clan and also chased their young master, already ruthlessly infringing their bottom line. Tai Clan was a top clan, one of the leaders of righteous path. How could they put up with this? Their retaliation would definitely be extremely fierce. Besides Tai Clan, there were also other problems. Shang Clan, Wu Clan and others in the righteous path, Hu Mei Li Xian, Century Boy and others in the demonic path. This was the price for becoming famous. Fang Yuan made his name from the battle, but it also pushed him towards the eye of the storm and was now watched by countless people. There were undercurrents and probings from all sides. There were even waves that wanted to submerge him, already having converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew he was facing a test. If he could escape from this whirlpool, resist the assault of the waves, then he would truly gain a foothold and become a publicly recognized expert of southern border. But if he was swallowed and shredded by this whirlpool, there was no need to mention anything. Now, divine thief Lu Zuanfeng should have already repeatedly infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower and caused a great havoc. Tai Clan should already be under huge pressure. If they want to gather their energy to deal with me, it won't be a matter of a month or two. I can forget about them for now. The rumors outside claiming that I hold the great secret should be Li Xian and Hu Mei's doing. I will deal with these two sooner or later. It is just that Li Xian still has a lot of value currently. And behind Hu Mei stands ranked 6 GU Immortal. I need to plan this carefully. Three Kings' inheritance is a really big cake. I have no way of eating it whole. I can only choose the best parts of it. If I can obtain the essence of the inheritance, like undefeated 100 battles GU and others, this trip would be a success. My strength will have an enormous boost and it would be extremely helpful in the great battle of Yitian Mountain. Thoughts whirled in Fang Yuan's mind before he dispersed them and thought of Central Continent. Calculating the time, Hu Immortal inheritance on TNT Mountain should have opened. This is a true GU Immortal blessed land and is many times more precious than Three Kings' inheritance. That Feng Jin Huang became a GU Immortal all due to this inheritance and became a figure whose name would shake the world in the future. Meanwhile in Central Continent, at the foot of TNT Mountain, the elite disciples that came from the 10 great sects of Central Continent gathered together. In the crowd, the real GU Fang Zheng softly let out a breath of turbid air. The great competition that lasted for months was finally over. Several months ago, the 10 great sects sent an order at the same time to organize a great competition for these elite disciples to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 sects contained the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons among men, children of heaven. Even the worst disciples among them had 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy Bai Sha, GU Fang Zheng did not have an easy time. In the great competition, many of his opponents showed deep hostility and made heavy-handed attacks. Fortunately, Fang Zheng had deep foundation, possessing an Ironbeak flying crane group and also had the guidance of Lord Sky Crane who was inside the spirit incubating flea. These allowed him to struggle through each round and obtain a rather high ranking. Right now, in the sky of TNT Mountain, 10 formless GU Immortal Divine Consciousness were quietly communicating. This generation of elite disciples are also ordinary in general. But there are finally some excellent juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiao Qi Xing is pretty good. If I am not wrong, he should be the great-grandson of Xiao Bai Hong, right? Myriad Dragon Doc's Ying Shengji is also very outstanding. Long Nu has taught him well. You are too kind. Your granddaughter Feng Jin Huang is the truly outstanding one. None of her peers can match her attack. Are you all going to keep on flattering each other? Let's cooperate and completely open this Hu Immortal inheritance. Alright, then let's strike together. Rise. 10 formless powers surged out from the void, majestic and boundless like tsunami or mountain torrent. The world changed, wind rose and clouds rumbled. The 10 powers revolved around each other before converging together and colliding against a certain place on TNT Mountain. There was no sound, the terrifying formless power vanished like thin air. Golden rays of light blossomed and a vermilion gatehouse slowly rose up. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall with a 9-colored plaque on it shining brilliantly. In the air, pink propitious clouds gathered and bright rays of sunlight gathered to become a flight of stairs. The stairs stretched out from the gatehouse and became a rainbow bridge, landing exactly before the group of elite disciples. Enter according to the ranking of the competition. An ethereal voice came from the air and clearly resounded in the 10 sects disciples' ears. This was the voice of a Gu. Immortal. All kinds of expressions appeared on the 10 sects' disciples' faces, awe, reverence, zealotry and so on. Most of their gazes gathered on a girl. She was wearing a phoenix coronet, had slanted eyes, her golden brows were thin and long and there was a small red birthmark in the middle of her brows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and her beauty was unrivaled. She was the winner of the first place in this great competition, Feng Jinhuang. This girl was magnificent and brilliant, her skin was like snow and her eyes were like lightning. Like the phoenix that soared through the skies, she was elegant and pure, arrogantly looking at the world. When compared to her, the elite disciples around her seemed to have turned into ordinary sparrows. Fang Zheng had fought with her, but was defeated in just 6 moves. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Jinhuang gave a clear whistle and turned into a golden light, shooting forward. The golden light became a phoenix and collided into the gatehouse. The vermilion gatehouse shook and opened a void that swallowed Feng Jinhuang. After Feng Jinhuang, Shao Qi Xing, Ying Shengji and others entered who immortal inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 disciples entered, it was Gu Fang Zheng's turn. Fang Zheng walked through the rainbow bridge and entered the gatehouse. He immediately felt dizzy, colors rotated around to form a whirlpool in front of him, dazzling like the blossoming of all sorts of flowers. He felt like he was drifting in a gorgeous hurricane storm. He, a cute and young girl suddenly appeared in his sight. You are also another fated person that wants to inherit who immortal inheritance. In a moment, you will see a mountain. Only the first person that ascends to the peak can obtain me. You need to work hard. Those people that entered before you have already taken a huge lead. The girl was wearing rainbow-colored clothes. On her back was a snow-white fox tail that was moving mischievously. She had large and round eyes that showed her innocence. Who are you? Fang Zheng was startled and puzzled. He was unable to make sense of this Gu Immortal's place. How could a girl appear here? So it is a stupid boy. The girl said and mischievously extended her tender and fair little finger, and softly touched Fang Zheng's forehead. Then, just like how she had appeared, she suddenly disappeared. From this slight touch, Fang Zheng's body that had been light as a feather recovered its weight and suddenly started falling down. A strong feeling of weightlessness spread over Fang Zheng, and he subconsciously screamed. He wanted to activate his Gu worms, but to his horror, his whole aperture was locked in by a formless force, making him unable to use the powers of Gu. Could it be that I, Gu Fang Zheng, am going to die at this place, dying by falling, having such an absurd death? Chapter 366, Land Spirit. Thud. A dull sound echoed with dust flying everywhere. Fang Zheng fell flat on his face on the ground. Although he fell from a high altitude, it was only for a short time before he landed, thus he survived. Spit spit spit. Fang Zheng sprawled on the ground and spitted grass and mud out of his mouth, a sore pain spreading throughout his body as he felt stifled. Where is this? He took slow, deep breaths and stood up awkwardly before looking at his surroundings. It was a scenery of green. Fang Zheng felt like he was in a grassland. The grass rustled with the light wind and countless flowers of all colors formed a tapestry that spread to the horizon. Far away, there was a tall and precipitous crystal mountain. The crystal mountain was half translucent and was pink like a scene from Dreams. From his position, Fang Zheng could clearly see human silhouettes climbing the mountain. Compared to the crystal mountain, these figures were very small like ants. The first person to ascend to the peak will obtain who immortal inheritance. Suddenly, Fang Zheng recalled the mysterious girl's words. Who was that mysterious little girl? Could they really inherit who immortal inheritance by climbing this mountain? While Fang Zheng was indulging in his doubts, Lord Sky Crane's anxious voice appeared from inside him. Stupid disciple, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly go climb that dang Hun mountain. Master. Fang Zheng was both startled and happy. Who was that little girl? And, why can't I use any Gu? Get a move on already, grasp every second. I will explain to you, listen properly. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly explained. Who immortal inheritance is not a small matter, it is an intact Gu immortal inheritance. There can only be one inheritor, whoever obtains it will soar to the top and will have a huge chance to become an immortal. As for the others, they will obtain no benefits or rewards. The little girl you saw just before is the who immortal inheritance. As long as you ascend to the peak first, you will become her master and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Fang Zheng ran while gazing at the peak. He had lived in southern border and there were many mountains there. he naturally knew the logic of the mountain, appearing close but was actually very far away. Master, I am very far away from this crystal mountain while they are already climbing it. The gap is too huge. I also cannot use movement GU, how can I win? Lord Sky Crane snorted. Ignorant. This is Immortal blessed land, this place is not like anything else. Although Immortal has already passed away, her will still exists. Your movement GU has already been sealed by Immortal's will, naturally you can't use it. Others are also the same, they can't use any GU. You can only rely on your own physical strength to ascend to the peak and finish this test. Fang Zheng could not help being dispirited. I can't use movement GU and there is such a huge gap, how can I catch up to them? Strange, we entered the gatehouse one after another, how could the gap be so huge? Lord Sky Crane laughed. This is a GU Immortal blessed land, the time flow here is different. A day in the outside world is 5 days here. You guys entered the gatehouse one by one and the time difference was short. But once you enter here, the time difference is suddenly pulled apart. Otherwise, why would there be the great competition to decide the ranking? Each rank represents a certain advantage. The last ranked person basically doesn't have any hope to win. So it was like that. Fang Zheng only then realized the importance of obtaining a good ranking in the great competition. Unfortunately, he lacked power and his strength could not compare to others. The 10 great sects were the heads of Central Continent, they had a lot of hidden talents with extremely profound foundations. Even Southern Border's top clans could not compare to them. In this generation of elite disciples, disciples like Fang Zheng, Fairy Bai Sha, Ji Yuting and Wei Wu Sheng were only second tier. The first tier were disciples like Feng Jin Huang, Ying Shengji and Xiao Qi Xing. They had powerful background and the support of GU Immortals. From the very start, they received meticulous nurturing. A huge amount of resources were provided to them, with them never lacking anything, and occasionally, GU Immortal level existences would personally instruct and guide them in their cultivation. Comparatively speaking, Fang Zheng was only a countryside boy. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, they could not compare to the support of GU Immortals. My ranking is not high, I can't do anything about. I already given my best in the great competition, almost all of my Ironbeak flying cranes have died. Fang Zheng felt regret and also helplessness. As he kept on thinking, he suddenly felt something amiss. Master, since GU worms cannot be used here, how come you are able to talk to me? Master, you still had this secret, you are really amazing. Ha ha ha. Lord Sky Crane could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realized this. But you are overestimating your master. I was only a rank 5 while alive and after death, my soul is residing in the spirit incubating flea, I have nothing left. The reason I can talk to you is because of our Immortal Crane Sect's Supreme Elder Lord Hefeng Yang. Fang Zheng, you need to remember, in this world, only GU Immortals can contend with GU Immortals. Supreme Elder Hefeng Yang. Fang Zheng was filled with shock. Immortal Crane Sect had many GU Immortals. Among them was Hefeng Yang, to think he would be somewhat involved with him. Lord Sky Crane meaningfully said, Fang Zheng, who Immortal inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even a GU Immortal can't get through force. Land spirits are innocent and stubborn, inheriting their original master's obsession. If a GU Immortal forcefully attacks, even if the land spirit can't resist it, it could choose to self-destruct and destroy the blessed land. The GU master that made the forceful attack would also suffer injuries in vain and would have disastrous losses, and all their efforts would become futile. Thus, they sent you elite disciples. In this great competition, Feng Jin Huang from Spirit Affinity House is truly amazing. This girl could be said to be a genius among geniuses, arrogantly looking down at the crowd, a phoenix among people. Your strength is inadequate and it is normal for you to be defeated by her. But our Immortal Crane Sect has not necessarily lost. You are our Immortal Crane Sect's hope for reversal. Me. Fang Zheng could not help opening his eyes wide as he had never expected there to be such a huge hope entrusted to him. He suddenly realized, this contest for Immortal inheritance looked like a contest among the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but actually was the battle between the 10 great sects. Disciples like him were the chess pieces while the GU Immortals of the 10 sects were the players. They arranged the pieces from behind the scenes and contested against each other. And he himself was the ignorant secret weapon chosen by the Immortal Crane Sect. Master, isn't the sect having too much expectations for me? I can't use any GU now, how can I be the winner? He. Lord Sky Crane proudly laughed. Fang Zheng, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the Dang Hun Mountain in the legends of Ren Zhu. Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Zheng gave a startled cry. Legends of Ren Zhu had spread over the world. Fang Zheng naturally knew of this famous Dang Hun Mountain. Lord Sky Crane continued. As long as any living creatures enter the range of Dang Hun Mountain, their soul would receive a shock. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the force of the shock would be. Many living beings don't have strong souls and their soul would often scatter when they reach halfway up the mountain. Naturally, this is a righteous path inheritance and isn't as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Dang Hun Mountain's might has already been suppressed by the land spirit, giving you elite disciples a chance of ascending to the peak. If someone is unable to continue, they would be sent out by the land spirit. That is to say, there is no risk to your lives. Lord Sky Crane's tone became solemn. Fang Zheng, the thing I am about to say is very important, listen carefully. You experienced the destruction of your entire clan at a young age and the killer was your own big brother. You are determined to take revenge and your will is firm. Surviving this terrible event had tempered your soul to become stronger than your peers. But there is still a gap when compared to people like Feng Jinhuang and Xiaoqi Xing. But you don't need to be dejected, the ingenuity of Lord He Feng Yang's plan lies here. He used secret methods to resuscitate spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you towards the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Lord Sky Crane was a rank 5 GU master. He had gone through innumerable difficulties throughout his life and at the same time with his long age, he had gained plentiful experience and the strength of his soul naturally far surpassed the disciples like Feng Jinhuang and Xiaoqi Xing. These geniuses might be at their prime with limitless future prospects, but right now, the foundation of their soul could not compare to Lord Sky Crane. Fang Zheng was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance at winning. But if we cheat like this, won't it be unfair? If other GU immortals discover it, what would we do? Lord Sky Crane snorted and reprimanded. Stupid kid, this is not cheating but ability and talent. We are obtaining the GU immortal inheritance with our ability and talent. This is fair. Don't worry, behind you is Immortal Crane sect, and with Lord He Feng Yang protecting you, other GU immortals won't act against you. Moreover, GU immortals can't enter the Blessed Land. If they enter the Blessed Land, they will suffer the counterattack from the land spirit, thus even if they discover some clues, they can only watch helplessly. Ha, the land spirit is so amazing. Even GU immortals are not its match. Fang Yuan felt surprised. One side will go all out while the other side has to restrain themselves. Moreover, land spirit has blended in with the Blessed Land, and in the Blessed Land, land spirit is an immortal deity able to control the whole blessed land. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the Blessed Land. Lord Sky Crane laughed. Realization dawned upon Fang Zheng. Ah, I understand, that little girl we saw is the land spirit. Ha. Lord Sky Crane laughed. Disciple, you aren't so stupid after all, finally realizing it. That's right, that little girl is who immortal land spirit. Now charge forward bravely. This Dang Hun Mountain is extremely difficult to climb, it would at least take a year or so. Just in case, I won't speak much from now and will only secretly help you. With my help, you have at least 80% chance of seizing Hu Immortal inheritance. As long as you get the Hu Immortal inheritance, you can rise rapidly, turning from beggar to tycoon and become fat from just one bite. This is ascending to the heavens in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my very best and not disappoint you. Fang Zheng's fierce eyes flashed with a firm and courageous light. Go, the whole Immortal Crane sect is looking at you. Lord Sky Crane spurred Fang Zheng on with one sentence and made his blood boil. Fang Zheng felt extremely energetic. Chapter 367. It is not easy to be a godfather these days. Several months later, southern border, Xianxia Mountain. In a spacious cave lighted with bright lights, a huge banquet was being held where GU masters drank and gambled, and fragrance of various dishes permeated the air. Come, everyone, eat and drink to your fill, no need to feel uncomfortable. Century Boy was sitting on the main seat, he looked around and greeted everyone with a loud voice. Century Boy was wearing a black robe and looked like a tender boy but was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a human's lifespan was only around 100 years. If one wanted to increase their lifespan, the best method was to find lifespan GU. However, lifespan GU were extremely rare and thus difficult to find. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, who would mind having a long life. Thus, they thought of many other methods. Century Boy was one such example. Although he did not find lifespan GU, he possessed return to childhood GU, which accumulated his life force and slowly released them, gaining the effect of longevity. The disadvantage of this method was his body and appearance were fixed to have a child's physique. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and at the same time possessed over 180 years of experience. He was truly a part of the senior generation of demonic path. He had become astute with age and had visited a lot of places. He liked holding feasts and entertaining all kinds of people. Sometimes, he also gave pointers to some newcomers and imparted some of his experience. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic GU masters who received his pointers recognized him as their godfather. As time passed, Century Boy had gathered a whole group of godsons and goddaughters, forming a rather enormous force. Among those participating in the banquet today, many were his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were all famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan's Yi Huo is truly powerful. He suppressed the other 4 rank 4 peak stage experts. Currently on Xianxia Mountain, no one wants to fight him. GU Refinement Grandmaster Feng Tianyu has arrived and has agreed to refine GU for Yi Huo. I am not sure what GU he is refining, but Yi Huo's fighting strength is sure to become more powerful. In the banquet, the most talked discussion was naturally about the current situation of Xianxia Mountain. Yi Huo came from Shang clan and represented the righteous path. His power and influence was huge, suppressing all the demonic GU masters on Xianxia Mountain. They could not even fight properly as they were fearful. Yi Huo might be strong, but he is only rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Shu was still alive, he could definitely contend with him and Yi Huo would not have been in such a bright limelight like now. The moment Tai Ba Shu was mentioned, everyone inevitably thought of Fang Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yu Kang. This is the 4th strength path GU master he has killed in just this month. Someone whispered. Yu Kang was a strength path GU master and was from Yu clan, which was a small middle-sized clan. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Shu, his momentum increased tremendously and he looked for trouble again and again, killing both demonic path and righteous path GU masters. This awe-inspiring, fierce and brutal name shook Xianxia Mountain. Century Boy's ears twitched, and his expression turned unsightly when his keen sense heard, Little Beast King. Fang Yuan killed Sky Tiger Shui San Si, who was his goddaughter. He had been proclaiming he would find trouble with Fang Yuan. However, after Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba Shu, he immediately gave in and did not talk of Fang Yuan again. HMPH. Little Beast King might be strong, but it is because of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows many secrets regarding the inheritance and thus every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much more than ours. Li Xian, you have made deals with him and know much more about his situation. Is this not the case? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly spoke loudly. Li Xian nodded. Indeed it is so. In these few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. The information he gave is mostly correct and has been verified. For example, you can disturb Harry Men's GU refinement process in the earlier stages of King Shin inheritance. There are also some of his experiences regarding King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely knows much more important secrets and is hiding them deep in his heart. His luck has come, he really made it big this time. His strength has been increasing by relying on 3 kings' inheritance. Now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said as he drank wine, his tone filled with admiration and envy. Fang Zheng is getting stronger and he has replaced his GU worms to much better ones as well. In these few months, he and Bai Ning Bing has been moving together. They are simply a pair of wretched murderous couple. These 2 are villains colluding together. Who knows how many have suffered from their treacherous attacks. Little Beast King has extremely big ambitions. From the time he arrived at Xianxia Mountain to now, he has repeatedly challenged strength path GU masters. Recently, he has again claimed to become the number 1 in strength path and recover the glory of the ancient strength path. Fortunately, I am not a strength path GU master. Everyone discussed and commented. Fang Yuan only took the initiative to fight Strength Path GU Masters. This caused Strength Path GU Masters to be in danger, while GU Masters of other paths watched on from the side with an attitude of taking joy in others' misfortune. Although Fang Yuan's actions were unbridled, he did not provoke public anger. On one hand, he was powerful and could also fly, truly not an easy enemy. On another hand, he took the initiative to reveal many information on Three Kings' inheritance, which caused many people to fawn upon him. Finally, he only went against Strength Path GU Masters, only dealing with people of the same path, and did not blindly provoke other GU Masters. Century Boy, you need to be careful. From what I remember, you are also a Strength Path GU Master, right? Fang Zheng, that brute is mean and devious, and completely unreasonable, cruel and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang stared deeply at Century Boy, seemingly persuading him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have imagined Fang Yuan to be so violent? Sigh, each generation brings forth new geniuses. Nowadays, newcomers are appearing in flocks. A few years ago, there was Mo Wutian, and now Little Beast King has appeared. This world is becoming increasingly tough. It is not easy to even be a godfather. Century Boy thought like that inwardly, but on the surface he was still tough. HMPH. When heavens want someone dead, it will first make them mad and violent. This Little Beast King is become madder and more violent. He is not far from reaching death's door. He killed my goddaughter Shui Sanxi. I will take revenge sooner or later. But there is no need to hurry. Wait till Three Kings' inheritance is over and I will slowly settle the scores with him. The important matter is Three Kings' inheritance. Saying so, he reminded his godsons and goddaughters present in the banquet. You guys also need to understand the logic of important things first. Three Kings' inheritance is an opportunity that seldom appears in 100 years. You need to grasp it as much as possible or else you will regret it for your lifetime. What he meant was, you guys better avoid any conflicts with Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are reasonable and thought-provoking. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This Little Beast King won't be able to keep bouncing for long. He killed Tai Ba Shui and chased Tai Clan's young master. We will talk after he is hunted down by Tai Clan. I heard people saying Tai clansmen have already secretly arrived at Xianxia Mountain. Godfather, wait till my cultivation reaches rank 4. There won't be a need for Godfather to make a move. I will be able to deal with Little Beast King. Little Beast King won't remain proud for long. Under my thunderclap GU, there won't even be a corpse left of him. These goddaughters and godsons talked one after another. Some expressed great loyalty and said they would go through any difficulties for Century Boy. Some even fawned, saying it was not worth for Century Boy to deal with Fang Yuan. Some judged the situation and bluntly said Fang Yuan's joy would not last long. All right, you are my godchildren. It was not in vain for me to have guided you. Century Boy laughed loudly. Right at this time, a voice suddenly came in from outside the cave. Century Boy, I am Fang Zheng, get out. The merrymaking just before, the clamorous banquet suddenly turned into deathly quietness. Little Beast King, how could he come find trouble here? Everyone's eyes opened wide and looked at each other in shock. This was especially the case with Century Boy and his godsons and goddaughters. They were all stupefied and did not know what to do, not daring to utter a word. Right, this is Little Beast King's voice. It seems he really came. Li Xian held back his smile and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and others all put their wine cups down with grave expressions. Crash! Century Boy smashed his wine cup on the table, then he gritted his teeth and shouted to the outside, Little Beast King, I am here, what can I do for you? Fang Yuan's voice immediately came from outside the cave. HMPH, Century Boy, you held such a huge banquet and invited all the heroes, but you actually didn't invite me. Are you looking down on me? You don't need to apologize, it is already too late for apologies. Since you are also a Strength Path GU Master, then come out and exchange moves with me. When Century Boy heard this, he was startled, indignant and furious. Fang Yuan's appearance made him startled. Fang Yuan's brashness made him indignant. And Fang Yuan's such words that made it seem like Century Boy was really going to apologize made him angry. However, Century Boy did not want to fight to the death with Fang Yuan. He looked around and shouted with a furious tone, Little Beast King, don't be too insolent. You came here to find trouble and have no consideration for anyone, you are simply looking down on all the numerous heroes here. I will tell you honestly, Lord Rock Lizard Li Cheng is here. There is also Lord Fiery Star Bao Tong and also young Master Li Xian, who is an emerging talent of the demonic path. Are you here to court death? With these words, everyone in the banquet had different expressions, inwardly cursing this treacherous century boy who wanted to pull them down with him. However, Fang Yuan said, "Century boy, you coward, the people you have invited are all heroes, but I can clearly tell you that I came to find trouble. But not with others, I came to find trouble especially with you. I want to recover the glory and the radiance of the ancient strength path. You are a puny coward who is damaging the name of the strength path, come out and accept your death." Li Cheng's grave expression immediately relaxed at these words. Fang Yuan explained his purpose for coming clearly, it was directed at Century Boy, and this let his mind slightly relax. "I did not think Lord Little Beast King knew our names." Bao Tong stroked his beard with a satisfied expression. Li Xian laughed darkly and looked at Century Boy with every intention to watch indifferently from the sidelines. Century Boy had become astute with age, his expression immediately sunk when he saw everyone's expressions. Chapter 368, Tearing the Boy Apart. As Fang Yuan scolded over there, Century Boy's chest was burning with anger, thinking, although Little Beast King is strong, the reason he killed Tai Ba Shu was due to the flying ability's advantage. He is so young, I have eaten more salt than he has eaten rice. As long as I focus on defense, and not act recklessly, I will not be in any mortal danger. Being in public, Century Boy could only forcefully keep up a facade. If he avoided battle here, the reputation and fame he worked hard to earn for many years would be ruined at once. But if I really cannot take it, I can still escape back to the cave. There are so many people here at the banquet, Fang Zheng would not dare to barge in. But what truly angers me is, what these people said earlier were nice words, but at the crucial moment, none of them are dependable. Century Boy stared at his godson and goddaughters, feeling upset and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these godsons and daughters of his, only Shui Sanxi had the highest cultivation, and was the most outstanding among them, but Fang Yuan killed her already. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and overbearing, today I will let you learn that older people are wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave, screaming furiously at Fang Yuan. He looked like a child, but his tone was old and experienced, it was a weird sight. Cut the crap, receive my move. Fang Yuan saw Century Boy walk out and laughed coldly, taking a huge step forward, like a tiger descending the mountain, charging forward with a burst of wind. At once, beast phantoms appeared and caused Fang Yuan's strength to increase sharply. Sounds of punches and kicks were heavy and continuously. Outside the cave, two strength path GU masters tangled together. They were close-range fighters, every attack hit the target as they competed with brute force. After a while, they had battled over 100 steps away, everywhere they rampaged through, mountain rocks broke, trees toppled, dust and twigs flew in the air. The GU masters in the banquet had left the cave, watching the battle. Bitter strength GU, Fang Yuan gave up on defending, the more injured he got, the more strength he could exert. Moo! Suddenly, there was the sound of a bull cry as a large green bull phantom appeared above his head. This green bull has a huge body, twice the size of an elephant, its back was raised highly, thick and solid, and full of green moss. This was the mutated beast Kunlun 1 bull, having the same status as Biao, dragon elephant, thunder boar and rock crocodile. Fang Yuan exerted the strength of a Kunlun bull. This strike was heavy, as the air exploded, emitting a thunderous roar. Century Boy was unable to guard in time, sent flying as his tiny body was like a ball, crashing through more than 10 trees before stopping. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, staring fiercely at Fang Yuan. To think it is the Kunlun bull strength, Little Beast King's strength rose again. Century Boy, I killed your goddaughter Shui Sanxi, didn't you want revenge? Today, I will give you the chance. Fang Yuan smiled mockingly, charging again. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant, watch this. Century Boy was red with anger, white smoke coming out of his eyebrows. He received Fang Yuan's attack but did not counterattack. Century Boy was a demonic figure, who had lived for over 200 years, he had his abilities, and many trump cards. When he truly unleashed his strength, Fang Yuan started to feel pressured, on the verge of falling into a disadvantage. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulders shrugged, and a trace of strength chi shot out. Thunder Boar Phantom entered the strength chi and turned solid, charging towards Century Boy. Century Boy could only avoid the attack, as Fang Yuan starting attacking furiously behind the Thunder Boar. Century Boy's counterattack vanished like smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience became more and more rich, and his mastery of this set of Gu worm rose. Before, he could not use strength Qi Gu while attacking at close range, but now after tens of matches, he could coordinate his own body and his beast phantoms perfectly. Thunder Boar charged bravely, smashing rocks and mounds along the way. Rock Crocodile was tough, using its tail like a steel whip, and its teeth like razors. It was a ferocious beast. Kunlun Bull had brute force and horn attacks, its back was like tough mountain rocks. These three beast phantoms, once activated, caused Century Boy to feel extremely outpaced as he hurriedly defended himself. Solid beast phantoms were the biggest threat to Century Boy, but after the beast phantom was destroyed, it turned back into a trace of strength Qi. When Fang Yuan activates the strength Qi Gu again, the beast phantom would appear good as new. Thankfully, Little Beast King's three beast phantoms can only be unleashed through luck. His all-out effort Gu is still rank 3, it cannot summon these beast phantoms. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he felt glad secretly. Although Fang Yuan swapped his Boar, Crocodile, and Green Bull phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull phantoms, it caused his overall strength to rise, but there was weaknesses. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3, it could not summon these three rank 4 phantoms at will. That is, unless Fang Yuan gets the undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Shin's inheritance, and raise the all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Do we strike? Do you want to die? They are fighting so intensely, before we even join in, we will be turned into meat paste. Strong, way too strong. Among us, only Sky Tiger can contest, but she was killed by Fang Zheng long ago. Do we just watch like this? What are you scared of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He has his trump cards left. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and daughters saw the intense battle and were trembling with fear, their limbs turning cold. Century Boy had a tiny body, his fighting style was to find loopholes and dodge everywhere, he liked to aim at crucial areas, when he punches and kicks, it forms an impact. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan attacked directly, punching and kicking, his arms like long spears while his legs were like large poles. At times, he caused explosive sounds when he attacked, giving off a dominating aura. Century Boy was suppressed gradually, and his moving space shrunk. These few months, Fang Yuan had improved in terms of Gu worms. Not only did he turn Green Bull into Kunlun Bull Phantom, he also finished using Essence Iron Bones Gu, and raised the toughness of his bones again, to about twice or thrice of before. Other than these, he also used the Golden Steel Tendon Gu, turning his body tendons into the hardness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendons. The three defenses molded into one, complementing each other as Fang Yuan's defense rose sharply. Combined with the Golden Shield Gu, it was enough to handle the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. Century Boy was getting more frightened as he fought. This little beast king, why is he so experienced? I had the lower hand at the start, and I tried to reverse the situation, but I did not succeed once. Is he still a young man? How can such a person be around 20 years old? Century Boy thought about himself when he was 20, compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had lived a dog's life all these years. No, I must retreat, this little beast king cannot be assessed by human standards. No wonder Tai Ba Shu died in his hands, up till now, he has not used the Bone Wings Gu yet. Century Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan, not even able to catch a breath. After thinking about it, he wanted to retreat. He turned his body towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu, chasing relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where do you think you can go? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking Century Boy's path. Century Boy's attention was on Fang Yuan. How would he expect Bai Ningbing to appear right beside him, and strike an underhanded move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack head-on and lost his bearings. Fang Yuan did not give up such a good chance, unleashing a flurry of attacks. And his luck was finally shining, as Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull, the three great phantoms all appeared at once. The great strength surged like a wave, flooding Century Boy like the attack of the sea. Century Boy did not even manage to scream out before Fang Yuan grabbed both his legs and tore him in half. Ah, Godfather, you died a pitiful death. Lord Century Boy. At once, everyone screamed in shock, as blood spewed, bones broke, and organs fell on the ground. Haha, so much for Century Boy, you are nothing much. Fang Yuan laughed as he raised his head, showing off an extreme arrogance. Blood poured on his face as he stared at the people in front of him, shouting unhappily, "Why are you being so noisy?" Century Boy ran away at the last moment, timid like a rat. He is a disgrace to the strength path, he deserved death. Suddenly, his expression eased, laughing, "Everyone here is a smart person and did not help this shameless rat. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, do you want the information regarding the Three Kings' inheritance? I still have a deal with you." Everyone was shocked, worried, and also curious. Shock was because Fang Yuan was like a demonic god incarnate, killing another famous person and showing off a greater strength. Worry was because Fang Yuan killed people like cutting grass. He had just killed a person, but the next moment he started laughing, talking about life. He did not care about human lives at all. Being with such a person, anyone would feel intense pressure. Curious was because Fang Yuan knew the Three Kings' inheritance's secret, and wanted to deal with Li Xian. Could they get some information regarding the Three Kings' inheritance from him? Everyone had a complex thought and could not decide. Fang Yuan walked briskly side by side with Bai Ningbing into the cave. The people blocking the cave subconsciously gave way to them. Fang Yuan stepped into the banquet, and sat at the host's seat. This was originally Century Boy's seat. "All of you sit down, no need to be polite. Whoever dares to leave, is not giving me, Little Beast King, face." Fang Yuan looked at everyone as he threatened fiercely. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong, and others were only rank 4 upper stage. They did not dare to speak although enraged, sitting down. Under the cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would start killing again. They could only sit down. Fang Yuan squinted as he showed a smile. "Since everyone respects me, I shall give you some benefits." Immediately after, he casually gave an information regarding the life-saving token in the Three Kings' inheritance. Everyone heard it and their eyes shone, memorizing this information to heart. Chapter 369, Understanding of the Demonic Path. So there was such a chance at retreating in the Three Kings' inheritance. "If I obtain the token, I can move without restraint and wouldn't have to retreat early," Bao Tong lamented. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his wine cup and toasted Fang Yuan. "Lord Little Beast King's words are truly worth 1,000 gold. I raise this wine cup to congratulate Sire for killing Century Boy, this scum of the strength path." Tea cools down as soon as the person is gone. Li Chang had been talking so closely with Century Boy just before, but now the person had been changed to Fang Yuan. He immediately changed his words and called Century Boy the scum. "Ha ha ha, you flatter me." Fang Yuan, however, did not raise his wine cup, but looked at the godchildren of Century Boy and impatiently waved. "Today, I have exterminated the source of evil and my mood is also good, so I will give you guys a way out. If you don't want to stay, then get lost. Get lost, get lost, don't block my view." With Century Boy's death, these godsons and goddaughters were already feeling anxious and frightened, and could not help looking at each other when they heard Fang Yuan. "What, you want to stay and try to kill me?" Fang Yuan indifferently smiled. Immediately, there was an uproar. Many people left awkwardly and the cave was instantly empty by half. However, among the godchildren of Century Boy, some still remained. "Lord Fang Zheng, you are my benefactor." A godson suddenly kneeled and yelled with tears and snot falling down, "I was forced by that bastard Century Boy to take him as father. Lord Little Beast King, your dominance shakes the world and your aura overwhelms the lands. You have rescued me, you are my great savior. Lord Little Beast King, your power has thoroughly subdued my heart. Please let me stay and serve you." A beautiful goddaughter pleaded alluringly. "Lord Little Beast King, you have rescued me from a disaster. I will never forget your great kindness. You have given me new life. Please let me call you Godfather." An old man in his 70s kneeled on the ground and passionately shouted. Thump thump thump. Immediately, in front of Fang Yuan was a scene of kneeling people. With Century Boy, the head of this group's death, his force immediately collapsed. Many escaped while a portion looked for an alternative way out and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. "Ha ha ha," Fang Yuan laughed loudly, "your words are really pleasant to the ears, good, good." The group of godchildren immediately showed a joyous expression. However, Fang Yuan's smile suddenly stopped as he turned grim. He shouted, "A group of bootlickers. Killing is killing, crime is crime, why are you speaking of great kindness? I scorn this type of hypocritical praise. I like killing people, I like committing crimes. Listen, how direct is this, how pure is it? Screw off you lot, if you want to take revenge, then accumulate your strength, I will wait for you to challenge me. The godchildren were shocked, frightened and stupefied. Fang Yuan snorted, and with a shift of his mind, a beast phantom charged forward, killing one person on the spot. The rest seemed to have startled awake, screams could be heard as they hurried to escape from the cave in a pathetic state and even pissed themselves. The remaining GU masters all had unsightly looks. Fang Yuan was very temperamental and easily killed people, causing the people around him to feel great pressure. Although Century Boy was hateful, he was many times more lovable when compared to Fang Yuan. Only Bai Ning Bing's expression was tranquil as water. She was sitting on the left of Fang Yuan with her blue eyes half closed. Li Chang had been raising his wine cup and still had not placed it down. Right now, he forgot his embarrassment and forcefully smiled. Lord Little Beast King, when cutting grass, you need to pull out the roots. You have let these people go, what if one day they make it big? Just to be safe, it is better to kill them all. Lord Little Beast King, it doesn't matter if you don't remember these people, I have memorized their faces. I will kill them in place of you as my thanks for the information you gave. No need, no need. Fang Yuan leaned back on his chair and indifferently smiled. He had his own reasons for letting these people go, but it could not be said out loud. Thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, since I started walking on the demonic path, I have never feared offending others. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people wants revenge, I will kill 10, if 100 people wants revenge, I will kill 100. If the whole world wants revenge, I will exterminate the whole world. If someone succeeds in taking revenge against me, that will mean that I am not strong enough, that I didn't try hard enough and that I neglected my cultivation, I deserve to die then. A terrifying light flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes as he said this, and when he swept his gaze around, he was like an evil ferocious beast that no one dared to match his gaze. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but is even more ruthless to himself. This Fang Zheng's demonic nature is too strong. Not fearing revenge, not fearing death, placing his own life and death out of his considerations. Fang Zheng is crazy, his mind is not normal. Making an enemy out of him will be a nightmare. Everyone that heard Fang Yuan felt their hearts go cold. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone and did not take it too far, and smiled, let's drink. Everyone raised their wine cups with trembling hands. They felt like they were accompanying a man-eating tiger and were in danger. The originally fine wine felt tasteless. But following immediately, Fang Yuan again talked of 3 kings' inheritance and revealed many secrets. Everyone was engrossed, their breathing started becoming rough in excitement as they listened to the secrets. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He is actually revealing such precious information, what is he after? The banquet lasted over 2 hours. Fang Yuan killed Century Boy and occupied his cave, even taking charge of the banquet. While others wanted more secrets, they felt their trip was not in vain. When they got out of the cave, they even felt reluctant to leave and wanted to listen to even more news from the cave entrance. As for the original host of the banquet, Century Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground and its blood had already seeped into the ground. The deathly white bones gave a cold shine under the moonlight. Everyone chatted and laughed, and as they walked past the corpse, no one threw a glance at this loser. This was the ending of the defeated in the demonic path. Losers are always in the wrong. All demonic GU masters, more or less, had such a common understanding. Light rain fell from the sky and made pitter-patter sounds. The sky was gloomy and the wind blew coldly. The light rain fell on a young girl's hair, shoulders, back and finally, her whole body. Young Master Ruo Nan, the dead cannot be brought back, my condolences to you. The head of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the girl and persuaded her with a concerned voice. But the girl did not speak. The eyes that were as bright as stars before lost its spirit and looked hollow. There was no longer a resolute and sharp gaze. Tai Ruo Nan looked at the tombstones in front of her in a daze. These tombstones were cut from the mountain stones and the names of the ones that slept under were carved on them. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Shu. Each of these names could relate to the brightest and most profound memories in the depths of Tai Ruo Nan's heart. However, the companions who walked alongside her and fought side by side had become cold corpses within the ground. Similar to Tai Ruonan's heart, they would never have a trace of warmth. It is I who harmed you, I didn't fulfill the duty of a leader. You all died, but I am alive by myself. I am a coward, this is all a nightmare, father, I have blemished your name. Tai Ruonan fell into deep self-blame. Besides this, there were also regret and bewilderment. This genius worked hard to climb up after experiencing her father's death, and was like a slowly ascending star of the righteous path who received blessings and attention of countless people. But in the battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally dropped this star into the abyss. She became a meteorite that smashed into a gloomy corner and was full of cracks. Sai, the head of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Zanji, looked at the thin and weak figure of the young girl in the rain, and heaved out a long sigh. However, right at this time, an aged voice suddenly came from behind him. It has been several months already, this child Ruonan is still like this. Tai Zanji was startled and frightened. Who was it? They got so near but he did not sense it at all. At that instant, the hair on his body stood up and he turned around quickly and subconsciously tried to attack. However, a wizened hand softly touched his shoulder and a voice followed at the same time, Zanji, compose yourself. Tai Zanji immediately felt his whole body turn stiff. The surging primeval sea in his aperture was suppressed by a formidable and formless force. It was like a high mountain had suddenly been suppressed. The grand head of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers, the rank 4 upper stage Tai Zanji, could not budge even a bit at this moment. His whole body seemed to be confined like an insect trapped within amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person, Tai Zanji's terror and despair immediately turned into ecstasy. Ah, old clan leader. Tai Zanji blurted out. The wizened old man who was standing in front of him was Tai clan's previous generation clan leader, Tai Mu Bai. I have already abdicated as clan leader. Now I am also not an elder, Zanji, you can just call me Mu Bai. The old man gently waved his hand and smiled. Impossible, how could Junior dare to call your great name? Tai Zanji bowed his back deeply and greeted the old man respectfully. Towards the old man in front of him, Tai Zanji was filled with reverence and admiration. Name is only a name, the name Tai Mu Bai was meant to be used. There is nothing inappropriate. The old man spoke calmly, vicissitudes of life were reflected in his eyes and he had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Zanji wanted to speak but the old man slightly waved his hand and walked forward slowly toward Tai Ruonan. He stood in front of the tombstones with his back facing Tai Ruonan. He then gently caressed the steel and sighed. Tai clansmen are buried at the place they die. This is the rule of Tai clan since it was established. Do you know why? Tai Ruonan was still kneeling on the ground and showed no expression as if she did not hear anything. The old man continued, because to Tai clansmen, dying in the battlefield is the greatest honor. Tai Ba Shu, Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, these people were the same. Your father Tai Shui Leng was also the same. In the future when I die, it will also be the same. And when you die, it will still be the same. Chapter 370. The Glory of Tai Clan. Tai Ruonan's eyes twitched and she slowly raised her head to look at this unacquainted but very familiar old man. Our Tai Clan, since it was established, had been world-renowned for our bravery, unswerving determination and our iron-cold justice. For many generations, Tai clansmen had been upholding justice and striking down on criminals. In this course, countless people have shed blood and sacrificed their lives. The youths that have died here won't be the first and also won't be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruonan slightly opened her mouth as if to say something but could not speak anything. I am gratified because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed because you are living in vain. Tai Ruonan, do you know the criminal is still out there, getting away with his crimes, and still harming people? That little beast King Fang Zheng. Tai Mu Bai paused here and then turned around and looked at Tai Ruonan, indifferently asking, do you want to uphold justice? Tai Ruonan looked at this old man and finally recognized his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous generation clan leader, he moved unhindered in southern border and had dominated a region. When he was reigning, Tai clan was like an iron bucket that pressed down on Wu clan, Shang clan and other great clans, and became one of the heads of the righteous path, causing terror to the demonic path. Tai Ruonan's deathly still eyes suddenly twinkled with a spark, and she squeezed out a word with her hoarse voice, yes. Good. The old man nodded, his gaze gentle and his tone as calm as before. Starting now, I will impart the metal path to you, the GU path that our Tai clan's GU masters used to stand on top of southern border. 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened once again. Red, yellow and blue, 3 enormous light pillars pierced through the clouds and were visible even from thousands of miles away. However, Xianxia Mountain was a scene of stillness with no sound. Regardless of righteous path or demonic path, countless people looked at the peak. There, a seemingly ordinary wizened old man with grizzled hair and wrinkles all over his face was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Yi Huo, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shen Tong had dark expressions. Just a moment ago, this old man suppressed the combined power of these 5. He defeated them with no difficulty. Powerful, truly powerful. Tai Mu Bai, Tai clan's previous generation clan leader, was actually still alive. Too fearsome, is this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yi Huo, Kong Ri Tian and others simply cannot compare. It would be as easy as crushing ants for him to kill us. Who could have expected Tai clan to actually send their old clan leader? With this, Shang clan, Wu clan and every other clans are not Tai clan's match. This is an expert of the old generation. Little Beast King is not worthy to even carry his shoes. In those days, when he moved unhindered in southern border, under his command, Tai clan gained powerful momentum and even suppressed Wu clan and almost became the sole head of righteous path. He is one of the most powerful clan leaders in Tai clan history. He is the glory of Tai clan, a role model of the righteous path and the symbol of justice. His battle accomplishments shines brilliantly and hasn't lost its color even today. After a short moment of silence, there was an uproar on Xianxia Mountain, sounds of admiration, cheers and terror. With Tai Mu Bai's appearance, the power structure on Xianxia Mountain completely changed. 3 days later, news made its way out. Originally, divine thief Lu Zuanfeng caused havoc in Tai clan and secretly infiltrated demonic suppression tower multiple times, in the end disturbing Tai Mu Bai who had closed himself in cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally struck, and even though Lu Zuanfeng was a famous divine thief and also a rank 5 GU master, he received serious injuries and had a very narrow escape. After Tai clan settled this, their gaze gathered at Xianxia Mountain. Tai Ba Shu's death angered all Tai clan higher-ups. And just as they were about to send an expert over to reinforce the 4 old-timers, Tai Mu Bai said he was going to personally make a visit. He came to Xianxia Mountain and with his absolute strength, he easily prevailed over the experts of both righteous and demonic path. Even experts at the level of Yi Huo and Kong Ri Tian had to concede defeat. From this day onwards, no demonic GU master may enter 3 kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood at the peak of the mountain and after winning over the 5 rank 4 peak stage GU masters, he immediately made the announcement. With just himself, he swept up all the demonic GU masters on Xianxia Mountain. Demonic GU masters were very angry, however even though they were thousands in number, they did not dare to rebel against the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, this supreme expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian directly left the mountain with dark expressions. Then, Li Xian, Hu Mei'er and others also left sadly. The laws of the heaven are vast, justice will prevail. Even if 3 kings' inheritance is a demonic path inheritance, it will contribute its strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we unite, sparks will gather little by little into a bright light that will cover the whole Xianxia Mountain. And no longer will there be dark places. Tai Mu Bai spoke sincerely, then slowly stepped into the 3 kings' inheritance. There were huge cheers all around Xianxia Mountain. Righteous Path's morale was boosted to the top. The congratulatory sounds continued endlessly like waves after wave. This time, the opening of the 3 kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai changed the power structure of Xianxia Mountain by himself, uniting the righteous path and banishing the demonic path, causing the situation to have a violent change. The aged body seemed to manifest the domineering aura of the former clan leader of Tai clan. Demonic path figures were all banished. They were still not resigned and thus stayed at the surroundings of Xianxia Mountain and watched as the 3 light pillars became thinner and thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai held a banquet and invited all righteous path GU masters. The banquet was held in the outdoors and was spread over a vast area in the middle of the mountain. The GU masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs. The aroma of wine and food spread everywhere, and they cheered and laughed. Junior Yi Huo proposes a toast to senior. Yi Huo stood up with a wine cup in his hands and bowed deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. In the few great clans, Shang clan always had talents appearing in large numbers. I heard Shang Yanfei has already become the clan leader now. He had outstanding talent since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat, Tai Mu Bai said with a bit of recollection. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even though Shang Yanfei had astonishing talent, he was still inferior. Yi Huo could only nod his head and slowly sit down, heaving a sigh inwardly. With Tai Mu Bai's arrival, his plan to rule Xianxia Mountain was already cut at its root. He was unable to catch up to this expert of the old generation and simply did not have any chance of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, on behalf of Yi clan, I congratulate you on coming out of seclusion. Yi clan's elder Yi Chong had a fiery temperament, but he behaved like an obedient grandson in front of Tai Mu Bai. GU immortals always stayed in the background and their traces were rarely seen. To most of the people, rank 4 GU masters were feudal lords while rank 5 GU masters were the emperors that occupied the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming here was an emperor going on an inspection tour. These feudal lords could only bend their backs and visit the emperor for an audience. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border's righteous path and are still awe-inspiring as ever. With one sentence, you made all the demonic bastards retreat helplessly, making us juniors prostrate in admiration. Unfortunately, that little bastard Fang Zheng escaped pretty fast, escaping Sancha Mountain few days before you came. Wu Shentong said darkly. You are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai indifferently smiled without a hint of anger. This little kid is outstanding. I heard his accomplishments are rather amazing. He worked hard alone and started from nothing to become a rising star of the demonic path at a rapid speed. He seems impulsive and unreasonable, but actually makes his moves after meticulous planning and is very good at scheming. It was not groundless for the several youths of Tai clan to die by his hands. Tai Mu Bai continued. His words shocked everyone present. As the victim's family, the old Tai clan leader whose dignity was offended was actually praising his enemy in front of everyone. This old clan leader Tai was rumored to have a fiery temperament with extreme abhorrence of evil. How come he seems to be different from the rumors, and instead is so cultured and indifferent to humiliation? Wu Shentong was inwardly surprised and was just about to speak when he met with Tai Mu Bai's gaze. The gaze contained the vicissitude of time and had unfathomable depth, a wisdom that had seen through and experienced all of the mortal world. Wu Shentong immediately felt his schemes had been seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat dripped out of his body and he found it difficult to speak. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around and slowly spoke with a smile. Why am I, who is called the glory of Tai clan, openly praising the mortal enemy of Tai clan? He, praising one's enemy is increasing the enemy's prestige and diminishing one's morale. But in truth, how could the will of those resolute people be destroyed by these few words? By admiring your enemies, you can find their strong points and warn yourself of your weak points, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't let your wisdom be deceived by hatred. Tai Ruo Nan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shivered as she heard these words. She knew old clan leader Tai Mu Bai was saying this mostly to her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of inheritance, he had been guiding her all the time. He gave her metal path GU worms and taught her his experiences in using them and also gave her knowledge on the outside world. Don't let your wisdom be deceived by hatred, admire your enemies. Tai Ruo Nan thought over these words and pondered. Ruo Nan, what do you think of Fang Zheng? Tai Mu Bai suddenly called her. Yes. Tai Ruo Nan took a step forward and reported, although I hate him very much, I have no choice but to admit Fang Zheng is very outstanding. He has the courage to take risks and also moves after scheming. Although he is a strength path GU master, he definitely has a formidable and extraordinary investigative method. This point can be seen from how he was able to intercept us. The path Elder Tai Ba Shu and I chose was a very hidden path. We were able to deceive everyone else, but only Fang Zheng was able to sense it and accurately intercept us. Old clan leader, you secretly arrived at Sancha Mountain and no one knew of it, but only Fang Zheng sensed it and escaped early. Little Beast King might be at the front of the limelight, but he conceals himself very deep and is absolutely not a person to be underestimated. Good analysis. Tai Mu Bai nodded, his eyes revealing his praise. He continued. In this world, there is a thing that is more precious than life. That is glory. Eons ago, Ren Zu's eldest son Verdant Great Sun gave up his life while chasing for glory. Ruo Nan, this Fang Zheng is a mission for you. Arrest him or kill him, wash away your humiliation and make it a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me the glory of Tai Clan, but I will tell you Tai Clan's glory is not just me alone, but you guys, generations of people who stand for what's right. Tai Mu Bai's gaze looked at everyone present when he said this, his voice showing the grandeur of past. Similarly, the glory of righteous path should be upheld by every one of us. Come, drink this cup to shine the glory of righteousness onto the world, let the radiance of this sun dispel the darkness and let the demonic path cease to exist. Dispel the darkness, let the demonic path cease to exist. All the righteous path GU masters raised their wine cups and shouted together. Their voices were powerful and spread a long distance, countless demonic paths figures' expressions changed. Damn it, this time Mu Bai. The glory of Tai Clan, time has not been able to wash away his brilliance. Really a terrifying character. He is dazzling like the sun. Sigh, him coming out of seclusion is the bad luck of our demonic path. Chapter 371, just let him fly a bit higher. The sunlight of the immemorial antiquity era shone on all living beings. Cicadas made noises, giving off the clamor of life. Dense green trees formed a large area of shade, as they swayed with the wind. A large vat of delicious wine was in front of Verdant Great Sun, but he frowned, having no desire to drink. Divine Travel GU, oh Divine Travel GU, you have harmed me so deeply. Right now, I do not even dare to drink wine. I am afraid of getting drunk, and end up transported to a dangerous land by you. Verdant Great Sun sighed in anguish. The previous 2 times, he was sent into the ordinary abyss by Divine Travel GU, as well as the cauldron of the hairy men. Thankfully he was lucky, and made it out of both the incidents alive. Divine Travel GU said, Prince of Humans, I was not intentionally harming you. In fact, every time you got drunk, you were the one who used my power. I am innocent, in fact, I even saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel GU had in fact, saved Verdant Great Sun's life from the tiger-striped honeybees before. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sigh, don't mention the past, now because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become meaningless and boring. Hearing this, Divine Travel GU felt ashamed. In that case, let me teach you a method. Go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel GU. Once I become that GU, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and he was overjoyed. But he thought about it, and felt that hope was slim. O GU, I have stepped on the earth since I was born, I am not as light as clouds, nor do I have wings like birds. How can I fly into the azure heaven and pluck the jade bamboo? How can I collect the 8-sided diamonds in the star fragments? Not to mention flying towards the rising sun. Divine Travel GU said, that is right, humans cannot fly. But it is not a problem, we can ask Wisdom GU. It has the greatest wisdom in this world, there has to be a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom GU were old acquaintances. The reason Verdant Great Sun started drinking was because of Wisdom GU's teachings. But Wisdom GU taught him to drink merely because it did not want to be disturbed. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was going to find it again, Wisdom GU quickly went into hiding. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom GU, and felt dejected. But Divine Travel GU said again, if we can't find Wisdom GU, we can find Cognition GU, it is the mother of Wisdom GU. Verdant Great Sun quickly found Cognition GU, and requested for the methods of flying. Cognition GU answered, you found the right person, because cognition is the wings of freedom. But everyone's thoughts are different, what wings you have depends on yourself. Saying so, Cognition GU turned into a warm light and shone on Verdant Great Sun. In the light, a pair of white pure feathered wings appeared behind Verdant Great Sun's back. This pair of wings was very beautiful, white and pure like snow, without a trace of impurity, it was like the wings of a white crane. Cognition GU took a look and said, this pair of wings is called self, everyone has their own, self-cognition, this pair of wings has a high degree of flexibility and freedom. But you must be careful, do not overly bask in sunlight, otherwise, your sense of self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you must remember my words. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Cognition Gu thought and said the last sentence with deep meaning. Obtaining the cognition wings named self, Verdant Great Sun was very happy, and flew into the sky. He flew and flew, going higher and higher. Humans were not born to fly, like birds soaring in the sky. This brought Verdant Great Sun great curiosity. He played around freely in the sky, extremely happy. At the same time, he remembered Cognition Gu's warning, and did not overly expose himself to sunlight. When it was sunny, he would hide in the clouds. Like this, Verdant Great Sun flew higher and higher, finally reaching the limits of heaven, the end of azure heaven. There, jade bamboos grew in the air, having lustrous green leaves. These jade bamboos were rooted in the void, and their tips also extended into the unknown void. Looking from outside, one could only see their thin long stem. Verdant Great Sun retrieved one segment of the bamboo casually. This dark green bamboo stem was like jade, palm-sized, and hollow in the middle, giving off a cold feeling. Verdant Great Sun obtained the jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued flying upwards. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era had 9 levels: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in azure heaven. A few days later, he flew to the higher blue heaven. It was night time, and stars were shining in the sky. The stars flew around happily, raining down stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea, a beautiful river of light made of silver stars, flowing across the entire blue heaven. Verdant Great Sun willed his wings, and plunged into the star river to swim. He searched painstakingly in the endless stardust. He did not want those 7-sided or 16-sided fragments, he only wanted the 8-sided ones. These star fragments were like diamonds, crystal clear and flawless. He searched for a long time before finding one. On the second day, Verdant Great Sun flew towards the rising sun at the break of dawn. The sunrise was like a large red lantern, emitting a warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory. It could shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun's left hand was holding into the jade bamboo, his right hand was holding the 8-sided diamond, as he flew towards the sun and summoned divine travel Gu. Basking under the light of glory, divine travel Gu swallowed the star fragment, and entered the jade bamboo. O Verdant Great Sun, I need time to metamorphosize and become fixed immortal travel Gu. During this period, you have to fly towards the sun, and do not leave the light of glory. But you have to be more careful, Cognition Gu had said, pay attention to the self wings on your back. Once my transformation ends, you should fly towards the cloud cover immediately. Do remember, divine travel Gu reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. O Gu, rest assured. I have even survived the ordinary abyss, and lived after the hairy men. I have the reputation Gu, and have transcended vanity. The light of glory can do nothing to me. Then I can stop worrying. Divine Travel Gu's voice weakened, as the sunlight turned into threads, forming a cocoon and wrapping the Divine Travel Gu in the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun moved his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the light cocoon became thicker and heavier. A moment later, the cocoon was burst open, and a butterfly glowing in green light flew out. I succeeded. From today onwards, I am not Divine Travel Gu, but Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Ha ha ha. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing, but suddenly shouted, ah, oh no. Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings. Under the light of the sun, Verdant Great Sun's wings had expanded to 3 times of its original size. Do not fluster, I noticed it long ago, but so what? The larger my wings, the stronger they are, and the higher and faster I can fly. Verdant Great Sun laughed loudly. Quickly hide in the clouds, stop flying. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu said worriedly. Don't worry. Verdant Great Sun was not worried at all. The self wings on his back grew larger and larger, becoming even larger than his body. Verdant Great Sun's speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He shot up towards greater altitudes. Stop flying. If you fall down, I cannot save you. Fixed Immortal Travel GU was very worried. What's the problem? How could I fall down? Look at my wings, how strong are they, how powerful are they? Verdant Great Sun was just rebuking, when suddenly, his wings expanded to their limits, and exploded. Losing his wings, Verdant Great Sun fell towards the ground immediately. Eventually, he landed on the ground, as an unrecognizable grotesque corpse. Ren Zhu eldest son, met his end. Southern border, Huo-Tan Mountain. On the reddish-brown mountain rocks, there were some wine. Using the heat of Huo-Tan Mountain, the wine was kept at a certain temperature. Sunlight shone down as Fang Yuan raised his wine cup, drinking it in one shot, sighing comfortably. Such soothing wine, it is meant to be drank at this temperature. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but did not touch the wine, instead, staring at the direction of Xianxia Mountain. There, the three light pillars shone up into the sky, shooting through the heavens. You are still drinking. It has been months. Three Kings' inheritance has opened twice already. Tai Mu Bai is controlling Xianxia Mountain now and chased away all the demonic GU masters. These few months, we have been lurking on Huo-Tan Mountain. Are we going to continue watching? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, only seeking thrills in life. Maybe she was spurred on by the four old-timers of Tai Clan, or maybe because Fang Yuan's strength had surpassed her. These few months, she had been cultivating non-stop, not caring about her rising aptitude. The way I see it, we can still enter the Three Kings' inheritance, as long as he find the opportunity and wait for Tai Mu Bai to enter the inheritance, we can strike. With our strength, no one on Xianxia Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very aggressive. But Fang Yuan was relaxing and had a chill expression. No worries, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is the glory of Tai Clan. He is the previous clan leader, having rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He is such a high and mighty character. Compared to him, we are just rats under his feet. Let him fly higher, higher and higher. Saying so, he raised his wine cup, pointing at Xianxia Mountain, smiling lightly as he muttered, "Come, Lord Senior Tai Mu Bai, this junior offers you a toast." Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan, but only saw that pair of black eyes, dark like the abyss, unfathomable. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.